HD2 and on ESPN 1000 Chicago. Now, David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood.
Good morning, everyone. Bring them out, bring them out. 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 Bring them out, bring them out.
Oh, God. Welcome in to the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000, and we are streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood with you. We've got Shay, we've got Jay Moore, we've got you for a 3-hour ride on this Friday morning with open phone lines for you. 312-332-3776. Watch our show and all the shows on YouTube. Like, share, and subscribe. Everything we do on YouTube.com. Look for ESPN Chicago. Also on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. Partner, I'm excited this morning. You know why? Because the Pope is a Southsider. Take that. Let's go. After all this waiting for the black smoke, waiting for the white smoke, just waiting for all the smoke. What we were looking for is to find out who the Pope would be. Would it be someone international, like it always is? Would it be somebody from overseas? And we come to find out that the new Pope, Pope Leo, is a Chicagoan.
Brother.
Well, yes, absolutely.
You know he was 66-1 if you bet him.
Cap.
66-1. He came out of nowhere.
Pulling back the curtain. My partner could not wait to get on the phone yesterday afternoon and tell me, take that, he's a Cub fan. How about that? And all his Sox brethren calling Cap yesterday. Really? This guy's a Cub fan? Really? Well, we just can't get any luck. Sox fans, you can rejoice that the new Pope, the Pope, is a Southsider and a Sox fan. So now it's the biggest win the Sox have had since the 05 championship. We haven't had a bigger win since 05. How about that?
All I know is he was named and you lost 10-0.
Well, I mean, he just got in the box. What do you mean? He just got in there. He just got named. So now, don't you know how prayers work, Cap? You know how prayers work?
They take a little time to come from overseas.
Thank you very much. That's how the prayers work.
They put it in Jesse's luggage. Rogers is over there. Congratulations to... Can I ask a question? I'm not Catholic, obviously. Why does he take on a new name from Pope Rob?
Because in the faith, you are able to take names like a Pope John. You take others, but they took Pope Leo. It's part of the gig.
So he's Pope Leo the 14th.
That's exactly right.
Very cool.
It's part of it, yes. Hopefully they'll have Roman numerals next to his name so he can aggravate you even more so.
Does he have to... Yeah, I hate Roman numerals. So stupid.
Yeah, of course.
Does he get to pick the name, or does somebody there at the conclave go, you're going to be Leo? No! I want to be whatever, Francis.
I want to be Pope Cap. That's my name, Cap. Nah, no. That's not how it works, Cap. The bottom line is that good things are happening. Not just for the White Sox, but for Chicago sports. This guy here, and I'll want to make sure we put this out here as well. Cap, we have a problem clearly in journalism across the board. Mm-hmm. We have a journalism problem in this country because all the things that we found out about Pope Leo was not true. Again, people ran with it and said he's a Cub fan when he's a Sox fan.
That was ABC put that out.
Also, right here in the ABC building.
Sorry. You're better than that, Tracy Butler.
Nonetheless, they also got the South Suburb.
Tracy.
She's guilty by association.
You're blaming Tracy Butler?
Tracy Butler reporting the Pope is a Cubs fan.
For the bad journalism, you're blaming Tracy Butler?
Come on, Terrell Brown, you're better than that.
Oh my God, T. Brown,
Blame them all.
taking shots.
I mean,
the high top fade.
What are we doing?
You're taking shots at the high top fade of a T. Brown.
Come on, Tanya Babbage.
What are you doing over there? Leave T. Brown out of it. My God. Blame Ravi Bashwal. Nonetheless.
Ravi,
hockey guy.
nice job.
Hockey guy. Right. But the journalism, Cap, we have a journalism issue. If there's going to be a Pope name, find out what actual South Suburb he's from and what his fandom is. They got that both wrong.
They did.
You recall this, right?
Yeah, so a buddy of mine who is a diehard White Sox guy, diehard, texts me, freaking Pope is a Cubs fan. This is horrible. I said, take that. That was my response. I that's how I found out.
Yes.
And then, I don't know, 2 hours later, we get done with our speaking engagement
Yes.
that we did, and Ben Bradley gets the interview with the Pope's brother.
Channel 9.
Yes, out in Lamont, I think is where he lives now. But they grew up in Dalton. And he says, my brother's not a Cubs fan. Our mother was a Cubs fan. And all of our mother's side, because they're from the north side,
Yes.
are all Cubs fans. My brother's a White Sox fan.
Clear up the thing about the Cubs and White Sox.
Yeah, he was never, ever a Cubs fan, so I don't know where that came from. He was always a Sox fan. Our mother was a Cubs fan. I don't know, maybe that clued in there. And our dad was a Cardinals fan, so I don't know where that all came from. And all the aunts, our mom's family was from the north side, so that's why they were Cubs fans.
But he rooted for the White Sox.
That's right. But where it came from, I don't know, because he would have been the only one.
I see. You see that? Oh, take that down now. Hold on. That ain't no.
You heard
no,
what he
no.
said, though, at the end?
Give me the Casper music. Give me that. That's what we need today. Give me the White Sox minute. Come on, give it to me that.
Did you hear what he said right at the end? He said they were all from the north side. Where it came from, I don't know, but he was the only one.
You know why? Black sheep. That's what it was. That's what he did, Cap. Now, did you get a text from Chip, from Chippy Carey?
I did not.
Oh, the family. Oh, they're Cardinals people. So I'm sure he's dancing around today wherever he is. But there it is. Time for the White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. Did you hear the Pope's a Sox fan? The biggest win for the organization since 0-5. Meanwhile, the Sox lose 10-0 to the Royals. Clearly, the Papal has not kicked in yet. Shut out again by the Royals. That's all right. We take on the Marlins at 6 o'clock on the ESPN 1000 Hard Rock Casino White Sox Network.
Hoodie, the question everybody wants answered this morning. With the power of the Pope on their side,
Yes.
can the White Sox win 50 games?
Oh, that's a shot.
As
Absolutely.
long as they don't have the Royals on there.
Well, we're not going to do it. You're going to get 50 wins against good teams.
Boy, the Royals are kicking there.
No,
you know
they
that.
are. But, Cap, today I get a chance to rejoice. And I want to start the prayer circle this morning, not just for you and me and Shay and Jay Moore, but for our listeners, for our viewers, because we got to get the prayer circle started. It didn't work out well for Mason Graham, even though we lowered the lights and we had the prayer going for Mason Graham. But we can do it for our favorite sports teams, because now the Pope is a Southsider. He's a guy that loves a good beef sandwich.
How about the picture of him on the phone at the 05 World Series? So good.
Black sheep
So
of the
good.
family. He is a Sox guy.
So the original picture, it's more of a portlier gentleman sitting there.
Okay, now you're going to call the Pope fat?
No, not the Pope. It was not him.
Okay.
They now have cropped the picture, so the larger gentleman, all you see is his Cubs hat. You don't see the screaming kid. You just see the Pope on the phone with a smile on his face with the scoreboard behind him. It's a super cool shot.
I saw people saying Scott Podsednik hit the home
bastard.
run because the Pope was on the phone with God.
That's it.
There you go. See, that's how it worked.
Johnny Pods.
And by the way, that had to be some of the stuff we saw in that 05 season, Cap. It had to be from up above. There's some miracle stuff that was happening for the White Sox. They were never supposed to win the World Series. Look back at 04, the offseason into 05. Bunch of veterans that Kenny Williams put together. They're supposed to be a good team. World Series team? Absolutely not. They were never favored. So there had to be some divine intervention there. But yes, that's right. The Pope.
What is he?
He's a Sox fan.
I read that he's a Cubs fan.
That's not true.
That's not true. He's not a Cubs fan.
That's not
What
true.
is he?
He's a Sox fan.
What?
They
Okay.
also said on the air that he was from South Holland. That's not true.
Okay.
It's Dalton.
He's from Dalton,
Yes.
and he's a Sox fan,
Yes.
which makes more sense, really, when you think about it, given
That's
where,
correct.
where
That's
he
correct.
was. He's
See,
not a Cubs fan.
The reason I don't know where that came from, but our mother was Northsider.
Okay.
And all that side of the family is a Cubs fan. So maybe they heard that from someone else they may have interviewed, but he was definitely shocked. See him there again, standing on his own 2 feet.
Okay.
He didn't go along with the family.
So-
Because our dad was Cardinals.
Yeah. So Chip wins today. Oh, the Cardinals. Hey, Cappy. Oh, the Cardinals. Oh. I'm sure that he's happy about. Oh, the Cardinals. Here they come. Oh, gully washer here in Chicago. I'm sure that that Chip's happy today. And me, as a Sox fan, at least I want to get the prayer circle started. Jay Moore, here's what I need.
Just don't let Shea lead the prayer circle. 'Cause
What?
He failed miserably.
That's on you. You wouldn't get in it. You refused. You stood on the outside like a heathen.
Yeah, I don't get into the losing ride at the Indy 500. I saw that. You had like a little smart car. We're going to get in there and win.
Nope, I was Rich Strike at the Derby, and you got in there with the glue and put me out to pasture before I had a chance.
By the way, just as a sidebar, before I start my prayer, because I'm going to start this with a prayer with the Pope. I'm going to send my prayers in for the Pope. Sidebar, may I approach?
Brought to you by Ankin Law. Howard Ankin, the award-winning best personal injury attorney in Illinois. 312-6 Main.
Sign my ball. Cap, I'm going to need a new track announcer for these big events. I need my guy drinking and smoking with a real rough voice. Here they come spinning out of the turn.
Bill George F.
I need something a little bit rougher.
He's not with us anymore.
No,
right?
but just
retired.
Lock into my point.
Yep.
My point is, Cap, is that I need someone who's drinking and smoking on the call. A rougher voice. These guys are a little too smooth these days, aren't they? Oh, Rich Strike, he's on his way. Cap, it's not baseball. I need someone who's there with a crumpled hat and a racing form in his hand. Just giving me the call.
That's it.
You recall going to Sportsman's, right?
Oh,
Hawthorne.
Absolutely.
I like
do.
a rougher voice. These guys now today, when you watch your horse racing, you and Brett watch your horse racing, listen to those announcers. What do you call them, baseball game?
Right.
2 balls and 2 strikes. No, I want.
Bill
Here he
George
comes.
F. was great.
I want someone rough.
Who was the guy? Dave Johnson, maybe? Down the stretch they come.
Give me a little something. These guys are a little bit too smooth. I want something. I want someone rough in there. Makes me feel like I'm at the race. These guys, here he comes, going around the turn. A Rich Strike. Here he comes. Cap, I need someone rough with a strong voice.
The cocktail in his hand.
Tell me what's going on.
That's
what I want. These guys here, too soft. I don't like it. I want someone rough. See, pardon the expression.
Wow.
We turn down to my prayers, Cap. I'm asking the Pope, the Southsider, as a White Sox fan, number one, Pope, my prayer to you, new ownership for the Chicago White Sox. Make that happen sooner than later. However you got to do that. Whatever you got to do, I ask you to talk to the big guy upstairs, the big Sox fan upstairs. And I want you to, I'm praying for new ownership for my White Sox. It's time, Cap. It's time. When you're in last place and you really have no hope until 2030, it's time, Cap, for a new vision. And so that's my number one prayer to the Pope. Number 2, new stadium. Wherever it's got to be, Cap. Hopefully it's in the Chicago limits. I'd like to have a new stadium. The new Comiskey Park shouldn't have been in Bridgeport. Sorry. It should have been where it's thriving now, Cabrini Green, in that area, Cap, where you get all these high rises and everything else. The White Sox have always been based on walk-up anyway, outside of a few years, right? Imagine in that area, it's a nice day. I don't want to go right home and get on the train. I want to check out the White Sox. Cap, new stadium for the White Sox. New stadium. Hopefully in the Chicagoland area.
I've heard that the Pope has a summer home in Arlington Heights.
Yeah, well, that's a hope. Could you imagine? We will not be secondary to the Bears. Why not, Jerry? Why not? Right on the same complex.
Secondary to the sky, right?
I'm just saying, man. And lastly, Cap, before I take a dirt nap, before they get the meat wagon for me, Cap, and roll me out of the studio, I would like, because it's going to be here, Cap, just so you know. When I'm done, it's going to be here. Won't be at home. It'll be right here at the studio. Oh, God, bam.
And I got to deal with that?
Absolutely. Well, you just move on to the next segment. You'll be fine.
Damn.
Hoodie's out. Rolling on.
We're rolling on Kap and, well, Kap.
Immediately take me out of the name. There won't be the old Kap and J. I mean, if
Welcome back to Kap.
Yes.
Right, ESPN 1000.
It's not even Cap and Company. It's just Kap and Kap.
Yeah, because I'm dead. So Kap, I mean, if I'm look, Kap, it's got to happen here.
Danny, can we get him out?
Yeah, roll me out. Absolutely.
Drag him in the hall.
Hoodie's dead.
We need a gurney.
Hoodie's dead. Roll it on Kap. Let's talk about Cade Horton. Yeah, Hoodie was my partner, great guy, but we're rolling on Cade Horton. so
It's time to go around the National Football League.
roll it on. Hoodie's out. Roll it on. And lastly, Kap, before I'm done, I want to see a World Series championship again for the White Sox.
There you go.
Not just 05. I didn't think I was going to get an 05. So I'm asking the Pope right now off the top, prayers. So I would like for our listeners and our viewers to chime in, 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776. We ask you right now that the Pope is a Chicago guy. He's a South Sider, but we got to get the prayer circle for any prayer that you have. Get in the prayer circle. Something that you want for your favorite sports team. Let's hear it. And then we'll send the tape to the Pope. We'll send it right up there to him. He'll be back. He'll be back in Chicago soon.
Love it.
Yeah,
And by the Pope being a Dalton guy,
Yep.
the hood is definitely with you.
Yeah. That's true. That's true. Want to know where the hood at? It's right here.
Vatican City.
Stand up, Vatican City.
The Holy See.
What up, Rome? What up? 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776, our phone number. Shay, let's open the phone lines. If you have a prayer, a sports prayer for the Pope, we will hear your prayers coming up next. And Kap has his list as well of prayers that he wants, that he will submit to the Pope.
Ready to go. And somebody sent me the class of 1969 in St. Mary's School, Riverdale. And there's Rosemary Piet. Right next to her, Robert Prevost.
There you go.
There he is.
See?
Mary Jean Ray, Joseph Marigold, Mary Jo Michna, Carlo Mulvena, Robert Prevost. Fine-looking young man.
See? So we will hear your prayers. Pope, hear your prayers, your sports prayers. We want to hear your thoughts next on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
Good morning, good morning to you.
Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago.
Hey, it's Chris Black along with my golf buddy Adam Abdallah.
Here's hoping you get selected for Team Black and Abdallah at the 5th annual Grip It and Sip It golf outing.
We are powered by Yingling.
They put the Sip It in Grip It and Sip It.
And what better fuel for a team victory than that?
We're looking forward to a win at Seven Bridges Golf Club on June 11th.
Grip It and Sip It, presented by Yingling Flight.
Mother's Day is almost here, and I've been thinking a lot about all the times my mom went out of her way just to make me happy. Honestly, I've lost count. All of the pickups from practice, help with the homework, the home-cooked meals. My mom is the best. That's why this year I'm returning the favor with the bouquet from the Books Company. And I got you 25% off of your order so you can send some happiness to your moms, too. Books aren't just any flowers. Their flowers are cut fresh from the best farms, so they're bigger, brighter, and last way longer. Some are even grown on the side of a volcano. Wow mom with a bright, happy bouquet, or go for the Books Flower subscription so she can get fresh blooms and major joy on repeat. It's also really easy. I pick my bouquet, delivery date, and done. And with 25% off, why stop with mom? Grab some for your wife, your auntie, and even grandma too. Mother's Day is May 11th, so hurry and order your Books now. Go to Books.com, use promo code Canty to get 25% off. That's BOUQS.com, promo code Canty. Books, promo code Canty.
White Sox fans, we want to reward you with incredible experiences all season long. Enter the Ultimate Fan Sweepstakes for a chance to attend Chicago's hottest summer events. This month's winner will receive 2 tickets to Lollapalooza and Riot Fest, plus 2 Field Pass tickets to the Flow Rida post-game concert presented by Coca-Cola on June 27th at Rate Field. To enter, visit whitesox.com/sweepstakes.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Hey car shoppers, forget tariffs. At hawkauto.com, their prices have remained the same. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Get pre-tariff pricing plus 0% financing or no payments for 90 days. Choose from 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Right now is the best time to buy at hawkauto.com.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing on approved credit.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Mother's Day is this Sunday. There's still time to show the incredible moms in your life how much you love and appreciate them with a thoughtful gift from Pro Flowers. Ordering takes just a few minutes, and Pro Flowers' large selection of modern arrangements at affordable prices are sure to make you look like a gift-giving pro. So visit proflowers.com/sports or use code SPORTS at checkout for $15 off your Mother's Day order. All Pro Flowers orders are backed by our 7-day freshness guarantee, so you can gift easy with Pro Flowers.
Spring is here, hoodie. And it's time to visit IKEA Schaumburg and Bolingbrook for their annual sidewalk sale. Register to join me and Hoodrow for a trip up I-94 for some Chicago versus Milwaukee baseball. And this Saturday, first 200 IKEA family members.
How's that apple? Good?
Good.
It's like a chipmunk. He's storing it in the cheeks so he can get the readout.
We'll have a chance to select a mystery gift card worth up to $500. Save big now at the IKEA annual sidewalk sale. Chamber.
Oh, God.
Hey, it's Will Venable, manager for the Chicago White Sox. You're listening to Kap and J Hood on ESPN Chicago.
Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago.
Good to hear from the beleaguered leader of the Chicago White Sox, Will Venable. Kap and J Hood, weekday morning 7 to 10 here on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Here's hoping that you have a great Friday and a great weekend. The Pope is a Southsider, and we're getting your sports prayers, 312-332-3776. Whatever you want for your favorite team, it's time now that the Pope is a Chicagoan. I'm sure that he will hear your prayers, and he will talk to the big guy about getting it done, Kap. We have to have a prayer circle for everybody. I gave you my prayers. I said, look, I want new ownership. However you got to do that, Kap. However the Pope sees fit to have new ownership. And there's different ways to get that done.
There is.
But I would say that I would like to have that. I would like to have a new stadium for the White Sox at some point, and I'd like to see a World Series championship again in my lifetime before they wheel me out, before it's just the Kap show. Roll it on!
On ESPN 1000.
So that'll be
we go around the National Football League.
Yes. So, Kap, do you have a special something for the prayer circle that you want to tell the Chicago Pope?
Yeah, I want the Bears to go to the Super Bowl. I want to be able to yell, take that, to Green Bay fans and Vikings fans and every other kind of fan in the National Football League. I want to watch my team play and look like the best team in the NFL and be celebrating on the air every week.
How many Super Bowls, my friend? How many would you like from the Pope? Before you're out of here.
Before I take the dirt nap or before I hang the headphones up, which won't happen for a long time, God willing.
It's actually the same.
I was going to say, are we sure that's not the same thing?
It's the same
Pretty
time,
much.
actually.
My wife said that to me. You're going to go broadcast till the day you go. Yeah, that's pretty close.
More than likely, yep.
Yeah. I'd take 4.
Yeah, that's good. Spread them out. We need a little Popovich love.
Yeah.
That's what, like 4 over 10, something like that.
Something like that. That'd be amazing.
So, yeah, sure. Let's do that.
That would be amazing. I'd like 4 Bears titles.
Yeah.
And I need another couple of Cubs titles.
Oh, this guy's asking for 6 championships. You know, there's real problems in the world.
Those aren't my concern.
That's all fair. Hey, since we're having it in the sports realm, Cap, I think you should ask for championships. Absolutely. So you're looking for a Bears run, something that we haven't seen, like a run truly for the championship.
I want like a Michael Jordan-like run for the Bears. Like where everyone's like, I freaking hate them. They always win.
Fair.
That's what I want.
We've never seen that.
Never.
Did get the 85 championship is one thing. You're always kind of in the mix, but you could see that it was trending in the wrong direction. 86 was a really good team, though. 87, 88. You could see he was getting older, aging out, and they were not a true contender anymore. So I would like to have a championship run. So the Pope, we would like to have a minimum 4 championships, Super Bowl championships.
Yeah, like a minimum 4, Pete.
My friend.
My friend.
My friend. Yes. All right. So, again, the Pope, Pope Leo.
What is he?
He's a Sox fan.
I read that he's a Cubs fan.
That's not true.
That's not true. He's not a Cubs fan.
That's not
What
true.
is he?
He's a Sox fan.
What?
They also said on the air that he was from South Holland. That's not true.
Okay.
It's Dalton.
He's from Dalton,
Yes.
and he's a Sox fan,
Yes.
which makes more sense, really, when you think about it, given
That's correct.
where
That's
he
correct.
was. He's
See,
not a Cubs fan.
The reason, I don't know where that came from, but our mother was Northsider.
Okay.
And all that side of the family is a Cubs fan. So maybe they heard that from someone else they may have interviewed, but he was definitely Sox. See him there again, standing on his own 2 feet.
Okay.
He didn't go along with the family.
So-
Because our dad was Cardinals.
What do you think is happening at 35th and Vec now once that came out? What do you think the meetings are like in that building now that you know that the Pope is a Sox fan?
We've got to get him here to throw out the first pitch.
What do you think? You think Boyer's hair is on fire right now? Brooks Boyer over there?
He's loving it.
He's like, he's got about 18 nights dedicated to the Pope.
He's absolutely loving.
Starting tonight.
yeah, tonight against the Marlins, Pope night. So I can see that. 312-332-3776 our phone number.
Little Pope hats
Pope
with the Sox
hat
logo.
night. Little propeller on the top. I can see it, sure. All right, let's get your prayer circle started here. Your sports prayers for the Pope. We go to Justin in Dallas, listening on the ESPN Chicago app. Brother Justin, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. Hope everything is good. If I had one wish for the Pope, I just want him to just, make all our teams more relevant. For us to all be good at one time and at each of our respective seasons, that would be I'm greedy. I want all our teams to win.
That'd be super cool.
Yeah. Hey, and Cap, I just wanted to holler at you real quick. I took issue to something earlier in the week with the topic about the Pirates fan, the whole spitting situation. Listen, Cap, I love you.
It's the spitting situation.
Say it again.
The spitting situation.
Oh, the spitting situation. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah, Cap, it's all love with you all, but if I'm in that situation and I'm there and you let this gentleman spit on you after we handle him, then I'm going to have an issue with you. Because
What do you mean?
I
don't know what that means, after we handle him. What does that mean?
That means that after we take care of the fans, I'm not gonna call you out. I'm not gonna chastise you in front of that fan. But when he's away, then we're gonna have an issue because there's no way in the world that you should ever let that ride. I understand you trying to be professional, but there's a line between being professional and then disrespect.
Okay, well, if somebody comes into your store and they spit on you and you beat them with your belt, you're getting fired. If you're cool with that, good luck.
We're asking for your sports prayers. What is the one Chicago sports prayer that you want the Pope to bless? 312-332-3776, our phone number. And by the way, Rome still burns in Pittsburgh. They fired Derek Shelton, their manager.
I saw that.
Oh, my God, Cap.
That's Sylvie's guy, I think. Isn't he a Southern Illinois guy?
I believe so.
Yeah, I think that's Sylvie's guy. I'm pretty sure they had him on one day.
I just want everyone to know that you may be down on whatever team that you ride with. You might be down on that team. But you know what? You're not a Pirates fan. This is the worst, Cap. The worst PR I've seen in a long time within less than 2 months of the season. Cap.
It's every week they've got something going on. You got an usher beating a fan with a belt. You've got the Clemente logo on the wall, the number.
Yep.
They take it down to sell signage. Oh, shouldn't have done that. And then they apologize and restore it. There was another thing that happened. And now they fire the manager. And it's May 9th.
And the fan falling from that same
That one,
perch.
but there was something else.
Yeah.
Remember, the president had to apologize twice in a week.
Yeah, so I mean that's just crazy. I don't know the latest on the Usher as of late. We know he's suspended, but no other stories. Usher is still suspended, not fired yet apparently, but the Pirates are going through a tough time. So just remember, Cap, you might be down on the fine managers Cubs Craig Counsell. I might be down on the White Sox because of the way the season's going and this era's going. But at least I'm not a Pirates fan.
It was the Bucko Bricks where you put your family name on it.
Yes!
I looked it up.
Yes, that's it, Shay.
Fans shared their outrage after the Bucko Bricks were found at a recycling center.
That's it. That's the thing that we've been searching for.
In suburban Pittsburgh.
Because we talked about it.
Yeah.
I have never seen a team go through such tumult in 2 months as the Pittsburgh Pirates. It's unbelievable. I mean, if I'm on the fan up there, I think that's the station up there, like, I'm talking about this every day. I'm like, what is this?
Right.
What is this? This Pirates thing is a dumpster fire. Every week there's something with them. Incredible.
They really are taking some smoke off the now 6-31 Colorado Rockies.
I mean,
Hoodie, congratulations to White Sox fans. Your record is going to hold true for 1 year.
Pulp. You'll make sure of that now.
Yeah, he's going to damn the Rockies to the worst season in MLB history.
So what is your one Chicago sports wish that you want the Pope to bless? If you're on hold, you will be on the air. We're going to take all of your prayers coming up, your sports prayers. 312-332-3776. That Pope is that Sox fan on the home of the Sox, ESPN 1000.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. The Odds Couple. Host Mike North and Carmen DeFalco. These guys like to bring you the latest numbers, odds, and important stats so you can place your bets with confidence. Hear the show on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. Brought to you by Bet365.
Contractors, landscapers, and homeowners. If you're in the market for tractors, mowers, or RTVs, then Kubota Orange Day is for you. Alta Equipment is teaming up with Kubota for a one-day sales event. Tuesday, May 13th, 9 to 3, plan to be at Alta Equipment in Orland Park. Save big and get hands-on with the machines built to work as hard as you do. Live demos, giveaways, and special financing on exceptional deals. Kubota Orange Days at Alta Equipment off 115th and Wolf Road in Orland Park. Tuesday, May 13th.
Time now for ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute. Brought to you by your Chicagoland BMW centers. From Crane Chicago Business, here's Danny Ecker.
How big was the recent boom of sports collectible sales? Well, the 10 most expensive pieces of sports memorabilia ever have all changed hands since 2022. That's from industry publication Sportico, which reported a new addition to the list when Kobe Bryant's game-worn jersey for his 1996 Lakers debut was sold in an auction last month for $7 million. That was good for the 9th spot on the all-time list. Still far behind the top 3, led by the $24 million paid last summer for Babe Ruth's 1932 called shot jersey, a 1952 Mickey Mantle trading card that sold in 2022 for $12.6 million, and a game-worn Michael Jordan jersey from his final playoffs with the Bulls that was sold shortly after that for $10.1 million. It's all a product of investors flocking to alternative assets during and after the pandemic and inflating the sports collector market. For the Crane Sports Business Minute, I'm Danny Ecker.
Never settle, unless it's in the electrifying BMW i4. Blend the lines of cutting-edge and classic with groundbreaking technology at your fingertips. Experience M-engineered precision while you twist around every turn. After all, electric doesn't have to be static. If you thought EVs couldn't live up to your expectations, then you've never experienced the ultimate electric driving machine. The 100% electric 2025 BMW i4. Visit your Chicagoland BMW centers for exceptional lease and finance offers.
Evan Cohen here. We all know breakfast is an important part of your day. But when you're traveling for work and your hotel doesn't offer any, you're forced to make do with peanuts and an energy bar as you sprint off to your shift. But if you book a room at La Quinta by Wyndham, you can enjoy their free Bright Side breakfast featuring delicious baked goods, fruit, eggs, yogurt, and waffles. They refuse to let you go to work hungry and aim to send you off fueled up. Tonight, La Quinta, tomorrow you shine. Book direct at lq.com.
We expect our information in real time. U.S. Med carries continuous glucose monitors, which provide real-time readings of blood glucose levels. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 500 private insurers. So call 888-665-0696 today for a free insurance and Medicare benefits check as easy as... That's 888-665-0696. That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone, group chat, smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as...
Spring is all about new beginnings, so give yourself a fresh start with a fresh haircut at Great Clips. The skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to create any look you want for less. And with convenient online check-in, you'll save time, too. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Mother's Day is almost here, and if you've been thinking about all the times your mom went out of her way to make you happy, return the favor with a bouquet from the Books Company, and you can get 25% off your order so you can send some happiness. So think about this. Books, they just aren't any flowers. They're flowers that are cut fresh from the best farms, so they're bigger, brighter, and last way longer. Some even grow on the side of a volcano, I keep reading. But hey, think about this. Mom with a bright, happy bouquet, or go to Books flower subscription so that way she gets fresh blooms and major joy on repeat. Mother's Day is May 11th, so hurry. Get your order now to Books. Go to BOUQS.com. Use the promo code CANTY, C-A-N-T-Y, and get 25% off. BOUQS.com, promo code CANTY. Jay Moore.
Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago.
What is he?
He's a Sox fan.
I read that he's a Cubs fan.
That's not true.
That's not true. He's not a Cubs fan. What is he?
He's a Sox fan.
What?
They also said on the air that he was from South Holland. That's not true.
Okay.
It's Dalton.
He's from Dalton,
Yes.
and he's a Sox fan,
Yes.
which makes more sense, really, when you think about it, given
That's correct.
where he
That's
was.
correct.
He's
See,
not a Cubs fan.
The reason, I don't know where that came from, but our mother was a Northsider, and all that side of the family is a Cubs fan. So maybe they heard that from someone else they may have interviewed, but he was definitely Sox. See him there again, standing on his own 2 feet.
Okay.
He didn't go along with the family. Because our dad was Carmen.
That's right, Ray J. We're asking you for your one wish here on the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. We're with you until 10 o'clock. Then it's Clinton and Friends, followed by Carmen and Jurko at 12, Waddle and Silvy at 2:30. White Sox baseball as they take on the Marlins at 6 o'clock. Bleck and Abdallah on their YouTube channel, youtube.com. Look for Bleck and Abdallah. Yeah, we're asking you for your one wish. Your one sports wish that you want the Pope to bless you with, 312-332-3776. I mentioned as a Sox fan because the Pope is a Southsider, my friends. It's the biggest win the Sox have had since 2005. Prayers for new ownership, prayers for a new stadium, and a World Series championship before I am done. I'd like to see that one more time. Let's get your sports wishes in here for the Pope as we go back to the phone lines. Say hello to Lincoln Park. Here's Steve with us here on Kap and J Hood. Steve, good morning.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
We're great, Steve.
We're awesome, man. We got the
All
Pope,
right.
we got the Bears, the White Sox. We're in good shape.
Pope.
Yeah, I went. The Pope's first thing he's got to get done is the Comcast Chisholm deal, so we can watch his teams / our teams on normal TV.
Yes, because when's the last time you saw a game? Or is this on regular cable? Have you seen any of these games? The Blackhawks or the Bulls lately?
Yeah, no, the previous Pope. This guy's got to get it done.
You haven't seen it since the last Pope, before he died.
This guy's got to get it done.
You know what? That's what you need, Cap. You need the new Pope to go to Philadelphia, to Comcast, and broker the deal, right? Yeah, go to Philly.
That'd be amazing.
To broker the deal to get just Chisholm thing taken care of, right?
Excuse me, Mr. Roberts. He's the head of Comcast. Pope Leo is out in the lobby. Oh, send him in.
Oh.
Pope, how are you? His Holiness.
I'm fine, thank you. I'd like to ask you, how come you guys don't have good Italian beef? You got this other sandwiches over here, but I'm an Italian beef
Philly
guy.
Cheesesteak.
Yeah, that sucks. I want to get a good beef.
What brings you to our offices? You just got installed?
Well, I would like to be able to have the a deal for the Blackhawks and the Bulls and the White Sox. Turn them on. That's what I'm saying. Turn it on.
So you'd like us to put CHSN on a cable platform that you could get at the Vatican?
Yeah, right away, please. And thank you. And send a technician out, please, to get on the pole to help that out, please. Thank you. Absolutely.
We'll have someone there tomorrow.
Can you imagine a papal order issued that says all carriers must take Chisholm?
Papal order. He's got the book. You see, spinning the book around. Everybody see it. Papal order. We got to have the cable. Got to have it ready. Okay, here we go. The Pope with the book, moving it around, signing it.
The question from the Twitch chat was, does the Vatican have an antenna?
Yes, absolutely it does.
They've got satellite.
That's exactly right. They have an antenna. Absolutely they do. They also have antenna TV, watching old shows like, Married with Children.
His Holiness, you might want to wrap the sermon.
Yes.
The White Sox first pitch is in 15 minutes.
Oh, all right. Lord, hear our prayer. Let's
Bless
go.
all of you. I got to go.
So long, everybody. From Chicago.
And he pulls off the vestments,
yes.
and puts a Sox hat on.
God almighty. Brett is in Indianapolis listening on the ESPN Chicago app.
Supposed to be at work.
Brett, what's your prayer this morning?
Brett.
My prayer is simple, and yes, I should be at work. I am, thank goodness for hybrid work.
I have a son named Brett, too.
I've heard that. That's awesome. It's a great name, strong name.
It is.
But my ask is that we need all Chicago teams need some help. A rising tide lifts all ships. The Cubs, the Hawks, the Bulls, the Red Stars, the Sky. Everyone needs a little help. Some improvement across the board would be grateful. And the blackout so I can actually watch some baseball here in Indy, please. And then maybe replace communion with deep dish and Malort.
There you go. Never mind about the communion, the cracker. No, Cap, you want to have deep dish pizza and a little Malort. I'll tell you what, if you're trying to get right with upstairs with the Lord, have some Malort.
Oh,
that's horrible. A lot of clarity there. Oof. Remember we had shots here in the studio?
Man,
remember we had Malort here in the studio on our show?
We did.
It's part of our show's history. Malort was a big part of it. And I think I had 2 shots. It just, the problem is, Cap, if I want to taste Mr. Clean, do shots of Mr. Clean, that's what it tasted like.
Ugh.
So, floor cleaner, that's what it tasted like.
Yeah.
Horrible.
Not good. Horrible.
The show's doing well when we're allowed to do shots in the studio.
And he's like, numbers look really good. Do whatever you want.
That's amazing. In Galway, hello, partner. Here's Big C with us here on Kap and J Hood. Big C, good morning.
What's up, boys? How you doing? Good morning.
What's up?
What's up, brother?
Hey, man, we need to all come together. We got to pray. We need the Pope to send one up to the big man upstairs. We need Giannis to say, yes, I want to come to Chicago. We got to pray for Giannis to come. I'm tired of being in NBA hell with the Chicago Bulls. It's time for Giannis to come to Chicago, man. We need to say a prayer. Come on, Cap. Aren't you ordained? Come on, Hail Mary, full of grace. The Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women. Blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for our sinners. Now at the hour of our death. Amen. Let's do it, boys.
Amen.
Go Cubs.
Amen. Go Cubs.
All right, Big C.
If I could ask His
Big
Holiness.
C just get us Giannis?
He might have. His Holiness, please put a thunderbolt into the right arm of Cade Horton, beyond the one that the good Lord has already blessed him with, so that tomorrow he is magnificent against the New York Mets and the Cubs beat the team that we dislike intensely. Thank you.
Well,
amen.
J-Bo, would you like to ask the question that is on Twitch right now?
The Twitch chat wants to know, since the Pope is from the South Side,
yes,
is he GD? Is it?
Cap, go ahead.
Throw it up. Is it?
Seymour just lobbed a live grenade in the studio.
Yeah, he did. I'm not touching.
I'm just trying to service the people. And the people.
Yes.
Yes, okay, Cap. You. Yes, sir.
I would say yes. I would say yes. And I will also say all is well. I believe that is the case.
Wow.
All is well. 312-332-3776 is our phone number. Well, hey, you were right there in the middle of it when you were recruiting, so.
I was.
Yes.
I absolutely was.
Told you the old handshake from Jimmy Collins, the late Jimmy Collins, the UIC coach, when I met him. When I was covering UIC basketball before I was a play-by-play guy. He gave me the handshake of the west side and the south side handshake at the same time. And I go, whoa. He goes, I was just checking to see which side. I'm not on any side. Yeah, I'm on the sports side.
Yeah, I'm good.
What is your one Chicago sports wish? Pitchfork up or down for the Pope? That's the question. We put that on the poll.
Yeah, and I think Evan Coleman's in some trouble, too.
Yeah, we'll get to that. 312-332-3776 our phone number. What is your one Chicago sports wish that you want the Pope to bless? We've got our prayer circle open, and we will continue to take your phone call. Shot or no shot at 8 o'clock on the Kap J Hood Morning Show.
This is your morning routine.
Yeah.
Kap J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago.
Here comes the phone.
The trip up I-94 is a tradition for Northside baseball fans.
And IKEA is giving you the chance to join us for our annual trek to Milwaukee in July.
You can register at the Schaumburg and Bolingbrook IKEA stores during their annual sidewalk sale, starting today.
Hit the road with Kap J Hood. Thanks to IKEA. Get full details at ESPNChicagoContests.com.
You have heard me talk about how businesses are elevating their game in Bolingbrook. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. Bolingbrook remains the most desirable southwest suburban location to start or expand your business. I invite you to learn how welcoming we are to the many businesses who recently have made Bolingbrook their home.
So if you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your business, visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Feel the boom. Schaumburg Boomers Baseball has the bases covered for fun. May 16th through the 18th. Friday night is T-shirt night. The first 1,000 fans receive a Boomers T-shirt. Plus, it's a Friday night fireworks night. Saturday afternoon is a matinee with a 3 p.m. start, thanks to Westside Children's Therapy. Sunday afternoon is Family Day and Bark in the Park. Bring your dog to the ballpark, thanks to Gulf Rose Animal Hospital. Get tickets and more at boomersbaseball.com. And feel the boom.
Hi, I'm Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. And this is our biggest sale ever. Buy a new air conditioner or furnace and get 72 months interest-free financing and up to a $4,000 system rebate. Plus, Four Seasons guarantees to beat any competitor's price by up to $1,000, guaranteed. Call today for your free in-home estimate and same-day installation.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
Our local hospitals are the heartbeat of our communities, delivering critical care every hour of every day for everyone, training the next generation of caregivers. Beyond the walls, their benefit to the community is everywhere, driving the local economy and supporting local organizations, initiatives, and neighbors. Illinois Hospitals, healing communities. Learn more at team-iha.org. Sponsored by the Illinois Health and Hospital Association. Aired in cooperation with the Illinois Broadcasters Association and this station.
Summer is better with True Green, especially at a price this low. For a limited time, get 75% off of your first treatment and enjoy your lawn without overspending. With True Green, you get expert care and a plan tailored to fit your lawn's needs. So it looks like the best while you save big. Let the pros handle the hard work while you enjoy the result. Relax more and keep more money in your pocket. A great lawn has never been this easy or this affordable. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com. Restrictions apply.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 or older, Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Advantage Toyota of River Oaks has all the new Toyota vehicles you've been looking for. If you're not driving home in your new Toyota in less than 60 minutes, they'll make your first car payment. Every new Toyota comes with the Advantage Plus program. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details or visit AdvantageToyotaRiverOaks.com.
Are you ready for the NFL season or what? The schedule release is coming up, so you know what that means. You got to get us an insider, someone that knows how to be able to get you tickets for this upcoming season. That's Vivid Seats. They're seriously legit, and you earn rewards on every purchase. That's basically free football games for the best selection and all the great deals. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in your game days right now. Jay Moore.
Kap and J Hood are back.
I appreciate your show. I'm an Uber driver, and from 7 to 10 every day, I've got you locked in.
Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
It's the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. We're going to take your phone calls. Don't forget, we got Shot No Shot coming up at 8 o'clock. I'd like to remind you that the NFL schedule release coverage on ESPN Chicago is brought to you by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. Jerry. Let's go back to the phone lines to talk to you. 312-332-3776. That's our phone number.
By the way, Portillo's just announced they are opening at the Vatican.
Oh, is it? It's wide open now.
Wide open.
I think Malnati's has got to get there.
Oh, yeah. Rick and Mark are on their way right now.
They got my money at Malnati's. Got it yesterday as my wife came back from Colorado from her business meeting. She goes, you know what? The food in Denver was not great. Let's stop at Malnati's at Midway, 64th. Yeah. You're right over there.
Right there.
Big white building right there. It's awesome.
There you go.
All right. Since we're playing the Casper Slide, let's go back to the south side and say hello to Mo in South Shore with us here on Kap and J Hood. Mo, good morning.
Morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Love the show.
Appreciate you.
Thank you, Mo.
My wish is I wish you guys could stay on the air forever because, I mean, I drive school-age children in the morning, and I'm not even distracted at all. The hot dog show, you had me listening for hours. I mean, you guys do a great job.
We appreciate you, man. Have a great weekend.
Thank you, Mo.
And one other thing, our new Pope, the Illinois Dalton guy, I think he might want to help Tiffany Henyard out a little bit first before he starts working on the sports team.
Oh, God. Are you setting up a prayer for Tiffany Henyard? What is this now?
Prayer for you guys. She's made her own bed.
So to speak, yes.
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 Yeah.
Yeah.
Good one.
Good one, Mo. Good one.
That is the call of the morning. That is unbelievable.
You might want to help out Tiffany Henyard before the Chicago
look, man,
sports.
you never know what you're going to get in this show. I did not expect when I got up this morning we'd hear about Tiffany Henyard.
Yeah, if I gave you a name. Give me a name that's
Oh, my
no
God.
shot. It's coming up. Tiffany Henyard.
That might be the call of the day.
But you know what, Jay Moore? Let's just say it, man. She fine, though. Yeah. It's just not as much as without the power, though.
Definitely can.
Wow.
Something.
Here's one on the road. Here's Antonio with us here on Kap and J Hood. Antonio, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Antonio.
So I'm calling for a ban from Evan Cohen. This morning when they opened up Unsportsmanlike, they were talking about the Pope and how the Pope prefers Chicago pizza over New York pizza. Canty agreed with that, which I understand. He had to. He won the Super Bowl in New York. Michelle agreed with that. I understand. She's from too close to St. Louis to actually, matter on the topic. But Evan came out and said he doesn't even rank Chicago pizza in his top 10. That's a shot. I think he should be banned from the show.
There has to be some type of punishment meted out.
Damn.
I don't think that Evan could come up with another 9. He just said it just to say stuff on the radio.
Right.
To me. Because the idea, Antonio, and we've traveled across this country, the idea that Chicago pizza is not in the top 10 is just nonsense. Absolutely nonsense.
New York pizza is lunch. Chicago pizza is dinner.
Yeah, and the thing I keep telling my New York friends, Antonio, we preach the phone call, is that the reason why Chicago pizza is great is that it's not just one thing. They just think that it's all deep dish, that's it. That's not the case.
Correct.
Tavern style, squares, like we have different types of pizza here in Chicago. So the idea that it's only deep dish, that's the only thing that you can eat, that's not true.
That's correct. You could go to Malnati's and get deep or thin. You could go to Barnaby's and get a really good thin. You could go to Peace. You could go all these different Tortorice, all these different places.
See, the problem is people think that the deep dish is only Chicago pizza, at least the tourists. They don't know about the tavern style and things like that, which that's what I prefer over deep dish, but I do have it sometimes.
Same. Tavern style goes crazy.
Yeah.
Tavern style is my bag, man.
Yeah.
So good. That cracker crust.
I don't eat a lot of pizza, but deep dish is my favorite. But, yeah, there's other great pizzas.
That's okay. That's good. It's good, though.
Yeah.
Yesterday, it was thin crust at Malnati's
there you go.
on Midway. That's where we went yesterday for dinner. We took it home with us. Again, the idea that Chicago only eats deep dish pizza is just nonsense. And to say that Chicago pizza is not in the top 10 is ridiculous. Now, again, I've been in New York. I don't like New York pizza. I don't. It's flat. It's flat.
I feel you. It's okay.
Yeah, it's flat.
All right.
It's not great. I mean, again, in the Northeast, you have a certain palate. That's fine. But the idea that Chicago wouldn't be in the top 10 as far as pizza is just stupid.
Yeah.
I always hate the debate anyway about Chicago versus New York pizza. This is dumb. Yeah, as Kap has always said many times on the show, more times than not, there is no bad pizza.
Correct.
If you want it.
Correct.
I don't know about that. San Francisco pizza is
St. Louis pizza.
It's not good at all. It's bad.
But Oakland, pretty good.
Well, got a nice crust in Oakland.
That's right. So there's that, right? So that's just that debate is just so washed to me. It is. Hey, pizza's pizza. I prefer Malnati's or I prefer Chicago area pizza, but it doesn't mean that I'm always having deep dish all the time.
Correct.
We're better than that. Even they sell Detroit pizza here.
There are some very good Detroit-style pizza.
Yes.
Very good.
Yeah, Jets is pretty good.
Jets is good.
Yeah, I like it.
It is.
So I'd love to hear from Cohen. Give me the other 9. He travels some, but not enough to know every other great place in this country.
The other 9.
Yeah.
No shot.
Yeah, he's not top 10. Go ahead. Yeah, I'm sure 8 places in New York and 2 in Connecticut. I'm sure that'll be his choices.
Correct.
You know,
I've never had the pizza in New Haven. I've actually heard it's good.
Yeah.
Like a white pizza with a white sauce. Is that an Alfredo sauce or I don't know what it is.
What about the Brothers Pizza?
Brother.
Ever had that?
Haven't.
Huh? Well, you should have a Brothers Pizza sometime. Or immediately trying to get to the white pizza.
Shout out to beggars.
Oh, my God.
He's unbelievable.
Shot or no shot. That's in 2 minutes on Chicago's Home for Sports.
Good morning. Good morning to you.
Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago.
Kap and J Hood here with Howard Ankin.
Hey, what's wrong, Kap?
I slipped on the court and I pulled a hammy.
You did a slip and fall?
I know who to call.
He's playing hurt.
Seriously, anyone who experiences a slip and fall injury should call me at 312-6-million. Auto, truck, rideshare, medical mistakes, I'm here to help.
Yeah, but this one was Cap's fault.
I need some new shoes.
I might be able to find a cold pack for you.
Injury Law Made Personal is Howard Ankin, our attorney on the Kap and J Hood Show. Weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000.
Hey guys, it's Silvy for my friends at Window Nation. You've heard me talk about my new windows in the living room, in the kitchen, in my master bedroom, and in the kids' room. Now it's your turn. A chance for a house full of windows at a 60% discount. Plus, you'll get a free entry door. All you have to do is call them at 866-90-NATION or check out everything they have to offer at windownation.com. 866-90-NATION and let them know that Silvy sent you.
If you have ever thought about remodeling your bathroom but were worried it would take too long or cost too much, then stop worrying. Right now, Jacuzzi Bath Remodel has designed a collection of high-quality custom products and perfected the one-day remodeling experience so you can enjoy your new bathroom faster than ever before. It's a worry-free bath remodel from the most trusted brand name in the business, Jacuzzi. A jacuzzi bath system fits in your existing tub space. It's a no-mess installation with an amazing style selection, factory-certified installers, and a limited lifetime warranty. Call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599 right now and get 50% off installations with no interest and no payments for 12 months. Replace that old bathtub today with a walk-in shower for a safer bathing experience. If you have lived in your home for over 15 years, it's time to remodel your bathroom. For a virtual or in-home appointment, call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599. 800-717-4599.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
Checkmate 1-6, land suppression on target.
That's why I see him in my shot.
Shot or no shot with Kap J Hood on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
That's why I see him in my shot.
Good morning and welcome in to the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. With David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood with you. Still to come, we'll hear from Courtney Cronin with the latest on the Bears in the NFL at 8:35. We're asking, what is your one Chicago sports wish that you want the Pope to bless? We'll take your submissions on X on Twitter as we turn now to Shay Norley with the Friday edition of Shot or No Shot. Shay?
Good morning, boys, on a football Friday, right, Hoodie?
Oh, it's a football
How
Friday.
we feeling?
It's a Pope Friday, kid.
Well, we got the picks at 8:18. Don't forget about that. The picks.
Well, no.
Can't wait.
The papal picks?
Yeah,
the pick has been made. The pick is in.
I'm sure he's going to be on that, too, by the way, when we get to football season.
I wonder if he would call in each week and do his football picks.
Oh, that's the hope, right? His football picks. He's got nothing else going on.
Picks of the Pope, brought to you by Lou Malnati.
The papal picks.
Yingling, the oldest brewery in America.
Morning, Pope. How are you? Good, Pope. Absolutely.
Leo.
All right,
Leo.
Leo.
What do you think about the Seahawk-Charger game?
Leo, how are you? You get so comfortable, we don't have to call him Pope anymore. Good, Leo. How are you? Southside Leo, go ahead.
Leo, Giants are 10.5-point dogs at Washington this weekend. Your pick.
I like Washington. I believe Washington will be a pretty good pick for this week. Looking forward to it.
Laying the lumber.
The Commander.
Any other thoughts? Yeah, I have a 3-leg parlay.
Oh, God. I want you to take helm, a couple of novenas and pray for your picks. Okay. Yeah, put some prayer on it, Pope. Thank you very much. David Allen, who's great, who listens every morning, that's on social. He says, I agree that Evan Cohen needs to be punished for his pizza take. Tavern Style is by far the best pizza of Chicagoland. He says, by the way, he needs me to say Vatican with the same A sound as in Cermak, Toll Plaza, Pulaski, and Ashland. So that's how it works.
Vatican.
If people just need to know that A sound, that's why we have Mike North on our staff.
Correct.
I imagine he's got to be saying something with Carmen on that podcast. I'm sure that he's got takes on the new Pope. It's unbelievable. What's his last name? Prevost.
Prevost. Robert Prevost.
What kind of name is Prevost? What kind of nationality are you on the South Side? Know what I mean? I can imagine what that's like. Like he did with Shay when he first met Shay.
What kind of name is
Shay said, hey, he goes, hey, kid, what's your name? Shay Norling. What kind of name is Norling?
What, a Swede?
Oh, my God, we got a Swede. Phone line's open. Light him up.
I can't even. He went on a tangent about some woman that he grew up that was Swedish. That was just beautiful.
Yes. He was 50 at the time when he met her. We turn now to.
Wow.
More than likely at some tavern.
Lifetime Achievement Award winner.
Seriously. I mean, really. I mean, in all ways. In all ways.
He gets that award today, right?
Believe so. All right, we turn now to the White English D of Shay Norling. Shay?
Oh, boy. With rookie minicamp starting today at Alice Hall, we might get a little bit of an answer on one of the questions we've wondered about the offensive line. Will the Bears play Ozzie Trapillo on the left side or the right side? Rookie minicamp starts today, and shot or no shot. If Ozzie Trapillo gets reps on the right side of the offensive line, it will be a sign the Bears are moving Darnell Wright to the left.
No shot. It's a freaking rookie minicamp. These things tell less than your fuck.
Kaplan.
Wait a minute.
I cut it off in the middle.
Cap.
Well, we cut it off too, buddy. Don't worry.
Cap.
Than your freaking mock drafts.
Cap and Dumpy.
Roll it
What's
on,
up, fellas?
Roll it on the J Hood Show. ESPN. Roll it on.
I know it's a little loose in here on a Friday morning, Cap, but Jesus.
I got a quarter of the way in. I went,
Doctor. It's close to the sun. Careful now, pal. I know we get fired up in here, but my God.
Yeah, it won't tell you.
You're effing. Oh, God. Jesus. Hang on, Shay. Roll it on Hood and Norling. Here on ESPN 1000.
It will not tell you anything. Nothing.
Yeah.
It's a necessary nuisance. They go through rookie minicamp. It's not going to be anybody else out there. Colston Loveland isn't even participating.
Well, he's got a shoulder injury. I don't think he's cleared to participate. He has 6-month recovery time after a surgery in January. It's only been 4 months.
Correct. No, it will not matter where Ozzie Trapillo is.
But this shows the significance of the National Football League 24/7, 365, Cap. When that's an actually good question because it keeps the NFL relevant. It keeps the Bears relevant. That's a big question mark. If it's not today, then down the road, Shay, keep that question again. You're going to bring that up again at some point about what's happened with the offensive line.
Oh, just wait till OTAs when we see Darnell Wright getting reps on the left.
Keep it on your back pocket because it's going to come up again.
Because you know who's not going to be healthy for OTAs? Braxton Jones. I think we got to be honest about this. He is dealing with an injury. It's not likely he's healthy at the start of all these OTAs and mini camps and all the offseason stuff. They're going to have to make a decision probably before Braxton Jones is fully healthy, which is why I think this is really interesting.
Okay, no shot for now, Cap, but you know that Shay's going to recycle that question, and our answer might be different.
Correct.
We'll see.
That is correct.
But no shot for now. But we got to keep our eyes on Trapillo. I just know when we talked to Ryan Poles, very high on the young man. 6'8".
6'8", 316.
You know he's still got to fill out.
And you wait. I was just going to say, you wait till about,
right.
I don't know, year 3.
Oh, God.
The guy's 347.
But like 5% body fat.
I don't know about 5%.
Oh, no, no, he's going to be like jacked.
He's going to be huge.
Jacked to the gills.
Huge.
That's amazing. All right, Shay.
All right, a premium third baseman has potentially entered the trade market. Yesterday, amid an injury at first base, the Red Sox asked Rafael Devers to play first base. This came after a lot of tumult, I'll say, in the offseason. Oh. The Red Sox signed Alex Bregman to be their third baseman, and there was a rift where Devers said, I play third base. Red Sox moved him to the DH. He had a big issue with this. They told him they weren't going to play him in the field. Well, now Tristan Casas is hurt, and they want to play Devers at first. Devers has said he's not going to be as flexible this time. He feels like he was misled. They told him they weren't going to put him in the field. Now they're asking him to move a second time. And it sounds like he's a little more than a little disgruntled. With some rumors, he could demand his way out of Boston. Shot or no shot? The Cubs should try to fix third base with Rafael Devers.
Yeah, that's a no shot. He's got $300+ million left. And as I look here, these are what the Red Sox are saying, fans. He is indeed maybe the worst defensive third baseman in all of baseball. Yeah, I'll pass. Thanks.
I don't believe that, do you, Shay? I don't believe that.
He's not good. I don't know that he's the worst defensive third baseman in the league. He's certainly not good. But the thing is, he's an elite bat.
He is.
When he's really at his best, he's an elite bat. And if you're the Cubs, you have nothing at third base. You don't have an elite bat.
Hold on a
you don't
second.
have an elite
Rafael
glove.
Devers led the MLB at his position in errors 7 straight years.
And he's a natural what?
Third baseman.
Yeah, I'm going to pass. Thanks.
Well, okay.
Not like you're getting great glove work at third base right now.
I'm bringing Matt Shaw back. Why am I taking on a guy who's got over $300 million owned, good hitter, to be the... He led the MLB in his position 7 straight years.
Cap, I believe it's $250 million owed for the remainder of the deal.
Well, okay, whatever. I don't want the worst defensive third baseman. Oh, ground ball to third. Oh, booted by Devers, his 16th error of the season.
Yeah, you don't need a butcher there. But again, you'll take that offense for sure. 2 ways to look at it though, from Devers' standpoint. Number one, Cap, when it comes to for Devers, he feels like he shouldn't be all over the diamond. He should be in one position. They had him at DH, and they say, okay, now we might need you at first base because of injury at first base. Mm-hmm. So I get that. The other side of it, though, is that you got a big contract. Man, you should be able to go wherever I say that you need to go. If you're going to be behind the plate, I want you to put on the gear because you have to be a team guy, Cap. It's not about you.
You're correct.
Even though he's got a big contract and a lot of years, it's not about you. So the other side of me says, hey, you're a team guy. So it's a no shot because of the money more so than anything else and the savings that you get by bringing the kid back up. You don't need to put on that kind of – what you need to invest in is starting pitching. You need that for the future. That is for now and the future. Devers, I think that you can still get by with the kid from the minor leagues over at third base.
Yeah, I'm going to play Matt Shaw there.
Matt Shaw.
And if he can't do it, I'll see what I can do to piecemeal over there. I don't want a guy who – I'm looking at his errors. 2018, 24 of them. 2019, 22 of them. 2020, he got better because there was only a 60-game season. 14 of them. Then 22, then 14, then 19. And last year, he led his position with 12 errors. Yeah, I'm going to pass.
Yeah, just sometimes, Shay, it just doesn't work out. It's just a bad relationship between Devers and the Red Sox. He will be dealt. He actually should be dealt. It just probably won't be with the Cubs.
He's a great hitter if he wants to come in as my DH, but I got Seiya there.
They know they screwed this up with Devers, too, when they got Bregman, and they didn't move him to first base early enough, and then they're asking him to DH and take him out of the field entirely, and then they're moving him around again. Whether they lied to him or not, he feels like they lied to him. They know they screwed this up.
Yeah.
The good news for them, I guess, is that Alex Bregman's playing at an MVP level, so they can afford a little bit of loss, but this feels less than ideal for the Red Sox, and one team, whether it's the Cubs or not, is going to take advantage of it.
I agree. Can you squeeze in one more? I know we got around the NFL.
Yeah, Hoodie, I'm officially starting Rockies watch. The Rockies got swept in a 3-game series by the Tigers. Yesterday, the Rockies were swept in a doubleheader against Detroit. They were outscored in the 2 games, 21-3 in their own building. And this White Sox record from a year ago may not stand for very long. The Rockies are currently 6-31. And I want to offer a little context on that. Through the same number of games last year, the White Sox were 9-28, 3 games better. Last year's Sox had a better run differential to this point by 20 runs. The Sox had allowed nearly 30 fewer runs to this same point of the season. The 2024 Sox, to this point, had a better weighted runs created plus, geek stat, that tells you everything you're doing on the offensive side, and a better team wins above replacement. Shot or no shot, the Colorado Rockies will be the worst team in MLB history.
That's a shot. Absolute shot.
That's not what I said in March, because I know my White Sox. I just know, again, looking at that roster, it's not a who's who, it's a who's that. But I'm just telling you, this Rockies outfit, Cap, this is, because we went through it last week. Remember, Shay, we were looking at the lineup like, there's, outside of McMahon, there's very few recognizable names. Like, I can't identify the Rockies at all.
And they're going to trade McMahon.
Who's taking all his money? He's hitting $180.
He's got to start playing better, but if they have their way, he will not be on that team.
Jim Leland's still alive. Maybe Jim Leland goes back to the Rockies.
He is still alive.
He's still alive, yeah.
I believe he's in the
80.
Tigers organization, though.
He turned 80 back in December.
And they just extended Bud Black, by the way. I'm not calling for his firing this morning because that's ridiculous. But what has he got to work with? It's Bud Black. He's got nothing to work with.
Nothing. He's got 0 chance.
Before Bud Black.
Chris Bryant had major surgery yesterday, I think, on his back.
It was on his what?
His back.
Oh. I thought it was on something else.
Got a degenerative disc condition.
I thought it was on something else.
It's sad. It's very sad. And I think you should show tremendous respect for the catastrophic nature of the injury.
Maybe Bryant will have a press conference to talk about how much money he's really making. Maybe he'll do that.
Signed for $182 million.
Wow. Cap, I could be here all day, and you couldn't name the manager before Bud Black, because Black's been in there since 2017.
The Clint Hurdle.
No, it was way before that. Hurdle was 2002 to 2009.
Oh, he was at Pittsburgh after.
Mm-hmm.
2017 was when Black was.
Yeah, before that, the manager before him. That's how long Bud Black's been in the job. It's a former A's shortstop.
Former A's.
Yeah, that's it.
Walt Weiss.
That's it. Walt Weiss. How long ago? That's Walt Weiss, the trusty shortstop. Walt Weiss.
Brutal.
Was in there for 3 years. 283 wins.
Brutal.
For Walt Weiss.
Brutal.
All right, we will go around the NFL. Don't forget Courtney Cronin at 8:35. Kap and J Hood, weekday mornings, 7 to 10.
Kap J Hood. Kap and J Hood, mornings on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Ooh. You need to understand that Carmen does all the work for the show. Why do you think they're having the both of you, Black and Abdallah, fill in for him?
So it's Chris and I hosting the live broadcast at Cubby Bear next Friday from 10 a.m. to 12:40.
And we're pretending to be Carmen?
Big shoes, guys. You do the work, and I'm there for the frivolity and the joie de vivre.
And we do it all, and you're just there?
I'll be enjoying the Yingling. I'll step in if you need me to set you straight on things.
The Carmen and Jurko Show, live from the Cubby Bear for the start of the Crosstown Series next Friday at 10 a.m. right up to pregame at 12:40.
Presented by Yingling and Astound. Please enjoy responsibly.
Oh, nicely done, guys.
You probably heard about speed dating, right? But what if there's something similar to hiring, especially if you're running and growing a business? That's why you have ZipRecruiter. Okay, think about this. You can post your job today and talk to interested qualified candidates tomorrow. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/USL. That's ZipRecruiter.com/USL. Jay Moore.
Hey guys, it's Kap, and let me tell you about the great people over at Automatic Mechanical Services. They've been a trusted name in comfort in Chicagoland for 80 years. You can rely on them for HVAC services for your home or your business. Their highly trained technicians are the best and offer fast, responsive support. Automatic's team is ethical, and it's easy to see why they have been relied upon for so long. That's my team at Automatic Mechanical Services. Visit atomatic.com today.
Here's to sweet summer days together with friends and family in Wisconsin. To discovering magic in every moment.
Hey, Mom, over here.
And to reconnecting through a world filled with wonder.
Wow.
Here's to supper club celebrations and dancing until the sun goes down. Here's to those who Wisconsin. Plan your summer getaway at travelwisconsin.com.
Hey, Chris Candy here. My mom goes out of her way to make me happy, so this year I'm returning the favor with a bouquet from the Books Company. Their flowers are cut fresh from the best farms, so they grow bigger, brighter, and last way longer. It's easy. Pick your bouquet, delivery date, and done. Mother's Day is May 11th, so order your bouquets now. Go to Books.com. Use promo code CANTY for 25% off. That's BOUQS.com, promo code CANTY. Books, promo code CANTY.
All power, zero compromise. Ego cordless outdoor power equipment features advanced lithium battery technology that exceeds the power and performance of gas without the noise, fuss, or fumes. From mowers and trimmers to blowers and pressure washers, one battery powers over 90 tools. No wonder it's the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Power beyond belief. Visit egopowerplus.com to learn more or to find an Ego retailer near you. That's egopowerplus.com.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. If an accident has you sidelined, Postman Law is ready to fight for you. Over $3 billion recovered for their clients, delivering speed, ease, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN now. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please have your attention?
I've just been handed an urgent news story.
Kap and J Hood are back.
Cannonball!
On ESPN Chicago.
Nick Foles sucks. He sucks.
I'm just a fan. I'm not a football evaluator.
I love the Green Bay Packers.
The guy is drunk, but there he goes.
This is not Detroit, man. This is the Super Bowl. I want winners. He starts to come and then he pulls out.
This is a really thickly built guy.
I mean, what's the answer you're looking for on these things here?
It is now time to go around the NFL right here on Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000. Still to come. Courtney Cronin with the latest on the Bears in the NFL. Around the NFL is brought to you by Brandon Mr. Finance. Yes, build wealth with smarter investing. Go to BrandonMrFinance.com.
It was good to see Courtney at the conference yesterday that we spoke at.
Yes.
I was walking by and I saw Annie Agar, and she had put a Instagram post out a few days ago, vacationing all alone. And I saw her and I said, hey, keep doing you. That's awesome. And then Layla Rahimi was in there. She's like, hey, Kap, in the same elevator. I go, oh, hey, congrats to you. Then Courtney pops out from behind. Hey, Kap, how are you and Hoodie? Good. Then Jed Latta pops out. I'm over here, too.
ESPN Milwaukee.
All of our friends.
I met them all yesterday.
Yeah, it was great.
Right before they went on to the stage.
Super cool.
Got a chance to meet all of them.
Super cool.
Also, Brandon Mr. Finance was there as well. Got to see him in his seminar.
Oh, you what?
Oh, yeah.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
He was there. How you doing, y'all? They start doing a commercial, and like, I already know what you do, pal.
That's it.
Thank you for stopping by.
Keep grinding.
We now is that the new slogan for them? Keep grinding?
That's it.
All right. Keep grinding. That's right, Shay. With BrandonMrFinance.com. Here's Shay Norley.
Let's go around the NFL this morning, boys. Aaron Schatz of ESPN offered the biggest roster holes remaining for each of the 32 NFL teams. For the Bears, he said linebacker depth is the biggest need remaining for the Chicago Bears. Obviously, you have T.J. Edwards, Tremaine Edmonds, and Ruben Hippolyte was drafted in the 4th round, but there is not much beyond that. The loss of Jack Sanborn. Do the Bears need another linebacker? I was surprised to see this.
Schatz is wrong. And I like Schatz. Obviously. Clearly, I love Schatz.
You do.
Had some a couple days ago. But Kap, he's wrong. He's wrong. There has to be some kind of analytics or something that he's looking into, Shay, for him to say that. It's glaring that the Bears need to have a little bit more of an upgrade in that defensive line. He feels like Jared and Odebingo is doing just fine as additions, but I still think there's something unproven there about that defensive line. There's a lot more, not negatives, Kap, just question marks on that defensive line.
Well, he does make a good point. Your number 3 linebacker's gone. Jack Sanborn's in Dallas now.
Oh.
And behind Edwards and Edmonds, you have Hippolyte, who most people didn't understand as a draft pick, and then Amen Ogbongbemiga and Noah Sewell, who just haven't really played.
That defensive line.
Well, what is the Dennis Allen defensive scheme, and how much is it going to rely on the linebackers?
Don't you think that Edwards and Edmonds do a fine job? A lot of times, aren't they the leaders in tackling?
Yeah, they are. Especially T.J. Edwards.
Yeah. Don't you think that that's more than serviceable at linebacker?
I do.
Okay, so, I mean, if you're talking about depth, Ogbongbemiga is a special teamer more so than anything else, right?
Yeah. Noah Sewell's just not been good.
We got the wrong
Sewell. He
Sewell.
had an opportunity.
Well, we got the wrong
In
Sewell.
part because he hasn't been good.
Well, he's had 3 guys who are really good in front of him.
Kap.
You don't know.
We just get the wrong Sewell, that's all.
So maybe we can make a swap. We'll send Noah up to Detroit. We'll take Panay back.
That's
yeah,
fair.
they do that in a heartbeat. And Brad Holmes is running to make that trade.
I would disagree. I think that Edmonds and Edwards are fine at linebacker. I just think that you got to worry about your roster depth in the defensive line.
And I don't think it would be as hard to find a linebacker maybe that gets released that you can find after June 1 or in camp. There, you want an opportunity? Who's still out there in free agency? Anybody?
I'll give you an option, not at the linebacker position, but this has been going around league circles and news all day. Yesterday, the Carolina Panthers released edge rusher
hard pass.
Jadeveon Clowney.
Oh, I saw that, yeah.
Pass.
Clowney? Remember when he was
Why
all
would I
world?
want a guy who's going to be on his sixth team in 7 years?
Same thing they did with Yannick Ngakoue.
Yeah.
It's a guy who's cheap.
Pass.
That's what it is.
Pass.
All right. You don't have to get fired up over
I do.
Jadeveon Clowney. Why? He didn't do
Because it's like people that take transfers in college basketball or football, and the guy's on his fourth school, like DJ Ungolulele. There's a reason. They're not all in for what you're doing. They're just a mercenary. Pass.
Which is fine. He's got 5.5 sacks last year, 9.5 2 years ago with the Ravens. He's
So why
been
does nobody
productive.
sign him and keep him more than 1 year?
Because he's not that type of player. This is not like unusual. Yannick Ngakoue has been this kind of player. There are people who are productive but aren't worth a long-term deal. And there are injury concerns with Clowney. There are certain things that kind of preclude him from signing a massive contract anywhere.
I'm not saying
this
massive.
is what Chase Young is going to end up being, a productive guy that just bounces around because everybody's terrified of his knee.
Yeah, I'm going to pass on Clowney. Pass, hard pass.
Von Miller?
I don't think he's healthy anymore.
He's also
old.
1 billion years old.
Yeah.
He's 36. Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jay Moore.
In NFL years. I mean, NFL years are like dog years.
That's old in the NFL.
Well, Jay Moore gave you the actual number. It wasn't 1 billion. He said 30. No, he's 36. He just locked in there with the 36. He just gave you a Carmen and Jurko right there. Well, actually, I don't know. He's 36. So he just gave you a well, actually.
It's a little clarification for the audience.
He can't be 1 billion years old, can he, boys? Could you look that up, boys? He's not 1 billion.
But you know what, though? What's funny about that is Carm, like the door's ajar. Oh, he might be 1 billion. That can't be, though. Look that up, boys. Is he 1 billion? He might, but he just a little bit. 99% of him says no, but there's that 1% with Carm that says, look it up, boys.
Cap, would you sign Zadarius Smith, for example? Another one of these guys that's just bounced around the league but is a productive edge rusher?
You would not.
There are, but I'm just making the point. Jadeveon Clowney, it's not an issue to me that he's been on multiple teams in multiple years because a lot of guys do this. A lot of guys aren't worth the long-term money, and they bounce around the league, but it doesn't mean they aren't productive players or won't help the roster. It just means you're not going to make a long-term commitment.
Yeah, I would have. I mean, hard pass on Clowney. Zadarius Smith has been on how many teams?
Yeah, we just addressed this with Adam in Boston. He asked about both that player and a running back. Was it Williams? We just talked about the other day.
Yeah, Jamal Williams and Zadarius Smith. Yeah,
we just talked to Adam in Boston about this the other day. So it's a hard pass on both.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Talk to Courtney about it coming up.
Rather play my young players.
All right, Shay, go ahead, buddy.
Another Tom Brady story regarding Shedeur Sanders. Tom Brady was texting with Shedeur Sanders during his draft fall, reminding him it doesn't matter where he's picked. Whenever he gets selected, that will be his first day. Make day 2 better. He said, use this slide as motivation. I think this is a really good message from Tom Brady, who experienced a draft slide himself going late in the 6th round. Except it does come from a guy who owns a team that needed a quarterback and 7 times passed on you, and a guy who, according to the mouth of his team's general manager, was involved in the draft process, which to me makes it a little bit of a bad look. You're texting a quarterback nobody is selecting, including you, saying use this as motivation while actively passing on the player.
See? It's that Brady privilege we keep talking about. Anybody else gets slapped on the wrist or, they get fined or it's a big deal, but it's Brady, so it's okay. You can't do that. If it's for someone who didn't win 6-7 rings, it should be for someone that did. The same punishment. Tampering, conversations. He's part of ownership now. He's part of a front office now, Cap. They're breaking all the rules down for Brady. It's amazing. He can still be the number 1 analyst on Fox. He can still talk to players that's on his team. That just wouldn't work anywhere else except for the Raiders and Brady. It's not right. It should be across the board and fair for everybody. But it's not, because it's Brady. It's what it is. He just laid it out.
There you go. Shake.
And lastly, Tyrod Taylor has issued a message of support to the new Jets quarterback, Justin Fields. He said he's been a backup in the league. He understands his role is to help the team win, whether that's on the field or off the field, and his primary job is to be here and support Justin Fields.
Brother.
Well, that's
super
how it
cool.
works. That's how we do it.
Super cool.
That's right. Because Tyrod knows where he is in life, Cap, and all he's going to say is, you know what, brother, just keep on trucking. Justin, you're going to be okay. Because I know I'm going to be in week 5.
Or keep grinding.
Yes, which Keep
grinding, kid.
Yeah.
Grind it out, baby.
Cap. Tyrod Taylor knows he'll be in week 6. He already knows.
Tyrod, get loose.
Yeah,
this guy won't throw the ball over the middle of the field.
They'll see enough of it, and that'll be all. So, of course, he's going to give him support. Going out there, brother, do what you got to do, because I'm taking your job soon. We know you can't last the whole season. Take that, Colt.
Yeah, we're going to find out.
I think you know how the movie ends. Nothing against Justin, because he had full autonomy of the job with the Steelers. Tomlinson, take it. Go ahead. And
4-2. Yeah, we're making a change.
Can you throw it more than 20 yards? Nope. All right, you're out. Russ, get in there. That's what happened. Even Fields said, I messed it up. So you can't blame the Bears for that.
Correct.
Weird. All right, coming up, we'll hear from Courtney Cronin with the latest on the Chicago Bears in the NFL. Let's ask some of the questions from around the NFL to Courtney. That's coming up next. Let's do that. Right here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
It's Kap and J Hood on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN 1000. Watch the show on Twitch.
If you could just go ahead and make sure you do that from now on, that would be great. Okay?
Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago.
White Sox baseball. White Sox baseball. White Sox baseball. ESPN Chicago.
White Sox and Marlins.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6 on the home of the White Sox, ESPN Chicago.
Let me tell you about the great people at Apt, A-B-T, apt.com. Apt's your number one destination for the home, and they have the best selection of Weber grills and accessories, like the new Searwood pellet grill. Features a temperature range from 180 to 600 degrees Fahrenheit. Imagine using that on Mother's Day to have a nice little barbecue. That means low and slow smoking, high heat searing, rotisserie roasting, even griddling on a Weber griddle insert, all on the same grill. Get the Weber Searwood grill today and rethink what's possible on a pellet grill. For free in-home delivery, professional installation, complete satisfaction. Shop where I shop. At Apt, A-B-T, apt.com. Pleasing people since 1936. Jay Moore.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois.
Madison is open for business, and that includes you. Looking to shop local, supporting small businesses, help communities grow and thrive. At the Village of Madison, they're building more than just businesses. They're building futures. Just minutes from Chicago, Madison offers unbeatable accessibility, a talented workforce, and a community eager to support local entrepreneurs. Shop small, but make a big difference. For more information, visit villageofmadison.org. Madison, where business breathes new life.
The 125th season of White Sox baseball. The 20-year anniversary of the 2005 World Series champs.
White Sox winner and a world champion.
And a year of rebirth under new manager Will Venable. The fans will follow the Sox as they get back in the AL Central mix. And they will do it all on the White Sox radio network on ESPN Chicago. Tell your story to some of the most passionate fans in baseball. Consider advertising here. Send an email to whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com. That's whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com.
Progressive knows when you're on your boat, you're already on vacation. And Vacation You forgets all your worries. Vacation You doesn't even keep track of time and knows that time is a meaningless construct designed to control us, man. But Regular You knows you don't want to be too far out in the water after the sun goes down because Vacation You doesn't know how to navigate in the dark yet. Vacation You and Regular You really need to get on the same page. So bundle your boat with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
For over 8 years, QC Kinetics has been the nation's leader in non-surgical joint pain relief with over 50,000 satisfied patients. If you're suffering from knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain, or hip pain, imagine living pain-free again. No more discomfort holding you back from the things you love. Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle here, and what's truly remarkable about QC Kinetics is their use of regenerative cell therapy. This cutting-edge treatment restores the tissues in your joints using biologic growth factors, natural healing agents strategically placed to repair and rejuvenate damaged tissue. The best part? There are no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. This is a non-invasive, natural option that gives your joints new life without the risks of traditional treatments. Imagine enjoying your favorite activities this summer like golf, tennis, or pickleball without being slowed down by joint pain. The consultation is free, so don't wait. Call QC Kinetics today at 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955 and learn how their innovative treatments can help you live a pain-free life.
Joe's Live in Rosemont, the place to be for live music. See Pecos in the Rooftops on Saturday, May 17th. Bone Thugs and Harmony on Friday, June 20th. And just announced Billy Bob Thornton and the Boxmasters on September 16th. Tickets are selling fast. Get them now at joesliverosemont.com.
Capital One. That's what Kap J Hood is brought to you by Capital One, the Saver card. With Saver, you can earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining, entertainment, and at grocery stores. That's unlimited cash back on ordering takeout from home or unlimited cash back on tickets to concerts and games. What's in your wallet? It's Capital One. Terms and conditions apply. See CapitalOne.com for details. Jay Moore.
Welcome back to Kap and J Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Keep your beak out of this.
Courtney Cronin, National Chicago Bears reporter for ESPN.
You have to temper expectations if you are a Bears fan, just given everything that this team had to kind of undo.
Breaking down the Bears and the latest NFL storylines.
Foles was given the flexibility and the freedom to take this thing down to the ground floor, down to the studs, to be able to build it back up.
Courtney Cronin with Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000, Chicago's Home for Sports.
Courtney Cronin is brought to you by Costa Ivoni. Injured? Call 708-4million. For the people of Chicago, because they are Chicago. Costa Ivoni, your local personal injury lawyers.
England, the oldest brewery in America.
Courtney Jones is here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show. Good morning, Courtney. How are you?
I'm great, guys. How you doing?
We're doing awesome. It was great to see you yesterday at the
You too.
conference. I'm walking by and I get by the elevator to say something to Annie Hager, and then there's Courtney, then there's Jen Latta, and there's Layla. It was great to see you guys, and you did a wonderful job on your panel.
I saw them as well.
Yep.
I saw them as well. And the reason why I have to mention I saw them as well is because I shook everyone's hand, and then Courtney and I have a weird handshake, apparently.
Yeah, apparently. I felt like my caucasity kind of showed out in that moment. Where
Why did you do that, Courtney? Why did you do that?
I don't know. I just couldn't help it. I got so excited that I had to see you in person, even though I hadn't seen you in like 6 days, that I didn't know how to act. I'm sorry.
It's some kind of cross-handed thing that you did there. I think it was a gang thing. I really do. I think it was a weird gang thing you did with me, and I felt very uncomfortable.
You know, that's how I'm going to welcome the Pope back to Chicago when he comes here to do some sort of visit. I'm going to go up to him and give him our handshake.
In terms of, what do you have there? What do you have?
I have a question
Yes.
for Courtney. We were discussing linebacker, and with Jack Sanborn jumping in Matt Eberflus's van and driving down to Dallas with him.
What?
Who is the third linebacker for the Bears? Ruben Hippolyte expected to start as a rookie?
Well, remember, Noah Sewell's still on this roster. Another fourth-round pick from a couple years ago. Injuries all throughout the offseason last year, but because he was a fourth-round pick, they obviously kept him on the roster. But I think as far as position battles to watch in OTAs, minicamp, and then training camp, third linebacker isn't always the sexiest spot because we know how often they're a nickel. But that's probably one of the, probably one that's flying under the radar more. And you have 2 fourth-round picks there that have to prove their worth about where they've been drafted. I'd probably give the edge right now to Noah Sewell just based on the experience, but I would also believe that you draft Ruben Hippolyte with a 4th-round pick, that's putting Noah Sewell on notice, that this is probably his last go-around if he can't stick on the roster. But, if you look at the roster for rookie minicamp today, most of it is rookie, tryout guys, not just, the UDFAs and the players that they brought in for draft picks. But there are a considerable number of linebackers that I'm sure will be in the mix here, a lot of DBs on this roster. And, it'll be a chance to see where some of those guys stick. I mean, Carl Jones, I know they like him in the building. He's going to be at rookie camp this weekend. He falls under that first-year player category, so I'd throw his name in the mix there too.
Shay, let's talk about what Aaron Schatz had, because what was the category that he was writing about?
It was the biggest roster hole for all 32 NFL teams. He said linebacker depth is the biggest roster hole for the Bears.
Courtney, that's where it started around the NFL. I don't agree with that. When you look at Edwards and Edmonds, I think that they're fine at linebacker, but I still question the depth on the defensive line. Not saying it's negative. It's just it's unproven that Austin Booker in a rotation could be that guy, or if they still think they see value in Dominique Robinson, Billings coming back from the injury, Zach Pickens. So question marks more so than answers, I think, at defensive line.
Yeah, I think there's the safety depth, too, is a much bigger issue by and large than linebacker depth. I'd go edge, probably safety, and then I think it's always fair until it's proven to say offensive line depth. But that's, I think, for every team. You're going to be looking at that, saying that that's a spot where if you're starting 5, great. But then what do the Bears have beyond that? That's still the jury's out. But, yeah, I was a little surprised to see that in his story, because you've got Dio Dangbo starting opposite, at least right now, projected to start opposite Montez Sweat. Is that proven? I mean, high ceiling, young player, not a whole ton of starting experience. If he takes off, great. Then you hit on a free agent that you paid a lot of money to. You paid starter money to. But beyond that, Daniel Hardy, Austin Booker. I mean, we know what Dominique Robinson is at this point. So I think that's a much more concerning, place where they lack depth right now. And, they signed 2 UDFAs yesterday with among the 10 that they're bringing in for rookie camp at edge. So it's a good place to watch today, on top of how Ben Johnson runs his first practice that we're going to get a chance to see, where people shine the most. I mean, and obviously they're not in pads for a while, so it's very, very, very difficult to tell if anybody's standing out at edge. But it's a numbers game at this point, and they're going to have to, they've found 2 more for the 90-man roster, so we'll see if those guys end up sticking.
Okay, so the power rankings come out, and there's all this outrage on social media. The Bears are 21st. They should be way higher than that. My take on it is you got to earn that. You're 5-12. You were going through a rebuild. Yeah, I think you've really done a nice job this offseason. But until they prove it, isn't 21st fair?
It's a little low. I'd probably put them at somewhere in between 16 and 20. I don't know which power rankings you're referring to, if that's ESPN's or one
I
of
believe it was
others.
ESPN's.
It's yours.
Yeah, we vote on those. Obviously, it's a collection of votes you're getting from a lot of different people. It's not like one person setting their power ranking. So I don't know how everybody else voted. I'm with you on that, Cap, because you can sell off-season hope, and we won the off-season, and the Bears did all these great things from free agency to the draft, but then again, I'm pretty sure they were top 15 last year when the power rankings came out before training camp. I don't remember what they were at this time of the year. Okay. And obviously we saw how that failed them, or they failed their own expectations, or the expectations that were set from the outside. So,
okay, here's the teams ahead of them. Miami, Dallas, Atlanta, Pittsburgh, Seattle, San Francisco, Denver. That's 14 through 20.
I mean, to me, that's people chalking up with San Francisco that it was an injury-riddled season last year, that they're going to be better. Obviously, Brock Purdy is a better quarterback than some of the other quarterbacks in the teams that you mentioned. Little surprised to see Seattle as high as they are. Atlanta, clearly people feel good about what they did in the draft, but coupled with Michael Penix Jr., I think a lot of this has to do still with the unproven nature of Caleb Williams. Yes, they did a lot of things around him, this offseason, and that's great. But until he shows he can do something with the pieces they've put around him, that the pass protection's it's going to do its job, and he's going to be able to do his job within the confines of that, I think people look at that and say the jury's still out to see whether this Bears team is worth a higher spot in those power rankings.
More with Courtney right around the corner. What is going on with Aaron Rodgers, and a lot of hype already around Shedeur Sanders on Kap and J Hood.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news local and golf news from around the world. Hosts Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tomorrow, 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Mother's Day is almost here, and I've been thinking a lot about all the times my mom went out of her way just to make me happy. Honestly, I've lost count. All of the pickups from practice, help with the homework, the home-cooked meals. My mom is the best. That's why this year I'm returning the favor with the bouquet from the Books Company. And I got you 25% off of your order so you can send some happiness to your moms, too. Books aren't just any flowers. Their flowers are cut fresh from the best farms, so they're bigger, brighter, and last way longer. Some are even grown on the side of a volcano. Wow mom with a bright, happy bouquet, or go for the Books flower subscription so she can get fresh blooms and major joy on repeat. It's also really easy. I picked my bouquet, delivery date, and done. And with 25% off, why stop with mom? Grab some for your wife, your auntie, and even grandma too. Mother's Day is May 11th, so hurry and order your Books now. Go to Books.com, use promo code Canty to get 25% off. That's BOUQS.com, promo code Canty. Books, promo code Canty.
Feel the boom. Schaumburg Boomers Baseball has the bases covered for fun. May 16th through the 18th. Friday night is T-shirt night. The first 1,000 fans receive a Boomers T-shirt. Plus, it's a Friday night fireworks night. Saturday afternoon is a matinee with a 3 p.m. start, thanks to Westside Children's Therapy. Sunday afternoon is Family Day and Bark in the Park. Bring your dog to the ballpark, thanks to Gulf Rose Animal Hospital. Get tickets and more at boomersbaseball.com. And feel the boom.
Turn your backyard into a summer oasis. Hi, I'm Bob. At American Sail, we're known for having the largest selection of pools, patio sets, hot tubs, and grills. And right now, during our spring and summer sale, you can save up to 50% and get 5 years special financing or 10% cash back. Plus, free delivery and our lowest price guarantee. See store for details. And don't forget, we're your barbecue headquarters with all the best grill brands under one roof. So come in and see us or visit us online. American Sail, bring the fun home.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN. Are you ready for the NFL season? The schedule release is coming, and we know the best place to get your tickets this year. My friends at Vivid Seats. They're seriously legit, and you earn rewards on every purchase. That's basically free football games. When that schedule hits, don't wait around. For the best selection and all the great deals, head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in your game days now.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yuengling Hotline.
Yuengling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yuengling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
Hey, Chicago, it's your guy Cap. From houses to hospitals, nobody does HVAC better than Automatic Mechanical Services. They've been trusted throughout Chicagoland since 1945. It's easy to see why their motto is, we make people comfortable. Furnaces, hydronic snow melt systems, chilled water cooling, you name it, Automatic can do it. Best part, they treat you right from the first quote to the final tune-up. Trust the name I recommend. That is Automatic Mechanical Services. Visit automatic.com. That's automatic.com.
La Quinta. Yes, when you're on a business trip, you know what goes completely off the rails, your workout routine, especially when you book a hotel that doesn't have a gym. You know what ends up happening? You do a few push-ups and sit-ups in your room, you run around the block, or you just skip it entirely. That's lame. But if you stay at La Quinta by Wyndham, you'll discover there's a fully equipped fitness center at every location. So tonight, La Quinta, tomorrow you shine. Book direct at lq.com, Jay Moore.
If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Kap and J Hood are back on Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Courtney Cronin
is with us here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show here on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. We should mention, was it Shot or No Shot, Shay, about Jadeveon Clowney?
That was around the NFL.
Around the NFL, talking about
Carolina released him yesterday.
Yeah, so the release of Clowney, and Kap, you're asking the question, like, why has he been hopscotching around this league? He wouldn't fit for the Bears, clearly. Right?
Yeah, when I see a guy on 6 teams in 7 years, if he's any good, why would I want to bring that guy in, this vagabond?
Yep.
No, I'll pass.
What do you think, Courtney? Because it's a name that, remember when he came out of college, really a hot name, but he's been all over the league.
Yeah, he was the number 1 overall pick in 2014. That feels like forever ago.
Yeah.
Honestly, the last couple of years for him, I think he's done that strategically, Kap. And I know it sounds weird to, like, do the whole bet on yourself 1-year deal and having to keep doing these 1-year deals. But he signed a multi-year deal, if I'm not mistaken, with Carolina. He just got released. He spent 1 season there. They what they do in free agency and the draft to find his replacement, I get that. I think if you're the Bears, that falls into the same sort of bucket as the Darius Smith or any other edge rusher, Matthew Judon. I know Hoodie and I talked about that name last week. That's one that, as it gets closer to training camp, if you don't feel comfortable with what you've seen from the group that you have right now, which is something I know Ben Johnson or Poles talked about it with the running back group with you guys last week. I think they view that with the positions that they still have that have needs, edge rusher, defensive line being one of them, as the same sort of approach. Get the current guys with the coaching staff, see what they have, see what the body types are, see if the off-season conditioning program of adding weight, especially for some of these guys along the defensive line, is where it needs to be, and then think about bringing somebody in. But if it's for a 1-year rental, more or less, you have a guy who's very clearly okay on shorter-term contracts, I don't think it's a bad thing at all. He's 32, I want to say, 33, and I think the Darius Smith 32 as well. That's a fine age to feel comfortable giving somebody a 1 or 2 year deal.
Would you rather have Clowney or Judon?
I mean, they liked Matthew Judon last year, but that was also Eberflus and how he saw him fit. They're about the same age.
Yeah, 32 for Clowney.
Yeah, Clowney had 5.5 sacks last year, 14 games played. I think the production's pretty similar. I think it would just honestly depend based on 3-4, 4-3, what the majority of them have played in, and what Dennis Allen thinks as far as who's a better fit there. But really, the production between the two is pretty similar. I think based on what the team, they were really heavily in on Matthew Judon before he ended up going to Atlanta, so it's probably where they try to go back.
Yeah, Clowney turned 32 in February. Judon turns 33 in August.
Yeah, similar.
Very similar. In terms of, we talked the other day with you, and I asked you about Tyson Bagent, and I don't believe he's allowed now to be at the rookie minicamp. I think Austin Reed will be there, and they're bringing in a kid from, I think, Elon College or Elon University, whatever it's called, for a camp arm. Have you heard anything more about, since this is the last year of Tyson's deal, what their thoughts are?
No, in the last week, no, there is no new news on that. And I'm not surprised. I think that that's not something that is an immediate concern on May 9th. Could it be in a couple of weeks as we get towards, when they really start picking up with OTAs? I believe those start in 2 weeks from now, the May 20th through 22nd, first set of OTAs. When you get a chance to see and talk to Tyson, I'm very curious to see where his mind is on this, because I'm not sure this was ever something that he projected or was able to project. I'm going to be with one team for the first 3 years of my career, and that's where I could potentially see myself extending for however long they want to keep him around. But it's very clear he's the number 2 quarterback on this roster. The team feels that way. He sees himself that way. And eventually, if you want to keep somebody like that around, you've got to pay them what they're due. Backup quarterbacks make good money in this league. And the stability that someone like that has provided you since 2022 is that's not a small thing. But I would imagine in the coming weeks that becomes more of a talking point just as we get into the thick of the off-season program.
Courtney, I want to get your thoughts on Shedeur Sanders. There's a big piece on ESPN.com about now he's here, he's arrived, he's in a black T-shirt and he's working out, and I just want to get your thoughts on what does this quarterback situation look like? I'm looking at this depth chart. I have it open every morning. And there's 4 quarterbacks along with Deshaun Watson on it. And we know Deshaun's not available. But Joe Flacco, Kenny Pickett, Dylan Gabriel, and now Shedeur Sanders. So, there's going to be a lot of attention. I wonder, will the media attention and scrutiny kind of push Shedeur Sanders into being able to play more, like maybe start at some point this upcoming season?
Well, if, Flacco's 40-41, Kenny Pickett came there via a trade, I don't think it's the hardest thing to picture Shedeur Sanders starting at some point. He's a better quarterback prospect in the NFL than Dylan Gabriel, so that's one person he should be able to beat out at some point, even though Gabriel was drafted in the 3rd round. And, it feels like he's doing everything right. I find it kind of annoying that we're looking at a 5th-round pick and giving this guy that much attention because it really doesn't warrant it, but he seems to be dealing with it just fine. Now, he's going to every school in the Cleveland metro area, it seems, to talk to students and finding any sort of grass hill he can in the area to run up and down and then video it and put himself on social media doing it. So whether the hard work that is being shown is also happening equally as hard behind the scenes, you'll start to feel that, if that's true, during the real part of the offseason that matters, training camp, when everybody's trying to fight for jobs. And I imagine the coverage is going to be as high as it is now. It's weird for a rookie quarterback who does not project to be the starter. There's going to be a huge buzz around him simply because of the draft stuff and the narrative around him that he fell for reasons outside of football. But I think Cleveland might be the best option for him. When he got drafted and you think, okay, well, they used a 3rd-round draft pick on a quarterback. They had passed over him 6 times before they came back to him. But then you look at the depth chart. Deshaun's not walking through that door anytime soon because of the re-rupturing his Achilles. Joe Flacco got them to a playoff game 2 years ago, but, he's a backup quarterback at this point of his career. Shedeur's trajectory going forward, I feel like Cleveland might be the best spot for him by the end of this season to actually cement himself as a starter versus other quarterback rooms where he'd probably have to fight for it a little bit more.
Courtney, have a wonderful weekend. It was great to see you yesterday, and we'll talk soon.
You too. I'll see you guys soon. Take care.
Thank you, Courtney. There she is, Courtney Cronin on the Yingling Hotline.
Yingling, the oldest brewery in America.
Courtney Cronin was brought to you by Costa Ivoni. Injured in a car crash or at work? Call Costa Ivoni, your local injury lawyers. They live here. They work here. They fight for their people. Costa Ivoni. Call 708-4-million.
No, he was not in the cave. That was a WGCI echo on that. That's what he just did there. Wow. Yeah, you're not in the cave when you did that. No. That's a great sound from Jay Moore telling us about Courtney Cronin. Coming up next, a new Cub will be donning the uniform, we hear. And we got a source that is going to confirm that for us. That's next. Wow. In 2 minutes on Kap and J Hood.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
It's the Kap and J Hood Show here with Howard Ankin. Howard, remember back in the day when upper deck tickets were cheap?
You mean the cheap seats? Oh, sure. You're at the game, but you don't really experience the game.
Yeah, no bueno. If you've been injured, get the help you need and experience injury law made personal yourself only at Ankin Law.
Auto, truck, ride shares, work injuries, and medical mistakes. If you've been injured, call Howard.
I'm here to help. Call 312-6-million.
Howard Ankin is our go-to lawyer on the Kap and J Hood Show, weekday morning, 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that
may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Good morning, Chicago, and welcome into the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. With Hall of Famer David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood with you, we've got Shay, we've got Jay Moore, we've got you here on this Friday. We're hoping that you have a great weekend. Watch our show and all the shows on YouTube, youtube.com. Look for ESPN Chicago. And like, share, and subscribe what we do on YouTube as well as on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. Still to come, we give you the Friday folder. Things that we missed through the week, and we'll give that to you coming up at 9:30 right here on your home for the Bears and the White Sox, ESPN 1000. It was, the story was broken, actually, not necessarily online, but from my partner, David Kaplan, who was able to find out that possibly, maybe, Cade Horton could be in a Cubs uniform and pitching. What's the latest on that story that you were talking about with Cade Horton?
So I heard a couple of days ago it's going to happen. He's going to be there. Mm-hmm. And I was trying to nail it down. I was talking to my friend Michael Cerami from Bleacher Nation. He's like, I'm hearing the same thing, kid. Oh, yeah. Hearing the same thing. Jed went dark. Can't get a hold of him. Can't get a hold of anybody over there. And as soon as they go dark, I'm like, it's happening. Yep. Done deal. And then I checked in with the great Tommy Birch from the Des Moines Register.
Of course,
who covers the Iowa Cubs. He said, let me make a few calls. I'll get back to you. Mm-hmm. He was hearing the same thing. And then one source called me back and said, he's on his way to New York.
Wow.
Let's go.
So you worked the sources, and Cade Horton, the hard-throwing kid, will be part of the Chicago Cubs.
That's correct. So the question is, how many pitches does he throw? He's never thrown over 80 in a game this year. Mm-hmm. I think 79's his high. Yep. So what I'm thinking they do is they get him 75 pitches, get him as long as he pitches well. Mark Pryor came up May 22nd, 2002. So 23 years, almost to the day. Mm-hmm. And he ended up making 19 starts that year. I think he was 6-6. And the next year was that fateful 2003 season, but he was an all-star. He was outstanding. So they're going to give him every chance to stick here. Every chance. And you'll get Imanaga back. Like, if he goes out and pitches well and you're like, all right, we're good, he can take a spot. And then you got Tyone there. And you got Ben Brown. And you've got Colin Ray. And you're like, oh, we got Cade Horton. We're in good shape. Then you go out and add another pitcher. And, boy, a weakness becomes a strength.
Yes.
But he's got to pitch well. Just go out and earn it, kid.
So the reason why that he could stick, Cap, is because not just because he's out there pitching on Saturday. It looks like that's going to be the place on national TV on Fox.
Yeah, with Adam Amin and A.J. Persinski. I can't wait to watch.
So it's the game of the week. Mm-hmm. But it's against the Mets. That's why it matters. That's a good baseball team. And that's all you're facing lately is a good baseball team until you start taking on the Marlins and the White Sox of the world. But my point is, though, Cap, is that when you are taking on a strong offensive team like the Mets, and if he can be able to get a quality start out of that outing, first time around, yeah, you definitely have to think that he could stick for a while.
Let me ask you a question. Would you start Chris Flexen tomorrow as an opener. And then he doesn't have to face the top of the Met lineup with Soto and all those guys in the first inning. Maybe Flexen gives you 2 innings, and then you go to Cade Horton, or do you just hand him the ball and go get him, kid?
No, you don't have to baby him. You've been talking about him for a while now as being the guy. Okay, well then, here you go. Here you go. Citi Field, a primetime game. Let's go. And I kind of think, Cap, that he could have the advantage. It's going to go one way or the other. It's not going to be in the middle. He's either going to get shelled, or he's going to be able to really be able to fool the Mets because it's the first time they're seeing him. Second, third time around, it'll probably be hard for them as well because they had never seen Cade Horton before, live pitching. So he gets the ball.
Well,
I imagine he'll be on a 2-trip limit through the lineup and like a 65-ish pitch count, which is fine.
Here's the Met lineup that they ran out Wednesday. They were off yesterday like the Cubs. Lindor leads off.
Tough.
Soto hits second. Alonso hits third. Nemo hits fourth. I mean, that's a pretty significant first 4.
Yeah.
So that's my thought. I wonder if they will go and just say, hey, you can go. I think it's 75 pitches is his limit.
Yeah.
But it's going to be a heck of a ball game, man, to watch, to sit there and see how he does. And tonight you've got Jamison Tyone on the bump against Clay Holmes. So, and he's 4-1 with a 295. That dude can throw.
Jed Hoyer was circling when was asked about Cade Horton a couple days ago. He was circling around possibly Horton being part of the team.
Yeah, I think we haven't even met yet with our doctors about showed us. I think we'll get a sense of time frame and prognosis, and then we'll sit down, with Craig and the coaching staff, and we'll get a sense of how we want to proceed. Obviously, Cade's an option. He's one of several options, and we'll talk through the right way to go forward.
Cap, you have to throw the baby in with the bathwater. And so the young kid takes on Frankie Lindor, but then Soto's second. Like, hey, man, I'm sure he didn't think at some point he'd be taking on Soto. But you know what? He's human, Soto. And so is Horton. Go at it. See what you can do. Because he's needed right now, Cap. You could piecemeal with Flexen. You could, but I think you want to know. You actually want to know if he's any good.
Yeah,
you actually want to know.
What do we have here?
Yep.
So, great challenge. And there are people that believe, I'm talking about baseball people, that believe it is a better situation to start on the road in New York than to come home with the circus that is Wrigley Field.
Yes.
So, it'll be a lot of fun. And if he pitches reasonably well, then I would think he'd start in 5 days against the Marlins in Chicago.
Is the start for the Cubs as good or better than you thought? Based on everything that you've seen. Winning series, lost the last series against San Francisco, but just, beating the hell out of the Brewers, Pittsburgh, who was a doormat in the National League, losing 2 out of 3 against Philadelphia, beating the Dodgers, splitting with actually winning 2 out of 3 against the Diamondbacks. What do you think of the season so far? I think it's
about where I thought they would be. I didn't think they'd lose their top 2 starting pitchers to injury.
Yeah.
But record-wise, it's about where I thought they would be. It is. It is. I looked at them and went, okay, that's the best team in the division. I was not all in on the Brewers. I don't think they're very good. The Reds, I don't think, have enough. I just think it's the Cubs' division to win.
Yep.
They're 3 in front, even though they just dropped a series, and they've lost some pitching. Dansby's starting to hit better. So, let's go.
Yeah.
You just got to stay, for me, just play solid baseball until the trading windows start to open up where teams are willing to move guys. And then it's on management. That's it.
It's one of the top teams in the National League. All of a sudden, the Cardinals are getting hot. They've won their last 5. So now they're 3 out, and the Brewers are also 3 out as well. They're both 19-19, the Brewers and the Cardinals today.
That is correct.
So, I mean, here's what there's some things that have surprised me. And to me, Cap, that is the essence of sports. It's one thing for you to watch your favorite team, but it's another thing to be able to see your favorite team do things that you're not expecting. Like the bottom of the lineup is as productive as I've seen in a long time. The bottom of the lineup, you're getting stuff from Kelly that you did not expect at the catcher position. To the point where you got two guys, Kelly and Amaya, that can hit the baseball. That's good. They have two catchers that can hit well. From there, you're able to get the job done offensively without a third baseman for now. But here's Bush, and here's Dansby hitting the ball well. Pete Crow is not just a Chicago star. He's becoming a national star. People are saying, like, who's that kid out there in center field that goes and gets him? The Chicago Cubs, here's something else that's surprising, that the Cubs are leading the National League in stolen bases, baseball in stolen bases. I can understand Pete Crow, but they're running at will.
They're running at will. I mean, and that is a Craig Counsell thing. And we have some fun with him, and I was mad at him when he what was the game that I got ticked off at him with? Brad Thielbar back out there.
Well, there's several.
Yeah.
There's the Dodgers. You had a problem in that series. That was in Tokyo. You had a problem also, I believe, in the Diamondback series.
Might have been. Yeah, it was. He had struck out Suarez, and then you brought him back out. That's the one that I got hacked off with him.
Yes.
But all kidding aside, he's a really good, accomplished baseball guy.
He is.
And his team plays hard for him.
Mm-hmm.
They do. They absolutely play hard.
Swiping bases is something that went away from the game for a long time, and now it's come back. Because this whole thing of home run or nothing is not baseball. When we criticize basketball, the NBA, for being three-point shots and nothing else, there's more of an in-between game. The in-between game is doubles and stolen bases. And, you know, when you're a fan, you're engaged, Cap, when you see your guys going from first to third, you know, and a medium fly ball that drops in there. You like action, right? It's baseball. You like action on the base paths. And the Cubs are providing that. I give them a lot of credit for being able to, again, take the extra base, stealing bases, playing good defense up the middle. You like that. You have some parts here that tells me that if you continue to go in this direction, that you win the division and make some noise.
They have a chance.
Yeah.
And again, that will come down to management going out and making really astute acquisitions and then those players performing. They can. I've always said to you, coaches don't diagram baskets. They diagram plays.
Correct.
Players make baskets. GMs can go out and make the greatest trade where we can all come in here and go, oh, my God, they did what? Yeah. That's awesome. And the guy hits 227 and strikes out at an alarming rate. And you're like, he sucks. What happened?
Yeah.
That's it. You make the right move, follow the analytics, and then they got to play. It's on the players. It's a player sport.
When we talked about the Cubs coming into the season, I said, Kyle Tucker, man, that's a star. Top 10 player, top 5 player. I said, that's the guy. And I wondered who else would be able to pick up the slack. Because I said, well, if he's replacing what used to be the star around here, then that's great. But who else would be able to come through? And the answer so far is Seiya, and it's Ian Happ, and Dansby Swanson as of late, and Nico Horner, and Michael Bush, and Carson Kelly. So
PCA.
All these guys are stepping up. All these guys are stepping up.
They are.
I mean, if Tucker's the leader, if he's a Pied Piper, everyone else is stepping up behind him. And so that's, to me, you can be able to not overlook your starting pitching, but understand that the offense is picking up the slack for the deficiencies you have in the starting rotation as far as star power. Imanaga will be back, but how about Boyd and Ray and Ben Brown? And now, Cade Horton. Go see what you got.
That's it. Is it more? I asked this question yesterday on YouTube. Is it more exciting, as exciting as when Mark Pryor made his debut 23 years ago? It's right there with it.
Should be. Should be, yeah.
Right there with it. Super cool.
All right, 312-332-3776 is our telephone number. This hour of the Kap and J Hood Show is brought to you by the Village of Bolingbrook.
BeBolingbrook.com.
The best place for you to elevate your future of your business.
We got to get into this Belichick news this morning.
Yeah, that's
Save it for the Friday folder, please.
Yep.
Oh, man.
It is installed.
Yeah, 9:30.
It better be installed right at the number one pick in the draft.
Yeah, he's so that'll be the lead for our Friday folder. There's pretty detailed information going on in the Belichick camp. Coming up next, we'll get to your phone calls, 312-332-3776. And also, Draymond Green speaks out. We talk about that next on Kap and J Hood.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on ESPN Chicago.
The trip up I-94 is a tradition for Northside baseball fans.
And IKEA is giving you the chance to join us for our annual trek to Milwaukee in July.
You can register at the Schaumburg and Bolingbrook IKEA stores during their annual sidewalk sale. On now through May 26th.
Hit the road with Kap and J Hood. Thanks to IKEA. Get full details at ESPNChicagoContests.com.
Illinois born, nation strong. That's Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois. Sharing the same communities with their members for nearly 90 years. And while they'll always be your one local and trusted healthcare partner, their national network of products and innovations continues to ensure access to the highest quality, affordable care. Because wherever your journey leads, Blue Cross will make sure you always feel right at home. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois. Through it all.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply and app only.
Hi, it's Peggy Kaczynski. You've heard me talk about how the village of Bolingbrook continues to rank as one of the most livable communities in Illinois. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. With excellent schools, beautiful parks, and a wide range of shopping and dining options, I invite you to come and experience the warmth and friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself.
If you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your family, visit BeBolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Hey guys, it's Silvy for Window Nation. It's May and the temperatures are rising. Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows, plus no money down, no interest, and no monthly payment until 2027. That's a whole lot of savings and a super smart investment when prices are going up. Their windows also come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future. Hurry, sale ends soon. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
With Progressive's collision coverage, my family gets up to $1,000 for vet bills if I'm injured in a car accident. And that makes this Chihuahua really feel like part of the family. What's that? I don't sound like a Chihuahua? Oh, I'm sorry. What exactly am I supposed to sound like? I guess all Chihuahuas are high-strung, riding around in expensive designer purses. Actually, I prefer riding in cars. So I appreciate that my family protects me with Progressive's pet collision coverage. Okay, maybe I am a little high-strung. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and is subject to policy terms.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Spring is here, and it's time to visit IKEA Schaumburg and Bolingbrook for their annual sidewalk sale. Register to join me and Kap for a trip up to I-94 for some Chicago versus Milwaukee baseball. And this Saturday, the first 200 IKEA family members will have a chance to select a mystery gift card worth up to $500. Save big now at the IKEA annual sidewalk sale. Jay Moore.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood. Follow the show on Instagram at The Catman and at IGJHood. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
It's the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. With you till 10 o'clock, then it's Clinton and Friends at 10, followed by Carmen and Jurko at 12. Waddle Silvy at 2:30. White Sox against the Marlins at 6 o'clock. Black and Abdallah on the YouTube channel, youtube.com. Look for Black and Abdallah right there. So we'll get to your phone calls coming up, 312-332-3776. We get the Friday folder coming up. I saw Draymond Green make a comment after the Warriors lost to the Timberwolves 117-93. And so, obviously, Cap, staying up late watching the NHL and the NBA playoffs. Draymond Green expressed frustration over a quote-unquote an agenda against him. The agenda to continue to make me look like I'm an angry black man is crazy. I'm sick of it. It's ridiculous. Okay. Cap, Draymond Green has had 5 technical fouls in the playoffs. The playoffs kind of just started, did it not?
They did.
He has 5 technical fouls in the playoffs.
2 more, and he's suspended.
Cap, let me just say something. First of all, for Draymond Green, we know that he's a very talented player. We've seen this over the years. Mm-hmm. But, Cap, the idea that there's an agenda against him is wrong.
Correct.
It's wrong. You know why it's wrong? Because I've got 2 good eyes to see my HD TV in the hood cave.
Correct.
And I'm watching a guy that has a question about a call, and then he continues on and on and on and on to the point where the referee says, that's enough, Draymond. He continues to go on and bitch about some just first quarter call, and he gets teed up. That's not an agenda, Draymond. That's you out of control. We know this from coaches. We know this from players. Sometimes, Cap, as you well know, you've been around them for a long time. Sometimes in the heat of battle, you just lose it. You don't know where you are. Yeah. And someone after the game has to remind you, hey, did you see what you did during the game? No, what do you mean?
This guy right here.
Out of your mind.
I told you that. We lost 93-58 or whatever it was, and I chased an official off the floor. Yeah. You cost us that game. And he's looking at me like, are you an idiot? You lost by 40.
Yes. You don't realize it in the time, at the moment.
You just see red.
That's what Draymond Green does. Draymond Green has to understand that this is 2025 and not 1988. These fouls at the echo of the whistle is no good. You can't do that.
No.
And the idea that
he's one of these guys, a little extra shot.
He doesn't have to, though.
Exactly.
He's such a high IQ player, Cap, where he can run the break, he can knock down threes, he's a good defensive player, but he always has to do something extra. Why? Why do you have to do that? It's not an agenda against you when you're doing this crap over and over again. And on top of this, it's not you being the angry black man. You know what it is? Is that you lose control. You black out because you think that the referees are against you when you know that you're causing these fouls or causing damage. At this time, today, he should be the biggest leader on the floor, bigger than Jimmy Butler, bigger than Buddy Hield, better than Kuminga, Kevin Looney.
Yeah, with Steph out?
With Steph out, you have to be the guy because you've been there the longest.
Correct.
So you are a warrior, right? Steve Kerr wants you off the team. If he could have, we talk about the Pope's wishes, right? Hey, Pope, I got a wish to get Draymond traded off of this team so I don't have to worry about this jackaloon costing us games because he can't stay on the floor. He's got a technical foul. He's got to play it with an edge. That would be Steve Kerr talking to the Pope. But Draymond has to understand that he's the guy. He's not an angry black man. No. You know what happens? You lose control because you think every call's against you. But then you bitch about it over and over again where the officials have to tee you up. He gets
leave them no choice.
He gets a lot of rope. You know, he still gets a lot of rope in this league. Dude, it's one call. You want me to rescind it? And nothing I can do about it.
There are multiple African-American sports writers who are firing on Draymond this morning. Stop with this. We're not painting you with that narrative. You've earned it. Lavelle Neal and other guys.
It's just, he says he's sick of it. He's tired of, saying it's ridiculous. No, it's ridiculous when you can't lead.
That's fact.
Everybody's not equipped to lead. I understand it because that's what makes a team. But you cannot keep bitching about calls all the time. You never fouled anybody, ever? You have gray in your beard, Draymond. That's how old that you are in this league. Mm-hmm. So where is the idea that you can actually be a leader on the team, be a little sage, give some advice to younger players? He might be great behind the scenes when he's not punching a teammate. But the point is, though, on the floor, he's got to be better than this, and he never will be. I can't do the topic of, will Draymond Green ever be able to grow up? They're like, it's never going to happen.
Well, let me ask you a question. If you were running a team and you felt like you're close, I'm not talking about the Bulls. We're close, man. God, like the Pistons. You're the Pistons, and you're ready to take another step, and Draymond was available. Would you take him?
For the Bulls?
No. You were a team that was close, like Detroit. Detroit lost to the Knicks, but Detroit They won 40-some games. They're ready to take the next step. Well, we can get this veteran leader in here. Would you bring Draymond in? I would not.
I would not.
And I used to say I would.
Yeah, I would not.
He's worn out his welcome.
I mean, for a veteran player, for him to be acting like this now, he's not 21, Cap, or like a wild Bronco, like
How
a
old
kid.
is he now? He's got to be 33, 34.
Seen that gray beard he's got? He's like, yeah.
Because he was in the draft when Tibbs was the coach here.
Yeah. So that's just unfortunate. But I saw what he was saying. He was going off in the locker room about, like, dude.
35.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's the thing. All right, 312-332-3776 is our telephone number. Let's go back to the phone lines. Mark in South Bend on Kap and J Hood. Mark, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Cap. Good morning, Hoodie. Great news about Pope being from Chicago and kind of growing up as a Chicago sports fan. That's wonderful. The discussion you had in the last segment over an hour ago about the Rockies are 3 games behind last year's White Sox pace that they could lose 130, 135 to Rockies if they don't turn their pace around. But this year's White Sox are only a half a game better than they were last year. They're now 10-28, and like you said earlier, they were only 9-28 a year ago. They're a half game better. And Luis Robert is probably going to be traded at the deadline, the best player. And the Sox could lose 122 or more games this year also.
Look, the White Sox are terrible. The Rockies are, I think, going to lose like 124 games, 125 games.
It's pretty bad, yeah.
They're brutal.
Yeah.
Sox are not good, but I do think they have much better manager, and they compete. They try. They're just not very good. So I don't think it's close, to be honest with you.
Wind tunnel, Mark. All right, man. We appreciate your telephone call. Sauk Village here. Darren with us here on Kap and J Hood. Darren, good morning.
Hey, good morning, fellas. How are you guys?
We're well, thank you.
Good. I just wanted to comment on that Draymond Green thing. Like, what he's talking about is complete BS. I'm offended as a black man. And we keep giving him a pass. Like, we always talking about Draymond Green has such high IQ. If he had such a high IQ, why do he keep putting his team in the positions that he does? People with high IQ learn from their mistakes. He has never learned from his mistakes. He continued to do the same thing over and over again because we keep allowing it and we keep justifying what he's doing. We need to stop doing that. Same thing with Jimmy Butler with his antics when he wants to get away from a team. Oh, Jimmy's so great. He's so great. But when he want to get away from a team, he acts like a fool, and then another team come and picks him up. It makes no sense to me.
Well, this actually is 2 different conversations, Darren.
It is. I'm sorry.
No. But let's break it down.
Fair enough.
No. But there's 2 different conversations. Here are the 2 conversations. On the one hand, you say, well, Draymond's not a high IQ player. All I can go by is what people tell me in the league and on that team about how special he is defensively. All the awards and all the accolades are there. Steve Kerr says, he's played for 15 years. He's never seen a defensive player like Draymond Green that he's coached. So from a basketball IQ standpoint, that's one thing. But the other side, Darren, is when you are going off on officials and you're putting your team in peril, that's a problem. So for as talented as Draymond Green is, he could play all 5 positions if you asked him to, right? He could run the break. He can rebound. He can defend. He can do all those things. But the other side of it is, as demonstrative as he is, that's a problem. So the basketball side, definitely high IQ. The other side is a detriment at times for the team.
Yeah, and I'm sure, and I appreciate your call, man. Have a great weekend, a great Mother's Day. I got to think that they've tried to work with him multiple times over these many years with a therapist or with a sports psychologist. Like, dude, you got to keep your emotions in. I'm not telling you he shouldn't play with an edge. Dennis Rodman played with an edge.
That's right.
But, my God.
Well, I just don't get the refusal to take accountability for who he is. Because it's okay to just say, this is the kind of guy I am. But when you put the blame on the media for creating a character, you're the guy that choked Rudy Gobert. You're the guy that punched Yusuf Nurkic. You're the guy that kicked Steven Adams in the nads twice. You're the guy that punched out Jordan Poole at practice. You're the guy that elbowed Naz Reid yesterday. And you've gotten away with all of it. You're still an NBA All-Star. You're still a 4-time champion. You've made over $200 million in your career. What are you talking about?
Is he going to the Hall of Fame?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's a great player.
He's also got his number retired in college. Like, he's a great player, but stop the whole, the media makes me into something I'm not routine. Yeah. No, you've done this.
Stop doing the media is painting me with the angry black man and there's an agenda. No, there's no agenda. The agenda you have is that you continue to play and undercut players and think like everyone's against you. So like he did have time away where he thought he might quit. And he said to Adam Silver, somebody in the front office said, you probably shouldn't quit the league. But remember, there was a span of time last year he wasn't playing.
Correct.
Because he deserved to be away from the game. But he hasn't learned anything. This is who he is. He's never going to change, man. And that's too bad because he will go into the Hall of Fame. I've talked to people around the league, Cap, about Draymond Green, including people in that building with the Warriors. And they talk about, like, his work ethic is second to none. That he's a great player. He doesn't do all that crap at in the facility all the time. He doesn't do that.
His rep is first guy in, last guy to leave, watches film, lifts weights, like takes care of himself. He just loses his mind on the court.
But yes, he is going to the Hall of Fame. Because you know what? Because the numbers don't lie. Those
so
rebounding
how many
numbers
go from those championship teams? Curry, Clay, Durant, Draymond. Mm-hmm. Who else? Kerr, obviously.
Kerr again. Yeah, Kerr's going in.
Is Iguodala going in? Did he already go in? He's got his number retired there, right?
Iguodala Hall of Fame.
He's Finals MVP.
Yeah.
And it's the Basketball Hall of Fame. This is an open door. If we're talking about potentially DeMar DeRozan as a Hall of Famer, I got news. Andre Iguodala's getting in.
He'll be on the watch list.
Andre Iguodala is not in.
Yeah, he'll be on the watch list.
He's not even eligible till 2027.
But he's got his number retired by a team. He's a Finals MVP. I have a feeling he's getting in.
Seeing all the people that you just named, yeah, he'll probably be at the back of the room.
Hold on, I got to look at his stats. Andre Iguodala, Hall of Fame.
Sure, it's the Basketball Hall of Fame. It's a public toilet. Everyone sits in it.
Great point on Twitch.
You know what his career average is scoring? 11. Are you out of your mind?
Yeah, guess who else has a career scoring average of 11 and is in the Basketball Hall of Fame?
Who, the greatest rebounder of all time, Dennis Rodman?
No, Tony Kukoc.
Damn. Tony Kukoc is because of his work in Europe.
Internationally.
I understand that, but it's the Basketball Hall of Fame, man.
Yeah, he's not getting in.
But you know what? Iguodala, he played for 19 years.
He did. Played a long time.
People forget he played with Allen Iverson.
And he was
the other AI, remember?
I do recall
Finals
that, yes.
MVP and a retired number by a team. He's getting in. You don't have to like it, but it's the Basketball Hall of Fame. He's getting in.
Iguodala played with Moses Malone. I remember it very well. And Andrew Toney. You recall this, right, Ken? Yes. His numbers are similar to, listen, these are not Hall of Famers, but they're Hall of the Very Good, would you say? Rasheed Wallace, Antoine Jameson, Dale Davis, P.J. Brown, Charles Oakley, Melo, Sam Perkins, A.C. Green, Cliff Robinson, Paul Millsap.
He's not getting in.
I'm just telling you. He'll be in there.
That Finals MVP gets him in the door.
Yep. Springfield, Illinois' own Andre Iguodala. Friday Folder next on Kap and J Hood.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. Did you miss Carmen and Jurko? Don't do without. Get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by Woodford Reserve.
Mother's Day is almost here, and I've been thinking a lot about all the times my mom went out of her way just to make me happy. Honestly, I've lost count. All of the pickups from practice, help with the homework, the home-cooked meals. My mom is the best. That's why this year I'm returning the favor with the bouquet from the Books Company. And I got you 25% off of your order so you can send some happiness to your moms, too. Books aren't just any flowers. Their flowers are cut fresh from the best farms, so they're bigger, brighter, and last way longer. Some are even grown on the side of a volcano. Wow mom with a bright, happy bouquet, or go for the Books Flower subscription so she can get fresh blooms and and major joy on repeat. It's also really easy. I pick my bouquet, delivery date, and done. And with 25% off, why stop with mom? Grab some for your wife, your auntie, and even grandma too. Mother's Day is May 11th, so hurry and order your books now. Go to Books.com, use promo code CANTY to get 25% off. That's BOUQS.com, promo code CANTY. Books, promo code CANTY.
Tired of losing in the stock market? Isn't there a better way to secure your retirement? Good news, there is. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, founder of Mitch Lyons Wealth and featured expert in the retirement deception. This documentary pulls back the covers on strategies Wall Street doesn't want you to know about. It's a $29 value, but it's free when you call us today at 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. Or go to MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
This PGA Tour moment is brought to you by True Green.
In the 2000 PGA Championship, Tiger Woods was going for his third major in a year. Tiger found himself in a shot-for-shot birdie-for-birdie fight with Bob May. Tied after 72, they headed to a 3-hole playoff where Tiger hit a 20-foot putt for birdie on 16. He quickly walked toward it, pointing at the hole as it dropped in. Tiger went on to win by 1.
True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
Make lunch, dinner, or game day easy with Lou Malnati's Chicago's legendary deep dish. Fresh salads, appetizers, pizza, pasta, and desserts. Lou's has something for everyone. And now, here's the latest dish and the hottest collab. Lou Malnati's has teamed up with Frank's Red Hot to bring you the Buffalo Chicken Pizza. It's a limited-time deep dish or thin crust. Drizzle with bold, spicy flavor that brings the heat in every bite. Order the Buffalo now at LouMalnati's.com or on the Lou's app. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Kap and J Hood are back on Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
Because it's Friday.
It's time for the Friday Folder.
And you ain't got to do.
On the Kap and J Hood Show.
Time for the Friday Folder here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show, brought to you by.
That'd be Lou Malnati's, and it is a Friday. Hoodie made it a Pizza Thursday, but Friday, Black and Abdallah, our friends, like to call it Pizza Friday. Try the Buffalo Chicken Pizza. It is a collab between Lou Malnati's and Frank's Red Hot. Available in thin crust or deep dish. PizzaLouMalnati's.com.
We'll find out about the weekend forecast with Tracy Butler momentarily, but first the Friday Folder with Shay Norling. Shay?
All right, we're going to start with the Bill Belichick story that is breaking this morning. Thank you to Pablo Torre, the Pablo Torre Finds Out podcast. According to him, in a reporting on the podcast, Jordan Hudson has been banned from North Carolina's football facilities after the university administrators grew weary of her distractions. Torre did not stop there. He shared insight from a, quote, Belichick family source, saying Bill Belichick's family is extraordinarily concerned about what has transpired. One Belichick family source told me there is deep worry for how detrimental Jordan can be for not just North Carolina, but Bill's legacy, reputation, everything he has built and worked for over decades. In fact, the family has been digging into Jordan Hudson as well.
Kap?
I don't believe it. I don't believe it. They may say, hey, we got to dial this down. I'll guarantee you that she's not banned from the facility. Guarantee it. Well, there's no way they're going to do that to him.
One thing I can guarantee is that Bill's had such a great time that she's got access to a lot of things around that North Carolina campus. I think it's all about the relationship. I think he's happier than he has been in a long time. You seen her? I think he's happy that way.
Yeah. There is no way they would do that to him.
I don't know, man. This feels like a culmination of a lot of things.
Yes.
Even before the CBS Sunday Morning interview, we had reports out of North Carolina that administrators were growing concerned with her presence in the program and that they were speaking gently to Belichick about the impact her being around was having on their public perception and that they were trying to, like, wean this back. Then the CBS Sunday Morning thing happens. It's an explosive story for a week where none of the topic is North Carolina football. It's why is Belichick in a Navy jersey? Why does he not have the agency to answer his own questions in an interview? What is going on here?
That's why I think he's going to get professional help in there that will monitor, and when they do an interview, there will be a representative of the university with him. They're going to make sure that all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed, but I'll guarantee you she's not banned.
Jay Moore?
You can't take the man's vitamins away.
Yes.
Exactly.
The whole thing of her being around the school as much as possible is because he sprung. You've been around those friends. People haven't been around for a while. They always seem grumpy when you have lunch or dinner with them. All of a sudden, he walks into the diner and he's happy. Hey, Bill, what's going on with you? Seems like you're a little bit more of a spring in your step. Yeah.
I'm off the retention plan.
See my girlfriend? Oh, what a release.
Do you buy that his family is digging into her, which I don't even know what that means?
Excuse me?
What family?
But that his family is concerned and that Pablo Torre is a Belichick family source?
I don't believe that either. I'm sure they want to know everything's okay, everything's good. I guarantee you that they will have professional help around him. They will make sure, hey, we've got to go do this PR thing, or you got to do this press. He'll have somebody there with him, but there is zero chance that she's banned. Guaranteed.
Okay. All I can tell you is, like, for someone who's always been private, where you couldn't get any information out of it, this whole thing where it's wide open for Belichick, it's so different than we saw with the Patriots.
That's why he needs help.
Yeah.
He needs a pro to walk in there.
Yeah. All right, Jay.
The audacity of one Abdul Carter, who has finally selected his jersey number for the New York Football Giants, settling on number 51, after asking first for Lawrence Taylor's 56, and when he couldn't get LT's number, he went to Phil Simms' number 11.
Oh, my God. What is going on? My God. And by the way, did you know Abdul Carter worked for Odyssey? I didn't know that.
I didn't either.
Go ahead. Wow. Oh, wow. So the audacity of Carter. It's like, oh, okay.
Next story.
I didn't know.
Did you see what Phil Simms said about Abdul Carter wearing 11? I thought it was
imagine.
interesting. Phil Simms said he was cool with it. Wear it and build your own legacy. He said he loved the idea of 11 coming down and Abdul Carter wearing it. He wore it at Penn State. Could be the next great player for the Giants. Go ahead. Phil Simms then came out a couple days later and said his family told him no shot.
Yeah.
He's wearing your 11.
Because you know why? Because Abdul Carter should be able to establish his own legacy with his own number. Why take someone else that was great and put it on your back?
Well, he's saying,
no.
Phil was saying, he wore 11 at Penn State, so I'm cool with it.
Nah.
But I'm sure he came home and his wife and his grandkids and his kids said, what?
This is Chris Simms' fault.
Yes.
Abdul Carter's wearing 51 because Chris Simms says, no, Dad, you can't give up 11.
Yes.
I'm sure Mrs. Simms had something to say with it, too.
I think the foul-mouthed, unbuttoned Chris Simms had a lot to say about it. His son, I'm sure. He's like, you earned that. Blood, sweat, and tears to have your number retired. You're just going to give it to
you
a
want a
player?
championship here?
No, absolutely not.
Yeah.
Create your own legacy. I don't want you coming in here wearing Zetterman's jersey, saying, like, I'm going to do it the way Zetterman. No, you create your own legacy.
I would never.
Right? Create your own legacy. All right, Shay.
Kendrick Lamar, Hoodie continues to win at four-dimensional chess. Drake sued his own label, United Music Group, for defamation after Kendrick performed Not Like Us at the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. United Music Group is now asking for the case to be thrown out because a big part of this was Kendrick calling Drake, quote, pedophile at the Super Bowl.
Oh, boy.
Kendrick Lamar, of course, never said that word in the performance.
He did not.
The crowd did. So Kendrick's safe there. Drake himself also signed a petition years ago criticizing prosecutors for using rap lyrics as criminal evidence because lyrics are hyperbole and not literal fact. His own label has come out and said Drake was right then and Drake is wrong now in his unsuccessful rap battle against Kendrick Lamar. His own label.
Just taking L's everywhere, man.
Put his foot in it, for real.
Any more. Taking L's everywhere.
Sometimes you just got to own up to it, man. He lost. And just leave it at that and keep it moving.
Kendrick never said anything about him being a pedophile. Everybody, including the leader of the free world, was at the Super Bowl, said, A minor, A minor. I mean, he was there. Was he not there, Cap?
He was.
The leader of the free world, singing A minor. This is the part I love, A minor. That's what happened. Shay, man.
So much I
Drake,
want to say that I'm going to just leave
You know,
alone.
what did I say wrong?
Nothing.
That's what, but he was there.
I love Drake, man. He just need to move on, man.
That's
Straight
it.
up.
Hoodie, no easy way to segue into this, but former White Sox and world champion with the Detroit Tigers, Chet Lemon, passed away.
Yep.
Well, we look forward to seeing Lee Phillips up here tomorrow night. Long drive. Look out. Lemon way back. Makes the catch of the warning try. Holy cow. Did he give that ball a ride?
This ball is a towering fly ball now. Well, he got it all. And Lemon, boy, you got all the room in the world. You can just run. And now Lemon's got plenty of room. He's got this ball easy.
I didn't know White had that kind of power. He hit that ball 440 feet away.
He might not either. He probably want to test that ball.
Zooming around, here's Hal McRae hitting 256. 3 homers, 10 RBIs. Line drive into right center, same old McRae. Here he's trying for second, a good throw, get him. Oh, that second base, a great tag by Pryor, who tagged him from behind. A single and a great assist by Chet Lemon.
How about that? Chet Lemon passing away, Cap. One of the all-time. I was 7 or 8 when he was in his prime, but great with the Tigers and great with the White Sox. Chet Lemon passing away.
Yeah, very sad. And Chet was, as you just heard, a really, really good player. Just his health had really failed him in the last few years. He was unable to speak. He'd had multiple strokes, and his wife said he just passed away sitting in his recliner.
Yeah. Okay. Do you know why we add S's to a lot of stuff in Chicago?
Yeah, like Soldiers Field.
Yes.
Yeah.
Harry Carey's a big part of that, right? So you remember this lady had her own talk show on CBS 2?
Yeah, Lee Phillip Bell.
Yeah. What does Harry say?
Well, we look forward to seeing Lee Phillips up here tomorrow night.
See?
She was on CBS, right?
Cap.
Channel 2.
See, this is why we add S's around it. The Jewels.
Yeah, Jewels.
It's unbelievable.
Soldiers Field.
There's Harry with his foul staff, and of course that was Harry Carey and Jimmy Pearsall. That's the group. Those are the two I grew up with as a White Sox fan. I look forward to Lee Phillips. What? Lee Phillip?
Well, we look forward to seeing Lee Phillips up here tomorrow night.
Wow.
Tracy Butlers will be with us coming up next with the forecast about what's happening in Chicago. Kap and J Hood weekday mornings, 7 to 10.
This is your morning routine.
Yeah.
Kap and J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago.
Well, we look forward to seeing Lee Phillips.
The NFL schedule will be released Wednesday, May 14th. Coverage on ESPN Chicago is brought to you by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana.
Spring is here. So many great things you do with the kids as things warm up. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking the next step for your future. A vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago because experience really does matter. Especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Hey, parents throughout Chicagoland, if you're like me and only want the best and safest option for your kids, you've got to go check out my guys at FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41. FenceWorks is the premier spot for playgrounds, fencing, trampolines, and basketball hoops. I recently got a hoop installed by FenceWorks, and my kids are thrilled. FenceWorks has been treating families like mine to quality, safety, and exceptional service for over 58 years. Swing by their Northbrook showroom or check out theguyon41.com.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Hey car shoppers, forget tariffs. At hawkauto.com, their prices have remained the same. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Get pre-tariff pricing plus 0% financing or no payments for 90 days. Choose from 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Right now is the best time to buy at hawkauto.com.
hawkauto.com!
Financing on approved credit.
Hey there, I'm Jack.
And I'm Stag.
We're just 2 deer that want to make sure you know it's deer season at your authorized John Deere dealer. The deer season that saves bucks. You know, like us.
Yeah, you can get $3,000 off select John Deere machines. No early wake-up calls or tree stands required.
Just a trip to your authorized dealer before June 2nd.
If you ask us, it's the only deer season worth celebrating.
Visit johndeere.com/deer season to find an authorized dealer and for complete finance details.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Madison, where businesses thrive and futures are built. Just minutes from Chicago, Madison offers prime accessibility, a talented workforce, and a supportive community ready to champion local businesses. Madison, home for business, heart for family.
It's Friday. Yeah. Time to get it in for the weekend. Now back to Kap and J Hood. Turn the levels all the way up. ESPN Chicago.
Well, we look forward to seeing Lee Phillips up here tomorrow night.
Now time for the Kap and J Hood cut of the day.
It's brought to you by Chicago Cut Steakhouse. David Flom and Matt Moore have cooked up the best dining experience in Chicago. Town LaSalle, north side of the Chicago River. It's simply magnificent. Jay Moore!
Yo. Yes, it's boring, but it's a sport. Oh! Whatever.
It's not boring.
Okay, then you're boring. All right, cut!
We have a problem clearly in journalism across the board. Mm-hmm. We have a journalism problem in this country because all the things that we found out about Pope Leo was not true. Again, people ran with it and said he's a Cub fan when he's a Sox fan.
That was ABC put that out.
Also, right here in the ABC building.
Sorry. You're better than that, Tracy Butler.
Nonetheless, they also got the
It
South
wasn't
Suburbs.
Tracy.
She's guilty by association.
You're blaming Tracy Butler?
Tracy Butler reporting the Pope is a Cubs fan.
For the bad journalism, you're blaming Tracy Butler?
Come on, Terrell Brown. You're better than that.
Oh, my God. T. Brown.
Blame them all.
Taking shots.
I mean,
the high top fade.
What are we doing?
You're taking shots at the high top fade of a T. Brown.
Come on, Tanya Babbage.
What are you doing over there? Leave T. Brown out of it. My God. Blame Ravi Bashwal. Nonetheless.
Ravi?
That's not how it works, Cap. Hockey.
Nice job.
And that's all, folks.
The Kap and J Hood cut of the day.
Brought to you by Chicago Cut Steakhouse. I'll be there tonight. Son's birthday, daughter-in-law's birthday, Mother's Day. So we do it. It's an annual thing. We'll be there tonight.
We say Happy Mother's Day to Tracy Butler, ABC 7 Eyewitness
Happy
News.
Mother's Day.
She joins us here in studio. Good morning, Tracy. How are you?
Well, thank you for the applause, but clearly after
allegedly, because I break sports stories all the time.
Absolutely.
And stories on the Pope.
You're like the
all
modern day
time.
Kathy and Judy.
Yeah, right. Yes.
Oh, wow.
I enjoyed them.
They were cool.
I did. They were very cool.
Believe me, I listened to them as well. You're better than that. I'm just saying. Okay.
But
Let's talk about the
seriously.
PTA lunches again, Cap. Okay. Doing radio for the dead. They did that very well. We turn now to Tracy. What? What did I say wrong?
Nothing.
Okay.
By the way, did you ever work with Lee Phillip?
Lee, I did not, but do you know Lee Phillip is like the Bell family is instrumental in the world of soap operas.
Really?
They created Young and the Restless.
That's correct.
Because my buddy John
Yes.
just texted me and said, I knew that family. The niece was smoking hot.
Well, we look forward to seeing Lee Phillips up here tomorrow night.
Well, we look forward. Lee Phillip. Here she comes. Lee Phillip Bell.
Lee
Got
Phillip
married.
Bell, right?
Yeah,
the
correct.
Bell family.
Yeah.
That's what he said.
Yes, very instrumental in the world of daytime.
Oh, God. Here we go.
Oh, my gosh. There it is. That's the Young and the
I
Restless.
know you're a General Hospital person.
I
man.
am.
That guy's a rock star.
I know
He
you're a
is.
G&H person. I understand.
I
but
am. And all my children and one life to live.
I understand.
But I
Erica's
know.
still on G&H?
She was on All My Children.
Oh, sorry.
See?
Good
I wasn't.
gravy.
I know. He's pop culture from the 70s, 80s, 90s. Not
And
that.
he's blasting me for like telling the world that the Pope was the Cubs fan. Like, what?
How many minutes dedicated to the Pope this morning on the news on ABC 7?
Let's
30
see.
minutes, 35.
More than that.
Oh, wow.
Deservedly so. It's exciting. It's so exciting.
He's a Sox fan.
That's fine.
I'm happy. Oh, I'm happy. Obviously.
He's
I'm
not
sure.
a Steelers fan. That would have been insufferable.
He's a world sports fan.
That's right.
He's a sports fan for the world.
South suburbs.
Not
guy.
really. He's a Chicago sports fan.
Yes, he is, but I think he is a world sports fan.
There, see that?
But can he take
is the Pope.
Bears, Steelers, Super Bowl? Yeah. Yes, sir. Upstairs. Could you please make sure the Steelers lose this game?
It's like an operator. The good,
yeah,
the good Lord's an
right.
operator. Upstairs.
Yeah.
Call upstairs
just
for
call
me.
upstairs.
It's like the
Tracy,
second
what
floor.
kind of weather you dialing up for the weekend there, darling?
Well, for you, you're going to be under the dark cloud the whole weekend.
That's the
Why?
Just you, because
It's
you're
you.
blaming me.
I just said guilt by association
I
because
know. You're basically blaming me. So
Well, we look forward to seeing Lee Phillips up here tomorrow night.
All right, Harry, that's enough. But otherwise,
no, the
it's gonna
weekend
be
looks
great.
tremendous. But here's one change I had to make to tomorrow's forecast because it looks like we're going to get this pneumonia front, kind of this front backing down the lake.
Pneumonia front.
Yeah. You're looking at me like I was three
chilly.
heads or something.
Yeah, I understand.
So what? Thank you. So we're probably going to hit our high
Oh, God.
temperature. We're going to hit our high temperature in the 70s probably by noontime tomorrow. And then if you notice what happened the other day, it was like 75 degrees.
Yeah. And
then
it dropped to like 50.
Yes. That is going to happen again tomorrow around the area, too. We're probably going to hit our high for the day around noon.
What about Sunday?
And then Sunday looks extraordinary.
Mother's Day.
Little lakeside cooling, but 76, probably mid-70s here on Mother's Day.
That
And
sounds great.
dry.
How about tonight for outdoor dining?
Yeah, you're going to want your heated blanket.
Yeah. So stay. Yeah. So please be outside. It's gonna be in the 40s.
We'll eat inside.
You're not going to want to eat outside tonight.
That's the
Last year on this exact day, you dialed up like an 80 degree, and we sat outside.
Well,
It was
this is
awesome.
this year, champ, so...
Champ. How about that, Chief?
Yeah.
Boss? How about that?
Keep grinding.
Keep grinding, boss. Holy smokes. She's coming after you today. The knives are out.
Jeez.
I always have my ABC 7 Eyewitness News
Oh,
cast
bless
right
your
up here.
heart.
That's where I get my weather, right there.
Thank you.
I'm on my way to Illinois State for UIC Illinois State. Should be
right.
warmer down there, right?
A little bit, yeah, probably 70s, probably
Yeah.
mid-70s there.
Coach
Yep.
McDermott says thank you for the weather. It's going to be great.
Always.
All right, we thank you for listening and calling in and being part of the program right here on Kap and J Hood. Our thanks to Shay and Jay Moore. And Monday, hey man, we got to see the Cubs and Mets, see what the Sox do and everything else. And schedule release is next week.
It's the 14th, but tomorrow it's the debut of Kane Horton. He's the Cubs' #1 pitching prospect, top 5 in the sport.
Wow, that's huge.
23 years old and make his debut tomorrow.
Have a great weekend, everybody. So long, everybody.
Take that.
From Chicago.
Well, we look forward to seeing Lee Phillips up here tomorrow night.
Feel the boom. Schaumburg Boomers Baseball has the bases covered for fun. May 16th through the 18th. Friday night is T-shirt night. The first 1,000 fans receive a Boomers T-shirt. Plus, it's a Friday night fireworks night. Saturday afternoon is a matinee with a 3 p.m. start, thanks to Westside Children's Therapy. Sunday afternoon is Family Day and Bark in the Park. Bring your dog to the ballpark, thanks to Gulf Rose Animal Hospital. Get tickets and more at boomersbaseball.com. And feel the boom.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Rebounds. In addition, Edwards had 5 assists, 3 steals, and a block. He and the T-Wolves take on the Warriors in Game 3 tomorrow, 8 Eastern, ESPN Radio. That series now 1-1. NBA playoff doubleheader tonight. Pacers up 2-0 host the Cavaliers. 7 Eastern, ESPN Radio and ESPN. Then at 10 Eastern on ESPN, Thunder Nuggets. That series 1-1. ESPN's Jeremy Fowler's reporting. Dolphins defensive tackle Kenneth Grant, 13th overall pick in the NFL draft, agreed on his 4-year rookie contract worth close to $22 million.
Transmitter is working perfectly. I hear everything clear as a bell.
Clinton Yates always brings the heat.
I can lead a nation with a microphone.
I am pleased to be joined by ESPN's Clinton Yates.
With a microphone.
I would imagine most of you have never heard Clinton Yates. He's irrelevant.
This is my new favorite show.
We welcome in Clinton Yates. Clinton, I've mentioned this to you before. When I think of people who love the game, I think of you.
That right there is Clinton Yates.
Clinton Yates!
Clinton Yates, incredible job today.
Our pal Clinton Yates. People like Clinton Yates.
Let's first begin by saying good day to my friend Clinton Yates. There's a lot to talk about here.
Clinton, where the hell are you at?
From Studio 5 at LA Live, this is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Happy Friday, kiddos. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. And if you're looking at me on Watch ESPN, well, you can see that ever since I can remember, I've been popping my collar. Devin Kane is here. Sam is here on the board as well. We got a lot to lay out to start things off. Today is Freestyle Friday. Today is the day that it is happening. We have our beats set up. We have our contestants set up. Sam is back, which means we have our requisite melanin component in the building for proper rap judgment. Don't go crazy on me, internet aggregators. But, Devin, how do you feel about this before we get to anything basketball related on the program?
I couldn't sleep last night, Clinton. I'm pumped up. I'm ready to go.
I've gotten quite a few messages from people that are saying this is the most ridiculous thing. I cannot believe I'm planning my Friday around this. Other listeners who are excited to hear grown men rap as amateurs. Sam, how are you feeling about this operation this morning?
I'm just hoping they bring it, man. We are not going to be easy judges. No. We're not going to take it easy, but I'm expecting to be very entertained today.
Well, we had a bunch of late jumpers on. So this started off originally between Walrus and Dylan.
And then it sort of expanded as Jay Boogie said he wanted to get involved. And then I want to say Hector from California. And who else, Devin?
K9 from Florida.
Is K9 going to actually rap?
Yeah, he said he was ready to go.
Okay.
I mean, we got a bunch of people. I think we have 6 contestants ready.
Six contestants
ready to go.
This is unbelievable. Okay, so after this segment, second segment, we're going to open up the lines, and if you're already competing, call in. And if you're not competing and you want to just call, just help us out here. Let us get these phone lines up for those that actually have the courage to rap on ESPN radio to get to the air. We'll see how it goes. Very much looking forward to it, especially with Wu-Tang. Clinton and Friends is presented by Progressive Commercial Insurance. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com.
We're not parsing words, hiding from the headlines.
Extra, extra, read all about it.
Or saving the best for later. I can't wait. It's time for The Lead.
Talk about burying the lead.
On Clinton and Friends.
Just one singular game in the National Basketball Association playoffs last night. The Timberwolves beat the Warriors 117-93. This game was notable for a couple reasons that we'll get into here now. But the most obvious one being that Wardell Stephen Curry was not in this game. There's a short term of what this means for the Warriors, and there's a long term of what this means for the Warriors. Now, I would say the short term is, and I kind of feel take some karmic responsibility for this because I was hyping this series up so much to the point that I said I think the winner of this series is going to win the NBA Finals. Alas, Steph goes down, and it just feels like it's not quite going to be the same. Whatever the melange of talent is that the Warriors can put together and blow up on you all of a sudden, just like the Rockets saw, it just doesn't have the same juice when Steph's not there. Anthony Edwards also got a little bit hurt in yesterday's game. It was fine. He came back. But it just feels like something in this series is taken away without Steph from a non-rooting interest standpoint for either team. So the juice is not quite there the way it once was. Now, more long-term, the issue of who are the Warriors without Steph is another question. Of course you brought in Jimmy Butler. That was the kind of guy you needed as a third in order to make sure that you could compete with some of these top-level squads in the NBA. Me personally, I think this series is done if Steph is out more than 2 games. It's just not long enough. You just don't have enough games to make up that he's not there, and I do believe the Timberwolves are that good. Now, the reason why I said I think the winner of this series is going to win the NBA Finals is because I thought that there was going to be enough of a test of talents between those two that it was going to be an iron sharpens iron kind of situation on their way to the Larry O'Brien Trophy. We're not quite there yet. We haven't really reached that pinnacle, and things have gotten a little ugly overall, namely with Draymond Green. Now, Draymond picked up his 5th technical foul of the playoffs. 5th of the playoffs, and we're in the 2nd round. He had a little dust up with Naz Reid. He's 2 away from an automatic suspension. As an aside, you've got to get 7 techs in 2 rounds before you get a suspension? Devin, that seems like one too many. Like, as far as accumulative yellows go, if we're going to use a soccer analogy, that seems a little bit high.
Does Draymond have an extra couple than most people that we don't know about? He's giving a couple extra because they know it's more willing to happen?
5 techs in what is effectively, that's 8 games now? That's not a good clip.
No.
It's not a good clip, not just because Draymond Green has a reputation. It's not a good clip, not just because, he's been known to do things that can get him taken out of the games, like in, the NBA Finals. But this is also getting weird because also Draymond is becoming very self-aware of what his image is. Something I don't doubt him for. But let's hear what he had to say after the game regarding what he calls an agenda.
Not an angry black man. I'm a very successful, educated black man with a great family. And I'm great at basketball. I'm great at what I do. The agenda to try to keep making me look like an angry black man is crazy. I'm sick of it. It's ridiculous.
Now, if I'm being quite honest, I understand this frustration. Draymond believes, however, a different set of social norms than I think the rest of us are operating by. In Green's eyes, based on what he just said, the character, if you will, that he is on the court is separate from the life he lives as a man in the world, which I have some credence for. That makes some level of sense to me. The problem is that person on the court is the person most of us see on a regular basis. And it's not just the ideas of getting texts. It's not just the idea of yelling at guys. But, like, bro, you punched a guy in the face at practice and he had to leave the team. Like, we remember this stuff. And I think that this is kind of a little too late for Draymond to imply that he has been poorly portrayed by everybody else. I just don't think that it works at this point. If we're 5 years ago, maybe he can say, look, who I am on the court is not who I am in life. Therefore, this isn't a fair criticism. I think we're well beyond the pale for that, man. I really do think we are, even though I feel that his emotion is earnest. Let's hear what Myron Metcalf, our buddy, had to say on game night last night about the matter.
It's him playing victim, and it's a tired act for me. He's not a victim. He brought all this onto himself. He's been violating rules, kicking people, stepping on people, choking people, the Rudy Gobert incident, 4 years. The Jordan Poole incident, which most guys in that position wouldn't be in the league. But because he's a part of a dynasty, you know, it became, all right, well, let's move on from Jordan Poole. Draymond has done some nasty, terrible stuff in this league, and that's where the narrative comes from. We got to stop with this angry black man card when it's not warranted, man. Draymond got this honest. You know, people think you're angry and mean and terrible at times because you're angry and mean and terrible at times, and it's like he doesn't want to face that. I think his challenge is Steph was such a buffer for him. When Steph is out there, Steph just takes so much of the attention that we don't focus as much on Draymond's nonsense.
Yeah, I think there's a lack of self-awareness from Dre here. That is a problem in that regard. Now, getting back to the Steph situation, I do think it's very difficult to look at the Warriors as a threat with him on the bench. Let's hear what he had to say about the situation regarding his return. This was prior to the game last night. Steph, that is.
This is new, and from all that I'm learning about how quickly you can get back, there has to be a healing process that is just the way the body works. You can't accelerate it more than what it's telling you, so it'll be one of those, after a week, like really reevaluating every day to kind of understand when it's safe just to even think about playing, let alone like how much can you push it. Starting to feel really, really good about where we were at, and then you kind of get a gut punch like that. I'll do everything in my power to get back as soon as possible.
You can hear the disappointment in his voice. It doesn't sound like he's super pumped about what his lot is. If you're watching these highlights, Steph has gone from a guy who was potentially leading his team to a fantastic run at the finals to a guy who now has to babysit Draymond Green on the sideline when he's in street clothes. That's a bad look, Devin, when Steph has to get up and come over and calm you down.
Yeah, I mean, Draymond needs to step up. I want to ask you this question about Jimmy Butler, because obviously Steph makes everything go, right? They need him to win, and Jimmy Butler was kind of the catalyst on top of that, but he had 17 points last night. Is there something to Jimmy Butler's acquisition where, yes, he's obviously to pair with Steph, but when Steph's out, he should probably step up, or is that not, we should not factor that in?
It's not that I don't want to factor it in. I just don't know how realistic it is, not just because of who Jimmy Butler is from a style of play aspect, but also because of who the Warriors are. Like, you're not just going to be able to kind of transfer that leadership and kind of transfer that quality just because a guy is of high talent. Like, losing Steph is more than just losing the basketball player, in my opinion. As we just stated, he's obviously the guy that knows how to keep Draymond in some level of check. But you lose a competitive advantage when you don't have him. Jimmy Butler probably, a close kin to it in the context of, yeah, he can really go off on any given night, but he just doesn't bring the same psychological element that a Steph does. Meaning, if you're the Timberwolves, a team that Jimmy Butler played on, by the way, one of the most famous incidents in the history of the league happened where he decided he was going to bust out of practice and only play with the guys that were on the bench and beat everybody in a bunch of scrimmages, and then walked out of the daggone practice facility immediately into his living room to do a national television interview. That was a hilarious moment in NBA history. But what I'm saying is, if you're the Timberwolves, you're not looking at the Warriors sans Steph like anything other than just another opponent at that point. Particularly if Draymond Green manages to get himself thrown out of the series or whatever for a game. That's the thing that Steph provides when you have both him and Jimmy. And so I don't think it's fair to Jimmy, Devin, to say, well, next man up right now, because they weren't constructed this way anyway. Jimmy was there to help sort of save the last legs of the Curry legacy, which is another discussion entirely. How much longer is he going to play? And that's where his role is. Do I think they're going to get swept out? I don't know. Maybe they get one back in San Francisco. Maybe Steph can come back and has a game. But it feels like if he can't be 100%, I got a hard time. I got a hard time picking the dubs. And I don't want to be that guy, but I might have to amend my statement simply because the injury changes things a lot.
Yeah, and we were talking about it here, Sam and I. The hamstring thing, man, that is not even a grade 1. You need that to fully heal before you can even get out there, and then you need to ramp up a little bit. And obviously, Steph has never had to deal with he's had ankles and other things, but the hamstring, that's tricky, man. Especially, and I'm worried that Steph will be like, all right, well, I need to get back, and then that could compromise them even further going into the playoffs.
Don't want that, and I also don't want to be sitting around like thinking about the end of Draymond's career because that makes me sad. Very much makes me sad. I don't think the Warriors have a shot without him, though. I mean, it's just a real question. Federico in the chat.
Yeah, Federico chimed in. Also, is Jimmy still hurt a little from his fall last series? Which is a very good point.
That could be. Excellent point, Federico.
We need production, man. We talked about this.
We need to get Federico a mic. We got to figure this out somehow. We're getting there. Slowly but surely. We're building. We're getting there. But, yeah, man, watching these reviews of all of these Draymond incidents over the years, him grabbing people, kicking people in the junk, throat elbowing guys, and then getting after it with the refs. Like, that Rudy Gobert play, to me, summed it all up. Where he came flying in off the top rope out of nowhere and just grabbed him around the neck. And everybody was like, bro, what are you doing? He's that dude at the party that's always trying to start a fight over the most random thing just because he wants to take his shirt off in front of the girls.
Well, I obviously, when we look at Steve Kerr's role in all this, because there's some thought that Draymond Green is one of the better players because he has that edge to him, right? That's what makes him who he is, and obviously he crosses the line. If you're Steve Kerr, like you've been having to deal with this his entire career, like when do you step in versus when you don't? Like that's got to be a tough balancing act.
I don't know. The fact that he's gotten this much productivity out of him in his career at this point, considering his level of let's just say agitation, I think is a lesson in masterclass work in leadership from Steve Kerr. That's just me, though. That's just me. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Call the program. It's Freestyle Friday, y'all. Dylan, Walrus, Jay Boogie. Shaq. That's who I had forgotten about. That's who we had forgotten about. Don't come up lame now after we set aside all this time for y'all to kick your flows. This is the time. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. The inaugural Freestyle Friday trophy. There's no trophy. Will be handed out. This is Clayton and Friends, but this is after I got a little something to tell you. Are you ready for the NFL season or what? The schedule release is coming. You know we've got your insider info, and the best place to get your tickets this year, our friends at Vivid Seats. They're seriously legit, and you earn rewards on every purchase. That's basically free football games. When that schedule hits, don't wait around. For the best selection and all the great deals, head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in your game days now. Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
The NBA playoffs continue on ESPN Radio. The Pacers storm into Cleveland and win games 1 and 2 against the top-seeded Cavs. Now we head to Indianapolis for a critical Game 3. Coverage begins today at 7 Eastern with tip-off.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Worried about your battery and the heat? We get it. You don't want to get stranded somewhere with a car that feels like an oven. We've got you covered at AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination. Our free battery testing and charging service can help. And if you need a battery, we'll help you find a new one, no problem. Power through with free battery testing and charging at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, JOEQ, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Hey, spring is all about new beginnings, and there's no better way to give yourself a fresh start than by getting a fresh haircut at Great Clips. When the weather starts warming up, no one wants to sit inside. With convenient online check-in at Great Clips, you can put your name on the list from your phone and enjoy the beautiful spring weather while you wait. You can even get a ready next text when you're up next for your cut. When it's your turn in the chair, the skilled stylist at your local Great Clips salon can create any look you want. Plus, they'll save the details in their clip notes for the cut you love every time you come in. Oh, and don't forget to bring your shades, because with the everyday low prices at Great Clips, the spring sunshine won't be the only bright spot in your day. So if you're ready to spring into the new season, download the app and get into your local Great Clips salon for a fresh haircut today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. Jesus apply in app only.
With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new scent and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Chicago, Woodford Reserve is more than a spirit. It's a spectacle for the senses. Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV, Woodford Reserve Distillery, Versailles, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2025 Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
1. Some say it's the loneliest number, but when one is a collection of many, one can stand for all. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is one company serving their communities across one country for nearly 90 years. And as they continue to empower whole person health with compassion and innovation, one member at a time, Blue Cross looks forward to keeping you and the ones you love at the center of everything they do. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
What's up, is J Hood. Spring is here, and your IKEA Schaumburg, Bolingbrook, and Oak Creek stores are rolling the savings outdoors for their annual sidewalk sale. Visit IKEA from May 9th to the 26th for a wide variety of furniture and home furnishing accessories at big discounts. And don't miss IKEA's mystery gift card giveaway on Saturday, May 10th. The first 200 IKEA family members will have a chance to select a mystery gift card worth up to $500. Save big at the IKEA annual sidewalk sale, May 9th to the 26th.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Kap and J Hood, morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
is Clinton and Friends.
A magnificent messianic figure inveighing against the hypocrisies of our times. A strip Savonarola Monday through Friday that I tell you, Frank, would just go through the roof.
On ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. It's the big moment. Just to rewind and set this up for everybody. Back when the Lakers were still in the playoffs, two of our callers got into it over the expectations of them versus the Timberwolves. Walrus in Encino, big Lakers fan. Dylan in South Dakota suggested they should play for the old name, the Lakers, as the Lakers used to be in Minneapolis. I thought this was funny. They started to go back and forth. Somehow Raps got involved. Not entirely clear outside of Walrus just deciding one day he wanted to bust some flows. Next thing you know, Dylan is getting back into it. We delayed the initial battle a week because we just had too much going on last Friday. So this has been building up. We had a press conference. We had a weigh-in. There was a whole extendo clip bit that we were doing. And now we're here. And now we've actually got to pay this off. And I think all of us in the studio are actually kind of nervous because we don't really know how this is going to go. It could be completely awful. It could be fantastic. But either way, we're here to have fun. Now, remember, y'all, don't cuss. We don't need to make any unnecessary references to insult people. You want to get your little jabs in, that's fine. But don't pull a Draymond and then act like you don't know what happened when somebody's got kicked in the throat. Don't do that. That's not a good look. And for that, I present to you Freestyle Friday.
You think you got bars?
We in Laker Nation, yeah, we'll see you later.
That's your shot to show out. We opening up the phone lines and letting you take a mic.
Go left like busting. Shout out to everybody. Let's go, Knicks.
Hey, man, it's your moment. Don't choke.
Think you're winning 4 straight? Nah, keep up. Sick. Bill. Mo.
It's time for a Freestyle Friday on Clinton and Friends.
The fact that we have production for this is incredible. Incredible. Shaq in New Jersey, you're up, kiddo. It's time to rock. Let's start the beat over. How are you today? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're feeling good. Sam, hit the beat. I'm going to lay out.
Let's get it.
Shaq.
Yes, I'm here, baby.
It's time to rap.
Okay. They said right to the beat. I said I don't write to the beat. The beat right to me, you heard?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm shining, but don't let the diamonds blind you. Photoshop my hood, still wouldn't have my city behind you. Approach me with caution, mind you. I'll flash a 9 on you when the hunters where they find you. I got one life to live, so I live it. You rappers need more pixels, always worried about your image. To me, you're a gimmick. Malibu's most wanted. If ghosts is real, my city will be most haunted. Most will be taught and willing to put the target. If I spark it, clean up Bow 6 supermarket. Then mopping up your brains, looking for my prints, for killing on your casket. I treat this crap-ish like a fat clip, loaded up with hits and keep on shooting classics. Got the fans doing backflips. On with Clinton Yates, we taking it backwards. On the clan beat, I bring mad heat. I fuck for my brothers like Giannis and Thanasis. Like Giannis and Thanasis.
Thank you, Shaq. Okay, that was a good opening salvo. Took a little while to get loaded. That's fine. We got some audio issues we're trying to figure out. I enjoyed that. Shaq is on the board, I would say. What did you think?
Yeah, I think he was waiting for that beat to drop, that specific spot. So I think that's maybe why he didn't go right away. But I loved it. I thought it was good.
I thought that was really good. That's a strong start.
I agree.
It's a really strong start.
He clearly has flows, as I like to say. There's a difference between being a good rapper and having flows. In that sort of like a hooper versus baller kind of situation, he has flows. Now we have a wild card here that just called the program 5 minutes ago. What did he say to you on the phone lines, Devin?
He basically said, I want to rap for Clinton Yates.
Listen, if you're going to willing to come in cold off the street and into the cipher, we're going to let you rock. All right, before you drop the beat, Sam, let's talk to Riley. Riley in Indiana, are you ready?
Hey, I'm here.
Did you hear the beat? Do you know what you're dealing with?
Oh, yeah, I love Wu-Tang. I love this album.
I actually work outside, and I wear SPF 36 sunscreen to protect my neck.
Let's go. Drop the beat, Sam.
Tiger style. Nah, you see, I'm from Indiana. I'm bigger on Tyrese style, if you know what I mean.
You going to rap?
I'm going to wait for the beat to jump in like Shaq. I'd be confident. Oh. Like Halliburton and causing more on-court views than Halliburton. And the survey said his dad. What the hell even was all of that? LI songs about John Halliburton. Looking at the Cavs, never saw a Halliburton. Not a rapper, but my balls make you see a ghost. Rudimentary flow. I'm not seeing a ghost, but I'm a face killer. Like Kermit Washington, Cavs got dirty glass. Miles Turner's washing them. Heard him booing high without a purpose. Now they're talking different like Halliburton. It's still talking smack, and I don't know who you see. I'll crack the skull open and call you Rudy T.
Thanks for the phone call.
In my work van, eating up my turkey stand. Which Pats fan don't think that Tyreek's the man? You're dead ass wrong, put your head back on. That note on, dedicate on to the Pacers fan. Overrate that, man.
All right, thanks, Riley. Appreciate it. Riley, we're done here. All right, Riley, good effort, but you look like you showed up to practice in your jeans. There was an element of that to that whole situation, Sam. Am I wrong? Just saying.
I want to. What does that mean? I love that. I'm stealing it. But why does
like people who want to play, but they're not technically as prepared as they should be as the people who
he's the guy who comes to the gym in a full workout. Yeah, okay.
That's what I'm saying.
I 100% agree.
Came to the gym in his
that.
jeans because he just decided he wanted to play basketball that day.
Yeah.
As opposed to the guy who knew when he went to sleep the night before he was going to get up and hoop.
I didn't believe him. I didn't believe him in his freestyle.
His first line was better than anything he said in the raps.
Yeah.
So there was that. Got to work on that. All right, we're saving, obviously, Dylan and Walrus for the end here. But is that who I think it is on the line?
Yo, OG.
Is that who I think it is on the line? I think it is.
Yo.
K9, what's up, dude? All right, you know the beat. Are you ready?
I'm hiding from my boss in my car, man. I'm going to make it short and sweet, baby.
All right.
No pad, no pencil.
Turn your radio down and turn your phone volume up, okay? Because I can hear myself, and that's going to create a problem when you start rapping.
All right, hold on. Let me put you on speaker, man. See, you can tell I'm not lying. I'm in my car, man.
Good call. All right, Sam, here you go. Drop that beat.
DJ, spin that. I got to wait for it to drop, too, baby.
Yeah, ad-lib a little bit.
Yo, it's your boy K9. Ow, ow, ow.
Devin, this is all your fault.
I can barely hear it, man.
You gonna rap or not?
Yo. Listen. Yo. Holding on to hope. I'm like the hairs on Tom Thibodeau. Listen, it's a walrus to a dog. Could've went D1 and played for the Bulldogs. Rapping while I'm at work. Freestyling ain't nothing. It's like clockwork. If you scared, go to church. I'm with CY. I'm trying to network. Kevin, I need a job. Sick of working like a dog. Living with my mom. I'm a short-haired freak. But at least I'm not a Star Wars freak. I kill too many of these beats. I should be sponsored by this seat. I could co-host this show. I'm trying to get the Colonel to bro. Oh.
Thank you, K9. Yeah. All right. I appreciate it. So we've noticed the theme here, which is that things start a little shaky, but they end a little well. So we've got to figure this out from a audio standpoint. Your boy K9 almost crapped the bed there.
They got to find the beat. Listen, he mentioned Vivid Seats. I appreciate that. Great use of the sponsor. He's trying to network with CY. He's trying to get a job. I
think we had a Star Wars reference in there.
That was pretty good.
K9 might be the leader in the clubhouse.
K9 might be the leader in the clubhouse.
And that was a real freestyle. I could tell he was not.
Yeah, he did not prepare anything whatsoever. But he's the guy. He's talking about the guy who wears his jeans to the gym. K9's the guy who wears the basketball shorts under the jeans at all times, just in case a pickup game breaks out and he needs to be there and on the scene. Just living life, man. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Who do we think should go first amongst the two on the main card, Devin?
Who went first last time? Because maybe we mixed it up.
I can't remember. I cannot remember.
I can't either.
Sam, take a pick. Who's going first?
I want to hear Walrus first.
Okay, you want to hear Walrus first? Walrus, first of all, welcome to the program. How are you on a Friday?
Yo, Freestyle Friday, baby. If you build it, they will come. I told y'all that.
You're right. You are very right. All right, here we go. Your turn at the plate. Sam, drop the beat.
Yo, Playing Them Friends is a show I rock with. Playing Them Friends is a show I rock with. Playing Them Friends is a show I rock with. People come together on Playing Them Friends. If we do it right, where the animosity ends. What a difference that 1 week can make. After the dust settles, either take after take. I do prefer the feelings that are positive. If you like negativity, that's your prerogative. I had some tough words for Dylan, I know. Ultimately was all just a part of the show. My Lakers lost, took one on the chin. But I like to think out of it, I gotta win. Getting to know daily about him and his life. It brought the temp down. Excise the stripes. Salute to the man, the myth and legend J Boogie. Big Apple in NC, Bing Bong OG. Inspiring all the people with his words flying high in the sky with orange and blue birds. Tashat K9 and heck the NCA. Yo, appreciate it. Welcome to the friendly freight in LA. We'll say that it was a good day. A trifecta +3 on this 9th of May. Shout out to the great Watering Hole MC, the one and only Mr. Dustin Kuyi. Your track is the close for Clinton and Friends, and this is where my nice little rap ends.
All right. Okay.
Wow.
Hey, you Walrus. That was a strong entry. Prepared, topical, on beat, had ad-libs till he got to his particular 16. That was easily the best one of the day.
Didn't even wait for the beat to drop.
Nah,
either.
he just
was
had
ready.
his own little flow.
That was great. Walrus, great job, man.
Walrus did a great job on that after 2 weeks of nonsense. All right, here we go. Dylan, how are you today?
Tearaway jeans, shorts underneath. Let's go.
All right, here we go, Sam. Hit it.
I'm coming at you from the landlocked plains. Sodak. No internet. No AI. We still use our brains. Respect that. Freestyle Friday, round 2, Tiger style. Let's get it. Still Mo Flow ain't nothing to mess with. 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 Already carved the beats, Walrus blubber. With team from smashing gems and 5 suckers. Now J-Boog wanna step alive. Bing bong for life. Like Thibodeau hair, just trying to survive. Little did you know I was raised on the woo, and now it's time to give it to you. We might get Reggie verse Spike round 2, bing bong brain. What the hell his pop's gonna do? I'm a balding pair, body white, middle-aged papa, but I ain't shook at the freestyle roster. Bing bong bong, bing bing bong, bing bong bingin'. Out west where the true talent be, 87-point half. Here comes OKC like Chet against Joker. I'm lighting the cake, but your Ben still a filler, and Stephen A. takes. Legendary like a RZA track, scary like the load on Brunson's back. There's a method man, let me inspect your deck while you break your neck. Still going. See F and Y taking double puffs from here. Flipping to a chip is clear. Bending SGA's ear. $20 guarded beer. I can watch you right here with a little sneer from my lazy boy cheer. Tracy Morgan tears, Celtic pride or fear, and carve MSG hearts out with the spear. Should have stayed clear of that NY street meat. Tommy Yates, subway running late, grinding away for your hard-earned pay. Just to fill Jimmy Dolan's bag for another vacay. Bing bong bong, bing bing bong, bing bong binging. Bean count 7. Still Mo Flow.
Still Mo Flow. Thank you. Covered a lot of ground there. As usual for Dylan.
Wow.
Quite a bit of ground was covered there. Got a couple shots off in various NBA franchises and owners. Another shout out for the name. Okay, that was good. I still think we know who our votes are going for right now. Dylan, though, excellent entry. Now, we've got one more here. He was another late entry into the fray. Hector in California, how are you today?
It's a beautiful day here in sunny California. Let's do this.
Absolutely. All right, I think this is going to be our last contestant. Is that right, Devin?
That is correct.
That is correct. All right, here we go, Sam. Let's do it.
Yo, Cali ain't nothing to mess with. Cali ain't nothing to mess with. Cali ain't nothing to mess with. This is Hector. Yeah, I'm going to give it to you. I'm not DMX, but I'll give it to you. Yeah. Yo, I'm the best in the sector, coming to that sector. My name is Hector, step up your deck like Inspector. I'm the best like Kobe B, straight lane coming through from the streets of Cali. You don't know about me because I keep it discreet with the Lakers, the Raiders. I don't like the haters. Yo, Dylan, Walrus, J Book, guess who's the best? Because I'm from the West. Don't give a damn because you know I'm coming through to take your heart like Kobe Bryant. And you know I'm coming through from the East. I'm the beast, homie. I don't give a damn because you are listening to me. Running out of breath because I didn't prepare. Yeah, I'm coming through deep with the death stare to you. I don't give a damn. I'm out.
All right, Hex.
Yeah.
Pulling the ripcord when he ran out of breath. Self-awareness is very important.
I'm running out of breath.
Self-awareness
Was that
is very
Biggie
important.
Smalls right there?
I know, right? Breath control, critical in the game. We didn't get Jay Boogie, alas. Maybe that'll happen at some point down the line. I think it's pretty clear here that Walrus is your inaugural Freestyle Friday.
Easily
winner.
Walrus.
Not even close.
I think so, too. And I want to give a shout out to all the contestants.
Absolutely.
That takes a lot of guts to do that. So we appreciate you guys. I think Freestyle Friday was a success.
I do too. I mean, letter grade on that. That's about a B+. You know what I'm saying? Got a lot of content out of it. I don't think we're signing any rappers, which was not anybody's goal. This is not an A&R division. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to the league off of rapping on Clinton and Friends on Freestyle Friday. But this is what we look for.
Yeah. And Willingham in Virginia, if you're listening, he wanted to join in this week, maybe next week. Who knows?
Maybe next week. I want to thank you guys, Walrus, and I want to thank you guys also for being good sports about all of that. The fact that we got production for that is just absolutely fantastic. Coming up, Quick Hitters is next. We did it, y'all. It's Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
The NBA playoffs continue on ESPN Radio. With the Wolves and Warriors locked up at 1, the series shifts to San Francisco for a pivotal Game 3.
Randall for three. Boom, got it.
Coverage begins tomorrow at 8 Eastern with tip-off.
Progressive knows when you're in your RV, you're already on vacation. That's when you become Vacation You, who just camped where there's absolutely no shade. Even though regular you burns easily. In fact, Vacation You burns too, but is too stubborn to admit it, which is why regular you gets in trouble at the dermatologist because Vacation You doesn't do doctors. So bundle your RV with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Stop by Sherwin-Williams and get 30% off select paints and stains May 2nd through the 12th. It's the perfect time to transform your space with color. Refresh your home inside and out with colors that make every space feel brand new. From cozy interiors to stunning exteriors, we've got the perfect shade for your next project. Shop the sale online or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
For over 8 years, QC Kinetics has been the nation's leader in non-surgical joint pain relief with over 50,000 satisfied patients. If you're suffering from knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain, or hip pain, imagine living pain-free again. No more discomfort holding you back from the things you love. Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle here, and what's truly remarkable about QC Kinetics is their use of regenerative cell therapy. This cutting-edge treatment restores the tissues in your joints using biologic growth factors, natural healing agents strategically placed to repair and rejuvenate damaged tissue. The best part? There are no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. This is a non-invasive, natural option that gives your joints new life without the risks of traditional treatments. Imagine enjoying your favorite activities this summer like golf, tennis, or pickleball without being slowed down by joint pain. The consultation is free, so don't wait. Call QC Kinetics today at 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955 and learn how their innovative treatments can help you live a pain-free life.
One moment, life is moving forward. The next, an accident changes everything. Medical bills pile up, work is put on hold, and the insurance companies start making excuses. It's frustrating, overwhelming, and unfair. That's where Postman Law steps in. They have recovered over $3 billion for injury victims, delivering speed, ease, and results when you need them most. Hurt in a crash, injured on the job, sidelined by a serious fall? No matter how it happened, they fight to get you the compensation you deserve so you can focus on healing while Postman Law handles the rest. No upfront fees, no red tape, just real results. Insurance companies have teams of lawyers looking out for them. You need a team looking out for you. At Postman Law, they take on the fight so you don't have to, guiding you through every step of the process and making sure your case gets the attention it deserves. Don't let someone else dictate your future. Call 844-POSTMAN now. That's 844-POSTMAN. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
White Sox fans, the new City Connect uniforms are here. The bold design unites the legacy of two legendary Chicago teams, the White Sox and the Bulls, and celebrates the city's impact on both the diamond and the court. Every Friday night this season, the team will take the field in these iconic uniforms. Don't miss out. Grab your tickets now and check out the full City Connect collection, available at the White Sox team store. For all the details, visit whitesox.com/city.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Hey guys, it's Silvy for my friends at Window Nation. You've heard me talk about my new windows in the living room, in the kitchen, in my master bedroom, and in the kids' room. Now it's your turn. A chance for a house full of windows at a 60% discount. Plus, you'll get a free entry door. All you have to do is call them at 866-90NATION or check out everything they have to offer at windownation.com. 866-90NATION and let them know that Silvy sent you.
Imagine using your skills and experiences to inspire young minds. We see the teacher in you. No matter your starting point, we can help you become a teacher. Teaching offers consistent pay, a pension, and summers off. Learn how you can be the teacher. Visit BeTheTeacher.org. Sponsored by Grow Your Own Teachers, Illinois.
If you have ever thought about remodeling your bathroom but were worried it would take too long or cost too much, then stop worrying. Right now, Jacuzzi Bath Remodel has designed a collection of high-quality custom products and perfected the one-day remodeling experience so you can enjoy your new bathroom faster than ever before. It's a worry-free bath remodel from the most trusted brand name in the business, Jacuzzi. A jacuzzi bath system fits in your existing tub space. It's a no-mess installation with an amazing style selection, factory-certified installers, and a limited lifetime warranty. Call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599 right now and get 50% off installations with no interest and no payments for 12 months. Replace that old bathtub today with a walk-in shower for a safer bathing experience. If you have lived in your home for over 15 years, it's time to remodel your bathroom. For a virtual or in-home appointment, call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599. 800-717-4599.
Chicago's home for sports is in your home through your smart speaker. Just ask Alexa or Google to play ESPN Chicago.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
No, we're not going on the air.
Whoa, why? Why are we going live with this? This is great radio.
This is not great radio.
Exactly. This is a disaster waiting to happen.
I mean, if there was some sort of dramatic helicopter rescue, then maybe that would be great radio.
Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Here on a Freestyle Friday. Stacking them up. Just win after win. Tevin, we got quick hitters. You're at the plate, buddy.
You think you got bars? Sometimes we like to move fast.
Oh, wow, gosh, that was fast.
So you better pay attention or you might miss something.
Oh, no, I missed it. Do it again.
It's time for Quick Hitters with Clinton and Friends.
All right, Clinton. The Washington Capitals bounced back in Game 2 of their second-round playoff series, defeating the Hurricanes 3-1 to even the series at 1-1. Tom Wilson led the way for Washington with a strong all-around performance. He blocked shots, assisted on John Carlson's power play goal, and scored an empty net goal to seal the win. How you feeling about your Capitals?
Pretty good. That first matchup against the Canes was ugly. They got outshot, they got out-hit, they got outplayed, and they lost the psychological battle as well. Spencer Carberry, who we've talked about on this program a couple different times, he's the head coach of the Capitals, clearly got their heads back in the right place. That was one of the better skates Tom Wilson's had in a while. He does still get a little too much up in people's mixes for my taste. There is a comparison to a Draymond Green in terms of style of play, if you will. I hate cross-sport comparisons because they're just not necessary, but in this case, it's a little bit apt. He played a good game last night. I was saying casually during the game, he needs to score in order for them to win this. It ended up being a empty netter, but I think they did a good job with that. And, listen, the Caps are, in my opinion, a better hockey team than the Canes. It's just a matter of whether or not they can get to their style. So being able to get out of the home first two with one after you lost the first one, critical for mis capitales.
Rafael Devers, currently the Boston Red Sox designated hitter, has firmly rejected the team's request to move to first base following Tristan Casas' season-ending knee injury. Devers, a three-time All-Star and former third baseman, was moved to DH after the offseason signing of Alex Bregman. He expressed frustration with the front office, stating that after being told in spring training to put away his glove and focus solely on DH, it would not be appropriate to ask him to change positions again now. What do you make of the stance by Devers?
Well, listen. This is the kind of thing that will blow up a clubhouse in a hot second. I am stunned that he is taking this route. What he's basically saying is, don't ask me to do one thing once and then ask me to do another thing another time, which would all be reasonably normal if we were talking about, brothers and sisters divvying up chores in a household. But, dude, it's your job to play baseball. The idea of, I'm just not going to play a position because some other guy is here now, and I already got booted off once, I'm not doing it again. Rafael Devers, sorry, not that good enough to be doing that, in my opinion. I'm very surprised by that. And I don't imagine that AC, Alex Cora, is going to take too well to that. Your fun fact reminder today that Alex Cora was the bench coach for the Astros when that whole thing happened, and who was on that team as well, Bregman. So just remember, guys known each other for a while. I just think this is crazy for Devers, completely.
Staying in baseball, the Pittsburgh Pirates fired manager Derek Shelton the other day following a 12-26 start to the season and a 7-game losing streak, placing them last in the NL Central. Despite earlier optimism about Shelton's leadership, GM Ben Cherington cited the need for a new voice to push the team toward contention. Bench coach Don Kelly was named the new interim manager. What do the Pirates need to do to turn this around in both the short and long term? Not an easy question.
Where's Steele when you need them? They got so many different things going on. The reason why this is particularly tough is because it's just really early in the season. Even for an early season firing, this is an extremely early season firing. And that's a franchise that nobody's taken seriously outside of a couple players here and there. Paul Skeens comes to mind as the most recent. McCutchen has been a nice little story coming back there. Keith Ryan Hayes as a third baseman is a guy that I enjoy watching quite a bit. But other than that, this is an unserious franchise. The Pittsburgh Pirates are exhibit A of why you need not potentially a salary cap in the MLB, but you need a salary floor for the league. That's what the Pirates are, because the Pirates don't spend any money on anything. I bet you could walk down the street in Pittsburgh and ask 50 people who the former manager of the Pirates were, and none of them would know. Because they're not spending on that. They're barely spending on players. And the best part of the experience is going to that ballpark. It's really a sad state of affairs, to be quite honest. Never mind the goofball stuff they're doing with Roberto Clemente's number in right field.
To the NBA, the cheapest tickets for Game 3 of the Eastern Conference semifinals between the Celtics and New York Knicks at Madison Square Garden exceeds $600 on resale platforms. The average ticket price is $989, fueled by the Knicks' 2-0 series lead and the fierce rivalry, with courtside seats hitting $54,000 per person. High demand reflect the playoff intensity and New York's market. What do you think the atmosphere is going to be like at MSG tomorrow?
I think it's going to be so good that, heck, Mike Wilbon is in New York. You know what I'm saying? I think it's going to be the kind of thing that, again, I hate to say this and give all of the New York supremacists their props, but when people say that the NBA is better when the Knicks are good, this is the kind of stuff they're talking about. And I agree. the hype around Madison Square Garden with all these jabrones yelling God knows what into any camera or microphone that comes down the block is A-plus entertainment as far as I'm concerned. I need the Knicks to go farther simply for my own entertainment from the fans. The basketball is one thing. The ping pong community is another. What's next?
All right, finally, Houston Texans rookie wide receiver Jaden Higgins has made NFL history by becoming the first second-round pick to sign a fully guaranteed contract. The deal spans 4 years and is worth over $11 million. Typically, only first-round picks in the NFL receive fully guaranteed contracts, making this agreement a significant milestone. Are you in favor of these fully guaranteed contracts outside of the first round?
100%. I'm always going to be in favor of guys getting their paper when they're putting their bodies at risk. This is a landmark situation, I think, which has gone a little bit under the radar. Bottom line is that the entire business model of why NFL teams can be so cutthroat is because they don't have that many guaranteed contracts. You want to see some balance of power move back towards the players in terms of what their value is to teams well beyond just their ability to do one thing on one Sunday. That's how you change it. Good for that young man, and honestly, good for that team for showing some level of commitment to a player. Coming up, tune into baseball action tomorrow as the Pirates host the Braves, presented by Progressive.
This PGA Tour moment is brought to you by True Green.
At the 1984 PGA Championship, at age 44 with an ailing back, Lee Trevino defied the rules of age and the ability to practice. Following doctor's orders, Trevino was limited to 30 to 45-minute warm-up before each round, but rallied on the back nine to win his sixth major championship. In the victory, he became the first player to win the PGA Championship with 4 rounds under 70.
True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
Hey guys, did you know that half of men over age 50 have erectile dysfunction on some level? Whether you have mild, moderate, or severe ED, West Coast Men's Health can help. We don't prescribe pills and hope they work. Instead, we treat the root cause of the problem with acoustic wave therapy, which breaks down plaque, unclogs arteries, and restores blood flow. We have treated thousands of men across our 11 locations nationwide and have established ourselves as a leader in the industry. So whether you have ED, Peyronie's disease, or suffer from chronic pain, such as neuropathy, carpal tunnel, or Dupuytren's contracture, West Coast Men's Health can help. No pills, no shots, no surgery, just results.
With clinics in Hinsdale and Deerfield, call West Coast Men's Health at 630-425-5033. That's 630-425-5033. 630-425-5033. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Game day in Chicago. You know what that means. Grab a Sam Adams American Light. It's clean, crisp, and brewed for moments like this. It's the perfect call whether you're at the bar, at a tailgate, or cheering from your couch. Wherever you are watching, it's always Sam season. Swing by Almost Home in Wrigleyville to grab a Sam Adams American Light today. Sam Adams American Light pairs perfectly with how you do game day.
Hey golfers, it's Silvy. I've been talking about Chicago Southland's finest golf course for years, the Sanctuary in New Lenox. The Sanctuary offers 18 holes of great golf on a beautiful course. The track may be a challenge, but it's an easy drive from anywhere in Chicagoland. Sanctuary features a 20-bay heated top tracer range, a 30-station grass range, a putting green, and a short game area. Check out golfsanctuary.com for the best rates and book your tee time. You no longer need to find your golf sanctuary.
Hey, it's Kap J Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, I know someone who was injured on the job.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was injured after being rear-ended by a truck. I'm here to help. My guy.
Wait a minute. Your guy?
Correct.
Oh, no. My guy is Howard Ankin.
Fellas, I'm here to help.
There's an Ankin Law practice area for just about any injury.
Ankin Law is injury law made personal. I could not have said it better myself.
Howard Ankin is our guy. Call 312-6 million.
On the Kap J Hood Show, weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000. My guy.
At Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric, we make home service easy. We guarantee same-day service and installation with no extra charge for nights, weekends, or holidays. Family-owned for 53 years, Four Seasons has over 30,000 five-star Google reviews and an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. For all your plumbing, heating, cooling, and electrical needs, for all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap J Hood show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap J Hood show are presented by Ankin Law. Got a few minutes? Check out our shorts. YouTube. Got an hour? Watch interviews and silly show moments. YouTube. Got nothing going on now? Join us on our live stream. It's all on YouTube right now. Subscribe at ESPN 1000 Chicago. The Odds Couple. Host Mike North and Carmen DeFalco. These guys like to bring you the latest numbers, odds, and important stats so you can place your bets with confidence. Hear the show on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. Brought to you by Bet365. Did you miss Carmen and Jurko? Don't do without. Get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by Woodford Reserve.
From each.
Transmitter's working perfectly. I hear everything clear as a bell.
Clinton Yates always brings the heat.
I can lead a nation with a microphone.
I am pleased to be joined by ESPN's Clinton Yates.
With a microphone.
I would imagine most of you have never heard Clinton Yates. He's irrelevant.
This is my new favorite show.
We welcome in Clinton Yates. Clinton, I've mentioned this to you before. When I think of people who love the game, I think of you.
That right there is Clinton Yates.
Clinton Yates!
Clinton Yates, incredible job today.
Our pal Clinton Yates. People like Clinton Yates.
Let's first begin by saying good day to my friend Clinton Yates. There's a lot to talk about here.
Clinton, where the hell are you at?
From Studio 5 at LA Live, this is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Happy Freestyle Friday, kiddos. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM, and, of course, watch ESPN as well. Devin is here, second hour. Sam is here. And since Sam is here, the last time Sam was here, we had a news story courtesy of the Morehead City Marlins, who are not to be confused with a minor league team. I don't know if you know how this works, Sam, but in the summer, collegiate players play in wood bat leagues in minor league sort of profile towns, but they are not, in fact, on a professional team at that point. It is simply an experience for them to get to play against other collegians outside of the NCAA context. That's who the Morehead City Marlins are.
I never knew that. I never knew that was a thing.
That's a thing. And so a lot of college players will do it. It's, it's sort of a prep if you're going to go to the pros, to sort of see where you game out, get a little different experience. That team has rebranded itself as what exactly, Devin?
They are becoming the Booty Divers.
The Crystal Coast Booty Divers, I believe, is the name of that team. Why does this matter? Well, not just because we get to say goofy words, but because, well, they reached out to us and said, hey, heard you talking about us. Can we ship you some gear? Do we have an update on that? Devin.
We do have an update, as you would say.
An update, yes.
I got an email saying there is a package for me to pick up at the Amazon locker at my apartment complex. So I have to imagine that's the Booty Divers gear, considered they shipped it out, and I'm sure, maybe they overnight it. Who knows? We'll see what it is, but I'm really excited to open up that package.
I have gotten no notifications myself, as I am in a different place, and hopefully I will be getting things today. I imagine it takes a little longer to get to Los Angeles than it does potentially to Connecticut. What are we going to do? How are we going to do this as far as our unveil is concerned, though? Because you're out next week.
I'm out next week, so, we could do it whenever you guys want. Like, I could take a picture and send it to the crew of me and my Booty Divers gear. Like, if you don't want to wait, you let me know. I can adjust however we want to go here.
Sam, do we want to wait for the booty?
Do we want to wait for the booty? I think I want the booty now.
Clinton and Friends is presented by Progressive Insurance. Life can be hard, so Progressive makes bundling your home and auto easy. Hope that helps. Learn more at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE.
Tatum, 5 seconds. Tatum at the free throw line. Tatum falling away in a baseline. His pass blocked by Bridges, and the Knicks have done it again.
That's just how the game went. They made a tough defensive read at the end. We just wasn't able to convert in the fourth quarter. That's what it came down to.
That was from 98.5, the Sports Hub. Of course, we've got the big matchup coming up in the Eastern Conference semis. Celtics at Knicks. Game 3 is Saturday. It's at the Garden. I've been seeing all sorts of stuff. We talked about it a little bit on the back end of last hour. But this is a big basketball game. Never mind my affinity for dudes in Averex jackets and Timberlands yelling and screaming. That's an aside. There's an actual basketball game to be played here that matters. And the Celtics have blown back-to-back 20-point leads. Not good, Bob. Reminder, that team won 60 games this season. Number 2 seed, of course, behind the Cavs. But the three-point shooting is a problem. This entire method of we're just basically shooting all threes unless we can dunk the ball obviously has not paid dividends against a Knicks team that can grind out possessions. And if you're not on point, you're not going to be caught up. Mikal Bridges obviously was a star. A couple of tremendous defensive plays. I was going to say huge, but then I said tremendous defensive plays to end these games. And the fan reacts videos have been great. I've been watching these for like 2 days straight, Devin. Like kids that are probably teenagers filming their now millennial-aged like NBA fan parents. You know what I'm saying? Going absolutely ham, standing exactly 1 foot away from the television with ridiculous clothes on in their house and just screaming and yelling the most foul New York stuff you've ever heard in your life. I'm a big fan of that.
Listen, these past 2 days have just been an absolute online media frenzy in terms of the New York stuff. Pope Twitter yesterday was outlandish, getting all these memes. Like, we've had a good couple 24 hours of online content.
Pope Twitter has been really, really good. Chicago is getting a lot of run out of that.
I mean, speaking of Pope Twitter, he graduated from Villanova, so there's a lot of Knicks fans, kind of connect the two who think maybe he's rooting for the Nova Knicks with Jalen Brunson, Mikal Bridges, Josh Hart, and Dante DiVincenzo. Maybe the Timberwolves are going to get a little bit more juice now. Who knows?
Philly and Chicago both trying to claim the Pontiff. People wondering about the Pontiff's heritage. That's a whole other story. Back to the basketball, though. The Celtics, look, they're 25 for 100 in threes this series. They've missed 75 three-pointers, in case you didn't do the math on that. That's the most in a 2-game span in NBA postseason history. Like, these aren't just random blips on the radar. There's an element of stubborn that's coming into play here regarding Joe Mazzulla and this team and how they approach their offensive output. Now, I'm not one to say that he doesn't know his personnel. The team is obviously the reigning NBA champions. I can be one to say, don't love to watch it. Can't imagine watching it as a Celtics fan. Hunting threes is what Gary Washburn said that they were doing. And that's not a good look. I felt that Tatum's last possession at the end of Game 2 was a perfect indication of how out of whack their offense really is. You got 1 point whatever seconds left, Tatum gets across the key, is double teamed, and seems to think he's going to pass that? That's your man's? That shot's got to go up. That shot has to go up. Let's hear what he said about what they think that they are identity-wise.
We have a way that we play. We have an identity, and it can't waver just because, we missing shots. We can't change who we are. And, I always say you got to be the same person when things are going well and when things aren't going well. And, it's not about our season being 2 games.
practice isn't the same as what you're going to be doing during training camp or even during the veteran mini camps. But, as you were an assistant coach and developing what you wanted to be like as a head coach, what did you want your practices to be like? What are the kind of main ideals and things you want to get done?
Yeah.
In practice?
Well, it's nothing out of the ordinary. We spent the last night and this morning installing new concepts for these guys, and now it's their opportunity to go out and execute them at a high level. We're going to make a lot of mistakes. I think I've been pretty open and honest about that since I came into the building here, that we encourage that. We need that. That's how we grow. And so those mistakes are going to happen, and we'll make the corrections here this afternoon, and then we'll have our walkthrough to clean all that up. So that's really a progression. It's nothing crazy or revolutionary. In terms of the flow, it's a balancing act with the rookies here right now, because some are a little bit more in shape than others. So we want to be smart with how we're taking care of their bodies, and we're not pushing them too hard and have the soft tissue things pop up already. So the tempo of practice right now might be a little bit slower than what it will be in the future, but it's something we'd like to work on.
As a former tight ends coach, what are the challenges in a rookie and helping get him ready when he's got the sort of huge umbrella of responsibilities both in the run game and pass game?
Yeah, it's a matter of meeting, watching the tape, walking through, particularly a guy like Colston right now that a little dinged up still, and so we're rehabbing him, and then that's a priority for us, is getting him back healthy, because the sooner he gets healthy, then we get the full speed reps, and that's where it really all comes together. So it's more mental, and we're going to take full opportunity of the time we have with them over the next, call it 6 weeks, in terms of getting them up to speed with not only what the veterans know mentally, but how much can we walk through with them on the side to speed up the learning process.
And with Ozzy, is there anything size-wise that you guys, body-wise, that you guys have set for him to try to target between now and training camp?
We've got a little bit of time to figure that out. We've been doing that with the veterans since they came back a few weeks ago, and still finalizing exactly weight range and exactly what we're looking like body composition-wise, goals to set for them to come back to training camp. We're not there yet, but it's good to have eyes on Ozzy now.
Can you give me general of what you're looking for from him?
You want specific numbers?
No, general. Specifically general.
Yeah.
Specifically general.
Yeah.
You want him bigger, thinner, like what?
We're good right now. Yeah, he's doing a great job.
Okay.
Yeah.
How would you describe kind of your mentality on the field and the way that you coach as a head coach working through these practices?
Varies. It varies based on what we're seeing. So. A little bit of a counterbalance and a pendulum is things go one direction, like to try to keep things centered to a degree. So, I think you'll see a lot of different personality styles come out, not just with me, but the rest of the coaching staff as well, as we work to get to know our players a little bit better and what they need to be pushed.
Did today feel more different to you than any other day you've ever had as a coach?
I've never blown the whistle to stop the play, and I got a little bit of work to do there. I can get better in that aspect, but no. Other than that, it was great. I'm surrounded by a phenomenal coaching staff. Like I said already, it was fun to watch them get their hands on these players and be able to work with them like that. So I'm very encouraged.
Apart from the drafted players, you've got the rookies, undrafted free agents. How does one of those players go from long shot to maybe has a shot to might actually make the team?
Yeah, anytime you get the opportunity to be in a building, just like now, you're always being evaluated. So it doesn't matter if you were a draft pick, if you were undrafted signee, if you're a tryout guy this weekend, we're taking everything into account. So whatever it takes to they earned one opportunity. We talked last night about now you got to earn your next opportunity. And so the door's wide open for that.
Super important question. Has there been a conversation in the last 24 hours about whether the Pope's a Bears fan or not?
I've heard rumblings, but that hasn't been discussed too much firsthand. So that's good.
How do you feel about the options you have at strong side linebacker, like overall, not this weekend, but taking a look at it? Is that guy in the building right now? Are you confident in that?
We'll find out. We certainly have an open competition. We feel really good, obviously, about TJ and Tremaine and what they've done over the course, not just last year, but the last few years in this league. Really comfortable there. But that third spot, it's up for grabs. And so We do have a prototype. DA's got a prototype for what that Sam would look like. We're more concerned, let's find our third best linebacker, and we'll figure it out from there. We got a lot of scenarios going on in our heads right now of what that could be, but we won't know for sure until we get the pads on. Obviously, Noah Sewell's been in the building, and he's shown a lot of good things over the last few weeks, and we've got a good mix of other guys in that room as well.
As you try to figure out the left tackle position, big picture, what do you hope happens over the next 6 weeks here as you try to get a feel for who fits where and who's the ideal?
Yeah, we're not earning jobs here this springtime. What I would like to see offensively, it's not just for the O-line, but we're still trying to comprehend this system. There's a lot. We've taught a big picture view really over the last few weeks. We haven't even formally installed a specific play and a formation all at once yet. We'll do that once we get to OTAs. So there's a lot that's going on in everyone's head right now. We've been focused, particularly in that room, about our fundamentals. What does a triple look like when we're working with the tight end? What's it going to look like on a dry block? When we're pulling, what do we want that to look like? And so that's been our focus. I really don't want to get too much into depth of what that personnel is going to look like. We just simply don't know. We'll find that out when we get pads on. You can't climb the depth chart in the springtime, particularly on O-line and D-line, if we don't have the pads on.
After seeing Luther Burden after seeing Luther Burden on the field today, are you at all surprised that he fell to you in the second round where he did?
I'm not surprised by anything in the draft anymore. I was very excited when he slid to us, but nothing that happened today would make me feel any different. I thought he did a great job. It's a good start.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, Devin.
Thank you.
All right, there's Ben Johnson meeting the media. So nothing groundbreaking there, as you can imagine, from the first practice of spring and just rookie minicamp. He said he was excited that Luther Burden fell. Obviously, he's already expressed that a lot. He did over draft weekend. Thought it was interesting maybe there that he said, look, nobody's winning jobs right now in spring. Can't do it, especially on the O-line and the D-line without pads on. That's not what it's about yet. We're a ways away from knowing that, right?
Yeah.
This
is
like just installing some things and fundamentals. And the reality is nobody's winning a job in the spring. That's what he said.
I like what he talked about. How do these undrafted guys, get a chance and they get an opportunity?
Here's Colson Loveland at the podium. He is signed, sealed, and delivered. Let's take a listen to the first round pick.
Exactly like I'm in there. It's different doing it, obviously, but I'm just doing everything I can, taking the mental reps in the playbook all the time, just staying ahead, really.
I know you're kind of living in the rookie minicamp now right now, but as it comes to syncing up with Caleb over the next several months, have you guys talked about how that will happen, given that there will be some limitations in the early going?
Yeah, we've talked about it. It's like whatever I can do, we'll do. Whatever, we'll play it by ear. So for sure, whatever I'm going to be able to do, we're going to make sure we get that done.
What have been your first impressions of Ben as a coach, both in meetings but also out on the field today for the first time?
Yeah, I'm a big fan. I love his spirit, his energy. He's super determined. He's ready to go. He's ready to take this thing to the top, and he's no nice guy. I see him getting on butt and getting on people's butts and but fired up too. Super excited. Yeah, I'm loving how he coaches. It's early, and I'm excited to play for him.
I was telling us he's going to show different sides of his personality. He's out on the practice field based on whatever the situation needs. Did you see any new side of Ben today?
I wouldn't say necessarily new. He's like I said, he could be super fired up. He can get on someone, then he'll be super fired up about this play, maybe a good pass or something. So he's got a little bit of everything in him. But not like I said, he's a great coach. It's only day one, but I love everything about it. He's super determined. He's ready, like I said, take it to the top. So,
how much did playing in that Michigan offense maybe help get you ready for the NFL? Because probably some more pro concepts with what they do than certainly a lot of other schools.
Yeah, for sure. I think playing there helped a ton. Like you said, it's a pro-style offense. Always 2 tight ends on the field. A lot of the terminology and everything kind of it just flows right into it. We use the same stuff. So like you said, it's helped me for sure. Got a long ways to go though. It's a new offense, and I'm just excited to get in it and get right.
Also, from a strength and conditioning standpoint, what are you able to do right now, and what are you still waiting before you can dive into?
Yeah, I'm doing I'm working out. I'm running. I'm doing everything. It's the weight is not as heavy, obviously, but we're just taking that day by day, just stacking bricks and getting better. So,
received a lot of praise for your ability to separate. When did you know in your football career that that was like a gift you had, and how much did you then put into refining it?
Yeah, I would say probably sophomore year of high school. I think I had like a really good year, like 1,400 yards or something. And I was like, all right, I'm pretty good at this. And then started locking in on it, like you said, the details, and kind of just, took off. Still got a ton of room for improvement, though, and I'm excited about that.
When you were in high school, how did you start locking in on the details? What did you study, and how did you go about it?
Study, and then going out in the summer. We'd always have training camp. We'd have workouts in the summer, go out with the boys and just do one-on-ones, just mess around. Just playing football makes you better at football. So that's really all it was.
Also, is there anything in particular that once you get back on the field you will to work on that you can't do right now?
Like hitting bags. Once we can actually hit each other, like doing that, just getting back into playing football, it's been a while. I'm just excited to be more hands-on and start, getting out there. I'm itching to go out there for sure.
Were you out there asking coaches, could you do more? It looked like you were mimicking kind of what your teammates were doing and then looking at a coach like, I can get one in real quick.
It's all protocol. I'm listening to the PT and training staff, but for sure, I'm itching to get out there, like I said. But just take it slow. We got some time, take it slow, and I trust them, and they're going to do a great job with me. So
Other than the fact that
meshing with the veterans, and what do you hope to learn from Cole or even anybody else on offense?
Yeah, I'm super excited just to meet them. I've heard great things about all the vets. You could tell just this. It's very tight culture here, and everyone's super nice. I'm just excited to learn from them. Like you said, they've been in the league for a long time, so just little tips and tricks that they got, and even with the playbook, just learning everything from them and just watching, emulating, and
Why'd you pick 84 other than the fact that 18 was taken?
I feel like 80s are always a good number for a tight end. I like 84. I was like, let's do it.
Have you been able to connect with Caleb more since you got into the building a couple weeks ago? I know you've been in and out, but have you talked to him or formed a connection yet?
Yeah, we talked a little bit for sure. I haven't got to really see him too much in the building because we didn't ever cross paths, but we've talked for sure, and I'm just looking forward to building that relationship and that connection for sure.
Will you be able to go anywhere this summer with him if he gets the receivers together to go throw? Will you be able to go do that?
That's the plan for sure. Yeah.
Cool. Thanks, guys.
There's Colson Loveland. They're bringing him up fast and furious. The other person we wanted to hear from is Ozzie Trapillo. So if they bring him to the podium, we'll go ahead and listen into that. That was Colson Loveland, who still can't do a lot. He was termed still a little, quote-unquote, dinged up by Ben Johnson. I think that just means, where he is in his rehab. He's still recovering from that. He's
recovering from surgery.
Yes, from surgery in January. He can't do a whole heck of a lot, and it sounds like he's chomping at the bit to do more, but that won't be until training camp probably. I don't know how much of the offseason he will do. He had shoulder surgery when the season ended in January, and again, it was termed as dinged, a little dinged up, quote-unquote, by Ben Johnson, so not being able to do a whole heck of a lot. He is signed. That's much easier than it used to be. Sometimes you still see
Slotted,
a few guys that hold out
when
until
the teams
close.
make ridiculous requests. Remember when they went about the business of trying
the offset language?
Yeah, put offset language in there, and it's like, no.
But for the most part, it's pretty easy.
Yeah.
And their first-round pick is all signed and sealed, and he is in the building, and he's part of the minicamp this weekend. We'll talk to Courtney Cronin a little bit later on today. If Trapillo steps to the podium, we'll listen to that. It was the first thing Ben Johnson talked about today. The first question he got was about Ozzie Trapillo. And everybody wants to know, do the Bears finally have a left tackle, or is he going to play right, and is somebody going to move over? First thing he talked about was Trapillo. He said it's way too early to make any assessments, but he was complimentary of just sort of his acumen and his ability to his want and his ability to kind of learn and start understanding what they're telling him. He said he's super smart and that he's impressive for a young guy. But that was the first thing right out of the gate that Ben Johnson talked about. It wasn't his offense.
The offensive line, yeah.
Yeah, it's the offensive line, yeah. It wasn't Colson Loveland. It was about Big Nasty Ozzie Trapillo out of Boston College. That's what I'm calling him.
As well it should be.
So there you go. A little update
call him whatever
from
you
Hallis.
want.
Yeah. Just don't call him Shirley.
Big Chunky.
I like Big Nasty better than Big Chunky.
Call him whatever you want.
If Trapillo steps to the podium, we'll go ahead and carry that too. So, you want? Is he coming up, Adam? You think, or do you want me to break? No, keep going. Okay, he's going to step to the podium coming up. I'll read you something while we wait. Oh, you want me to break? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I thought you were doing I got confused. We'll take a quick break. 312-332-3776. I'll read you something from one former NFL player and one very good analyst, what he wrote about Colston Loveland and his fit in Ben Johnson's offense. We'll do that coming up next.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
You need to understand that Carmen does all the work for the show. Why do you think they're having the both of you, Black and Abdallah, fill in for him?
So it's Chris and I hosting the live broadcast at Cubby Bear next Friday from 10 a.m. to 12:40.
And we're pretending to be Carmen?
Big shoes, guys. You do the work, and I'm there for the frivolity and the joie de vivre.
And we do it all, and you're just there?
I'll be enjoying the Yingling. I'll step in if you need me to set you straight on things.
The Carmen and Jurko Show, live from the Cubby Bear for the start of the Crosstown Series next Friday at 10 a.m. right up the pregame at 12:40.
Presented by Yingling and Astound. Please enjoy responsibly.
Oh, nicely done, guys.
With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, and surprises you with every new scent and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, and it gives you a new experience with every sip. So, yeah, Woodford is more than a spirit. It's a spectacle for the senses. Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV, the Woodford Reserve Distillery, Versailles, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford is a registered trademark. 2025, the Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
When you're injured, you need a team that knows how to win. Postman Law delivers. Simple, right? Even simpler. Remember this number, 844-POSTMAN. Postman Law has secured over $3 billion for clients. Fast, easy, and stress-free. So think Postman Law when you've been hurt in a crash, on the job, or anywhere else. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN for Postman Law Offices, Chicago.
Hey guys, it's Silvy for Window Nation. It's May and the temperatures are rising. Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows, plus no money down, no interest, and no monthly payment until 2027. That's a whole lot of savings and a super smart investment when prices are going up. Their windows also come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future. Hurry, sale ends soon. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
If your hair could talk, it would probably say, "Thanks for saving time on a great haircut at Great Clips. You used online check-in to put your name on the list in the app and made it to the salon right on time, thanks to getting a Ready Next text." Your hair would also like to add, "This cut rules." And the price? A very close second. For a great haircut that fits your schedule and your budget, take it from your hair. Take yourself to Great Clips. Download the app today.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think you could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text EDGE to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text EDGE to 42424. That's EDGE to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Jurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
More post-draft stuff. This from Matt Bowen at ESPN.com. Matt's good. He does great film study, former NFL player, of course.
Safety.
Coaches, safety, special teams, absolutely. He was writing about the best rookie fits for all the different teams. And when he wrote about the Bears, he thinks the best fit is their first pick, round 1, number 10 overall, Colston Loveland. And he writes, why he fits. Loveland is a refined route runner with positional flex, and that upgrades new coach Ben Johnson's offense in the pass game. At 6'6", 248, Loveland can play inline, bump to the slot, or even move to the backside of 3x1 sets. He's more than just a big seam stretch, though. Loveland can create separation as he comes out of his breaks, and he has great lower body quickness to get loose against press coverage. He's a 3-level target. Those traits give Johnson's offense more creativity from a formation perspective.
3 levels.
As Chicago could major in 2 tight end sets with Loveland and Cole Kmet this year. With the additions of Loveland and second-rounder Luther Burden III, the Bears are setting up quarterback Caleb Williams with a versatile group of pass catchers.
3-level threat, Carm.
3-level threat. It is such a similar refrain to last year, and I just hope we don't get burned as fans.
The
like we did
difference
last
is
year.
I'm not getting caught up in the emotions of it all now. Realistic. Somebody goes to me, 8-9. I said, listen, if this team finish 8-9 against the schedule they're playing, they've got to play better on the road if they're going to be able to go ahead and get that. You can't lose every game but the last one on the road. You can't do that. You got to find a way to win games. Can't lose on the road. So until they start doing that on a consistent basis where they go and they compete and they give a tremendous effort, you went into Washington, you look good against Washington, what'd you do? You blew it at the end, okay?
Right.
Those look like steps going in the right direction, but you've got to come out with the victories. You can't end up with losses. So just don't get caught up into the crap. That's what I did. I got caught up in the crap last year against an easy schedule.
Just let it happen this time. Hopefully it's good.
Not easier. This team can play substantially better and be substantially better this year and finish 8-9 or 9-8 and have a phenomenal season of growth and still not make the playoffs.
I feel so much better about the offense because of the play caller, but I also didn't think Shane Waldron was going to be as much of a train wreck as he was.
He was.
You know, their offense in Seattle, as we pointed out from time to time, was pretty decent over his tenure there. Now, was that more Dave Canales when he was there working with Gino? Was that more just Pete Carroll's influence and Pete Carroll's ability to clean up all the nonsense? He was the heavy, and he could maintain the room and rooms and building, and Matt Eberflus couldn't do that, and it just, like, things ran amok with Shane Waldron. I'll never quite understand how it went so terribly wrong, but I had a certain degree of confidence in Waldron. Now, I think much more highly of Ben Johnson, but we've never seen Ben Johnson as a coach, but we've seen him call plays, and he's been great. Never seen him as a head coach, and he's been great. So I'm putting my faith in that.
All I ask of my coaches is put us in the chance in a position to win the games. That's it. Put us in the best chances to be successful. That's what you ask. It's the players that are going to have to do it. Now, they've upgraded some of the players. They've upgraded some of the positions. They believe they've gotten better players in here. You're going to turn over a little bit of this roster. This is the first year of turning over some of this roster, hopefully with a new energy and a new focus. The more George McCaskey stays out of the way, the better off everything else will be. Get the new stadium built. You and Kevin Warren, go get what you need to get done. Go, get it done. Go down to Springfield. Shake some hands. Kiss some babies. Do whatever you need to do. Slap some backs. Do what you guys need to do. But it has to happen on the field. That's where it has to happen. All the talk and the rhetoric and the crap does not matter. When the equipment does get on, you know, they can have an inkling and they can have a feeling about a player. Mm-hmm. But until the equipment goes on, that's when you really find out about it.
That's kind of what he was saying today, right?
And
that's what Ben Johnson was hinting at?
Yeah, before I got interrupted a little bit earlier.
Who did?
Those darn
the press conferences?
Those darn press conferences. Talked about how does a free agent make it. That's it. You're going to get a limited amount of opportunities. And when you get those limited amount of opportunities, you got to find a way to make plays.
Right.
And then the more plays you make, and I'll give you a perfect example of a youngster we had in Jacksonville. Kevin Devine was a defensive back. And started to get noticed when he intercepted Brunell. He was covering Jimmy Smith. He intercepted Brunell. The next day he comes back out and he's going against Keenan McCardle. Intercepts Brunell. 2 straight days, he made an impact, and guess what started to happen?
People are like, "Hey!"
He started to notice you a little bit. Now you get a little bit more responsibility. Now they're throwing you in. Now you find your way on the first team of the special teams during the preseason. Now you're going out and you're running down on the kickoff, and now you've got to perform. And as a young player, you've got no choice. They're going to put you on every single special team you have, and you've got to perform. Yeah. And that's the way it works.
That's how you make it, right?
That's the way it goes. George Kuntz, linebacker for Green Bay,
yes, sir,
came from the Ohio Glory in the World Football League that we used to have here. He comes from the Ohio Glory. What did they do? They put him on special teams. And what did he do? Flourished on special teams. And then Brian Noble goes down with an injury, and somebody's got to step up and play. And guess who steps up and plays?
George Kuntz.
Kuntz. pressed into action in an emergency situation, and boom. So either two things happen.
Yeah.
You fail miserably and you're never going to see the field again, or you respond. He responded. Then George Kuntz goes on to have himself a 10-year career.
Yes, he did.
That's how it works.
One of those guys is going to have to
Remember the
respond.
chances. These are the opportunities when they come down the pipeline.
One guy's going to have to respond and be the third linebacker. here.
Carmen gets a throat disease of some sort, a sickness, right?
Disease.
Somebody's got to step up, right?
I hope not.
I'm not talking about long-term. I'm talking about laryngitis for 2 days.
It's a disease.
What happened? Somebody's got to step up. Who's that right now, right? Len Casper's got it. Right?
Len's sick. Yeah,
Len's
DJ
sick,
stepped up
right?
yesterday and
Who's
did.
got to step in?
DJ and
Somebody's
Mellor.
got to step up. Yeah, but
Len
that's the
chimed in
point.
like 3 or 4 times, but he was in the booth, but he couldn't speak.
Right.
Yeah, DJ stepped
But
up.
that's how it happens. In case of emergency, break glass, person gets opportunity, person makes most of opportunity, person remains gainfully employed.
Well,
That's
somebody's
how it
got to do
works.
that for that third linebacker spot.
I know.
Ben Johnson specifically pointed at that today. And he said, I'm sorry, real quick, Adam. And he said, of course, you can't win anything now. That's for later. But he mentioned that third linebacker spot is up for grabs right now. Here's Ozzie Trapillo meeting the media up at Hallis Hall.
With the goal that I just mentioned.
How did some of those left tackle movements, techniques that you're doing today feel to you? Did it feel natural?
Yeah, I mean, throughout college, I knew that I wanted to play in the NFL. So doing so, you have to be versatile. That's the quickest way to get on the field. So, after practice, even though I was the right tackle the last 2 years in college, working left, making sure that it's still smooth, still feels good, especially after the season. I was working more left than right just because catching up for lost time. So it felt good today.
Did you have a non-football checklist?
I mean, yeah, you could say similar, like showing who I am as a person along the staff, all the great people around the staff here. So I think that sort of coincides in a way with who I am as a football player.
What have you made of Ben Johnson's personality, both on the field, but when you come across him in the building?
Yeah, no, I think it's great. He has really good energy. I think all the guys are really excited to be here. Great energy on the practice field. A lot of excitement. So yeah, I mean, it was really good today. I think the guys were excited, happy to be here, and it's really a great opportunity. So trying to make the most of it.
You get a sense of what Coach Rocher is going to be like for you?
Yeah, no, great guy. We had meetings with him. We sort of saw that live coaching today, so I'm really excited to work with him in the future. I think he's a great coach. Yeah, and I really like him as a person, as a coach. I think it's going to be a good relationship.
What's his style like?
I'd say, pretty normal style. He's all business on the field, which is what you want, right? You want someone who's going to coach you. He's going to teach you the right technique, what he wants, in a demanding way, but in a way that's just going to accomplish that goal as soon as possible. So, yeah.
What do you foresee is going to be the toughest hurdle you're going to have to overcome going from the right side to the left side?
That's a good one. I don't really know if there's any specific obstacles that I'm sort of thinking of. I've touched upon this before, but in a way, if you're more used to playing right tackle at live speed, and you're still consistent with left, you feel good at left, it's almost easier when you're learning new technique because you don't just get into that flow state. Your habits are all coming back. You're hyper-focused on every movement because it's not as natural. So, in a way, it feels smoother. It feels easier to adapt to this new coaching style, new techniques, and all the above. So,
what gives you the most confidence that you can learn all of that and do it at the NFL level immediately?
You're saying play it left?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, just being with the coaches here, they wouldn't be here if they weren't great at their jobs, right? And the same goes for the players. So getting with the older guys, working with them, I'm not the only guy that's had to play multiple positions. So just picking their brains, seeing how it works, working after practice with them, for example, things like that. And then really just relying on the coaches, spending a lot of time here, and working as hard as I can to be the best that I can.
When you switched sides at BC, what was behind that?
It was we didn't have a great year in 2022. So new O-line coach Applebaum comes back. He knows something has to change. We get Christian Mahogany back that following year. So in a way, he was saying, me and Christian next to each other could be really beneficial for the offense. There was a lot more that went into it, but that was sort of the basis. And he asked, we looked at both sides. He said, "What do you think?" I said, "Obviously, wherever you want me." So he threw it out there. We did a couple spring practices with it, and then they ended up liking it. So, yeah.
Some guys struggle switching sides at that position. What made it easier for you, or what made it more fluid?
I think Like I mentioned before, just making sure throughout the season that both sides were touched up. So after practice, getting extra reps at left. You know, you never know if BC, if say the left tackle goes down, the next guy maybe feels more comfortable at right. I have to be able to do whatever. So just making sure I'm the most available that I can be at all times.
Ozzy, would it be the end of the world if you didn't start at left tackle? Have you kind of thought about that scenario if that plays out?
Yeah, it definitely wouldn't be the end of the world. My goal here is to play football, to get on the field as soon as I can. So I'm going to do whatever I can to get that done. But at the same time, I know I have a lot to work on as a player. I'm a rookie. I'm not going to show up and be the best. My goal is to become the best player I can, but I know I'm not just going to do it without work. So it takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of time. So, you know, my job is not to be results driven. It's to be process driven.
Have you met any of your have you met any of your veteran teammates yet?
No, you know, right now it's pretty isolated to the rookies. So I'm sure moving forward, you know, we'll be able to spend time with them more so, but it's pretty hectic. We got a pretty tight schedule right now. So
they haven't added you to the group chat or anything like that?
No, I mean, no, we'll get to that stuff, I'm sure. There's a lot of moving parts going on. So yeah, I'm not too worried about that right now.
As you hear about how you're such a technician and you've talked about that, what are some things in your technique that just on your first day here, coaches are already working on you to continue to improve? Like, so any kind of specific things that you're kind of working on?
You're saying new things?
Yeah, is there something new that's come out?
Yeah, I mean, every coach is going to have their slight tweaks to the technique. So whether it's, you know, the angle you're setting at, where your hands are being held while you're setting, where you're punching, it's all slightly different with every coach. Every guy has got their own way of doing it. So just trying to adapt to that. There are minor tweaks. I mean, very minor. At the end of the day, you're playing football. This is something I've done for a long time. So it's not too hard to adapt to that new stuff. But, yeah.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
There is Ozzy Trapillo. Good attitude. I like it. He said he spent time each of the last 2 years after practice, even though he played right tackle at BC, working on his technique at left. Normal, Yerk? Pretty normal, or just a guy paying attention to detail?
He's paying attention to detail. He's got goals. He understands what he wants or what he doesn't want. And maybe in a jam for them, he would have to go to left tackle.
Yeah.
If somebody ends up getting hurt. So why not go ahead and practice it and just get kind of accustomed to what needs to be done over there.
All right, so we heard from Colston Loveland, Ozzy Trapillo, and the head coach Ben Johnson, and Courtney Cronin will join us a little bit later just to kind of recap the day today and look ahead at the rest of the weekend before rookie minicamp. A couple other NFL things I want to talk about when we come back. You mentioned the stadium. I want to read you something from Brad Biggs a couple of days ago about the Bears in the new stadium. And did the Bears just find the perfect pass rushing gun for hire? He might have hit the market last night. We'll talk about that coming up next.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
The trip up I-94 is a tradition for Northside baseball fans.
And IKEA is giving you the chance to join us for our annual trek to Milwaukee in July.
You can register at the Schaumburg and Bolingbrook IKEA stores during their annual sidewalk sale. On now through May 26th.
Hit the road with Kap J Hood. Thanks to IKEA. Get full details at ESPNChicagoContests.com.
Spring is here. So many great things you do with the kids as things warm up. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking the next step for your future. A vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Madison is open for business, and that includes you. Looking to shop local, supporting small businesses, help communities grow and thrive. At the Village of Madison, they're building more than just businesses. They're building futures. Just minutes from Chicago, Madison offers unbeatable accessibility, a talented workforce, and a community eager to support local entrepreneurs. Shop small, but make a big difference. For more information, visit villageofmadison.org. Madison, where business breathes new life.
What does it take to become an award-winning bourbon like Horse Soldier? It takes hard work from field to fill. It takes generations of lessons to guide a new generation of craftsmen. It takes every ounce of passion to equal a few ounces in your glass. Every pour of Horse Soldier is more than just bourbon. It's a piece of the American dream. Now's your chance to live legendary. Learn more about Horse Soldier Bourbon and find it near you by visiting horsesoldierbourbon.com. Drink responsibly. Copyright 2025. Horse Soldier Bourbon, Bardstown, Kentucky.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
It was a doubleheader in August and really hot inside the concession stand. So instead of waiting for people to come to me, I figured I'd walk around yelling, "Hot dogs here!" And that's how I became the first hot dog vendor in sports.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
If this crazy stock market has you looking for a different way to secure your retirement, check out MitchLyonsWealth.com. Mitch is a featured expert in a documentary called The Retirement Deception that reveals strategies to protect, grow, and win retirement. He wants you to have a copy at no cost. For your free copy, go to MitchLyonsWealth.com.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. This is Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Courtney Cronin will join us from Hallison a little bit. Mike North has the bonus play about an hour or so from now, hour and 10 minutes from now. Waddle and Silvy will broadcast live up at Hallison. We'll crosstalk at 2:35. Brad Biggs in his mailbag in the Trib earlier this week answered one question about the draft from Dennis G. in Colorado. Right. And Dennis G. was asking, when are the Bears just going to go to Arlington already and not deal with the lakefront because they're not going to be able to get money from the state or the requisite money from the state? This is what Biggsy wrote. Barring a seismic shift, any stadium project is going to boil down to, quote-unquote, other people's money, as you put it. Yes, the Bears have said that they would foot the bill for the new stadium in Arlington Heights, but the village or state or both would have to pay for unknown amounts of infrastructure enhancements to make it happen. Is that $1 billion? Less? More? I don't know. That's why this entire project is deep in the woods and in the weeds, of politics. The Bears can accurately say they aren't seeking public money right now to build a new stadium, but the project is a no-go without public money. Unless that changes, stay tuned.
Well, without infrastructure improvements.
Yes.
That's right.
Yes.
I mean, they
that
can't.
It's going to come from somewhere.
If it's Arlington Heights and you want to put new ramps going into 53 either direction,
it's going to come from somewhere. That
has to come from somewhere. Yes. Yes. I mean, the Bears just can't go start building roads.
No, they cannot.
It does not work that way,
That's
fellas.
a civil project, I think,
That's
right?
what they call that, Carm.
That's not a private project.
That's a civil project.
That's civil
why
works.
Usually when anything gets approved, it gets approved with governmental authority.
Yes.
Because they've got to take a look at how everything kind of lays out and how everything will affect everything.
I can live with paying those taxes. Building the stadium, they need to build that their own.
Not so. Then you got to be careful on what's hidden in there.
I know.
What's hidden in
the
there.
devil's in the details.
It always is, Carm.
Always.
The devil's in the details.
I heard Black and Abdallah last night. I had not heard this until I flipped them on, that the Carolina Panthers moved on from Jadeveon Clowney.
The big defensive end from Michigan.
No, from South Carolina.
South Carolina,
Yes,
who
sir.
had the big play against Michigan. That's what I'm thinking
Yes,
of.
you're thinking in the bowl game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, he crunched that poor running back.
Clowney's been a good player in his career. I don't think he's ever been great. I think he's been a good pass rusher. I don't even know if he's been as good as Yannick Ngakoue, but he fits that profile. He's kind of a gun for hire these days.
I think he plays the run better than Ngakoue ever played the run.
You know, he's bounced around a little bit. He's still productive. And if you could get Jadeveon Clowney for, I don't know, what would it cost? $8.5 million? Maybe $10 million? Is that worth it? If I'm the Bears, I would absolutely kick the tires on that.
Yep,
And make
32.
him part of a rotation, a four-man rotation at edge.
He'll be 32 all year.
He hasn't played more than 64% of the snaps since 2021. You wouldn't expect him to play more than 64% of the snaps at this point.
He'd be a artificial pass rusher coming in on second and third down only.
Right. You'd expect him to play 55 or 60% of the snaps. Did you know that his win rate on true pass sets last year was still
top 10?
Top 20 in the NFL.
Okay.
Was still top 20. And according to PFF, overall, he had a pass rush grade that ranked 29th. For a guy that might give you 60% of the snaps, that could maybe go out and pop a 7-sack season for you or an 8-sack season for you, I think you could do worse than Jadeveon Clowney if you're the Bears right now.
He's played for 6 teams.
I would think about it at the very least. Am I crazy?
I don't think you're crazy. I think you can think about it. When he played with a good team, Baltimore, in his age 30 season, 9.5 sacks.
Right.
Played with Carolina, not necessarily getting the same type of pass rush opportunities you're going to get in Baltimore. He had 5.5 sacks, but he was getting pressure.
He was. He was getting
Remember
pressure.
when Greg Bloss said sacks are overrated?
Yes.
It's the pressure rate now. People look at pressure rate.
Yeah.
That's what's important. Your ability to put pressure on the quarterback, not always to bring him down, but to put pressure on the quarterback.
I think he still can do it at a high enough rate where you might consider that if you're the Bears. I would definitely be slightly interested.
15,
if I'm them, I'd be interested as a Bear fan if they said, hey, it'd be like Ngakoue a couple years ago.
15,
and when did Montez Sweat play his best and when did Ngakoue play his best? When Sweat got here. Then he got hurt, of course. But that's when it was starting to fire.
You're trying to impress the new team. That's why. You're on a new team.
Yeah, it could
You're
be.
trying to impress the new
I'm
team.
saying
and get after
Ngakoue
it.
also started playing better when Sweat arrived here. You know what I mean? Like,
They helped each other.
They helped each other.
Yeah.
I don't think it's crazy if the Bears were to explore Jadeveon Clowney.
I got you.
Plus, we still don't know if Adengbo is going to work out. Like Adengbo, they gave him a lot of money. He hasn't been good yet. They think they can develop him from Indy, but as of right now, he hasn't played well.
Well, I think he's still somewhat of a question. You know, everything it's all wrapped up in like hope, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're hoping and we're hoping as Bears fans that second team got paid, second team entering his prime, now he's going to fire. And there's certainly precedent for that. We don't know that it's going to happen for sure, but that's what we hope happens.
First-time starter last year. 14 of 17 games he started.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Hopefully he comes to a new team and he hits and he fires. He catches fire.
Put me down in the category or on the side of, go ahead and see if Clowney's at all interested. He might be the kind of guy that just waits and waits, too, right? I mean, longtime veteran.
I mean, as long as he can keep himself in shape, he's got the benefit of waiting. But at some point, third week of August, you'd like to see him get a couple of weeks, 2 weeks of some training camp in.
Yeah.
He's going to need it, whether he likes it or not.
Courtney Cronin is going to join us in just a minute here, by the way.
Wonderful.
Yeah, just to kind of recap a few of the things that are happening up in Hallis. Courtney and all of our guests will join us on the Yingling guest hotline. Follow Courtney on X, especially on big weekends like this where there's going to be a lot of Bear stuff going on, at Courtney R. Cronin. Hey, Courtney, how goes it up there?
It's good. We just
Hold on, I think we just lost it.
just like the rookies, getting the lay of the land of this new group, what Ben Johnson's practices are like, and it's rookie minicamp. There's not a whole lot you can take away from it, but it is a start to seeing guys back on the field, which we haven't seen since the beginning of January.
What's the timeline exactly for Colston Loveland look like coming off that shoulder injury?
Yeah, so nothing like super concrete, just based on like what we know from Ben Johnson. Obviously, right now is the mental part for him. He was out at practice today, so he's wearing, like, everybody out there's got the Guardian cap on, which I think they're going to probably do through the remainder of. I mean, that's typically what happens for teams during the off-season program. But he was in shorts and his jersey, just like everybody else. Did some stretching, but like he was on his own, so he's not incorporated just yet, but he sounds like getting the mental reps and all of that. And I anticipate that that's probably going to take him up to training camp, because we did hear from the Bears that they think he'll be ready to go by training camp, but it does not sound basically, or based on what they've told us before, that he's going to be doing much this spring, if anything, on the field at all.
That's kind of what I got out of what Ben Johnson was saying today, too. How about the timeline for, like, Braxton Jones? Has that changed at all, and how might it look for guys like Wright and Trapillo getting work over at left tackle?
Yeah, I mean, so Ozzy today, just on the note of him, I noticed when they were breaking off into groups, they'd go like center, left guard, and left tackles over here, and then like the right guard and right tackle would be working together for a while, and then they'd flip and have the center go over. A lot of same sort of stuff they were doing in individuals. They were flipping sides with. So I imagine the work that Ozzy's getting in at left tackle would have happened regardless of the Braxton Jones timeline, because we heard from Ben, they haven't addressed it anytime recently, and we have not obviously been around the vets yet, but they did say limited at the start of training camp. So assuming that that's still the timeline, it's an opportunity for Ozzy to get, some pretty significant reps at left tackle, and I wouldn't be surprised when the team comes together for OTAs in a couple of weeks if we see him and Karan Amagaji get, splitting the reps there on the left side, because it's something I thought that was interesting. He said that he would make sure that he would kind of keep himself up to speed on it when he was in college, even after practices. Yeah. And it sounded like this offseason he was getting some work done at left tackle too, just because he has played so much right tackle. And there was a gap of playing, 24 starts at right tackle the last 2 years. He wants to make sure that he don't forget anything at that left tackle spot. So I'm not surprised to see them, they know he can play right tackle. So I don't think it really does them, not that it doesn't do them any good, but it does them more good to see how he performs at left tackle now, minus knowing how anybody handles, a pass rush. They're not in pads. You can't really tell, how high they're playing. All of those things you won't know until they're actually doing football stuff in August or late July. But it is a start for him just in terms of the footwork and what he needs to prepare for playing left tackle by getting some of these walkthrough reps. And it was a slower day today, but that's, again, they're throwing so much at these guys, that's to be expected the next couple days. The biggest move in the offseason was obviously bringing in a coaching staff, a new coaching staff. Is there a measurable difference of competence that could be, that you could take a look at, that you've noticed right away? Does this thing reek of competence? So everybody put the perception around Ben Johnson that I think everybody feels, this guy's so confident, sometimes borderline cocky with the play design and all of that. You're not going to see any of that right now. It was almost hard to find him out there because, at least with Eberflus, and just from a visual standpoint, Eberflus never wore a hat. So it was easy to spot the head coach when he's got his, free-flowing hair and Wayfarers, and Ben Johnson blends in when he's wearing a hoodie that's the same color as everybody else out there and a baseball cap. So I've tried to find where he was. You couldn't really hear him. I'm going to be curious to see kind of what his coaching style is. Is he a fiery coach when he's out there, moving from the OC position to now being able to blow the whistle to, signal plays dead at the end? He said he had to, he's going to have to work on that a little bit, but I thought it was intriguing just to kind of watch how he moved today. I will say the volume that comes from the running backs and watching Eric Bieniemy get after guys on day one of rookie camp was very noticeable. And not that it was in a negative way. There were a couple times. I mean, there was a running back who, was sent out on a wheel route and he missed. He had one hand up to catch the ball, and you heard Bieniemy say something along the lines of we catch passes with two hands here. So I mean, it's coaching style, and it's. There was one of the equipment guys overthrew the same the same running back when they were going the opposite way, and he said, hey, good route. He's making sure to, critique, but also point out where somebody did something well, which, it's early again, but you could tell how loud he was and just how, fiery and passionate. Does that translate to competence? We'll see. But it was a noticeable difference for me just watching that position group and the way that they were coached today.
The Panthers released Jadeveon Clowney. Should the Bears be interested?
I think you throw him into the list of names: Matthew Judon, Zadarius Smith, Jadeveon Clowney, all guys around 31, 32 years old. I think that's smart to keep him on a short list for training camp. Not now. I don't think that they're going to be signing anybody until they see how this group looks in OTAs, because someone like Clowney is a 1 year. He signed the Panthers contract. He got released after one season. That was a multi-year deal. But the last couple of years for him, he's had these 1 year contracts, and I think it's kind of been by design for him ever since he left Houston. which is fine. I think that actually plays into the Bears' favor because you could probably get some much-needed help on the edge for somebody who's not going to be looking to break the bank, i.e. a Trey Hendrickson type. Yeah. I think you'd be much more willing to invest there in a shorter-term rental, so to speak, than you would be a long-term option or somebody who's looking for their next big payday.
I totally agree. All right, real quick, last thing. When are the veterans in the building next, Courtney?
So our first OTA, or their first OTA, I believe is May 20th through 22nd. They're still going to be in phase 2 right now, but phase 3, when they can actually get on the field, doesn't start for another, next week's the gap, and then it's the following week when we'll be out here. So that's when you're going to get a chance to see the rookies and the vets for the first time on the field.
Will they announce a Joe Thuney contract extension at that time?
I don't think so. I don't know if they're in any real rush to do it. I know that we talk about this all the time in terms of other contract extensions that might be on the horizon. I don't think that there's anything that's super pressing at this point. I know what Ryan Poles said. He, with Kap and J Hood. I don't know how much of that was, just tongue in cheek when you're, being led into a question specifically about someone's contract extension. What's he supposed to say?
I know.
No, we're not talking about this right now. It's off the table. It's on the table. He said the PC answer, which I get is going to drive some interest from Bears Twitter. But, I wouldn't. Would I be surprised? No. Would I be surprised if they make him wait? No. I don't. Either way, I don't think it. I don't think it's a super pressing spring matter that has to happen. But as we get closer to training camp, when we saw the Cole extension and the DJ Moore extension, those were late July. So I think that's kind of the target date personally.
That's the timeline. Makes sense. Okay. All right, Courtney. Good stuff. Thank you. Have a good weekend.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
See ya. There's Courtney Cronin on the Yingling guest hotline. She's brought to you by Costa Iavoni. Injured? Call 708-4-million for the people of Chicago because they are Chicago. Costa Iavoni, your local personal injury lawyers. Adam, what were you saying? Luther Burden, I guess, was meeting the media, and he said...
Yeah, so I saw this from Courtney. The numbers were all handed. The numbers were all handed out. Ozzie Trapillo's wearing 75 from Kyle Long. If you watch him, Chris pointed out he's watching video. Looks a lot like Kyle Long out there. He's a
big nasty
dude. He's a big.
Yeah,
dude.
it's the forearms, the elbow, the arm,
the big Popeye forearms.
The way he turns and picks up his arms, he looks very much like Kyle Long.
I love that.
And
Let's hope he's as good as Kyle Long.
Luther Burden is wearing 87 after the great Muhsin Muhammad.
Tom Waddle.
That too. He was asked why, because all these guys are getting asked why they're not.
Loveland's wearing 84.
Yes,
because
Loveland's
18 obviously is taken.
And he was like, well, 80s are a good tight end number.
Mercedes Lewis last year, I think, wore 84.
Yeah, right? Luther Burden was asked why 87, and he said, well, all the good numbers were gone.
Oh, we're going to have to educate Luther
Oh,
Burden.
yeah.
Get him on now.
All
Tell
the
him
good
that's
numbers
Tom Waddle's
were gone.
number.
Emery Moorhead.
They're going to be in the building today, so...
Oh, yeah, Waddle's going to have to go chase him down and be like, hey, listen, young pup, I wore 87. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The Odds Couple. Host Mike North and Carmen DeFalco. These guys like to bring you the latest numbers, odds, and important stats so you can place your bets with confidence. Hear the show on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. Brought to you by Bet365.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
Is your old air conditioner running all the time, but not cooling your home? Stop wasting energy and money. Call Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, Electric today for a complete AC cleaning and tune-up. And we'll include, absolutely free, a 1-year, no-breakdown guarantee, all for just $89.95. That's right, we guarantee your AC will cool your home for an entire year or your money back. Call 866-4-SEASONS.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4-SEASONS.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Imagine using your skills and experiences to inspire young minds. We see the teacher in you. No matter your starting point, we can help you become a teacher. Teaching offers consistent pay, a pension, and summers off. Learn how you can be the teacher. Visit betheteacher.org. Sponsored by Grow Your Own Teachers, Illinois.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN. Are you ready for the NFL season? The schedule release is coming, and we know the best place to get your tickets this year. My friends at Vivid Seats. They're seriously legit, and you earn rewards on every purchase. That's basically free football games. When that schedule hits, don't wait around. For the best selection and all the great deals, head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in your game days now.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Spring is all about new beginnings, so give yourself a fresh start with a fresh haircut at Great Clips. The skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to create any look you want for less. And with convenient online check-in, you'll save time, too. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Are you ready to get off the bench and into the game with a great new career? Then ETI School of Skilled Trades is just what you're looking for. As the Chicago area's premier welding and HVAC school, we've helped thousands of people just like you get started in great new careers. Step up to the plate and swing for the fences with a brighter future. Learn more at eticampus.edu or by calling 888-830-7678. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
What does it take to become an award-winning bourbon like Horse Soldier? It takes hard work from field to fill. It takes generations of lessons to guide a new generation of craftsmen. It takes every ounce of passion to equal a few ounces in your glass. Every pour of Horse Soldier is more than just bourbon. It's a piece of the American dream. Now's your chance to live legendary. Learn more about Horse Soldier Bourbon and find it near you by visiting horsesoldierbourbon.com. Drink responsibly. Copyright 2025. Horse Soldier Bourbon, Bardstown, Kentucky.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
That was a whirlwind first hour. Press conferences from Hallis, rookie minicamp, Courtney Cronin. Schedule comes out next Wednesday night. I want to redo one of my guesses because we were trying to predict the other day, and Chris said they're going to have the full smash, 6 primetime games. I think I said 4, you said 4. Abdallah, what did you say for primetime games?
5.
So we got a little bit of everything, but I tried to guess the games. I want to amend one because I guessed one of the
breaking
lines.
news? Breaking news sounder?
No.
Carmen, what do you have?
No, this is not breaking news. No, I just want to amend something. Lions, I think, is a foregone conclusion. They're going to put one of the Bears-Lions games with Ben Johnson.
Of course.
Right? I think Bears-Packers is going to be a primetime game this year, especially after Matt LaFleur and Ben Johnson have exchanged barbs a little bit here in the offseason. I said the Cowboys, and then I think the other one I predicted was, what was the other one?
Well, the rumor's going around that they're going to opening
Philly.
night
Right,
against
with
Philly.
Yeah, that could happen.
Against Philly.
And then I thought maybe the Cowboys game at home. Do you know on the official? And then Chris brought up looking at a couple of the road trips, the Washington game.
Yeah.
And the more I thought about it, like, they're going to want to replay like the Fail Mary all
absolutely,
weekend. And
all
let's
week.
culminate the day on Sunday with Sunday Night Football. The NFL's official Instagram account is doing with like paid partnership stuff. This one happens to be their New Balance deal because New Balance is an official partner with them.
Right.
So this is paid partnership with New Balance Gridiron from the NFL's Instagram account as they tease the schedule release next week. Best rematches, Yerk. Bears, Washington, Jaden Daniels, Hail Mary, absolute cinema, and they've got the video up.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm sure.
I think they're going to put that game in primetime, guys. I think Bears Commanders is going to be a primetime game for
That's
sure.
why I went 5.
Yeah, I think you might be. Or maybe it is 5.
I also saw a loose, now again, no news, loose rumors, no news, that the Vikings might be playing back-to-back Europe games this
Whoa,
year.
really?
Yeah.
Oh, that'll be unsettling.
Won't it? That's the first thing I thought. It's like, can the Bears play them after that?
Yeah, that'd be real nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would
be a great time.
Back-to-back Europe games.
Again, loose rumors, no news.
Has anyone ever done that other than the Jags?
No, I think it's only been the
that
Jags.
might be the first time.
No.
Did
One of
somebody
the
else do it,
team
Chris?
didn't a team last year do it?
I mean, I know Jacksonville did, but
This would be Ireland. I think it was Ireland, England, or England, Ireland is the way they have it set
quite
up
the
for them.
combo. Yeah, in Dublin.
Yeah.
The other thing is, you know how next week on Wednesday, the schedule release is set for 7 o'clock Chicago time. Did you read what I sent you last night? That essentially all week next week, there are going to be released games selectively each day.
They do
so
that.
So there's going to be
tease it.
national TV games, the streaming games.
Right.
A lot of the schedule is going to be leaked.
Yeah.
Announced by the NFL before we get to Wednesday at 7.
Yeah, they like to do that little. They give you a little drips.
Yeah.
They tease you a little drips and
Right.
drips. The
Yeah.
NFL schedule release coverage on ESPN Chicago is sponsored by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana.
They'll break all those great Tennessee Titan games that'll be available this year.
I don't know how many times they're going to be on Prime. I mean, Cam Ward though. I guess they'll put him maybe.
Don't they have to be on a minimum?
I think
Isn't there like a
everybody.
minimum
I think every
tree?
team gets one. Isn't it just one?
Oh, I thought it was tree.
No,
No,
way.
God,
no
no.
way. I think it's
Tree.
just one.
No. They're not putting the Titans on 3 times
Yeah, no.
in prime
I would be
time.
stunned at that. I think just
Like the
one.
Giants, maybe, but not the Titans.
I don't know.
So the Brazil game is going to be streamed on YouTube. As Chris sent that last night. That news came official from the NFL. Does that mean YouTube TV will have it, or you have to stream specifically on YouTube?
It's both.
It's both. Okay.
It'll be
It's
on
both.
YouTube, but it'll be
Got it.
carried on YouTube TV as well.
So YouTube's going to have the Brazil. So there are games in Brazil,
Ireland,
England, and still back in Germany or Spain? No, Spain, right? In Spain.
I think there's still Germany too, right?
Is there?
Isn't there Mexico?
I don't think there's Mexico.
There's no Mexico
I don't
City
think
this year.
so.
Not this
I don't
year?
know. I can't keep track. There's like 5 different countries that are going to host. Well, 6 if you count America. They're going to host NFL games.
I don't know where he was on, but Pete Schrager was on somewhere last week after Roger Goodell said this casually during the draft. There will be 16 weeks of international games. There will be an international game weeks
every week coming
2
up
through probably the last, or no, 1 through 17.
I would say 1 through 17, not week 18.
Not
right?
week 18.
Yes,
No,
right.
no, no.
1 through 17.
Yeah. There will eventually be an international game every single week.
That's probably coming. And at some point, we got to get the Bears over to Italy so that the Pope can see his favorite team.
So we got.
Okay, I have the list.
It was
too.
because that the reason, real quick, the reason is because that Goodell floated games in Asia.
Whoa. I think we talked about that.
It's a
didn't
long
we?
flight.
That's a long ass flight. Or like Australia. How the hell do you play an NFL game in Australia? Oof.
Upside
All right,
down.
yeah, funny.
Two games in London.
2
one
in
game
London.
in Germany. One game in Spain. There will be a game in Ireland.
Right.
A game in Brazil. And then
the USA.
Jacksonville will return to London and operate as a part of their home game multi-year commitment to playing in the UK.
Yes.
So the Jacksonville game or games are separate from the other two games in London.
Got it. Okay. So that's
Right, so there's a third game in
There's
London.
a third game,
Yes.
actually. That's part of their London schedule. So
Yes.
USA, Brazil, Ireland, England, Germany, and Spain.
And then
6 different countries will host an
for the
NFL game.
networks next week. Monday on the Today Show, NBC will announce a game. Fox on Monday will announce a game.
Wow.
Prime Video will announce a game on Monday. ESPN will announce a game on Tuesday on Good Morning America.
Holy cow.
Wednesday, CBS will announce a game on CBS Mornings. And also on Wednesday, Netflix will announce a game before the official release.
For Christmas. There's nothing like this, you guys. Nothing. Right? I mean, listen to that schedule, how meticulous it is and how big of a deal it is for all these networks to promote it. NBC Today Show is going to release this. Good Morning America is going to release this ESPN game.
So we'll start piecing the games
We'll start
together.
piecing it all together, yep. And then when they're over in Europe, the Pope might want to see the Bears. We haven't gotten word if he's a Bears fan. He's a Sox fan. I don't know if the Cubs just
He's a Sox
assumed
fan.
or if the Cubs were having fun yesterday, but the brother set the record straight. He is a White Sox fan. This was the brother yesterday, the brother of the Pope, Pope Leo the 14th.
Leo the 14th.
The brother lives in New Lenox, and I think I had it.
He was setting the world, huh?
Yeah,
Setting the world
Well,
right.
he said, no, he goes, look, our mom was a North Sider, was a Cub fan. Their dad was a Cardinal fan, but he was a Sox fan, always was. There was a picture of him in town in August having a family dinner at Aurelio's. Did you see that? He was down in Homewood having Aurelio's pizza.
Yeah.
Was it fake news or did I see a real picture of the Pope at the 05 World Series?
Yeah, he was there.
That wasn't fake news?
The Sun-Times found that.
Yeah.
Okay, sometimes I can never tell anymore.
And the way it happened is because a news reporter just said it. A news reporter just said, "Oh, guys, and guess what? He's a Cubs fan."
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
But that never was the case. They put it on the marquee.
Well, no one looks into anything.
Now now hold on here. Yurko's a Cubs fan. Jurko, you're a Cubs fan.
Yes, I am.
3 Sox fans. Carmen, Black, Abdal. 3 Sox fans. Isn't it 1,000 times better that everyone believed he was a Cubs fan and then it was ripped away from them? It makes it so, I don't care. Root for whoever you want to. If he would have been a Cubs fan from the jump, okay, whatever. I don't care who the Pope cheers for. I'm not even Catholic.
I guess I just can't believe the hubris that someone would assume he was a Cub fan because, he's got to be a Cub fan because he's from Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
I know our team stinks. There is another baseball team in town. I know they lost 10-0 yesterday. How dare they on the day the new Pope is announced?
Yes.
Or elected.
Your team is pathetic.
They're terrible, but come on. He is a Sox fan. I mean, and everybody's going nuts with here's the brother last night on WGN.
Clear up the thing about the Cubs and White Sox.
Yeah, he was never, ever a Cubs fan, so I don't know where that came from. He was always a Sox fan.
Sounds surprised.
Our mother was a Cubs fan. I don't know, maybe that clued in there. And our dad was a Cardinals fan, so I don't know where that all came from. And all the aunts, our mom's family was from North Side, so that's why they were Cubs fans.
But he rooted for the White Sox.
That's right. But where it came from, I don't know, because he would have been the only one.
Stephen Colbert was having fun with it last night on late night television.
That Leo is an American. He was born in Chicago. This means officially I can no longer imitate the Pope using an Italian accent. From now on, the Pope's going to sound like this. Hey there, it's your buddy Leo. The deep dish papa. Just talk to God, and not even he can help the White Sox. Sorry. First order of business, I will be canonizing Michael Jordan. Now, let's end by saying, da prayers.
Not bad. Still busting the White Sox balls, too. Everybody knows nationally that they're a laughingstock here.
Oh, yeah.
With their 10-28 record.
They are what they are, guys. I mean, they're not Colorado Rockies bad.
They're not. They've got
But
4
they are
more
White
wins.
Sox bad.
Busting balls. But I can't get over it, Yerk. The video, we were on the air yesterday. What a twist of fate. that it was all unfolding as we were on during that short show. We couldn't believe. We're like, wait a minute, he's an American and he's from here. Yeah. And the video on Instagram's got like 40,000 views.
It came down to Dalton.
Right. Yeah, I know.
Dalton.
When you say Chicago, I mean, it is. Come on, you know. We have to get that granular. He's from the Chicagoland area. That's all good. I still can't believe it.
It gave Tiffany Henyard a little bit of a break, you know. Now she goes off to the side, you know.
Good call.
Yeah.
Did you guys see? It seemed like the brother is revealing a lot of information.
You think too much? Think he's?
Did you see the clip going around last night? Where do you guys know how this process works about how they pick the Pope? Are you aware of how this goes?
I'm assuming there's a lot of backdoor politics that's happening. There's a vote.
Right.
The Cardinals vote.
So someone, I think it was someone from NBC National News, asked him, like, when did you know that this was a possibility? And he goes, like a day after the last Pope died.
Oh, boy.
And they go, what do you mean? And he goes, he told me he was one of the 3 finalists.
Well, maybe they knew that, though, Chris.
Did they? I thought this was like a total blank vote.
No,
where
I think once he got sick, I think that there was already maneuverings happening behind the scenes.
But this guy came from way out of nowhere. This is a long shot.
In a position of influence.
Right. He was promoted to a very high position within the Vatican, in January?
They picked the Cardinals.
I think as Pope Francis knew he was getting sick, he very much liked Pope Leo. And I think he started the transition of power maybe as best he could.
Because people online were like pointing to this clip being like, the brother knew weeks ago.
That's so funny.
You know, like,
he's really too many secrets. He's going to call his brother and be like, dude, shut up.
Exactly. Like he's letting it all go.
Stop the seat, they say in Italy. I mean, he's like, you got to stop.
When did you know? Oh, the body wasn't cold yet, and I knew that my brother was going to get the gig.
Oh, it's so good. I love that he was at the World Series. I mean, like, do you think he's a real passionate White Sox fan? Because a lot of these guys say they are, right, Jurko? Like like President Obama, like he couldn't name a White Sox player.
No, he was,
Isn't that, or am I misremembering? Didn't they? Like he called it like Comiskey Field or something, and then he couldn't name a player.
Yep.
I don't know. I mean, something tells me President Obama was never really like all in on the White Sox. I guess President Bush was a pretty big sports fan, as far as
Yeah, I don't.
But I feel like a lot of times
you can tell by his first pitch.
Right,
you can
exactly.
tell
He knows
he's
the
a sports
Rangers.
guy.
Like he's a sports guy, right?
That's a guy you'd watch a game with.
Yeah, like you're going to eat wings and have a beer and watch a game with. But I feel like most of them are just sort of placating a little bit, right? But then I wonder which one of these very powerful people, politics, the Pope, in that world, are like genuine diehard sports fans. I watched that movie, The Two Popes, about Pope Francis.
Sure.
They portrayed a pretty diehard soccer fan. He was from Argentina.
No, I can imagine.
And they portrayed him as not like a half-assed fan. Like he loved soccer, and I don't know if it was Boca Juniors or which team, but like he was all in. You think the Pope is all in on the White Sox? I don't know. I mean, he's lived in Peru for the last.
From what it looks like, there's an article on the Sun-Times talking about how he's an avid tennis player and a tennis fan.
So maybe he is a big sports fan.
Because Tsitsipas would like to play with him. So
that's awesome.
It's one of the top stories on the Sun-Times website.
Great. A big Jimmy Connors fan, probably back in the day.
Carmen, you'll appreciate. You know who one of the voters was for this?
Pizza Ball.
No. One of the voters. Pizza Ball was.
Pizza Balla? Do you vote for yourself?
Even more Italian than Pizza Ball.
Nobody's more Italian than Pizza Balla.
I got more Italian than Pizza Ball.
Come on.
Yeah.
Paulie Walnuts' brother.
Get out of here.
Look it up.
The actor?
Paulie Walnuts' brother was in the conclave.
What?
Yes.
The movie Conclave.
No, yesterday.
He's an actual priest in the conclave.
Get out of here.
Paulie Walnuts' brother voted in. I don't know if he voted
Frank
for
Vincent was his name, right?
Yeah,
Adam?
I don't know if his. No, it was Tony Sirico or whatever his name was.
Tony Sirico.
Sirico?
Oh, I'm sorry. Frank Vincent was Phil Leotardo.
Yeah.
What was his name, Adam?
Tony Sirico. Sirico? Paulie Walnuts.
Yeah,
Paulie
got it. I got it. You're right. Sirico. Yeah, you're right. And his brother's a Cardinal?
Yeah, his brother Robert was one of the 133
third baseman
that voted, so he could have voted. He might have voted in. He might have cast the final vote I'm going to stretch it out as far as I can.
You think he's going for this guy, for our guy,
Why
or is
not?
he going for pizza ball?
Why not?
Oh, my goodness gracious. That is remarkable. Who knew that? They had all these interconnected things. I like Jurko said earlier, though, I can't get over it. I'm still sort of like in awe and shocked. And the jokes and the gifts and the pictures.
Oh, they have more.
I mean,
all of them are
I
out
keep
there.
getting a chuckle out of all the stuff I see, all the Chicago stuff and the beef sandwich. We made that joke instantly, the beef sandwich stuff yesterday.
And then didn't they have Ray Clay announcing that, that he was going to be the Pope?
One of them had the old style sign, where he walks out on the balcony, the old style sign is there.
Yeah.
And it's just hilarious. I keep laughing. I can't believe it.
Croissant fresh.
Croissant fresh.
Yeah.
Who is your favorite Cardinal, by the way?
My favorite Cardinal?
All-time favorite Cardinal.
Of all time?
All time.
Oh, boy. I think I'd go with a Ken Reitz.
Larry Fitzgerald.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
That's a good one, Chris. He went off the board a little bit. I was just thinking baseball. But
I went with Jim Hart the other day when Silvy was here. He went to Southern. Great, Silvy.
A few baseball notes.
Nobody cares.
Some baseball news and notes coming up. What are the Cubs going to do with their bullpen, and is it fixable? And Kate Horton is coming up to start Game 2 in New York tomorrow as the Cubs start an interesting weekend series against the Mets, two of the best teams in the NL.
That's a big to-do.
It is a big to-do if you're a Cubs
Tougher
fan.
schedule played by the Cubs, weaker schedule played by the New York Mets.
Absolutely true. 312-332-3776. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
You need to understand that Carmen does all the work for the show. Why do you think they're having the both of you, Black and Abdallah, fill in for him?
So it's Chris and I hosting the live broadcast at Cubby Bear next Friday from 10 a.m. to 12:40.
And we're pretending to be Carmen?
Big shoes, guys. You do the work, and I'm there for the frivolity and the joie de vivre.
And we do it all, and you're just there?
I'll be enjoying the Yingling. I'll step in if you need me to set you straight on things.
The Carmen and Jurko Show, live from the Cubby Bear for the start of the Crosstown Series next Friday at 10 a.m. right up to pregame at 12:40.
Presented by Yingling and Astound. Please enjoy responsibly.
Oh, nicely done, guys.
The stock market has been all over the place, and if you're nearing or in retirement, it's probably got you nervous. Will you have enough to retire? Are you worried about running out of money? Are you sick of hearing, just ride it out? What can you do differently to ensure that you have enough to retire comfortably with an income that's guaranteed to last your lifetime? Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, founder of Mitch Lyons Wealth, and I've got great news for you today. I'm a featured expert in a groundbreaking film called The Retirement Deception. This film reveals exactly how you can create a guaranteed income with your nest egg protected from market volatility. Wall Street may not want you to see this film, but I do want you to see it at no cost. That's right, it's absolutely free when you call today. I want you to know the truth about retirement. A secure retirement is achievable. Call today to speak with one of our retirement specialists to get your free copy of The Retirement Deception. Call 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. Or go to MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Tired of losing power? Feeling powerless? Call Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, Electric today for a free estimate on a whole home standby generator. Never be without power again. Fully installed systems starting at just $99 a month. Power your sump pump, your fridge, your freezer, your garage doors, your heating and cooling so your home stays safe and comfortable. Four Seasons is the largest and most award-winning Generac dealer in Illinois.
Call 866-4Seasons.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it.
but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. If an accident has you sidelined, Postman Law is ready to fight for you. Over $3 billion recovered for their clients, delivering speed, ease, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN now. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
Crosstalk with Waddle and Silvy a little over an hour from now. They're going to do the show live up at Hallis today, rookie minicamp this weekend. We talked to Courtney Cronin earlier. Got to hear some of the players, some of the rookies, Colston Loveland, Ozzie Trapillo, Ben Johnson met the media. So we'll crosstalk in an hour with the boys, and then they'll get you home until 6 on this, I'd say beautiful Friday, but I think it's a little cool for people this time of May, right, to call it beautiful. I mean, the sun is out. It looks nice. But it's pretty cool, especially down here by the lake. It's only like 52 degrees.
It's chilly.
Yeah. Kind of beautiful.
It was chilly on the golf course yesterday, too.
Yeah, I bet. It's going to be chilly tonight at the ballpark. White Sox and Marlins tonight, 6 o'clock is your pregame. So the White Sox come back home. The Cubs hit the road for an interesting series against the Mets. The Mets are a plus 59 in differential. The Cubs are a plus 58. Those are the two best marks in the National League, Jurk. Mets are 13-3 at home this season. Kate Horton is going to come up as expected
tomorrow
and start tomorrow. The White Sox, meantime, shut out in KC, swept by the Royals. They scored 4 total runs in 4 games in Kansas City.
Tough to win.
I have an interesting nugget for you guys.
Tough to win, guys.
I got an interesting nugget. The White Sox in their last 17 games, going back to the start of last year against the Royals, are 1-16. Okay? That translates to a .941 winning percentage for the Royals versus the White Sox. Kansas City's winning percentage against everyone else in baseball, Jurk, over that span, .510.
Yep.
I mean,
that's why Detroit
they made the playoffs.
Yeah,
right.
That's why Detroit's one of your best teams in the American League.
Wow, they're pretty good at it.
That's why they had 3 teams in the AL Central make the playoffs last year.
It definitely helped.
Because they all get to beat up on the White Sox.
The Royals are good, but I mean, like, they have a .510 winning percentage against everyone not named the White Sox last year's and a .941 winning percentage. So I don't know what the White Sox are going to have to do to beat them.
Play better.
Yes. By Pythagorean luck, Jurko, the Guardians have been the luckiest team in MLB at a +5. The White Sox and the Reds have been the unluckiest at a -4. So their Pythagorean record, for what it's worth.
When your second baseman turns into a soccer player. Go ahead.
Wait, he clanked it. Is it still up there? The clanked it. The isolated part is so good, Chris. He clanked it. Yeah, when that happens, it's bad luck.
Yeah.
He
clanked it. He clanked it.
It's the greatest line. The greatest call. He clanked it.
I thought it hit him right on top of his head.
I've never seen a play like that.
No, that's unique.
Their Pythag record says they should be 14-24. So we have that going for us. And then there's the case of Bobby Witt Jr., who the White Sox missed out on by 1 spot. 1 spot, Jurk. Bobby Witt Jr. was the second pick in the draft in 2019.
Mm-hmm.
It went Adley Rutschman 1.
Yeah.
Bobby Witt Jr. 2.
And 3.
And Andrew Vaughn 3.
Oh, boy, that Andrew Vaughn.
So Rushman's been good for 13.5 wins above replacement so far in his young career. Bobby Witt Jr. has already been worth 17.3 baseball wins, Jurk. He's like 24, 25, whatever he is. The White Sox passed on Riley Green, who was picked 5th. He's been good for 9 wins for the Tigers. They passed on C.J. Abrams, who's been good for 8 wins. He went to Washington in the Juan Soto deal. He was drafted by San Diego, but he was the big piece. in the Juan Soto deal, and he looks like a star shortstop, obviously.
Yeah.
He's already been good for 8 wins. Bryson Stott's been good for 8.5 wins for the Phillies. Corbin Carroll, our pick for, I think we both picked Corbin Carroll for NL.
I believe so.
MVP, and that looks good. He's like third choice, Yerk. Corbin Carroll has been good for 11.6. He went 16th. George Kirby went 20th. He's been good for 7 wins for the Mariners. Do you think if Andrew Vaughn went somewhere else, it would have been different?
Could be for him. For Andrew Vaughn, it could be.
The answer to this question, I think, is going to be easy because it's football. But I'm going to ask you a question about that.
I'm ready.
So the White Sox missed out on, it's really going to be an easy answer, but it's fun to talk about anyway. The White Sox missed out on Bobby Witt Jr. by 1 pick. In 2004, in the NHL draft, Yerk,
yep,
Alexander Ovechkin went 1, Evgeny Malkin went 2, and the Blackhawks selected
Cam Barker
3rd. Now, look, things worked out for the Hawks.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, oh, the Bulls lost the coin flip for Magic. They did, but it kind of worked out.
Yeah.
Like if they get Magic, they don't
get Jordan.
Michael.
Yeah.
So like it kind of worked out. But the Hawks famously in 2004, it went Ovechkin, Malkin, like literally 2 of the best players of the last 25 years.
Cam
and
Barker.
Cam Barker.
Yeah.
Who did not have a very good career or a very long career.
No.
And then here's but this one takes the cake.
So Marc-Andre Fleury. Was that who it was or no?
No, I think Marc-Andre Fleury. Oh, no, because he was a first pick, wasn't he?
He may have been, yeah.
But this is the one that takes the cake. Of course, the Bears missed out on Aaron Donald by 1 pick.
Yeah.
Like, that's the one that kind of takes the cake. It's football, I get it. And Donald might be the best interior pass rusher to ever play.
Did the Bears get jumped in that situation?
No, they were. I think the rumor was that they wanted him badly, but they didn't want to trade up the 1 spot.
I gotcha.
And, that was always the thing when they went up and they got what was the trade they made recently where they went
Leonard
up?
Floyd. They went up and got Leonard Floyd.
Was that
remember?
it? I feel like there was maybe even another one where they did that and everybody's like, well, it's okay. Let them do it because they didn't do it when they should have gotten Aaron Donald. Like, that's the one. That's the all-timer, right? Like, damn. You missed it by 1. Yeah. And Kyle Fuller had a couple of good years and had but he wasn't. Kyle Fuller was never a great player.
He had the good year in his 4th year when he was about to get paid.
And when they had Khalil Mack on the field.
Yeah, 2018.
He was never a great player.
He had the interceptions. You remember the opening day that year was against the Green Bay Packers?
Yes.
And he dropped the ball,
yes,
which would have taken it into the end zone. I think that was a 10-3 loss, 7-3 loss. It was something.
Yeah, it's like 10-3, I think.
Ridiculous. It hit him right in the chest. Oh.
But the Aaron Donald one is kind of like, right? But Bobby Witt, every time I watch Bobby Witt play, and he's like another one of these guys that's going to spend the rest of his career terrorizing my team because they plays in the same division. And every time he's stealing bases and he's hitting doubles, rope doubles into the gaps.
And he's whacking balls to the outfield.
He's so good. I mean, you realize how good he is for a player like that has that elite defensive ability and his speed. He's one of the 3 or 5 fastest guys in the league. And not only does he have power, but the elite contact stuff, he's an elite contact guy. He is special. Truly special. Incredible trajectory right now.
Fantastic.
And they missed it by 1 spot, Yerk. 1. Damn. We're going to do the lunch rush coming up next. Mike North will join us for the bonus play at about 1:50. At 2 o'clock, Dave Schoenfeld wrote about what's going on across baseball, not just here in Chicago with relief pitching, but all of a sudden there appears to be an epidemic with closers. And he wrote a little bit about Ryan Presley. And it's not just Ryan Presley, though. I want to talk about that. And then I want to play something from Dan Plesac with Waddle and Silvy from a couple of days ago. We didn't play it yesterday because we had the short show and then the Pope and all that stuff happened.
Sackman.
But on Wednesday, Sackman, it was great to hear Sack's voice on the air. He also announced that he's going to be doing 15 Sox games.
21 to be exact.
Was that what it was?
Yep.
Oh, nice, Yerk. You were listening. Good job. I love Danny Plesac.
Pretend like I don't listen.
We should get him on it sometime soon. But he was good with Waddle and Silvy talking about the Kyle Tucker stuff. I want to replay that. We'll do that in about a half hour. We'll cross-talk with Waddle and Silvy in an hour. 312-332-ESPN if you want to ring us up. We'll be right back.
This is Carmen and Jurko making your lunch break extra delicious.
Hey, Ma! Can we get some meatloaf?
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
White Sox baseball. White Sox baseball. White Sox baseball. ESPN Chicago.
White Sox and Marlins.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6 on the home of the White Sox, ESPN Chicago.
All right, Chicago, it's time to make some room in the beer fridge because Yuengling is finally here.
That's right. After 196 years, the oldest brewery in America has officially landed in Illinois, and we're not just talking about one beer. We're talking about the whole dang lineup.
Let's start with the legend, Yuengling Traditional Lager, smooth, rich, and it's a beer that's been around longer than the North Side-South Side rivalry.
Then there's the light lager, that famous Yuengling taste, but crisp and easy drinking. You got the Gold Pilsner for that clean, refreshing finish. And if you like a little extra flavor, the Black and Tan is perfect for a mix of dark and light. And it's Speedo season, Chris. I was just checking the weather. That's why there was a slight delay. Checking the weather. Warmer temperatures this weekend. You got to get Speedo ready. Grab some flight.
I was going to ask, what's going on? Are you broadcasting from overseas? You're sitting next to me in the studio. I don't get it. So next time when you're at the bar grabbing a six-pack, don't just go with the usual. Try Yuengling. You waited long enough.
That's right, Chris. I just got you. Chicago, the wait is over. It's officially Yuengling country.
DG Yuengling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new scent and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Chicago, Woodford Reserve is more than a spirit. It's a spectacle for the senses. Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV. Woodford Reserve Distillery for sales, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2025 Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
A round of golf should be more than just a game. It should be an experience. At Seven Bridges Golf Club, you'll find 100-year-old oaks, rolling fairways, and of course, at least 7 bridges. A championship course with a private field, just a half hour from Chicago. And when the final putt drops, the experience isn't over. Head to the Dock Bar and Grill for great dining, cold drinks, and sunset views that rival any 19th hole. Visit sevenbridgesgolfclub.com to book your tee time today.
Our local hospitals are the heartbeat of our communities, delivering critical care every hour of every day for everyone, training the next generation of caregivers. Beyond the walls, their benefit to the community is everywhere, driving the local economy and supporting local organizations, initiatives, and neighbors. Illinois Hospitals, healing communities. Learn more at team-iha.org. Sponsored by the Illinois Health and Hospital Association. Aired in cooperation with the Illinois Broadcasters Association and this station.
This PGA Tour moment is brought to you by True Green.
At the 1984 PGA Championship, at age 44 with an ailing back, Lee Trevino defied the rules of age and the ability to practice. Following doctor's orders, Trevino was limited to 30 to 45-minute warm-up before each round, but rallied on the back nine to win his 6th major championship. In the victory, he became the first player to win the PGA Championship with 4 rounds under 70.
True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
Advantage Acura of Naperville is your connection to your new Acura. Drive home in one you'll love in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. And every new Acura comes with the Advantage Plus program. Come see them in Naperville or visit AdvantageAcura.com. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
I said Mike's going to join us. I forgot he's getting his award right now. He was going to maybe text me a bonus play. But Mike's getting the award from the Barrett Sports Media Conference, which is in town this week, and he's getting the Lifetime Achievement Award. So I'll be on the lookout. New Odds Couple is up. We actually taped yesterday, and you can check that out. A lot of NBA preview. Jim Miller gave some horses for it's the Belmont meet, but they're running it at Aqueduct because Belmont is under construction. They've got to run the Belmont I think they're doing it at Saratoga in a couple weeks, if I'm not mistaken. So there's some ponies in there, some plays for the weekend. Give it a play for Celtics Knicks tomorrow. So check out the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. It's more baseball stuff I want to talk to you guys about coming up after 2 with the Cubs going to New York to take on the Mets. We'll play that Dan Plesac soundbite by Kyle Tucker I was talking about a little earlier in case you missed it with Waddle and Silvy earlier this week. But right now, let's do the lunch rush.
All right, gentlemen or gentleman, because if you're watching us on Twitch and on YouTube, Jurko is not with Carmen right now.
That's okay,
and
though.
I can assume why. Because if you haven't been, even if you are watching on YouTube and Twitch, you can only see part of the studio. For the entire show, for an hour and 36 minutes of Carmen and Jurko, now 37 minutes of Carmen and Jurko, Carmen has been doing the show with the door open, which is not something we do in radio. You have a soundproof door, so like when there's stuff going on, there's meeting rooms all around the studio here. That sound doesn't bleed into the studio, so you don't hear it on the air. Now, Carmen has chosen to ignore that and keep the door open.
Now we can close it, I think.
Because this has been, and I'm sorry if you're eating your lunch during the lunch rush, this has been an unusually stinky day.
Yeah. Like the worst it's been in years.
Like
I don't know what happened.
Carmen had to come in here and see if we had any disinfectant spray. And I was like, there's Lysol wipes right there. And he's like, no, I need to spray the air.
Did you spray Jurko down?
No, I didn't spray him down.
Behind me, though. It got on me. He didn't
I was
care.
spraying it in because it was really lingering. Like it was bad.
I just got done pushing mud, so
What
all
did-
right.
What did you eat last night or this morning?
Not out of the ordinary.
Nothing? Just
nothing out of the ordinary.
Did you have extra
Okay.
vegetables or something?
No.
Pushing them up. All right. It is the lunch
I think
rush.
I think the demons have been
I think we're good.
vacated. I vacated the demons.
They've been exercised.
Yeah.
Thank God. Because it was rough a while ago. I'm like, you know what? We got to keep the door open. I think we need a little.
It was
circulation.
stench.
We need a
Okay.
little
I won't lie.
circulation.
Even, it stunk to me too.
About 40 minutes ago, Abdallah walked back into our studio, and from my vantage point, I cannot see out into the hall. And Abdallah walks in and goes, do you know that Carmen is just sitting out in the hall during the commercial breaks to avoid being next to Jurko?
Because
I go, what? He goes, he's just sitting in the hall.
He gave me a heads up. He goes, I got another one coming. So I said,
I got
I'm
one
going
brewing.
outside.
I go fire in the hole.
So I went in the last break. I did. And I think Tyler thought it was weird because Tyler Rocky came around the corner and he looked at me and Adam handed me a commercial read and I was sitting on the ledge. There's nowhere to sit. There's just a window ledge.
Yep.
And I was sitting on the ledge, and Adam handed it to me.
I told him not to
And then
jump.
Tyler came walking around the corner, and he looked at me, and he's like, "What's up?" I'm like, "Hey,
It's
what's
like
up?"
you were sent out of the classroom. Did you guys ever happen to you? Like,
Oh, yeah.
You know, you're
Oh,
causing
yeah.
trouble, and it's go sit in the hall.
Go sit in the hall.
You're like, fine, that's where I'd rather be.
We're like children around here. It's unbelievable. All right, Adam, we're on the lunch rush.
All right. On our last episode of As the Belichick Turns,
Oh my God,
we last left Bill Belichick and his girlfriend, Jordan. It's Jordon.
Yes.
Jordan.
George
Yeah,
Wall.
who
It's
spells
Jordan.
Jordan that way?
It's Jordan. Jordan Hudson. They were doing some media control, some damage control on what happened from the CBS This Morning interview. Well, now, news came out today that Jordan Hudson has been banned from the UNC facilities, from the building, from the football building.
This was Pablo Torre.
Pablo Torre's podcast, Pablo Torre Finds Out, did a very, very deep dive into who Jordan Hudson is, how she gained control of Bill Belichick and his life, and the goings-on around Bill Belichick. Now, since then, UNC has come out with a statement that said that she's not banned. Maybe they're doing their own damage control of themselves. But I listened to this podcast, and gentlemen,
You listened to it?
it is a doozy, okay? There are questions about her real age, whether she was 19 or 20 when she first met Bill Belichick. Either way, not illegal, 19 or 20. Still a little weird, but not illegal. So when Bill Belichick went to North Carolina, he surrounded himself with his usual cronies, Mike Lombardi, Matt Patricia, all these guys. All these guys that now, according to Pablo Torre's podcast, are now essentially making fun of him behind his back.
Really? Those are his boys. That's his crew.
And because they can't believe that the guy that commanded the most respect in the NFL is basically just a doormat for this woman. And she's come in and he's saying that everyone needs to listen to her. She is, quote, a genius, deserves a six-figure salary from not only the school, but from this production company that she started around him or whatever.
Oh, boy.
Like I said, he calls her a genius. Someone said, quote, she's the worst person I've ever worked with, and I've worked with a lot of sociopaths.
Oh, my gosh.
They went to the town
That's
where her
harsh.
mom lives, where she runs a sex shop. No kink shaming, but her mom does run a sex shop where she was at odds with the city board about some.
Where is this? A small town?
A small
somewhere?
town in somewhere.
Well, I
don't
bet
know.
you she's at odds.
It's
with them.
Massachusetts, yeah.
I bet.
There were some. She was filming. So there was another commercial. I talked to you guys about the Dunkin' Donuts commercial. There was another commercial that Bill Belichick filmed where he's at a pool, and she showed up and demanded to be a part of this commercial, and everyone said no. And she supposedly stormed off set, came back a couple hours later in a bikini, and just sat on set and demanded to be in this commercial. So much so that Belichick said, put her in the commercial. They appeased her by filming with the cameras not even running.
They were just pretending?
They were just pretending after everyone had already left. They're like, yeah, go ahead.
There's no filming.
Sure, go ahead. Act or whatever.
And action.
And,
you guys get that?
and
Oh,
now,
yeah, we got it. We're good.
Bill
Great
Belichick's
take.
family is now worried for his well-being as far as mentally goes, and worried about his reputation, and are doing their own digging into who she is and how she gained control, because this is not the first old gentleman that she has been linked to.
Doesn't Belichick still seem like he's kind of together, though, or am I crazy? Not really. I mean, I know he's acting in a bizarre way.
Who can
Do you think she has something on him? Like, is she blackmailing
she's
him?
got something on him. Ooh, you bet she does.
Do you guys, the real question is, what is this going to do to the football team? Like, do we hammer their under? Their total 7.5. Even money on under 7.5. Like, is
Can
he
I bet
be
a total games that he coaches?
I don't know. I don't know, Adam. I mean, you might be able to find that somewhere. I mean, I'm just like, their total is 7.5. Do we have to hammer that under?
Yeah,
Is
I
this
would.
like? Is this? How's he gonna?
Well,
How's
the
this all
other
gonna
story,
work?
this is part of it too. The other story is that the reason she was so controlling of the CBS This Morning interview is because she's trying to keep information private so they can have a reality show about how they met and this relationship of theirs in North Carolina and all this kind of stuff.
I'm telling
I would
you,
hammer
this
the
is-
under.
This is a doozy, because a couple of years ago, envisioning Bill Belichick in this sort of scenario / relationship. I mean, even just if you would have said he was coaching at North Carolina, you would have been like, what? Bill Belichick's not coaching North Carolina. And then you add all these other layers. Now, the school has since said she's not banned. I don't know if they thought it leaking out is a bad look or it pissed him off. And they said, all right, we're lifting it. Never mind. I don't know how all that went. Believe it or not, I have a UNC source.
Oh, what did Jordan tell you? What did Michael Jordan tell you?
I wish. Oh. Can you imagine if all these years I had a personal relationship?
You might have been right
Michael
with Jordan.
I do have a UNC source.
Name
Did
Jordan?
you see the I don't know if Yurko was on that section. I think
didn't
that's
see
just
it.
me.
I don't have it.
I sent the boys the response I got.
Yeah, I'm not on any text chain.
Claiming that it is not true, that she has not been banned from the football facility. I will show you the text. I don't want to read all of it verbatim, but I will show you the response.
But I can tell you that, yes, no, I
You'll
have
probably
not
get a kick out of
received anything from you. Which is fine.
Guys, I don't know, man. This one's a head scratcher.
Wild. It's wild.
I don't know what the hell's going on there.
All right, back to football.
All right, go ahead.
CBS.sports.com put out a post-draft NFL QB power rankings.
So I have to recuse myself if you're
You
going
heard
to,
this.
because I heard it on Kap and Hoodie yesterday. I heard Shay talking to Kap and Hoodie about it. So if you want to have like Yurko guess,
I do want to have Yurko guess.
I think this is insane.
So
insane.
We'll go top 10 just for Caleb was 16.
This is the top quarterbacks in the NFL.
In the NFL.
This is a list of the best quarterbacks in the NFL.
According to Cody Benjamin of CBSSports.com.
This is insane.
Caleb is 16. Number 10, Yurko.
Yeah.
Who do you think?
I mean, it's so rare. It's random. 10.
I'll give you Brock Purdy.
Brock Purdy.
Okay. Number 9.
Jaden Daniels.
No. In the NFC North.
That's not a bad guess, Yurko.
It's not a bad guess. In the NFC North.
Jordan Love.
Close.
Jared Goff.
Correct. Number 8, also NFC North.
Jordan Love.
Correct. Number 7, former NFC North.
Matt Stafford.
Correct.
Nice job.
Number
Yurko.
6, former Super Bowl champion.
Former Super Bowl champion.
He didn't win it this year.
Tell him multiple
Super Bowl champion. Didn't win this year, though. It's Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, Mahomes. Go ahead.
Okay.
At 6?
Number 5, MVP.
What?
MVP.
The MVP of the league at 5. Josh Allen.
Josh Allen.
Number 4.
Herbert.
Many believed he should have been a running back or wide receiver. Actually, just one guy.
Lamar Jackson.
One guy. Lamar Jackson, number 4. Lamar Jackson's the 4th best quarterback.
Number
in the league.
3.
Josh Allen's the 5th best quarterback in the
Number
world.
3. Joe Cool.
Joe Burrow.
Number 2. Current Super Bowl champion.
The guy from Philadelphia.
Jalen.
And number 1.
Jalen Rose.
Number 1. The first quarterback you said.
No, the second quarterback.
Second quarterback you said?
Jaden Daniels.
Jaden Daniels is the number 1 quarterback in the NFL.
It's so bad. It is so bad.
I almost said rhymes with pity.
It is so bad.
This doesn't even. It's
so
so
bad.
dumb.
It's so bad.
It doesn't even evoke like, oh, well, I got you thinking. Oh boy, that's really sparking a debate. No, it's stupid.
He even said
it's so bad.
Recency bias? Sure, but you'd be hard-pressed to find an NFL team that wouldn't hurry to claim him as its quarterback of the present or future. I mean...
I can find some teams that wouldn't run to claim him to be the quarterback.
I could think
I
of...
promise you.
At least 6.
Yeah.
Right off the bat, without even trying hard.
It's so bad. It is just... It's astonishingly bad. What can you say?
Who put this together?
CBS Sports.
So
not Prisco. It had to be
No.
It
was Cody Benjamin.
Cody Benjamin.
Running around.
Text your guy, though. Be like, what's up with your guy?
It's awful.
Jeez.
What else, Adam?
That is it.
That's the lunch.
Yeah,
run.
that's it.
It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Did you miss Carmen and Jurko? Don't do without. Get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by Woodford Reserve.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois.
Chicago, it's time to make some room in the beer fridge. Yingling is finally here.
After 196 years, the oldest brewery in America has officially landed in Illinois.
Start with a legend, Yingling Traditional Lager, a smooth, rich beer that's been around longer than our crosstown rivalry.
There's light lager, it's crisp and easy drinking, the Golden Pilsner with a clean, refreshing taste, and black and tan, the perfect mix of dark and light.
So if you're at the bar or grabbing a six-pack, don't go with the usual. Try a Yingling.
Chicago, the wait is over. It's Yingling country.
DG Yingling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Hey, Chicago, it's your guy, Kap. From houses to hospitals, nobody does HVAC better than Automatic Mechanical Services. They've been trusted throughout Chicagoland since 1945. It's easy to see why their motto is, we make people comfortable. Furnaces, hydronic snow melt systems, chilled water cooling, you name it, Automatic can do it. Best part, they treat you right from the first quote to the final tune-up. Trust the name I recommend. That is Automatic Mechanical Services. Visit Automatic.com. That's Automatic.com.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN. Are you ready for the NFL season? The schedule release is coming, and we know the best place to get your tickets this year. My friends at Vivid Seats. They're seriously legit, and you earn rewards on every purchase. That's basically free football games. When that schedule hits, don't wait around. For the best selection and all the great deals, head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in your game days now.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Listen for Danny Ecker and the Crane Chicago Sports Business Minute. Airing Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays on ESPN Chicago. Presented by Chicagoland BMW Centers.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Listen to us now. Live on the ESPN Chicago app. Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
A good NBA weekend coming up. They're saying get in, I think, for Knicks tomorrow. It's an afternoon game in the Garden. That's the first game. I think get in is over $1,000. Does that sound right, fellas? I mean, it is the Garden. It's a huge game 3. It's the Knicks and Celtics. Pretty hot ticket.
Yeah, I would watch it on TV.
Oh, of course, I will too. That's for sure. And the T-Wolves evened up the series last night. Only one game last night. Evened up the series against the Warriors. I'm not sure where they're going to get offense in Golden State, Yerk, with no Steph and with a very hobbled Jimmy Butler. Bad timing, man. This time of year, guys get dinged up, guys get hurt. I mean, Jimmy's obviously not healthy. And without Steph and with a hobbled Jimmy Butler, I mean, you got Draymond's got to play point. I just don't know where they're going to get offense.
And the NBA has got an agenda against Draymond Green, according to Draymond Green.
Yeah, Draymond last night did what he does often, and that's something just kind of unnecessary. As great as the guy's been, everybody saw it. It was pretty clear as day. He was getting fouled, and he took it as an opportunity to do a little something extra to, who was it? Was it Naz Reid? I think it was Naz Reid.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he clearly is trying to make some sort of connection, impact on Naz Reid's head.
Right.
It's not really up for debate. Like, we all have eyes. You can see it.
You can see this.
And Draymond afterward, I don't know what he was. Has he been vocal about that before? Has he said that? That he's being portrayed as an angry black man?
No, what he said was there's an agenda against him.
Yeah, that you can't. The agenda is to make me look a certain way, something that I'm not. I don't know that there's an agenda to make him look a certain way. I think Draymond is never going to get the benefit of the doubt when those types of plays happen because he has a history of this. And he's always sort of walking. I mean, he has really always been up on that line of
on the precipice of disaster.
Yeah.
Yes.
Of you're going to go over it and you're going to hurt your team. You're going to get thrown out. You're going to get suspended. You're going to get fined. He's 2 technicals away now from a suspension. I don't know how much longer they're going to be in it either. I really don't. Again, I don't know where they're going to get off. I mean, Kuminga was okay last night. My guy Kuminga. Speaking of guys that struggle when you think they're going to be awesome, and if you wonder if they were just drafted into a different situation in a different organization. Now, Golden State does a lot right. But, we've wondered this with, like, Patrick Williams. What if he got drafted somewhere else and not the Bulls? And he didn't have to sort of play backseat for so long to Vooch and to Zach and to DeMar. Would he have, you know what I mean? Would he have blossomed? Would it have been different? What if Andrew Vaughn got drafted by an organization that actually knows how to develop hitters? Would it have been different? What if Kuminga went somewhere else? Because, like, Kuminga's got it all. He's got the body and the athleticism. And maybe he doesn't have the right mindset for it. I really wouldn't have any idea of how to tell you that because we're not close to that situation. But I've always liked Kuminga. He basically was out of the rotation. Remember, we were talking about during the playing games. He wasn't even in the rotation. They weren't even playing him. Now he's got to play out of necessity, and he had a nice game last night, but I don't know where they're going to get offense from. So I don't know how this is going to last.
They're going to figure it out.
I don't know. Without Jimmy being healthy, I don't know where it's going to come from. So I don't know that they're long for these playoffs anyway, but Draymond's got to be careful. He's 2 more techs away from a suspension, and he's always sort of walked that fine line. I don't think there's an agenda against him, and I don't think people are trying to portray him in a certain way, I think that this is who he is.
The man feels the way he feels, though.
I understand that.
You can't take away from what he feels about what's happening to him.
I get that, Jurk.
Okay.
I understand that. So you're right. I don't know that it's fair for us to say, oh, I disagree with you, Draymond. If that's the way he feels, that's the way he feels. And Draymond's always going to be vocal. I think it's more, he never gets the benefit of the doubt because this is the way he's always acted.
Did Rodman ever get the benefit of the doubt?
No,
because
not
everybody
in the
knew
end.
who Rodman was. They
Not
knew
at
what
the
he
end.
did. They knew what his antics were. So, did he get the benefit of the doubt?
The video
No.
evidence is pretty clear of what he was trying to do last night. Isn't it?
Yeah, well, I'm watching it right now. I got it up on the screen right there.
It's pretty clear.
Yeah, the ball was loose. Then he's looking down at him, too, knowing exactly what he's doing and why he's doing it, too.
And he always tries then to play the
Yeah,
victim.
yeah.
Oh, you're coming after me because I'm an angry black man.
Yeah.
He's not the victim there.
Yeah, no. He's the perpetrator.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think it's pretty clear video evidence of what he was trying
They
to
didn't
do.
call it flagrant until they went to the videotape.
They called
and
it.
then
They called it technical on him.
Yeah.
Yes, they went to the video. Tony Brothers went right away. They went to look and see, and it was a foul on Naz Reid, obviously, and then he got the technical on top
Right.
of it.
Yes.
He had to run. He's such a good player too.
Yes, he is.
Draymond. I hope people do remember that, and I think they will. But he had to play point guard last night. At this point, I mean, he pretty much has to.
Nothing else left?
They were trying to run everything through him, especially in the second half.
I saw a video earlier of him playing against Houston where he ran the official down on a play earlier in the year. He ran the official down and started screaming at the official.
It's been like a decade of this.
Yeah.
We kind of know how he's going to behave and how he's going to act.
Yep.
He has been a great player, though. I hope, and I would never try to take that away from him. I hope people recognize, and I think they do. I think, wasn't it Kap earlier this year? He was a little mad that he was going to go in the Ring of Honor, but right? Was it? Oh no, it was Iguodala. It was Iguodala. That was funny. Kap was like, I can't believe they're putting Iguodala in the Ring of Honor. That was hilarious. They'll put Draymond in that Ring of Honor someday. He's been a terrific player for them and part of their heart and soul.
Right.
And I do hope people remember that. But boy, oh boy, he does some knucklehead stuff sometimes. All right, coming up, some more Cub conversation. What's going on with relievers, not just here in Chicago, but across baseball? And what does Dan Plesac think about the Cubs and a potential extension for Kyle Tucker? We'll talk about that coming up next.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000. 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Tired of losing in the stock market? Isn't there a better way to secure your retirement? Good news, there is. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, founder of Mitch Lyons Wealth and featured expert in the retirement deception. This documentary pulls back the covers on strategies Wall Street doesn't want you to know about. It's a $29 value, but it's free when you call us today at 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. Or go to MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
When you're injured, you need a team that knows how to win. Postman Law delivers. Simple, right? Even simpler. Remember this number, 844-POSTMAN. Postman Law has secured over $3 billion for clients. Fast, easy, and stress-free. So think Postman Law when you've been hurt in a crash, on the job, or anywhere else. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN for Postman Law Offices Chicago.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Dan Plesac was on the station a couple days ago. I hadn't heard Danny's voice in a little while. He was on with Waddle Silvy. He's always great. He's got a lot of passion and energy.
Sure.
Chicago guy.
Dulcet tones.
Yeah, I love Danny.
He's a Crown Point kid.
Crown Point. Yeah, I should say region guy. I shouldn't say Chicago guy. He's a region guy.
He's a region guy.
And his nephew, I think, grew up in the region too, right? Didn't Zach Plesac grow up Crown Point High School maybe or something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love Sac, man. And he's going to do some White Sox games, he was telling the guys. But, I mean, Kyle Tucker's the story, right? Kyle Tucker, I think, is second choice behind Shohei right now for MVP in the National League. Our guy Corbin Carroll, who we each pegged Corbin Carroll as the MVP this year. He is like third or fourth choice. Soto's starting to get hot. Cubs are going to New York, right, as Soto's starting to heat up here a little bit, York. He had a little bit of a tough start, but Soto's starting to get hot.
Sure.
If he continues to go, he'll be up there. Lindor, I can get even the official. I'll real quick, forgive me for not having this prepared, but I'll just get it real fast here. But, yeah, I mean, Kyle Tucker's the story, right? I mean, he's just been outstanding. And, you know, I think this Cubs offense was going to be good. He's making it great because of just what he does. He's equally dynamic against righties and lefties. We gave you those stats the other day. His splits are virtually identical.
Yes.
Like his split OPS numbers, like his OPS plus numbers, they're virtually identical. Identical. And just what he does for guys around him. I know that within the analytic community, there's always been much debate about like what is the real impact or lack thereof of line, like the idea of lineup protection. But I don't know. I kind of think it matters. And I think he impacts guys around him. And I just think he impacts the lineup a lot because he's so unbelievably good and talented. He, by the way, is second choice right now, Yerk, at plus 350 to win the NL MVP. Shohei's plus 260. Tucker's plus 350. Our guy Corbin Carroll's 4-1. Pete Alonso, I forgot about Alonso. He's been great.
Got to remember
Alonso's 5-1.
Yeah.
Tatis Jr.'s 5-1.
Sure.
Soto's down to 16-1. Lindor's a little bit longer. He's about 25-1. So there's your rough group of 7 or 8. PCA's 35-1, by the way. But it's all about Tucker. And are the Cubs going to retain him or not? And this was Dan Plesac talking to Waddle and Silvy about it a couple of days ago. And just some of the finer points about being a Cub and if Kyle Tucker will fall in love with it and want to stay here at the end of the year.
Yes, because, listen, when you and I and Tom grew up, the moniker, hey, the lovable losers, listen, after 2016, 2017, that's gone. Like, the Cub fan now is a better fan. They want to win. They got a taste of what it's like to win, kind of like the same thing the Red Sox did. They broke the curse, and all of a sudden they went on a run. What would disappoint me would be this. That division for the foreseeable future is going to run through the Cubs. They have more funds. They have better players. I think Pete Crow Armstrong has a chance to be a dynamic player. I do. He's starting to hit for power. He plays with energy. He's everything that's good, like if you want to watch the Cubs. He's young. He's vibrant. I just think they're in a window right now where they can outspend the Reds. They can outspend the Brewers. They can outspend the Cardinals the way they're going, and the Pirates. They've got a chance right now to really put a clamp on this division. If you can lock up a guy like Kyle Tucker, you would think in the short term, in a 4 or 5 year window, that the Cubs have to be the team to beat in the Central. And I know last year, towards the end of the year, they were running on fumes with the bullpen, and they pieced it together. They made a nice run late. They've gotten off to a great start. They've scored more runs than anybody in baseball. I try to, if I can, watch the games. There's a buzz back at Wrigley again. There's so much to do around that ballpark. It would just be a missed opportunity because guys like Tucker, they don't come around very often. And when you have one, you better try all you can do to hang on to that guy.
That was well said. And Danny was talking about just the vibe and the energy in Wrigley right now, especially when he comes up to bat. You know he feels it. he had mentioned, too, that with more day games, now they play more night games than ever, but still with more day games than a lot of other teams, he said playing for the Cubs affords you the opportunity that not any other team in the bigs really affords you. You do get a little bit more family time. You get some time on the weekends where you can go to dinner with your family.
Sure.
You're not always playing night games. And he said that's one of the finer selling points probably of a place like Wrigley and playing for the Cubs. This is all going to come down to Ricketts. I don't know if fan pressure is going to matter to Tom Ricketts. He might be thinking, there's no way I'm paying $500 million for anybody. Plesac was talking about something that we've mentioned. I wish the teams, I certainly wish my team would take advantage of its geographical location. You're the big fish in this pond, in this Midwest, right?
Yes.
We're the big fish. Chicago is. This is the big market. The White Sox have never done what they should have been doing to outspend Detroit and Cleveland or just totally go over the top of them. Look, use the rules to your advantage. Fair or unfair, this is the system. And Jerry Reinsdorf has never wanted to take advantage of that. And for a little while, like Ricketts did, just for a little. But then you said he got his World Series and he built up everything else, and it's a business.
And started going to the symposiums that were being hosted by Jerry Reinsdorf.
And he's adopted more of his philosophy. And the Cubs should be just
the philosophy
obliterating everybody else in spending because they can.
All you want to be able to do is just compete to convince the fans that you're trying. Where they could stiff the playoffs. 83 wins, 84 wins. You don't really have to make a commitment to anybody. They begrudgingly gave Ian Happ the contract. Begrudgingly. But they looked around and said, well, he's our only marketable guy. We better give him something. You know what I'm saying? Somebody's got to get paid on this team. And they ended up paying Ian Happ. But now you got young Pete Crow Armstrong. They would prefer to win with young, cheap, inexpensive talent that they've got controlled for 6-7 years. You know what I'm saying?
And that's fine, but when a Tucker comes along, you got to pounce.
You would think you do. I understand. I know you would do.
I know you do.
I understand. You don't outspend, you don't kick Detroit in the ass. You don't kick Milwaukee in the ass.
Right.
Cleveland in the ass. St. Louis. You don't do none of that. Cincinnati. None of these teams that are around here. The Minnesota Twins. Yeah. None of it. You're here. You're supposed to be the giant. You're supposed to be the king. And you're not. And you're not.
If Tucker were to leave you guys, I mean, it'd be an all-time. And I hate to put you on the spot.
And you traded away a guy.
Yeah. You traded away a first-round pick.
Right.
And I hate to put you on the spot, but top of minds, when you think about the players in Chicago history that got away. I mean, I think two come to mind right away.
Greg Maddux.
And then there's one more. And I don't know all the particulars of it. I was very young. I was 10 years old.
Jeremy Roenick?
Not JR. They traded Jeremy. That was dumb.
Yeah.
That was dumb.
Right.
You're right. And so, but I think of Wilbur Marshall.
Yeah.
And I don't know all the particulars of that. Look, that was before free agency even existed. The Redskins at the time, they were the Redskins. If I understand it right, I was a kid. And when you're a kid, all you hear is, I was 10 years old. You hear is, the Bears are cheap. And the Redskins had given him an offer sheet that the Bears didn't want to match. They didn't want to pay him the whatever it was, the $5 million or whatever, which back then was a lot of money. I mean, you're going back to
I don't even think it was $5 million.
80, whatever it was. You're going back to 87. And Wilbur Marshall famously left, and that defense slowly started to crumble away, and he went, and Washington won another Super Bowl, won a Super Bowl with Wilbur. Like, those are the two that come to mind for me.
82, 87, 92, I believe, were the Super Bowls for the Washington Redskins.
82, 87, 91, right, Jurk?
Maybe it was 91.
Or 90? Yeah. Maybe 90. I don't know. 90 or
91, something like
Whatever it was. Like, those are the two. And then you said it right away, Maddox. The Cubs letting Maddox get away after he won a Cy Young Award.
Ridiculous.
I mean, is there anybody I'm missing, you guys, that we looked at and said, I can't believe we let that guy get away. Why was one of our teams so short-sighted or so cheap or whatever? And Roenick's a pretty good one, too, York. They traded him away because they knew they weren't going to pay him. This would be an all-timer if Tucker's a one-and-done here.
He's not as good of a player, but Kyle Schwarber
that's a good call.
Was a pretty obvious person that Cub fans wanted to keep, and they just let him go.
They non-tendered him.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And he's been great since he left.
That's a good call. He's been great. He's hit as many home runs as Shohei Ohtani the last 3 years.
All right, I've got the Wilbur Marshall stuff.
Okay, go ahead.
5-year, $6 million deal.
Okay.
They signed him. When the Bears declined to match the offer for Wilbur Marshall, the Redskins had to give them their two first-round draft picks in the next 2 NFL drafts as compensation.
Oh, they got 2 draft picks.
So
I don't
the
even
Bears
remember that. I
took
was so little.
Yeah, the Bears took the compensation, but it was a 5-year, $6 million deal.
That they didn't want to pay. Wilbur
1.2.
Marshall.
Do you know why? Because they had to pay everybody else.
Yeah.
You'd had
And
to
this
pay
is before
McMichael.
free agency.
Yeah, you'd
and-
had to done that, everything.
Yeah.
The Bears did the same thing to Houston and Ray Childress.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I don't think I knew
they
that.
wanted to get Ray Childress. They made him the offer. Houston kept him.
Did that
They
happen
kept
a
him.
lot in the 80s, Jurk? I mean,
no, every once in a while. But the Washington knew they were good. And they had beaten the Bears in the playoffs.
Yeah.
So if you're going to get the pick, you're getting the 27th pick.
Right.
26th pick.
Right.
So they're like, oh, we don't care.
We don't care.
We don't care.
I don't think I even knew that part of it. Schwarber's a good one.
Schwarber's a great one.
I mean, who else can you guys think of? 312-332-3776. And, like, if Tucker is a one and done, I mean, Cub fans are going to have every right to be upset and to ask questions and to wonder why. And it's going to go down probably as an all-timer, like Maddox getting away, like Wilbur Marshall getting away.
Can we go with the premature breakup of the Bulls after winning 3 in a row?
Boy.
I mean, you basically disbanded your team. You basically took a stick of dynamite to all of them and said, "The hell with you guys."
Those were so many weird circumstances, I feel like, though, and they had accomplished so much. I mean, that's an all-time boneheaded thing just because that's the way Jerry wanted to do things, and it's stupid. And he'll never admit, I don't think Jerry would ever admit if he was right or if he was ever wrong. I don't know if he'll go to his grave feeling like he was wrong, like, man, what did I do? We should have taken one more run at like a 4th straight title and a 7th championship.
You never know how long it could have gone because you broke it up prematurely.
Yeah. Like, at some point, it was going to end. Those guys were getting older.
Yes, they were.
And you had the lockout, but...
Like, it definitely felt like winning that 6th title that you were rolling into the gas station on empty.
Yeah.
You know, like you're on the highway and you just
only
rolled.
because you kept telling everybody this was the last year.
No, but the way that team kind of, with Scotty's back and everything going on, it felt like they rolled into the gas station on E, and they
Like
were
the
just
Blues
lucky to get there.
I know what Chris is saying, but did they earn the right at that point? And really, did Michael earn the right to at least say one more time?
Probably.
Probably, right? Let's try one more. But I also think it's like a slightly different conversation than the one we're having now.
Because you got, I think, almost everything you could have gotten out of that. So I don't consider like it sucked the way that ended.
But we got so much.
But it's different than, say, the Cubs. If Kyle Tucker goes on to win an MVP this year and they have success in the playoffs, and then goes on somewhere else to have a Hall of Fame career,
it would be like Maddox.
Yeah,
that's exactly right. Gary's in Chesterton. What's up, Gary?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Great, man.
Hey, Bobby Hall.
That's
a good
one. They didn't want to pay Bobby Hall, and he went to the Jets, right? He went to the WHL, right?
Yeah, cheap-ass works.
That's a good one, Gary. Now, Bobby Hall, again, had already accomplished a whole hell of a lot with the Hawks, but that's a good one. I bet because he had to be a little bit older by the time he left, too. Remember, guys didn't have the ability to really move around back then. Let's say hi to Mario in Harwood Heights. What's up, Mario?
Hey, guys. How are we doing?
Good, man. How are you?
All right. What about Lou Brock?
Yeah, they traded him. I mean, why did they trade Lou Brock? It's before my time. What was give me a little bit of a history. On why they traded Lou Brock. I mean, Lou Brock was 24 when they traded him.
They needed pitching, and they got Ernie Broglio.
They got Broglio,
Yep.
Yeah, Broglio stunk, too.
So are Ernie Broglio.
Yeah, Broglio stunk, too. Mario, thanks, man. Scott in South Elgin wants to talk about paying Kyle Tucker. What up, Scotty?
Hey, happy Friday, gentlemen.
Happy Friday, man.
So, yeah, I absolutely love what Tucker's done here, and we were short-sighted with Belly. We could have gotten something for him. It was clear we were never going to pay him, but you can't make that same mistake again. You got to make Ricketts feel it in his pockets. If he doesn't extend Tucker for like the rest of his career as a Cub, you got to stop showing up. You got to stop spinning those turnstiles. Otherwise, I'm going to be calling Ricketts something that rhymes with Tucker.
Scotty, thanks. That ain't going to happen this year, man, because they're good and that place is going to be packed. There's a vibe and an energy in there.
Sure there is.
With that offense, and they're an exciting team. They run the bases well. They hit for power. Like, the Cubs do a lot of things well, and they're a good team. Maybe even a great team if they can stay healthy and figure out the bullpen. I'll read you something from Dave Schoenfeld. He wrote about at ESPN.com today about the kind of the epidemic across baseball with some of the big-name closers right now, including Ryan Presley. Now, maybe we should have seen this one coming a little bit more, but he wrote at length about it today in an article on ESPN.com. I'll read you some of that. And more of your phone calls as they're rolling in. 312-332-3776. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
You need to understand that Carmen does all the work for the show. Why do you think they're having the both of you, Black and Abdallah, fill in for him?
So it's Chris and I hosting the live broadcast at Cubby Bear next Friday from 10 a.m. to 12:40.
And we're pretending to be Carmen?
Big shoes, guys. You do the work, and I'm there for the frivolity and the joie de vivre.
And we do it all, and you're just there?
I'll be enjoying the Yingling. I'll step in if you need me to set you straight on things.
The Carmen and Jurko Show, live from the Cubby Bear for the start of the Crosstown Series next Friday at 10 a.m. right up to pregame at 12:40.
Presented by Yingling and Astound. Please enjoy responsibly.
Oh, nicely done, guys. $1.6 million Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $1.6 million for a client who was injured due to negligence on an airplane. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group. Playing professional football, being on the radio for years, I've had the chance to endorse many companies. But I've never endorsed one owned by close friends until now. The Verdoliak Law Group has been helping people for over 60 years, including my friends and neighbors. When you need a lawyer, experience matters. The Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for clients, serving over 40,000 cases in personal injury, auto accidents, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and more. Their proven results and commitment to clients make them the right choice. They've helped my neighbors and friends, and they'll help you too. Call 8444-VLG-LAW today. The Verdoliak Law Group. Experience you can trust.
With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new scent and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Chicago, Woodford Reserve is more than a spirit. It's a spectacle for the senses. Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV. Woodford Reserve Distillery for sales, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2025 Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. In the North Shore and North Side of Chicago, there's only one name you need to know for fences. It's FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41. They stand out as the locally owned, operated fence company dedicated exclusively to this community. From the timeless appeal of Western red cedar wood to modern no-maintenance composite materials for a contemporary look, FenceWorks guarantees custom quality that meets your needs. Take the first steps to keeping your family and your home safe by visiting theguyon41.com. That's theguyon41.com.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
White Sox fans, looking for family fun that everyone can enjoy? Bring the whole crew to the ballpark with a family pack presented by ExxonMobil. Starting at just $19, each family member gets one ticket, hot dog, drink, chips, cookie, and a souvenir water bottle. Plus, every Sunday home game features family-friendly activities, kids run the bases post-game, and more with Family Sundays presented by Coca-Cola. The tickets starting at just $10. There's something for everyone. Get yours. Visit whitesox.com/offers.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, J-O-E-Q, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Summer is better with True Green, especially at a price this low. For a limited time, get 75% off of your first treatment and enjoy your lawn without overspending. With True Green, you get expert care and a plan tailored to fit your lawn's needs, so it looks like the best while you save big. Let the pros handle the hard work while you enjoy the result. Relax more and keep more money in your pocket. A great lawn has never been this easy or this affordable. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com. Restrictions apply.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Follow the show on Twitter at Carmen DeFalco and at Jurko64. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
What's going on with some of the closers around baseball, Yerk? Like Devin Williams was acquired in a trade, and he's really struggled in the Bronx. Sometimes that happens when guys go to New York, too.
Yeah.
The pressure in New York. Emmanuel Clase, remember last year? Emmanuel Clase from the Guardians. I mean, he was in the Cy Young conversation, Yerk. That's how dominant he was. And then he had a rough postseason, and it's kind of spilled over into this year. He, I think, gave up last year. I think it was like less than 4 hits per 9. And it's like 13 hits per 9 this year. And guys are making all sorts of contact, and his strikeout numbers are down. And Raisel Iglesias has had his struggles here a little bit. And then Dave Schoenfeld wrote a good article about this today at ESPN.com. And then Ryan Presley. And this is what he writes about the Cubs and Presley. The Cubs bullpen ranked 25th in win probability added last year. So adding depth and settling on a closer was an offseason goal. Presley had been the Astros closer from 20 to 23 before taking a setup role to Hader last season. But in Presley, the Cubs acquired a pitcher who, while still effective, was in decline in terms of stuff and results. His four-seam velocity peaked in 21 at 95.7, was down to 93.8 last year, and is sitting 93.3 this year. His strikeout rate had sat well over 30% from 2018 to 2022, but he was down to 23.8% last year. This season, a minuscule 8.1%. That's second lowest out of 370 pitchers who have thrown at least 10 innings, Yerk. And that's a number we talked about earlier in the week. I brought it to your attention. He's just not missing bats at all, and he's been a strikeout pitcher. But as you get older and some of the velocity goes down, it can become more problematic, and he's throwing the ball in the zone a lot, and it's just getting hit. Another stat I gave you earlier in the week was
shellacked.
Yeah, he's got he's right now it's the 5th highest contact rate amongst all relievers in baseball in the zone. The Cubs, as a group, as a collective, their relievers are allowing the 2nd highest rate of contact in the zone in all of baseball, and their adjusted ERA is 23rd. So it's a real issue. He goes on to write that the Cubs say he will remain in a high leverage role for now. He's been fighting a bulky knee that was drained on April 22nd to relieve some discomfort. Tuesday's game was just his 3rd appearance since then, and he had delivered 7 scoreless appearances before that. Still, the lack of strikeouts and swing and miss is alarming. The rest of the bullpen hasn't exactly been locked down either as it ranks 28th in win probability. So that is the biggest thing that Jed Hoyer and the Cubs are going to have to try to figure out. And Schoenfeld points out that in that shellacking he took the other night, I think he hit 26 pitches or whatever.
Yeah,
not a single swing and miss. It's a tough way to live as a high leverage reliever. Let's grab some more of these calls. Dave's in Arlington Heights. What's up, Dave?
Hey guys, love the show.
Thank you.
Jurko, I know you're probably close in age. I got a few years on you, but what bothered me most about losing Wilbur Marshall was I want to say toward the end of that season, I think we knew we were going to lose him. I remember reading where Mike Singletary had to be the highest paid defensive player. And it was probably like $1.1 million or something. And they weren't going to give it to Otis Wilson and Wilbur Marshall, who replaced Al Harris essentially, as did Duerson with Todd Bell.
Yes.
I mean, they after that season, that they also lost Willie Gall, they lost Otis, Walter Payton retired, Gary Fensick retired. And somehow we went into the '88 season looking like, okay, maybe we can survive all this. this carnage of losing our first-round picks and second-round picks with a great 83 draft. And then you get killed by the 49ers.
Yeah.
And that was the end of that. And I want to just say, as a fan back then, I hate to say it, your callers probably won't like it, but during that strike season, some teams came together and some teams were driven apart. And Mike Ditka drove apart that team.
Yeah, it's always.
He called the scab bears the real bears. He did everything to be demonstrative, and it worked. And I watched, froze my butt off, 86 to Jay Schrader, 87 to Doug Williams, and refused to go to the Joe Montana game.
Washington in back-to-back years. It was brutal, Dave. I was just a kid. But, yeah, I feel the pain in your voice, Dave. And, yes, that was always, I think, one of the critiques or criticisms for old Ditka's way. He started doing all the commercials.
Well, he told all the guys not to do them. Then he started doing them
and
all.
then the spare bear thing. Yeah, that was never a good look. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Let's say hi to, let's see, where do you want to go here? Let's say, how about Nellie in the Ukrainian village? Nellie, what's going on?
Hey, it's Melly.
Melly, sorry.
Love your show. No, that's okay. My contribution would be Mark Burley. I mean, he was so good. He was so reliable. He's never hurt.
He was
and
loved.
I think he would have stayed and taken a hometown discount.
He was beloved. That's an interesting one because Burley was here for so long and he accomplished a lot. And they were fearful as he was getting older, it was just going to.
He went to Florida,
You're
right?
going to see some diminishing returns. Yeah, he went to Florida. He still pitched pretty well for a couple of years, Mark Burley. Went to Toronto, went to Florida. He did. He was here and accomplished a lot, though. It always felt like with Maddox, with Wilbur, like there could have been so much more. If the Cubs lose Tucker after a year. You know, those are going to be the devastating ones. Mike in Sugar Grove. What's up, Mike?
Yeah, although he never signed with the team, one guy the Cubs let go was Josh Hamilton. They drafted him in the Rule 5 draft.
They did.
And then they traded him to Cincinnati that same. So he never wore. And then he went on and had those great years with Texas and all that.
He had some demons, and I don't remember the timeline exactly, Mike, of where he was in his battle through things in his life. He got it under control later, and he did have a couple of amazing seasons, primarily for the Texas Rangers. I don't remember all the specifics of that, but he was briefly in the Cubs organization. You're right about that. Dion's in Streamwood. What's up, Dion?
But what about David Montgomery?
Yeah, Montgomery. Jurko and I don't value running backs like most, I guess, so we're probably the wrong guys to talk about that one. I just don't. I don't think you give running backs a second contract, really. You know, maybe if you have a Saquon or if you have LaDainian Tomlinson or a certain handful of guys.
Who's the guy they got rid of there? Jameson Williams or James Williams?
Jamal Williams.
Jamal Williams?
Yes.
He had 19 touchdowns. They said, no, we don't want you.
And they signed David Montgomery, and then they drafted Jahmyr Gibbs.
Right. They'll just cycle through them.
Yeah, don't worry about it as much.
No David Montgomery, sorry. Not for me.
Well, Kenny in Dallas.
Don't miss him at all.
Kenny in Dallas is an interesting one. What's up, Kenny?
Hey, guys. Happy Friday. How we doing?
Good, man. Happy Friday.
Thanks. Hey, I think in the same vein that Blank mentioned just a minute ago with Schwarber, I think we can put Greg Olson in there because we let him go. He went on to Carolina to be an All-Pro, and hopefully we drafted the next Greg Olson in Colston Loveland. But I think he fits in that category you're talking
Let's
about.
hope he's a lot better.
Thank you, Kenny. You know where the Bears screwed up, though, with, and I guess this is a little bit like the Schwarber thing. You guys are probably right. It was just a misevaluation. They somehow, as much as the Cubs love Schwarber, there was a misevaluation. And I think the same thing was true of Greg Olson. It was a misevaluation, and then it was a complete failure on Jerry Angelo's part to properly replace him. Because he picked Kellen Davis essentially over Greg Olson.
Yes.
That was the problem. Greg had a very good career, right? He was a very good player.
Yes. Very good player. I would agree.
Not like an irreplaceable player.
Right.
They just did a poor job of replacing him. They picked the wrong guy.
Who was better here? Jermichael Finley.
See, Jermichael Finley was very short-lived,
though. Jermichael Finley or him? He had 3,000-yard seasons. Greg Olson. You know that, right? 3,000-yard season with a high of like 11-something. Yeah.
Jermichael Finley or Greg Olson? I lean towards Greg Olson. Am I wrong? Jermichael Finley had such a brief career, it felt like, too. He was pretty damn good for a couple of years, though.
I'll find out. Yeah, he had a very short career in Green Bay up till the age of 26. And your answer would be that Greg Olson had a better career.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, Greg Olson had a better career than Jermichael Finley.
Yeah.
Yeah. Trying to think who the other guy was. Man,
Greg got away young because he went on to do great things with Cam, obviously, in Carolina. And the Bears just certainly botched that one because they thought Kellen Davis was going to be better. All right, we'll crosstalk here coming up with Waddle and Silvy. The guys,
when Kellen Davis, his legs quit working?
Yeah, you used to always joke. You'd say, why can't he catch it and run?
The minute the ball touched his hands, his feet stopped working.
Jurko used to always
it's like,
say
what
that.
the hell? Who's evaluating this?
I don't know. Coming up next, we'll crosstalk with Waddle and Silvy. They're live at Hallis today. Colston Loveland has the final word.
Carmen and Jurko.
Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, you'll find dynamic career opportunities, beautiful seasons, affordable living, and legendary weekends. From its high quality of life and great schools to its fine arts, culinary, and pro sports scenes, Wisconsin gives you so much to look forward to. That's why you should pick Wisconsin. Learn more about making Wisconsin your home. Visit pickwisconsin.com.
Adam Schefter here. When the draft clock is ticking, you've got to pick the best talent, regardless of position, to fit your team's needs. Well, if you're hiring for your business, you want to find the best talent for any of your roles. That's why you need ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful technology hustles to find qualified candidates for your job immediately. And if you see a standout candidate, ZipRecruiter lets you personally invite them to apply. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
Madison, where businesses thrive and futures are built. Just minutes from Chicago, Madison offers prime accessibility, a talented workforce, and a supportive community ready to champion local businesses. Madison, home for business, heart for family.
Working from home? We're back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Jurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Thanks to Courtney Cronin for joining us today, and thanks to Bleck and Abdallah, of course, and thanks for listening and calling in. It is time for Crosstalk, brought to you by the Verdoliak Law Group, fighting insurance companies for over 60 years. Waddle and Silvy get you home on this Friday, and then it's into White Sox baseball as they are home to take on the Marlins. Boy, the Marlins have to love it. They're in town for a week here.
That's a great series right there.
Oh, boy, White Sox and Marlins.
Yeah,
huh?
The scalpers have got to be
it's going to be
making
that's
money
like
hand over fist.
You know what that is? That's the slap fight from what was the movie Napoleon Dynamite?
Yeah.
See when he's like, that's what.
I mean, if you're a Marlin, though, you got to love it. You got a whole week in Chicago because then they stay to play the Cubs.
Oh, those are the best.
Next week. And, outside of Sandy Alcantara, I'm not sure I can name a Marlin. I mean, I don't know.
We had a couple last year who used to be Sox players, but they've moved on.
Burger's gone. Burger's in Texas. Burger got sent down.
Oh, did Burger?
Yeah, he got sent down. He
Burger's
did.
gone. No.
Burger got sent down. TA's gone.
Cheeseburger.
What's his name's there? The kid that was in Baltimore to start his career. I'm looking at
Matt Mervis is there.
Matt Mervis, yeah.
Wow, there you go.
Good
Matt
call,
Mervis.
Sylvie. Matt
Didn't
Mervis.
he have a week of just an explosive
And he got hit in
power?
the balls by a baseball.
He did. Yeah.
Is he wearing a cup?
No, none of these guys wear cups anymore. It's crazy to me on the infield.
I would think a first baseman should.
I think a third baseman should, but they don't.
Wow, I didn't realize that.
My son doesn't. I don't get it.
Oh,
I thought that was mandatory. I was like one of the only guys that didn't wear a cup.
You got to make Gio wear a cup. We make Braxton wear a cup.
They don't wear them. None of them do, Sylvie. And the catchers, they're the only ones that wear them.
Yeah, he catches, so.
It's crazy to me. Like, they won't wear him. He's playing third base. He doesn't have a cup on. I don't get it. I don't know.
You know what's weird is I used to love wearing the cup.
Excuse me?
Because it just signified that I had a baseball game. So
That's
it was
right.
Like, it was just like, okay, we're getting ready.
Didn't your glove signify?
No, Tommy, the cup did. Cup check.
How about the uniform? How about the jersey?
No, the cup. I'm with
All
Sylvie.
of it was like just part of it. It's like, okay, get the cup out of the underwear drawer.
Yes.
I used to have that jock strap with the cup.
Well, I was going to say you have to wear a
It was
jock
pop.
strap to have a cup, right?
Well, of course. Now they're just shorts. They're like compression shorts.
Yes, exactly.
Ouch. Yeah. They're much better and they look better now. Those old jock straps
look better.
Remember? It was goofy.
Oh, yeah.
So you only have to wear them to catch.
I guess so, but I
Yeah.
would make him wear them. Once you get, it's like wearing a seatbelt. Once you get used to it,
I don't know.
why
None of
not?
them do it. I don't think Mervis was because he was in some pain. He went to a try, like he just misplayed a short hop, Tommy, on a throw from third.
Yeah.
And he just misplayed it, and it got him right in the ding dong. I mean, like square on it.
I thought all major leaguers, especially infielders, it was everyone wears.
No,
it.
remember
catcher.
Adrian Beltre a few years ago got what? Remember he got it
right in the rucksack.
Yeah, like a late. Most of them don't.
Really?
Which is I'm.
Times have changed.
It's crazy.
Yeah, the
to me.
catchers have to wear them.
Well, catcher you have to.
Remember the time when you were in Little League and like obviously this didn't happen to me, but it happened to everyone else where the manager would walk by and give everyone a cup check.
Of course.
With a bat, the bat handle.
Sure.
Right, just a little tap on it.
He come by, he go, Mitch, cup check.
Mitch, cup check. That's funny.
It's very good.
Who makes Super Balls? Whammo.
Whammo.
Yeah, if you don't answer it right, there you go. It's the capital of Thailand.
Mitch.
Bangkok.
Bangkok.
Yeah, boom. Right there, if you're not ready for it. Hello.
A drunk girl
How are
once
ya?
asked me the capital of Japan. I said
I know,
Tokyo. She hit me in the.
Yeah, she hit you in the rucksack.
Yeah, and I was like, what?
I remember that.
Yeah. It's like, what are you doing?
True, that's 100% true story. That is 100% true.
You know, she's really messed up. She comes up and goes, what's the capital of Iceland? And Reykjavik. And then she nails you again. Holy heavens.
She
What's
pokes
wrong
you
with
in
you,
the eye.
woman?
Yeah.
That makes no sense.
Where are you hanging out, Carl?
I don't know. We were somewhere out. And
You know where you were at. You're at
crazy.
Lottie's.
No, I don't think
Yeah,
it was
Lottie
Lottie's.
Dottie. Carm likes to party.
I miss Lottie's.
I know it's the best, right?
I mean, it's still around
It's
and
still
it's still
there.
thriving.
Oh, yeah.
They have a great social media page, by the way.
Oh, I didn't know that.
On Instagram, Yerk. Yeah.
I should follow
You'd
them.
enjoy it.
I love Lottie's.
Sure, I might.
It's so great.
When was the last time you were at Lottie's?
Maybe like a couple of years ago, we went there with our kids to show where Mommy and Daddy met.
First hooked up.
Well, not at
Right
Lottie's,
over
no.
there. Right
It took me a
behind the
long time,
bathroom.
Yerk, as you would imagine.
Yeah.
Did you guys
That's
do
where
some
your father
family
was making his
Jägermeisters?
night moves, right there.
Yeah.
Making magic
Making
happen.
his night moves. Yeah,
This
that's
is-
I haven't been
this
in
is
there
our
in forever.
Sylvie's
booth
opening
over
line.
here.
I work on the radio.
He didn't say that.
It was funny because she tells the story all the time. I used to think like, yeah, this girl likes us. She's pounding shots with us while she's working.
She's getting hammered.
And it's I guess like an industry known thing.
You kept getting better looking every shot she did.
No, she wasn't. It's an industry trick.
she's
hers
doing
wasn't
water.
No, they weren't alcohol.
They
It
weren't
was like
alcohol.
Coke with a little something in it to make
Right.
it look like whatever
Like a
we
like
were
a like a
shooting.
thought she
whatever
was-
we were.
she was
Yes,
going
I'm like,
along
oh
with
yeah,
She's into me.
Yes.
You're over there
And
dry
all she's
humping
doing
the
is
booth.
trying to get a better tip by doing shots.
That's
you know,
all she was doing. Yeah. I got-
When did you finally figure that out?
Yeah,
She
when-
told
2
you
years
that?
ago.
Well, when did you figure out she actually liked you?
It took me a couple of months to.
It took a
2 to
frontal-
4 months, I would think, of going there.
A full frontal attack? You were going at her with all your best lines,
I wasn't putting. I was just trying to get to know her a little bit.
playing hard to get.
Yeah, and
Just a little coming to get to know you. That's all I'm trying to do. Coming into the bar to try and get to know you.
It's so good. It's a legendary place. Waddle and Silvy are live today at Hallis.
This is a legendary place.
It is. You need to get a hold of Luther Burden and tell him a thing or two about number 87, Mr. Tom Waddle.
how great was that?
I got to tell
Classic.
I had the same approach when I was 17 when I got here.
You're like,
Not
87,
the-
I'll take that.
Yeah.
Everything
I
else
was-
is taken.
Carm, I was just like, can I have a key to the building just to get in?
Is somebody
I
going to
don't
let me
care.
in?
I'll wear, 999s. I don't care.
Waddle pulled up to the gate. They're like, who are you? He goes, I'm the
Yes.
new wide receiver. They're like, no, you're
Here's
not.
your jersey, 87.
No,
I don't
no
care.
you're not.
I was 17. The first number I had here was 17.
17, good number.
It was great. I didn't ask for it. And then at that time, it was 89, Yerk. So, like, any wide receiver, you had to be in the 80s.
You had to be in the 80s?
That was a
Yeah,
rule.
that
Like,
was the
remember,
rule.
wasn't Keyshawn the first
I
guy
think so.
to petition the league to get the change?
Oh, was he?
Yeah.
Did
So,
he
like,
wear 17? What was his number? He had a
19.
Yeah, I think
19. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was like whoa, wide receivers wearing 19.
Yeah.
Was Keith Ortego 89?
I think he was,
Yes.
actually.
Was James Manis 89?
I don't know.
Did Brent Novoselsky wear 89
Oh, my
too?
God.
He could
What a
have.
pull.
I know Ryan Wetnight.
Ryan Wetnight
Yeah.
did.
James Scott
Yeah,
wore
Wet
89.
Night
Ryan
definitely
Wetnight
did.
was
Remember
89.
James Scott?
James Scott, yes.
Oh,
James
he
Scott
was
wore
89.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
Greg Latta was 88.
What's going on up there, guys? You didn't get to see
Nothing
it.
right now.
Nothing. It's pretty quiet.
Everyone's gone.
Yeah.
Just us.
You get Ben on? You get Ben on?
There's still writers up there. There's still writers.
Not
Paperback
a few, not
writers?
many. Just saw half of them leave.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're just all taken off. Courtney's got a frown on her face because we're holding her here till 3:30.
Oh God,
I can
They're making her stay till 3:30.
Oh, I'm joking.
The disdain she has for you two is palatable.
Well, that goes without
Who doesn't?
saying.
Yeah.
Would you guys take a flyer on Jadeveon Clowney?
Why
I had
not?
that written down. Yes. Do you realize he had as many sacks last year as Montez Sweat?
You know, PFF still had him a
20.
top 20 win rate in true pass sets last
Carm,
year.
I saw his numbers, and again, use them however you want to use them, but they were pretty much as good or better than Montez Sweat's numbers last year.
You'd get him for a song, wouldn't you?
What would you get him for? 8 million? 10 million? 8 million?
I don't think you'd have to pay.
Yeah, that even means.
Is that even too rich, you guys?
I think
is
so.
it? Well, is it 8? Maybe not 10. Is it 8?
Listen, money. They've got the money.
That's what I'm saying. So
Yeah.
I think it's probably worth it if you kick the tires on that.
What do they say about him as a guy?
I've never heard anything bad about him.
Never heard anything bad. 2 years ago, he was obviously with the Ravens and had, what did he have, 9 sacks?
9.5, I think. Yeah.
This past year, where was he? Carolina?
Yeah. Yes, Carolina. Yeah.
So, I still think there's football there, and I don't think it's
Well, and like you said, if you look at some of his advanced metrics from last year, he was right on par with Montez Sweat.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he could still play, and if he only has to play 55 to 60% of the snaps,
Let me ask you guys a question. If they were willing to invest X amount of dollars in DeMarcus Walker as kind of a swing guy who's going to play occasionally, why wouldn't you do it for a guy like Clowney?
Amen. Sign me up.
I mean, I'm not giving him $15 million a year, but
Right.
if you can find some financial common ground, I would be interested.
Yeah.
That's the one spot, guys, from where I sit that I'm still a little concerned about.
Me too.
I'm not, ignoring the left tackle, but where is the consistent pass rush going to come from?
Can I bring up something that I was unaware of until yesterday, guys, and want to see what you guys do on this, or if you've ever heard of this?
Yep.
So I sent to, I tweeted out a picture of the Wrigley marquee, and I sent it to Old Takes, Freezing Cold Takes. They retweeted it. And, a lot of the younger guys came at me because I guess my cell phone screen, my iPhone is on light mode or light screen, where all the background of the screen is a bright white. And they say, people were tweeting at me, what's wrong with you? Yeah, Waddle's got it back on now. I have since changed it because they say the darker background, dark mode it's called, is easier on the eyes. Have you guys...
Dark mode.
Are you guys aware of this at all?
Well, I thought you just had to turn on, you got to reduce the blue light.
Well, that's something different.
That's
where
different?
At night it goes into a night mode. There's a when you go to your texts.
Yeah.
Do they have a black background or is it a white background?
It's a white background.
Yes, mine was too. And
so now I
it's
just
normal.
changed it, but that's what we're supposed to do?
They're telling me, all these people, take it for what it's worth. It's on Twitter that I'm a psycho for having the light mode on.
Why would you
I
be a
never even
psycho?
knew it was a thing.
Why
I
do
just
you
thought
care what people think?
I knew. I'll be honest. If it's better for my eyes, I guess I would do it. I don't like the dark mode as much. I just changed it. I'd rather have it in the light mode.
I got a suggestion. Maybe put the phone down every now and again, and whether it's dark or light.
Is that a
give it
young
rest.
person thing?
Well, yeah, many people. John Greenberg just texted me. He says he's got it on dark mode, so I should definitely go back to light mode then.
Yeah, I mean, if Greenberg is on dark mode, I'm with you. I am 100% going back.
He's
Let me go back to my
oppo, man.
settings.
You got to go opposite of
I'm
whatever
going back to
he's
my
doing.
settings as we speak.
Yeah, it's on the brightness.
No, I know. I already changed it. I'm going to go back and change it
You
back.
check to see. It looks like how you get the Instagram DMs, where everything's dark. Everything is the black background.
I don't know.
But they say it is better on your eyes.
Well, maybe I should change it then. Speaking of text, our buddy Matt Hayes from Lottie's says, "Thanks for the shout out."
Yeah, he's the best.
And Cody's. I mean, his place, Cody's, is fantastic.
Cody's,
you guys
I've
have
been
done
to Cody's
shows
much more recently than Lottie's.
You guys, Matt Hayes is an all timer. Love.
I think the last time we were there wasn't it?
guy.
It
All-time
was.
guy.
It was when we had
Yes.
Rhino on. It was last June.
Yeah,
last
it was,
summer, you guys were
Yeah,
definitely.
It was Tuesday. Yeah, I think, and that's when our Comrex crashed. Yeah. Surprise, surprise. And Shay and Tyler they worked together and they did a little surgery on it, and they got us back on the air.
Oh, that's impressive.
I think Abdallah was there too. Was Abdallah?
Yeah,
right
it
there?
was. It was like
Abdallah helped.
emergency room. It was radio emergency room.
Yes.
Like the patient flatlined.
Oh,
and
wow.
you should have seen them. They went right to work and got us back up and going.
Impressive. I don't know how to settle the debate on that, Silvy. I kind of
I'm
like
going
the
with
light
dark mode
be-
and see for the next week if I can
All right.
roll with it. I'll.
Should
I'll
I do
stick
that?
with it.
Even
If
though
it's better,
Greenberg?
if it's better on
Yeah,
the
if it's
eyes.
better on the eyes.
Wait,
I'll
wait
take
till
it.
the better for your battery too.
Wait, hold on, Tyler. What's that?
It's better for your battery too.
It is?
Yeah.
Oh,
All
well,
right.
that's a good
So,
thing.
Tyler, this is a young person thing? Everybody?
No, I think it's like a every person thing.
I think that's a little shot, Tyler.
None of us knew. Not
Tyler, I think you're taking
it's
a
an,
shot.
It's
How
an every
about none
person
of us
thing.
cared?
Do you put
How
your
about that?
Tyler, do
I
you
think
put,
that's the easier way to say it.
Amen.
do you put night
Good kid.
shift on yours then too? Like I have
Like
mine set
no, I don't really use the night shift
because I
thing.
do like
I probably
after
should,
10
but-
o'clock. I have it on night shift.
Yeah, I
don't
probably
like
should
that.
do that, but I don't.
Okay.
I like a big bright screen.
All right, I'll stick with this for a little while. See how it goes.
You just give it 3 months. The Twitter trolls will come back and yell at you
They'll
for
yell
it.
at me today
Yeah.
about something.
Don't pay attention.
Pay that
to
man
them.
his money.
Told you. Quit
Boy,
reading
it
what
is-
people think.
It is a little different though. It's going to take some getting used to, Sylvie.
I know. It's very different, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, and then one other thing that I had for you guys.
Old person too.
Did you hear Jeff Passan yesterday?
No.
I heard some of Passan. I was
No.
getting out of the car. I didn't get to hear the entire thing.
Johnny, nope.
Nope. He was like, I'm gladly missed it.
And quite frankly, I don't listen to you guys, so there's no
That's not
chance
true.
that I'm going to hear
That's
Jeff
not
Passan.
true.
I was going to.
That ain't true.
I was getting out of the car to go to a game, but I did hear like 10 minutes of
I
it.
listened to
like
Big Cat.
Passan.
I listened to Big Cat the other day.
Big Cat's always
Oh,
in the
he's
car.
great. He's the best. But by the way, Passan said, I asked him how, as a baseball insider, but he's been a fan. You know, he grew up in Cleveland as a passionate fan.
I heard you ask him. Yeah.
Yeah.
like,
So
should
and
you-
he's like, he was with me.
I
and
don't
like,
think it's going to impact anything though, Sylvie. I
Well,
got news for you.
why not though? At least continue to just point it out each head. I think. And Big Cat said after every big moment Tucker has, all Cubs fans at once should just tweet the same thing to get it trending with every hit.
I guess there's no harm in it. You know, there's no.
Depends on what your screen's on while you're tweeting.
That could be too.
Like if you put
Does
it
it
on
change
that
the
darker screen.
That could
it's
be more
better for you.
effective. I've not
Yes.
tried it with the dark
Oh
screen.
yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
Is there a
Yeah.
green screen for money?
The whole thing.
Could
man.
be. Could be.
Look at this.
You ought to just
What are you looking at now?
fan
When
the
you're in
hell
the dark,
way you want to.
the dark mode. What do you know?
You feeling a little saucy, Carm?
I
that
don't
you're
know.
in dark
I
mode?
think so.
Definitely
Bur-
different.
Whiskey Wednesdays could get
Yeah.
even
It's
crazier.
weird to get used to. Like looking at it on Instagram, like it is weird.
Yeah.
What do you know? Well,
They still don't feel like text messages.
Carm's looking for the nude button where everything on
no,
there it turns.
there's a foot screen on there.
There's none of that. Stop it. There's no
Who did I just hear too as like a Bigfoot model? There's someone.
Bigfoot.
Oh, you know the Delco.
big Sasquatch is a
Like they have-
Bigfoot
Yeah, like they have
model.
a Bigfoot.
No, the Delco pooper. Remember you read that
Delco
story? Have you guys
something.
heard about this Delco pooper?
I don't think so.
The Delco pooper was this crazy woman who got into a road
Oh,
rage
I saw
incident,
that. Yeah.
and she pooped on the spot right on the hood of someone's car.
I call that a gangster move.
It took her like 2 seconds to do it. Supposedly,
And it looked wet.
she's also a foot model.
What?
Yeah,
Whoa, that's gross.
Come on. Come on.
I can't.
a lot
I
of
can't.
fetishes there with the feet and the
Oh,
poop.
man, oh man, that is just
That's gross.
That was
gross.
like a really unsettling thing to see.
It was. Like, but a gangster move. Like, if you get
I
a
don't know, man.
like, it's the last thing I would expect for a woman to get out of her car and take a dump on the hood of your car.
And then just walk away.
And it happened so quick.
No
It's like-
wiping.
No, oh no, she said it was clean.
How could it have been clean? It
That's
didn't
what
look.
she said.
It can't. She actually has a bidet in her car.
That would be cool.
The driver's seat is a bidet. You just hit a button. It's like
Waddle's always
Batman.
wanted the toilet
Yeah.
because he's always got issues. Like you should have heard him yesterday in that bathroom. And
yeah.
he's like all week he's been saying he's like, I got to go to the bathroom. I know, but with this Kennedy construction, I don't want to take a chance on that. And though, like usually he doesn't smell. And working with him is long, but the noises that were coming out of that toilet yesterday.
What happened?
What?
What happened?
I think it's just.
It
him.
was a 6-piece band that was just playing a song.
Oh man!
Trombone was working. The snare drum, everything was going.
There
everything was
were
going.
drums. Yes,
There were.
I mean there was more
Carm,
than
I've
just
got
a horn.
I've got a solution though. Just buy a car and have the driver's seat conditioned so that you hit a button and like the seat area just kind of opens up.
Do you think if we have new offices, we can convince them to do what the Dodgers did for Roki? They put in the special toilets for Roki.
What kind of special?
He wanted the
toilet?
Japanese. He said the Dodgers told him that they'd put in the bidets, the special toilets. Everybody else in the world does this except us, you guys.
And I think it's got the warming seats and everything like that.
Exactly. So they had redone their clubhouse, they were in the process last year of redoing it, and they told him, yes, we'll put in the special toilets.
Yeah, I bet Tom Ricketts will do that for.
You think he's got to put in 8 special toilets?
Sloan's his sponsor. Don't they make toilets, or is it just what does Sloan do? Is it just plumbing?
I don't know. No, I think they make toilets.
Yeah, I think Sloan's a toilet maker.
And they got to have everything. Well, that's Sloan Kettering.
Oh, yeah.
Sloan toilets. I think Sylvie's right. Yeah, they make toilets.
So like Sloan Field out in Arizona is
just a giant toilet.
Yeah, they make toilets.
You've seen these.
Sloan Royal Flush System.
You've seen. If you see like the sensors on the urinals.
Oh yeah.
They call them made by Sloan, and you'll see the markings on the bowl.
Those aren't sensors. Those are cameras. They're taking pictures of your
stop it! Oh God, please.
That's gross.
Stop it. Yeah, they have them here, and I bet you they've got a bidet feature. They must.
So, Carm, listen, you could get a car built, I can guarantee you, that could serve both.
Well, I don't know about that. That's kind of gross. What are you going to do
What
with
if you're like a long-range truck driver?
Like you do what the airplanes do.
How
do they?
I guess
there's
you could
a service station.
Exactly. You hit a button, it goes whoosh.
And then you got to empty it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
It's no different than an RV, right?
We could fill the potholes this way.
I mean, yeah. Oh, God.
I don't know about that.
Well, think about it. I mean, they never fill the potholes anyway, so why not just?
No, I'm not filling the potholes with poop.
Yeah, that's not good.
But I'm just, if you can do it in an RV, all I'm telling you is put the seat in the driver's.
And what you're suggesting then you would take your pants off as you're driving and go to the bathroom,
or maybe you take a trip. You're just wearing chaps.
I don't know. You're
assless chaps.
That's redundant, good kid. Because chaps are naturally buttless.
It's a little. It seems odd to me. I don't know. I don't know that it's a necessity. I would just pull over and go to the bathroom. But
you could do that. But what if you're running late?
That's just me. I don't know.
Outstanding.
What's up?
Or what if you're stuck on the Kennedy and you've got
that sucks.
You got nothing.
I don't know. That sucks.
You got nothing.
What's up on the show, boys?
So Joniak in studio next. Courtney in studio at 3:30. We're gonna check in with our guy Boog Sciambi.
How's he doing?
That's what we're like. So I've been texting him through this. So we'll see how much he wants to discuss it. But I know it's been frustrating for him with his health. But he's back now. He's done the last couple of games, and he's in New York to do Cubs and Mets. Good. And it's a big weekend series.
Oh, God.
Tomorrow it's Adam Amin and A.J. Przinsky.
And Kate Horton's making the debut, right?
Oh, so they announced that Horton's going to pitch.
Yeah, Horton's starting tomorrow, I think. Right?
Yeah, excellent.
Yeah.
Good.
Yep. So, Joniak just
look at
walked
this
in.
superstar just walking in.
Tell him
it's like an aura comes in.
He's ready to go.
Tell him we send our love. And we will see you guys Monday, all right? Joniak will join the boys coming up next. They are live at Hallis doing the show today. Everybody have a great weekend. Happy Mother's Day. We'll see you Monday.
This is Waddle and Silvy. On Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Hit the road with Kap and J Hood. Win tickets on the bus for the I-94 rivalry trip to Milwaukee in July. Stay tuned to Kap and J Hood for details or go to ESPNChicagoContest.com. Brought to you by the IKEA Annual Sidewalk Sale, now through May 26th.
Guys, I value my mental health as much as I value my physical health. I actually have a philosophy that when the body is maybe unhealthy, it has something to do with the mind. And when you get the mind right, the body will follow. It's why I've talked to a therapist now for years, and I've got a great one. And there's a stigma for men, too, where a lot of men understand how we've evolved as a society through mental health and therapy, but yet a lot of you guys don't get the help that you should get. Many people recognize there are stats that show, look, 75% of people believe it is important to get that, but only 20% follow through. It's 27% to be exact. So I've got a place for you to make it easy and to get the help that you need, whether it's anxiety, whether it's just reducing the stress so you're better with your kids. BetterHelp, and they are outstanding, and they make it as easy as possible. There's over 35,000 therapists. BetterHelp is the world's largest online therapy platform. They've served over 5 million people globally. So all you have to do is go to betterhelp.com/timeout, and you'll get 10% off your first month. Take it from me. This should not be something that you're afraid to speak about. Let's get the mind right, guys, with BetterHelp. That's betterhelp.com/timeout. And right now it's Mental Health Awareness Month, even more important than ever. betterhelp.com/timeout.
With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new scent and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Chicago, Woodford Reserve is more than a spirit. It's a spectacle for the senses. Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV. Woodford Reserve Distillery for sales, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2025 Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
Illinois born, nation strong. That's Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, sharing the same communities with their members for nearly 90 years. And while they'll always be your one local and trusted healthcare partner, their national network of products and innovations continues to ensure access to the highest quality, affordable care. Because wherever your journey leads, Blue Cross will make sure you always feel right at home. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer. Our policy is to provide equal opportunity employment, development, and advancement to all current and potential teammates. If you are an organization that maintains a job bank, provides employment information, or gives job referrals, you may request to be placed on the station's mailing list for future career opportunities. To learn more about careers at Good Karma Brands, please email careers@goodkarmabrands.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN. Are you ready for the NFL season? The schedule release is coming, and we know the best place to get your tickets this year. My friends at Vivid Seats. They're seriously legit, and you earn rewards on every purchase. That's basically free football games. When that schedule hits, don't wait around. For the best selection and all the great deals, head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in your game days now.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? Sweet.
Bring gas.
It's locked, cocked, ready to rock.
I want to talk about the Bears, baby.
We are live back at Hallis Hall. It has been a while. I believe the last time we were sitting at this table was the day that Ben Johnson was introduced at Hallis Hall, and a lot has happened since. There's still a lot of work to be done. We will get you caught up on everything that happened today, and Joniak always good with the sights and sounds of what he witnessed today, and Courtney Cronin coming up in a half hour with hers. And you can watch us, don't forget, as well. We bring the cameras on the road, so it's youtube.com/@WaddleInSilvy, and you can watch live, catch up on anything you may have missed, or you can check us out on Twitch.
The real information's coming from Courtney. She's outstanding at what she does. And by the way, I still hear the echo, so don't tell me.
Oh, you got an echo.
Don't tell me I'm a rookie.
All right,
There's
Jack,
echo.
you want to do a switch with
Joniak? I feel like I'm in a chamber. I have no idea.
Can you hear us?
Hear
us.
Good to see you guys.
Joniak.
I don't need to hear myself more than once. All right. Good to see you today.
Good to see you. I spent some time with Jeff.
We went deep. Sylvie went deep. Jack's here.
Would you suggest or would you agree that we are unabashed and unapologetic?
Correct.
Ben Johnson sycophants? I am.
Absolutely.
Everything he says, I just nod my head.
Just not taking the baits.
Yeah.
Just very, very pragmatic.
Yeah.
Real good communicator, great demeanor.
Yeah.
Nothing rattles him.
Nope.
Oh, yeah. Really love the approach. And it's the whole coaching staff, frankly.
Yeah.
This is something whenever I've been out in public doing speaking engagements or just fans want to know, the coaching staff And I've been on this here show with you guys telling you the same thing. From top to bottom, it's a unique bunch.
Yeah.
They are teachers. They are veterans. There's some younger guys in there that are learning from the veterans and guys who've been through a bunch. And so
I like that they've got a bunch of guys that have played the game too. Doesn't
100%.
mean that is the only answer to the equation, but it's a nice mix of guys like, hey, who better to teach this group of wide receivers than a guy who played in the league for a dozen years in Antoine Randall and knows how to respond to all situations?
Eric Bieniemy telling a young kid, hey, you ain't walking back to the huddle.
Yeah.
Let's go. Let's get it going.
Yeah,
going to ride guys. Al Harris. No nonsense.
That's
Al
what
Harris.
And that's what I think is the most important thing. I agree with you, Waddle, about former players. There are a lot of bad coaching staffs filled with former players.
Absolutely.
But what I love about this group of former players is they've all already have had success for years in the NFL. You mentioned Al Harris. Al Harris was a great coach, very highly thought of coach in Dallas. Antoine Randall has done it now and gone through the development process of a rebuild in Detroit. Eric Bieniemy was on top of the mountain and at one time was a head coaching prospect. On and on and on. They've got guys who not only have played, but are guys who are experienced coaches.
Well, experience you cannot replace.
On that front as well, you want players that aren't just there kind of going through the motions.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, hey, I played, so you know what, I'm going to be here, but I'll be gone at 6, and I'll see you guys again. No, these guys live the sport the way they did as players. So their buy-in is, obvious because you see the level of success that they have had as coaches in the league as well.
Yeah, Tom and I have spoken to each in depth, and the whole idea back in the day, because the salaries became so crazy, who's going to want to coach and take a pay cut and then work 80, 90, 100 hours a week, never see your family?
Gotta love it.
You got to love the game. The Al Harris one is significant in that he was undrafted from a small college and was traded. He was cut. He became a 2-time All-Pro. He went into coaching the hard way, like Ron Rivera.
Yeah.
I started with the Bears in '97 when Ron was a quality control coach. He'd come to the booth, the same booth you guys, and we'd sit there and talk football. That's the guys I want coaching, that they really want to do it.
Ron had his first job. He had that small office in the basement of the old Hallis Hall where, like, when we were rookies, that's where our locker room was. And there was a small kind of closet-type office where the quality control, and that was where Ron got his start.
Well, the bottom line is you got to really want it to go through all that, and it's not an easy job, and not everybody's good at it. And the other part is, no, to keep going on this, Sylvia, I know you want to get to the next topic.
No. I was motioning to Waddle, so he knew that
because I know you guys got sign
up.
language.
Yeah. No, that was
you got one sign for me, though, don't you?
No, you keep going. You keep going now.
Is that, okay, it's one thing to be an outstanding coach and teacher, but we're going to learn probably sooner rather than later, because I'm hearing from the inside out that they're excellent evaluators. Not everybody's a great evaluator. I asked Al Harris that very question. I go, do you think you're a good evaluator, or is this a learned behavior? He goes, I'm still getting there. I'm still getting there. But I like that admission. He's had to shore himself up on that, because all of us, Jack, you, I, Sylvie, Waddle, we could sit here, we look at the same guy, 100 snaps, we watch him on tape, and we have 4 different opinions.
Mm-hmm.
But, you got to trust your instincts as an evaluator, and that's critical to building the right roster.
Yeah, what you were saying, too, about Bieniemy, that's what Jack said to us. It's what Pat, the designer, said to us. There's very few things you can take away in a rookie minicamp.
Right.
And one of the takeaways that they had was watching Bieniemy coach, and maybe he rubbed guys the wrong ways. He was the offensive coordinator, and he still coached guys like he was a position coach. But that he's very, very intense.
Yeah. I like intense. I'm a big fan of intense.
This team needs it, right?
Yes. And it's going to have it. It is. That's the stated goal from the moment Ben Johnson stood before the team and said, this is how it's going to be. So I'm all good with that. Ben at the podium, Tom and I were sitting there listening to him. Tom was throwing in some thoughts as he was talking. And, you can't hide your own excitement.
No, I
can't.
can't.
I saw it on your face.
Yeah.
And then when Ozzie Trapillo gets up there, he goes, Boston College guys are just different.
They're just
not
different.
just because you went there too.
Well, that's
it
part
is
of it.
true. So then you go on the, hey, we're going through all the offensive linemen that come to your mind, and he's ripping off guys. So I go on the Wikipedia, Boston College guys in the NFL, and it's just not offensive linemen. That list is pretty doggone impressive.
Yeah.
It's impressive. Across the – there's significant names in NFL history from Boston College. So,
Give me a couple. Give me a couple, guys.
Well, Fred Smirlis was a BC guy. Who else? Tom Condon, who ended up being an agent, was an offensive lineman for
that one
years
shocked
in the
me.
league.
I didn't know he went to Boston College.
Yeah, Tom Nalen was a multi-time
Denver
Pro Bowler
Broncos.
for the Denver Broncos. We've had a number of tight ends. Bill Romanowski was BC. Kelvin Martin was a great receiver in the league for better than a decade.
And Matty Ice.
Matty Ice was
Oh, yeah.
obviously
There's
a
a
great
lot.
player.
There's
Glenn
a lot.
Foley played quite a long period of time in the league as a quarterback. The Hasselbecks, both of them are Boston College guys. So the list is long. It really is.
Mark Colombo.
Mark Colombo.
And Mark Colombo,
Chimura.
he didn't work out here because of the injuries, but after he got over those,
Yeah.
he had a very productive career in Dallas.
I think he's still you might have to check it up, Jack. Maybe do a quick search if he's still coaching. He was an offensive line coach with the Dallas Cowboys. Did you know that?
I
Mark
think
Colombo?
I did.
I don't.
Maybe
I'm not,
from
I
Hard
don't
Knocks,
know.
if
I
he
don't
was
know if
back.
he's still there. But
Yeah, I always
know he
liked Mark
was.
Colombo. He was a heck of a guy. But anyway, we sidetrack a little bit. But there's a lot to be excited about. Yeah, you're not going to get a ton. Just get the eyeballs on guys. The first thing, Ozzie Trapillo is a big guy.
Yeah.
He's a dude. that kid. Like I just talked to Ryan Poles the other day for something that'll be coming out on Bears 1920 later on in the spring here. But he goes, yeah, he fills up a doorway, and he is what you thought he was when he walked in. When he puts on the uniform, he's a big dude.
So for both of you guys, Trapillo today was at the podium, and now I'll play some Ben Johnson in a little bit. But if you guys have it back at the shop, the Trapillo stuff about playing left tackle and how he has conditioned himself even through couple of years playing right tackle, how he would still work on being a left tackle. And then I want your opinion on that possibility here. But here's Trapillo at the podium today.
So, after practice, even though I was the right tackle the last 2 years in college, working left, making sure that it's still smooth, still feels good, especially after the season, I was working more left than right just because catching up for lost time. So it felt good today.
So I thought that was very interesting. And where do you guys think? What do you think if Braxton Jones is not ready at training camp? What do you think the pecking order will be for getting snaps at left tackle?
I don't know if there will be a pecking order. You're going to get reps. It's going to be Karan Amagaji. It's going to be.
He'll get the first shot.
Well, I don't know. I don't know about the first shot and all that because I'm going to trust what the coaches are saying. There's no depth chart.
Yeah, there's no.
So
first
let's just
or
say
second.
here are the reps. Let's go. Let's see what happens. And then as the days of the early portion of camp gets going, or maybe even in OTAs, somebody's going to line up first. I don't know I don't know that I care right now.
Yeah.
I don't know that I'll care on the first day of camp. I know that Ryan Poles is emphasizing. I hope we can get the 5 we want to roll with as soon as possible.
Right.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Like the hope is that they find something they like sooner rather than later, so you can get that combination of 5.
You're looking at veteran
minicamp.
camp.
I would say it's still going to go into training camp.
No, I'm saying the start of what could be.
Yeah, you're probably if they have thoughts of Amagaji playing left tackle without Braxton Jones, he may get the first snaps.
Yeah,
but you may find out over the course of the first week, Ozzie may get as many as he does. Yeah. It's just on Tuesday, Amagaji gets the first run.
Yeah.
On Wednesday, it's Ozzie, and then they offer or they go back and forth, and whoever ends up being more impressive will get will
and,
get
and sometimes
the spot.
It's out of necessity. You flip inside. I hope there's not a lot of that.
Yes,
I really don't because I think you've touched the stove, you burned your hand how many times? I think Ryan even. I don't want all that. Now sometimes you can't. It is injuries, whatever. But let's get the 5.
But you don't draft Trapillo to be a swing guy. Not in the second round, do you?
I don't. I think you draft him to be a starter.
To be a starter,
yeah.
So with that in mind and knowing that Darnell Wright is at right tackle, or maybe he's not. Like he should start.
We're gonna find
Yeah.
out.
Well, and again, I think it's that offensive line group is different than pretty much every other group on a football team. Your quarterback can get, reps with Luther Burden and DJ and Rome and 2 tight ends and any number of different combinations, and it won't bother him. It won't bother the offense. That offensive line can't do that with the offensive line. They have to work in sync. It's the way. I mean, have teams been able to do that? Sure. Tooney was kicked outside and played left tackle based on necessity last year. But what you want is a group that is really consistent. Everyone is filling the same role on a day in and day out basis. And I just think the offensive line works different than different positions. So while the essence or the message may be there's no depth chart, at some point I think the depth chart is more important for the offensive line and them working together as a unit than many other positions.
And I also trust Dan Rochar. I trust Dan. He's had great experience.
New offensive line coach.
Great success with the New Orleans Saints back in their winning days with Sean Payton, and that offensive line was outstanding. Produced a lot of Pro Bowlers, a lot of All-Pros during his time. Went into the college game again and now back here. I think you guys are going to really like him. I think you're really going to like how he works.
I want to play you a bite or two from Luther Burden here. First, can we play the bite about the 87 jersey? We talked about this. But we saw this yesterday, and we said 87 is back, and that's the number, of course, for the younger people out there that Waddle wore. And I had a Waddle jersey. It was a very popular jersey. He was the everyman. He never dropped a football.
He's still the everyman.
He's still – well, I don't know about that.
He's still,
I'm the
I got you,
every grandfather is what I am.
Okay, he's everyone's granddad. And this is what Luther Burden said about why he picked 87.
For your jersey number, why number 87?
I mean, it's all the good numbers gone, so.
That was Jack's question, too.
That was you. You went in and asked the question today, Jack.
Jack was there and asked the question.
That's a rare. I wouldn't have the guts at your age to ask a question.
I will say this as well.
I wouldn't be able to do it.
If you are somebody that is looking to purchase a Luther Burden III jersey,
be careful.
I'd hold off because it feels like as you get through camp, as people may be subtracted from the team, he may decide he would like a different number. So if you're going to training camp and you're buying a Luther Burden III jersey and it's an 87, you may end up having to
if
change
he does
it.
a little homework, Harlan Hill,
there you
top
go.
of the list, number 87.
Emery
Chicago
Moorhead.
Bears. Emery Moorhead.
Moose
was the last one to
Dwayne
have
Bates?
87.
Dwayne Bates
Moose was
as well.
the last one.
The
to
last
have 87.
active player.
Yeah. Moose's son signed with Carolina Panthers. Did you know that?
I did not see that.
Undrafted free agent. Little nugget.
Yeah, for sure. Then I think a good invention would be like if they had Velcro nameplates where like you got Burden 87, but then you could pull it back and then put Waddle on there. And then like wear it another game you decide you want to do Muhammad. The Bears jersey is the same with the number. It's the nameplate that is easily removed rather than sewn
I
in.
did that when I was at remember the Bears fan club convention that they used to have back in the day. I loved the orange jerseys. So they had orange jerseys for sale. I had a couple of my kids, they were younger at the time, and I saw them. And I think it was the number 8. And it was a McCown jersey. So I bought them, and before I even left the convention, I had taken the nameplate off of both of them, and I told my 2 kids that were with me at the time, this is a Maury Buford jersey.
But you didn't have Buford on it. You just you ripped off.
Dad, whose jersey was this? I said, this was Maury Buford's jersey.
That's great.
I took the McNown nameplates off of it.
Looks like there's a business there.
Yeah. We should start it with Dino.
Here we go.
Dean at Dino's. And then
Here
here's Burden. I liked this answer, too. He's got to prove that he can play. But I like this type of motivation about where he was drafted. I believe the question's in here as well.
The chip on your shoulder a couple weeks ago after you were picked on day 2 instead of day 1. Is that something that you leave behind on draft weekend, or is that something you're carrying with you here?
No, that's staying with me forever. So everybody who passes by me got to pay.
I love that last line. They got to pay.
I'm not, when he talks, I hear Marshawn Lynch a little bit, is what I hear.
Oh,
kind of a chip on the shoulder, good sense of humor.
We'll talk to him in his 8th year after a couple Pro Bowls and Bears win a couple Super Bowls, and he'll still have he'll say the same thing.
Sure.
It's been my experience, I'm sure with your experience as interviewing players from every sport, that it never goes away.
It's Amon-Ra St. Brown's. That's his approach.
It's Jason McKee. It's Tom Thayer because he wasn't picked earlier than the 4th round. I'm sure. Hey, even in our career, we remember things.
He never hired me.
Yeah,
we were just talking about that. That's been my motivation. Joniak mentored me, never hired me. You think I wanted just to be mentored? I wanted to damn job.
Ring around, it's duck, duck, goo.
I'm glad that you've let it go, though. Yeah. At this point, I'm really glad that you've let it go for sure.
Yeah. Hey,
Waddle brought up Salisbury
Ryan
Rosenblum the
told
other
me I
day.
wasn't good enough.
Who did?
Ryan Gleason. I sat in a car across from the old other station studios in the parking lot. He goes, "You're not good."
Who said that?
Ryan Gleason.
And then you worked with him for many years.
Right, yeah. That was always a motivator.
Crazy.
But he wasn't wrong.
Yeah.
He wasn't wrong.
Listen, Jeff, as I told my kids all through their growing up, there's only one person that can define you. You know who that is? That's you.
The guy looking in the mirror.
That's right.
That's right. I look in the mirror every day.
Well, before we let you go, then and maybe give us a couple thoughts. I, though, want to let you know about the impact that you've made on our young guys and how you have been viewed in a different way than maybe you used to, which is a testament to the way you embrace anybody that you come in contact with. I was telling some Joniak red-ass stories in the pre-show fist fight the other day. Was it you, Jack, who was in there? I didn't know if it was Jack or Charlie. I forget. Maybe it was both of you filling in for Tyler. And I was telling them that, and they couldn't believe that back in the day.
I don't know what the stories are, I hope they were factually
No,
correct.
I didn't really give any stories. I just said, look, you used to run a little hot.
Yeah.
And they said they think of you as the nicest guy at the station.
It's age mellowing me out.
And now what he does is he consistently drinks the ruby red grapefruit polar seltzer.
Yeah, look at that.
That's who he's become.
I like the vanilla. There's a blackberry one now.
Yeah.
I love that too. Yeah, I love polar.
You haven't lost your edge.
No, but yeah, you grow, you learn. But yeah, I'm quick to trigger. Yeah, there's no question. But yeah, you know what? And there's.
Go ahead.
There's many people, obviously.
Let it out.
This is my 40th year in the business. Wow. Okay, 25th is the play-by-play guy, 29th with the Bears.
That's a lot historic
of years.
year for you.
Yeah, it's a big milestone. And same with Thayer, together. Like, let's not lose sight. This is his 29th year as a broadcaster. So I've met a lot of people. There's people that have come around. Hey, do you remember me? I don't remember you. I'm sorry. Like, some of those things. Or a time Jason Benetti, I congratulated him on a job, and he goes, yeah, I sent you tapes, and you always real. I'm like, oh my God, I had no idea that you sent me tapes, and I hope I was kind to you. I hope I was nice to you. Look at what you did. But I'm sure there's people that didn't want to hear what I had to say. But I always spoke the truth from my point of view, like what I think of somebody, and I was always open to giving advice. But when you worked with me or for me, you always knew where I stood.
Greeny talks about it. He still calls you boss.
I'm not trying to pat myself on the back, but
you got Greeny, you've got Siciliano, you have a tree.
It's just listen. I was never afraid to hire great people, and
except for me.
No, there was never any room at the inn. I don't know.
That was great. He took a shot at you and propped himself up at the same time.
Yeah.
He hammered you.
That's
and
a talent.
Propped himself.
That's a talent. No, listen. I always have appreciated everybody's journey and how you get there. And it's a hard business. It's a hard business to get to where you want to get to and to eventually make a living to support a family. And it's never guaranteed. Week to week, day to day. So it's a pleasure to do what we do and an honor to do what we do. And I'm humbled to do the play-by-play part.
And if you bust your ass, you too can roam the halls of Hallis Hall and grab a free ruby red grapefruit seltzer whenever you want.
Yeah, and use the security pass to get in.
Yes.
Tom Waddle to be introduced to Ozzie Trapillo today.
You made the introduction.
I thought it was necessary.
It was
important.
It was.
I love that.
A good
It was
move.
important.
Yeah.
It was important.
All right, so there he is, Jeff Joniak, beginning a historic 25th year doing the Bears. That's a quarter century of Bears football, and let's make this a winning year. For
got
sake.
to. Yeah, we need that in a bad way. So, yeah, everything's setting up. So
any other sights or sounds you want to throw before you leave?
I just think, I was upstairs in the viewing suite, just some partners and stuff.
Did you even know a viewing suite exists?
Oh, he's had me up there as his guest before.
What?
Yeah, I've seen practice in the viewing suite.
Listen, there's a lot of excited Bears fans. That's all I'll say.
Can you know what? Seriously, can you take him to the viewing suite
one time
during training camp, please?
I will. He looks heartbroken.
I am.
He looks like a little puppy dog right now. No, but just looking, Burden. He's got juice. I mean, I know you're just running around right now in shorts, but you could see the superb route running. There's just certain guys you can tell are professional at their route running. And not everybody does. They round out their routes or they're not in the right. He just flash reaction, stuff like that. And I can't wait to see Manungai.
I heard he looks pretty good catching the football
excellent,
today.
And he's an outstanding pass protector. He's very physical. People keep talking about him in the building, so we'll see how he looks in pass.
Good.
But we're a long way from that.
Yes, we are.
We're a long way from that.
Yep. All right.
All right, guys.
Jeff, great work. There's Jeff Joniak, the voice of the Bears.
And Tom has already said there, we're not doing the whole schedule thing. We're not doing it.
No
more.
What's
He's laying the law. That's an exercise of futility.
He's laying the law for you? He can do what he wants.
But I'll say one thing about that. Just doing a little. I said it in the last. Did I talk to you about this already?
Mm-mm.
I don't even remember who I was talking to. So can I say this or not?
I don't know what you're going to say, but go ahead.
CBS.com ranked all the quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't care about that. Who cares? It's everybody's.
Sounds like you care.
So the top, no, just caught my eye. Their top 10 quarterbacks. They had Caleb 16. Jack, you'll be interested in this. Top 10.
Oh, I think I heard this. Who number one was? Is this what ticked you up?
No. I'm looking at it. I'm like, wait a minute now. Okay, so let me get this straight. We got just not in any particular order, but the Bears are going to be playing Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, Jalen Hurts, Jordan Love,
Jaden
Daniels, Brock Purdy, and Jared Goff. 7 of the top 10 on the road.
Yeah. The road schedule.
Win.
That's
you just don't.
You got to bring your big boy pants on defense.
I just can't wait to hear when you've got them at 11-7.
Well, we don't.
No,
that's 18
games.
That's
right.
But
11-6.
We'll see what happens. We're gonna see.
I was about to say 11-5, and then it went too far.
There's going to be some wins. There's going to be some. upsets.
I hope so.
But listen, they're a more talented team, and their coaching staff is better. That has to take you to a higher place than you've been recently.
We've abused the clock.
Come on,
we've already shaped it for Courtney, a long segment with Courtney, too.
All right. She's better anyway.
And she's not bad.
She's outstanding.
Everybody's fantastic.
All right, guys.
Courtney's got
good to see you. Don't be strangers.
We won't.
Take him to the viewing spot, will you?
The viewing suite. It's a suite. All right, Jeff Joniak, voice of the Bears. We'll talk to Courtney Cronin, get her observations, and she's got a great Around the Horn story to talk about coming up next.
Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Celebrating the selection of Pope Leo XIV, Godman, Sox fan. ESPN Chicago, the home of the Chicago White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Guys, it's Steinhoffel's Mother's Day sale, and they're celebrating at all 6 Chicagoland locations. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there for the weekend. Save 10% off store-wide. That's 10% off living room, 10% off dining, 10% off bedroom, plus take an extra $100 off every $9.99 you spend. And take advantage of Steinhoffel's 18-month 0% financing to make your purchase even more affordable. Steinhoffel's is Chicagoland's furniture and mattress leader. Sale ends Sunday. Shop in-store online at steinhoffels.com. Again, 6 Chicagoland locations with the newest in Orland Park. Shop Steinhoffels today.
For over 8 years, QC Kinetics has been the nation's leader in non-surgical joint pain relief with over 50,000 satisfied patients. If you're suffering from knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain, or hip pain, imagine living pain-free again. No more discomfort holding you back from the things you love. Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle here. And what's truly remarkable about QC Kinetics is their use of regenerative cell therapy. This cutting-edge treatment restores the tissues in your joints using biologic growth factors, natural healing agents strategically placed to repair and rejuvenate damaged tissue. The best part? There are no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. This is a non-invasive, natural option that gives your joints new life without the risks of traditional treatments. Imagine enjoying your favorite activities this summer like golf, tennis, or pickleball without being slowed down by joint pain. The consultation is free, so don't wait. Call QC Kinetics today at 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955 and learn how their innovative treatments can help you live a pain-free life.
You've heard their name around town, Costa Iavoni. And I'm talking with personal injury attorneys Julio Costa and Anthony Iavoni. You guys have built a serious rep in Chicago. What's the playbook?
We grew up here. Southside baseball games in the summer.
Football battles on Sundays in the fall.
We know the city, and we fight hard for the people in it.
Exactly. We recognize that our clients are the same people we see in the stands with us at those games.
That's what being local is all about. We get you.
Costa Iavoni, your local personal injury lawyers at 708-4million.
Chicago, it's time to make some room in the beer fridge. Yuengling is finally here.
After 196 years, the oldest brewery in America has officially landed in Illinois.
Start with a legend, Yuengling Traditional Lager, a smooth, rich beer that's been around longer than our crosstown rivalry.
There's light lager, it's crisp and easy drinking, the Golden Pilsner with a clean, refreshing taste, and black and tan, the perfect mix of dark and light.
So if you're at the bar or grabbing a six-pack, don't go with the usual. Try a Yuengling.
Chicago, the wait is over. It's Yuengling country.
DG Yuengling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer. Now through June 2nd, we have a great selection of Camrys, Corollas, Tundras, and more.
Right, your summer starts here. I'm a pet sitter, and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas. Stop, Sebastian. Goldie is not dinner. Right, your summer starts here.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
Whether you're building a single roof or a successful roofing business, roofing contractors like you need the right tools for the job, and software is no exception. Service Titan is on a mission to be the most powerful software platform for the trades, with purpose-built technology proven to maximize revenue, streamline operations, and deliver 5-star customer experiences. We are taking roofing companies like yours to the next level and beyond. Service Titan. We are built for this. See what we can do for roofers at servicetitan.com.
Evan Cohen here. Picking a place to build a life is a lot like selecting a draft pick. Make a decision that will set you up for long-term success. Pick Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, you'll find dynamic career opportunities, beautiful seasons, affordable living, and legendary weekends. From its high quality of life and great schools to its fine arts, culinary, and pro sports scenes, Wisconsin gives you so much to look forward to. That's why you should pick Wisconsin. Learn more about making Wisconsin your home. Visit pickwisconsin.com.
Spring is here. So many great things you do with the kids as things warm up. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking the next step for your future. A vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter. Especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Mother's Day is almost here, and I've been thinking a lot about all the times my mom went out of her way just to make me happy. Honestly, I've lost count. All of the pickups from practice, help with the homework, the home-cooked meals. My mom is the best. That's why this year I'm returning the favor with the bouquet from the Books Company. And I got you 25% off of your order so you can send some happiness to your moms, too. Books aren't just any flowers. Their flowers are cut fresh from the best farms, so they're bigger, brighter, and last way longer. Some are even grown on the side of a volcano. Wow mom with a bright, happy bouquet, or go for the Books Flower subscription so she can get fresh blooms and major joy on repeat. It's also really easy. I pick my bouquet, delivery date, and done. And with 25% off, why stop with mom? Grab some for your wife, your auntie, and even grandma too. Mother's Day is May 11th, so hurry and order your Books now. Go to Books.com, use promo code Canty to get 25% off. That's BOUQS.com, promo code Canty. Books, promo code Canty.
Golf, cigars, and a steak dinner. It's the Stogies and Bogies Scramble at Seven Bridges Tuesday, May 27th. This two-player scramble includes 18 holes, prizes, raffle, and 3 premium cigars from the Humidor Cigar Lounge. Register now at sevenbridgesgolfclub.com or call them at 630-964-GOLF.
Waddle and Silvy are back. Follow the show on Twitter at Waddle and Silvy and at TWaddle87. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Yeah. We're back at Hallis Hall. It's a Friday. It's supposed to be a great weekend, by the way. I know I heard Tracy texting me, by the way, Waddle, about this dark and light mode thing that I found out about yesterday. And as we welcome in right now, Courtney Cronin.
I asked her about it.
I'm a dark mode person. Yeah. I heard that you got influenced into adding that today.
Yeah, yesterday. Yeah, so I'm now.
It's on your phone too.
We call it shamed, not influenced.
Yeah, so I'm dark
Isn't
mode.
It so much better? Your eyes don't feel like they're.
It feels
straining.
like I'm on Instagram, but maybe you're right. And so Tracy Butler was listening to us, and I heard her this morning say tomorrow, by the way, it's going to be one of those days where it's very warm in the morning, and then it's going to crash in the afternoon.
Really?
We're going to get that again.
So
the
it'll be
high's going to
Wednesday
be
all over again.
Yeah, that's what she compared it to.
I got a 12:30 tea time.
And then Sunday, she says, is going to be glorious. By the way, Courtney Cronin, as always, is brought to you by Costa Ivoni. They are outstanding people, and you are their spokesperson.
Yeah,
now.
we the commercial that I just heard it for the first time over the air, the one that Julio, Anthony, and I did. It was fun. It was fun to be in there with those guys.
They're great people. I've met them once before, and they're awesome. But Tracy texted me. She goes, "Eek, I don't know if I can get used to this dark background."
You don't like it? So here's my thing on it because.
By the way, eek is a perfect Tracy Butler.
I was thinking the same thing, Waddle.
Yeah.
When you're in the bed or like laying on the couch and you're scrolling and it's nighttime, you're supposed to be shutting your brain down, and allegedly the blue light from the phone keeps you awake. So to do dark mode versus here, close your thing and I'm going to show you something. When you scroll down and like get the.
What am I trying to do here?
You know, like when you get like the
bar here.
Show me like where it like pops up where you can put it on like do not disturb and all of that, because there's a function for like, what did we call it, Jack, where it turns orange?
Night mode.
Night mode.
Oh,
Don't ever use night mode.
I hate night mode.
I'd rather have the dark mode. Yeah, where you can like turn night mode when you. I don't know if you have the button set up there.
I know though with where you go into the brightness stuff. Carmen was talking about it. I've tried to use it. I need my television really bright, and I need my phone bright.
Yeah.
I like it bright, so I don't go into night mode.
Okay, but you're in dark mode now.
I'm in dark mode now, and I think I'll get used to it.
It's less jarring.
I never knew it was a thing, and people were like,
"How did you piss off that corner of the internet?" I'm curious. How did this even come up?
I did a screenshot yesterday of the Cubs marquee. And so I guess when I took it, you could tell that the background. By the way, have you ever seen that GIF of Waddle?
I did. You tweeted that.
Yeah.
You quote tweeted my tweet earlier about his jersey number.
And I haven't used that one in a long time.
What was that from? I don't know the context of it. I forgot.
When
what
you're
was
pouring
that about?
water all over yourself?
Yeah, other than just
remember?
It was a Wednesday. We just call that a Wednesday.
It was during COVID because you were there alone. I was broadcasting from home.
So I just decided to take my clothes off in studio and pour water on me.
So I sent this out about the Pope when the Cubs took the screenshot that he's a Cubs fan and how they were wrong about it, and you can see the white surrounding it.
Yes.
And I never knew it, and people are like, light mode is for psychos, and like they were, and it was constant. It was not one tweet, it was not two tweets. There were like 7 or 8 people who were commenting strictly about this, and I never knew it was a thing.
Yeah, I didn't realize people were that up in arms about it. It's not as aesthetically pleasing as the dark mode. I find dark mode best for emails.
Oh, okay.
It's easier to kind of swipe through and delete the things that you don't want. And
can I put my computer into dark mode, my laptop, because see how
that's jarring. I actually think you can in Google. Or you still use AOL?
Okay, this is a whole nother thing. Do you not know the show? Do you not know
obviously?
I didn't know you used AOL. I just saw his email because you were showing me what the thing.
I have a good account. I have a good email address.
What is it?
I can't give
Well, you
that.
can't. Obviously, you can't give it to me on the air. I have to find
it's
out off the
simple,
air.
and everyone has
It's
it.
Big
Why-
Shooter at AOL.com.
And then
is
now
what it is.
I've gotten in. I've tried to change. I went to Google, and I tried to get everything with my name. Everything's taken.
Okay.
So if I have to be something, it's got to be like 578643.
Sure.
Like there's nothing easy anymore. All the good ones are taken.
Do you still pay for AOL?
No.
Now,
yes.
that's where
my
I
mom,
said,
my mom does too.
Well,
we need to get you guys in.
your
the
mom and I are probably the
21st
same age.
century. But
and
like,
that's what we do.
how much do you pay a month for AOL? Do you still have the CD-ROM it comes on?
I don't have that. Okay, that's a little over the top.
Dial
That
up
was
too,
mean.
Courtney.
That was mean-spirited. Okay, I've said this. I'm unapologetic. I am like, it doesn't bother me. You guys can harass me all you want. It's the comfort factor with not having to worry about changing my email address.
Sure.
So I think they raised my monthly to about $14 a month. Okay, but here's the deal: like for $160 a year,
You get to keep your email.
it provides me security and a peace of mind.
By not paying, you're not going to lose the email.
Says who?
It's a free service. You can sign in to AOL.
I
like
tried.
I tried
When I tried to do it one time and I tried to get it for free, I got all twisted sideways and almost blacked out and threw up. So I just said, screw it. I'm going to keep it for $160
And then you offer them
a
more
year.
money, Courtney.
I offered them. You want to charge me $10? How about I give you $12? So for $160 a year, it provides me peace of mind, and I think that is a very small price to pay for my mental health.
So the two of you still have AOL
Yes.
email
Yes.
addresses as your main email.
You
Yes.
will find more people.
My
in
main
our-
email. It's my only email.
The only one.
You will get guys in their 50s who still have AOL.
I actually have one still. And I'll goalie jam 38 at AOL.com.
Oh, wow.
I don't use it anymore, but 38 was my soccer number. I jammed my finger, and I was a goalie. So I combined all of those things into an email address.
GoalieJam38 at AOL.com.
Yep, and that was, I want to say, early 2000s when everybody was still using AOL.
You have mail.
I'm not a follow the crowd guy. Like,
But I
it
don't
works for me.
actually know what. I know I still have it because that's my Facebook backup email. You know, you have to put the backup emergency one in if you. And I sound like a boomer too because I'm talking
You're
about using Facebook.
Yes.
I don't get my news from Facebook, but I do use it from time to time.
Joniak and I just celebrated our 15-year anniversary on Facebook.
Friendiversary, I love that. I would love to see what you click on that and see what the photo memories are.
And you wonder why the Twitter crowd comes after.
I know. They'll come after us for whatever. Okay, so what were your big observations today? If you can come up with any sort of big observation from a rookie minicamp.
So hearing Eric Bieniemy, like how loud he was, because we moved around the perimeter. So starting out, everybody was stretching. We were on the far side of field 4. And then coming back, having a chance to kind of stand in between where the offensive linemen were working and then the running backs. Because the receivers were at the far end, D-line was over there, and then they all did 7-on-7 on the far field. But he is as advertised, loud, aggressive, but like in a way that like builds up players. To like you want to know what the mistake is? Here it is right here. We catch the ball with 2 hands. I heard him say it to, I think it was Deion Hankins earlier, one of the 3 running backs that's here, along with Kyle Manungai, the guy they drafted. But then, like a play or 2 later, that one of the equipment guys or quality control overthrew a football or overthrew the ball, and he said, hey, great route. You still ran the route really well. So, like, there's the good, you taking the good and the bad, him pointing out a mistake, but also building up players. And it's not as if that sort of coaching didn't exist last year, but I just think given what we have heard about Eric Bieniemy and Ben Johnson selling him on coaching these running backs really hard, you're getting to see that on day one. And when Ben Johnson said it's not just rookie orientation, it's coaches orientation, for them getting to learn how to coach together, I would imagine they're all going to want to have that same sort of intensity, even though right now the tempo is going to be a little bit lower because they're throwing a lot at these rookies.
I'm sure you have been asked this by another show. I know you've been on all the shows. I have not heard the answer. Do you believe that they are in the running back acquisition mode still with one of these veterans?
I think it's still too early to tell. Like, truly, if they're going to pull the trigger on, I know we heard Andrew Berry say on, I think he was on with our guys in Cleveland today, that Nick Chubb, they're going to move on from him. So obviously that's a name. That's a name to keep an eye on. But with this position, with the edge rusher position and veteran depth, I think they really do want to see what they have first in OTAs and then mandatory camp before they make any sort of move.
I was going to go there next. Obviously Jadeveon Clowney was let go by the Carolina Panthers yesterday. Is that a name that you think is drawing any interest in this building?
Sure, probably more so than a Trey Hendrickson because he signs one-year deals. Although I think the last one with Carolina was a multi-year. I forgot if it was 2 or 3. But that's not an expensive option. That's not somebody who's looking for a $40 million payday like Trey Hendrickson, is still so far as we know, still wanting to be paid by Cincinnati or someone. And if you need depth and you don't need to be committed to that depth long term, him, as a Darius Smith, who's been on these one-year deals too, maybe a Matthew Judon, I don't think that any of that is not worth looking at.
I didn't even realize Judon wasn't with the team. Is he still out there as a free agent?
Yeah, I think so.
Wow. That gives him some options for sure.
And they were very into getting him last
year. They almost had him.
And then, I was we were reminiscing about being here, and I think Ben Johnson put it in proper perspective. We're going to play that at the top about no one wins any depth chart positions in the spring.
Yeah.
But last year I remember coming to rookie minicamp, and now I've got more of these experiences like I used to as a reporter, but that was way back in the day, where now I could compare what I was thinking then and how it was probably misguided to make any sort of assumptions. Caleb was slinging it in this rookie minicamp last year. I don't know if you remember, and he was probably against worse competition in the rookie minicamp than he was in college football. No pass rusher. Then we saw him in that first veteran minicamp, and he struggled. So, what else do you take out of something like this?
Well, I think that even last year, too, if they could have done it all over again, Eberflus made the declaration before he even went out on the practice field that he's QB1. We all knew that was going to be where it trended to, but maybe saying it out loud like that quickly, May 10th or whatever it was last year, was not the right move. I don't know. But I've covered now, this is my 4th one here. And I remember 2022 was the overly aggressive rookie minicamp. Do you remember that? Eberflus's first one? I
missed that. We started coming in 23, I believe.
We were in the Walter Payton Center for the first day, and they were on pads. It was aggressive. And I just remember wow, that is unlike any rookie minicamp I've ever seen. But what do you actually take away from that? And when you don't have a quarterback out there who you're just trying to keep eyes on and evaluate, especially in how are they working with receivers they've never worked before, guys that are actually going to be catching passes from them, it makes it a little bit more difficult to evaluate. I use rookie camp to look at someone like Kyle Monungai, where I posted a video earlier and of just him going through individual drills, and someone quote tweeted it wow, quick feet. And I'm like, it's not really the feet that you're looking at. It's the contact balance. It's staying upright. It's running efficiently around the cones. It's the little nuances of these skill positions, whether it's running back, whether it's the wide receivers. Luther Burden seemed to have a pretty good day out there. I know there was a pass near his feet that he was pretty proud of catching during 7-on-7. But you can't make declarations about players now. I know that people are excited to see them together and they want to see, how the team comes together, but this is the chance for them to get their mistakes out of the way. Ben Johnson said as much earlier. This is what they expect at this time of year because majority of the people who are here for rookie camp will not be on this roster, on the 53 at least. And I think it's okay to watch the evolution of a team and not put too much stock into one day. But I guess another takeaway I had from today, and I know we've talked about it earlier, was Ozzie Trapillo getting his reps at left.
Yeah.
That's by design because they need to see him play left tackle, and won't really know how he does at left tackle until he has pads on, because right now, when you're in these drills, it's about, when you're in walkthrough drills, about where are you hitting the pad. It's where's your target you're trying to strike, not necessarily worrying about getting low in pad level. But getting him those reps there is important now because they know he can play right. They're not worried about that. It's making sure that when he and Karan 2 weeks from now are at OTAs and probably getting reps at left tackle, that he knows what he's doing.
I was going to say, there's no mystery that Ozzie Trapillo is going to be a guy that's going to get all of his reps at left tackle. When the draft happened and there was still some thought, well, maybe they'll bounce him. No, I mean.
So you think he's solely a left tackle?
I think he is now, for this camp.
Sure.
Yes, I do. And I think the sooner that you can find who your 5 are, the better.
Yeah.
And you're not going to do that in rookie minicamp. You're not going to do that, when they all get together. You'll figure that out sometime in camp. But, I mean, is Braxton Jones going to be physically able to hold that spot down? He's already narrow a little bit from the waist down, and he's not going to be able to work on getting stronger from the waist down because of an ankle injury. Amagaji, I don't know where he. I would say the inside track is if Ozzie goes out there and shows something that he could be your guy. Mm-hmm. Even from, the first game of the season as a rookie.
And that was something I remember you asked me about a couple of weeks ago. Like, is it, I don't know how you phrased it, but, like, is it a failure more or less if he doesn't earn a starting spot considering where he was drafted? And if he goes in and is that good enough to start at left tackle as a rookie, then that's a win for their evaluation of him, and that's a win on him for being able to re-pick up the position, or pick it back up, I guess would be an easier way to say that. Because he did play it, it's just that it's not his first. I thought he gave a very thoughtful answer today when asked about how do you go between the two. Because a lot of guys will say, "Oh, you just have to like flip your brain." And it's like hand placement, flip it how you would do it on the right side. It's like you don't want to be thinking. Like when what do they always say about football players? Like be reactive, like play free, don't think. I feel like as an offensive lineman, that's kind of counterintuitive, thinking about not thinking because you got to know what the block, got to know what the call is. You got to know what 4 other people are doing. You have to know what the quarterback's doing. You have to know snap count. You have to know all these things. So like him getting the reps there now to get comfortable, so he can then be in a competition and actually put himself in position to succeed there instead of playing from behind, trying to catch up. I think it's very beneficial, but I still buy Ryan Poles at face value for what he said about Darnell Wright having the flexibility. I don't think that's the ideal scenario to move him from right tackle to left. Why move 2 if you can only move 1? Wouldn't that be better just in terms of the numbers game? Yes. So if he's good enough and he can start there, I mean, he's 6'8". He's got to, playing high is not – it's a Braxton Jones problem. Yeah. That's what we saw the last couple of years. Like if he comes in to training camp and is able to play at pad level, able to sustain – powerful edge rushers, which, maybe there'll be some joint practices that they could get him some actual work at, and certainly going against Montez Sweat every day will help him. Then if he can earn that job, then I think it's probably the home run that we're talking about from this draft class, if he's right away your left tackle.
I also think an interesting dynamic is what does this staff feel about Braxton Jones? Because I think that upstairs inside their front offices, Ian and Ryan really like Braxton Jones. That's the impression.
It's their draft pick.
Right. So what is –
They liked Velus too.
That is true as well. Look, my point is that I think they feel Braxton is still a really good player. Maybe everyone outside the building that has watched doesn't have the same opinion. The point I'm making is I think it's going to be really interesting to see what Dan Rochar feels, what Ben Johnson feels, and how that is married with what the front office thinks about that spot.
Courtney, we got to run really quick, but one thing I want to ask you is how are you feeling with Around the Horn running down here?
Yeah, it's tough. We've got there's 9 shows left after today. So I mean it's such an institution, and yesterday we had that cool moment. I know you saw it on Twitter where Tony saw this fan with his sign holding it up outside the Seaport. And we have a camera that looks over that big boat that you'll see on Get Up or First Take in the Seaport area. And we brought him upstairs, and he got to be a part of the filming. And it's just like every time I leave the studio that I film at in Streeterville, it's like you've only got single digits left. And it's been a huge part of my life for 3 years. I don't know if you can ever replace a show that has a legacy like that. It's lasted almost 23 years. It doesn't happen in our business. No. So I'll miss it dearly when it goes away. It's like grieving a death in real time, because it's not just a TV show. It's not just a job that you walk into that you can turn off when you're not there. It's become a family because the same people have been doing it for so long, and I'm just fortunate to have been doing it for the last 3 years.
When's your last show? Is it on the last day or?
So I've got Monday this coming week, and then the last week of the show is the week of May 23rd. So the final show is the 23rd. So my last show will be sometime then.
Okay, so we want to talk to you then.
For sure.
Okay, yeah,
for sure.
I mean, obviously we'll talk to you about Bear stuff, but I want to talk to you more about the show. Courtney, you're awesome. Thank you.
Yeah,
Courtney Cronin, brought to you by Costa Ivoni. Coming up next, we will play you Ben Johnson in a segment that we call Let's Talk About It. We'll do it next.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
You need to understand that Carmen does all the work for the show. Why do you think they're having the both of you, Black and Abdallah, fill in for him?
So it's Chris and I hosting the live broadcast at Cubby Bear next Friday from 10 a.m. to 12:40.
And we're pretending to be Carmen?
Big shoes, guys. You do the work, and I'm there for the frivolity and the joie de vivre.
And we do it all, and you're just there?
I'll be enjoying the Yingling. I'll step in if you need me to set you straight on things.
The Carmen and Jurko Show, live from the Cubby Bear for the start of the Crosstown Series next Friday at 10 a.m. right up to pregame at 12:40.
Presented by Yingling and Astound. Please enjoy responsibly.
Oh, nicely done, guys.
Hey, history had the gold rush, then came the oil boom, and then the tech boom. But right now, it's the Wi-Fi boom, and the Xfinity Wi-Fi is definitely booming. Streaming, booming. Gaming, booming. Video calls, booming. Even when your boss schedules a meeting, that definitely could have just been an email. And now you can get Xfinity Internet and mobile together in one all-in plan. It is the ultimate power couple. Wi-Fi power boost from Xfinity Mobile gives you faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go. So your Wi-Fi is booming wherever you are. Now through June 23rd, new customers can get 400 megabit Xfinity Internet with free equipment and unlimited internet data. And get one unlimited 5G mobile line included all in one plan, all for $40 a month for 1 year. So whether you're working, watching, or panning for Wi-Fi gold, one thing's for sure, Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. It requires paperless billing and auto pay with a stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees are extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Reduces speeds after 30 gigabytes of data usage. Data thresholds vary. After 1 year, rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply to all services up to $143 a month. Actual speeds vary.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right, drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply in app only.
1. Some say it's the loneliest number, but when one is a collection of many, one can stand for all. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is one company serving their communities across one country for nearly 90 years. And as they continue to empower whole person health with compassion and innovation, one member at a time, Blue Cross looks forward to keeping you and the ones you love at the center of everything they do. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
Mother's Day is this Sunday. There's still time to show the incredible moms in your life how much you love and appreciate them with a thoughtful gift from Pro Flowers. Ordering takes just a few minutes, and Pro Flowers' large selection of modern arrangements at affordable prices are sure to make you look like a gift-giving pro. So visit proflowers.com/sports or use code SPORTS at checkout for $15 off your Mother's Day order. All Pro Flowers orders are backed by our 7-day freshness guarantee, so you can gift easy with Pro Flowers.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, J-O-E-Q, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Spring is all about new beginnings, so give yourself a fresh start with a fresh haircut at Great Clips. The skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to create any look you want for less. And with convenient online check-in, you'll save time, too. Great Clips, it's going to be great.
White Sox fans, we want to reward you with incredible experiences all season long. Enter the Ultimate Fan Sweepstakes for a chance to attend Chicago's hottest summer events. This month's winner will receive 2 tickets to Lollapalooza and Riot Fest, plus 2 Field Pass tickets to the Flow Rida post-game concert presented by Coca-Cola on June 27th at Rate Field. To enter, visit whitesox.com/sweepstakes.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Hey car shoppers, forget tariffs. At hawkauto.com, their prices have remained the same. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Get pre-tariff pricing plus 0% financing or no payments for 90 days. Choose from 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Right now is the best time to buy at hawkauto.com.
HawkAuto.com!
Financing on approved credit.
About a half hour from Chicago sits one of golf's best-kept secrets, Seven Bridges Golf Club. Daily fee play with a private course field, immaculate fairways, championship greens, and golf passes designed to reward you, your clients, or your team. Every round includes a GPS-equipped cart, because at Seven Bridges, golf should be as seamless as it is rewarding. Visit sevenbridgesgolfclub.com to book your round today.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN. Are you ready for the NFL season? The schedule release is coming, and we know the best place to get your tickets this year. My friends at Vivid Seats. They're seriously legit, and you earn rewards on every purchase. That's basically free football games. When that schedule hits, don't wait around. For the best selection and all the great deals, head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in your game days now.
We're everyday people doing good in our community. Our kindness runs deep, just like our blood. The same blood we donate to help treat sickle cell disease, which hits Black people the hardest. Good news is, 1 in 3 Black blood donors is a match for someone struggling with sickle cell disease. Stand tall in the eyes of your community. Donate today because our blood saves lives. Visit redcrossblood.org/ourblood to make your donation.
You've got stuff you've collected, and you want to know what it's worth. ESPN Chicago suggests you tune in Saturday mornings at 7. It's Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, brought to you by Huggins & Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
Guys, I've been telling you about Window Nation for a while, and there is a great deal going on in May. Right now, when you get a house full of windows, you'll get 60% off, plus a free entry door with that purchase. Call them today at 866-90Nation or go to windownation.com to see all they have to offer. I could tell you right now, I have windows in my living room, in the kitchen, in the master bedroom, and in the kids' room that we ordered from Window Nation. The installation, second to none. The customer service, outstanding. And our new energy-efficient windows have lowered our energy bills. It's the return on investment that we're looking for. They work perfectly, and they look great. Weather is warming up. Get in now before we get to summer. We're opening those windows. Make sure yours are working correctly. Call my guy, Alan Favada. He's their sales manager. Tell you what you need and what you don't need and get you the free in-home estimate. 866-90Nation or go to windownation.com. 60% off and a free entry door when you get a house full of windows. And let Window Nation know that Silvy sent you.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
For your jersey number, why number 87?
I mean, it's all the good numbers gone, so.
Right.
You didn't know Jack asked that question, did you?
I did not know that.
That was a Jack
I'm
McGrath
proud
special.
Of you. I'm proud of you. Is your microphone on?
Yeah, it's on.
Jack is
Thank
with
you,
us.
I appreciate it.
Jack, I think Jack's first show was just before the draft, and your second show that you hosted solo was the night they took Luther Burden.
Yep, that's right.
Now, here's my question for young Jack McGrath, and let's talk about it. And by the way, this is a brand new segment where I've got we'll open up a a specific topic, and we'll open up the phones at 312-332-3776. This is not the question that I had. It's about Ben Johnson more so. But while we're on the subject of Let's Talk About It, which is brought to you by BetterHelp, mental health is help. Guys, I talk about it all the time. Get the help that you need. A healthy mind leads to a healthy body. Visit BetterHelp.com/timeout today for 10% off your first month of therapy. What I want to talk about here is, did you come in wanting to ask a question to Luther Burden because, A, you covered him and you had a connection with him, or B, because he was wearing 87 and you're producing the Waddle and Silvy show and you knew it could provide us content, or C, did you just want to ask a question to anybody and that was the one that you got in?
Well, I'd say combo B and C. I came in thinking I wanted to know why he was wearing 87. I was waiting for somebody else to ask it, and they got to the end, and nobody did. So I
don't think that. I think he's being disingenuous because I don't think young Jack even knew I played here. In fact,
did you know that he played for the Bears?
Jack looked at me, and he goes, "Did you know that you averaged over 14 yards per catch back in 1991 or 2?
Did you really ask him about his stats if he knew about them?
He started quizzing me on his stats. We're sitting in the pre-show meeting before you had gotten here, Silvy, and Waddle starts quizzing me on his stats. He's like, how many yards do you think I averaged per catch? And I guess 12. And he's like,
No, you said 10.
Oh, maybe I said
You
10.
said 10.
I think if most people were quizzed, if we would ask people on the phone lines, what was Tom Waddle's average per catch? I think a lot of people would guess about 10.
That's what I guessed. And
Most
then
people would be wrong. I was a deep threat, brother.
No, you weren't.
Yes, I was.
You were not a
by today's standard.
Then I didn't ask him if he knew. I said, wow, I didn't realize you averaged 18 yards or 14
And then it
yards
became
per
a bit,
catch.
and then I had to inform him that in my junior year at Boston College, I averaged 18 yards a catch.
He was an amazing college receiver. No, but you were very good. You were before your time. What Waddle suffered from, for the people who just tune in and may not even know that Waddle was a football player, because when I was younger and Johnny Morris, I always tell the story, Johnny Morris was on CBS too.
Sure.
I thought he was just another Tim Weigel. Like, I thought Johnny Morris was CBS's version of
You
Weigel.
didn't
or
realize
Jurko.
that Johnny Morris was the most accomplished wide receiver in Bears history.
Not when I was young. I mean, I would just when I would just watch the sports to get up to date, and I would see Johnny Morris. When I was 9 or 10, I didn't know Johnny Morris played.
Did you know that Johnny Morris was also a record-holding sprinting star in the state of California in high school?
That doesn't surprise me. I didn't know that offhand.
Oh, my God. He had all their state records for sprinting. 100-yard dash, 40-yard dash, 50-yard dash, whatever it was.
Yeah. So for those who didn't get to watch Waddle play, Waddle was, in my opinion, I don't know if a lot of other people would agree with this, massively overrated. No, I'm kidding. In my opinion, Waddle was before his time because we see many receivers like him today who were the great possession receivers, great slot receivers. Did you play in the slot?
I played both. I played on the outside and the inside.
But I also believe this, and you'll deny it, and you'll say, no. You were done in by bad quarterback play. Like, if Tom Brady was your quarterback, like he had with the many receivers whose career he made, you would have had, or even, like, you don't have to go to a Tom Brady level. Just go to a more consistent quarterback than your best was Jim Harbaugh, correct?
Yeah, and Jim was good. Jim was under duress quite a bit, so I'm fine with how it all went. It's
Never in stride. You always had to make a really tough catch and then get your ass kicked.
Well, because Jim was usually running for his life at times as well. It was a different game back then.
Yeah,
too.
and that's the other thing, that Waddle, for being his size, and tell me if I'm wrong on any of this, if we're being serious, that for your size in that game where it was so physical and you could just crush the wide receiver, like if you played with today's rules, better quarterback, you would have 1,000-yard receivers.
I don't know about that, but I mean, my biggest issue was I couldn't stay because of the physical nature of the sport, and I completely ruined my right hip falling on a frozen field in Cleveland. I think in 92 I was never the same because I had never pulled a muscle in my entire life until after that injury where I had like a unit of blood drain into. It's the story that Jurko tells because his brother Merck was part of our team, and when I had that injury, I had to go from hot to cold all the time, and he used to tell Jurko that you should see this injury. It's crazy. From my knee all the way up to above my hip, it was purple.
That's when they had to slice you open?
Well, they didn't slice it open. I was like hours away from having to do that. I was in the I was in the hospital downtown for 2 days in the middle of the season, but it killed all the nerves in my leg, and I came back and played at the end of the year, but from that point forward, starting in training camp, I would pull hamstrings and quads all the time because my gait was changed because everything was different.
You still do.
And
you
that
still
was,
always pull your hamstring now.
Yeah, now I do, but I had never pulled a muscle in my entire life until that. But that injury just – and again, a lot of guys are more physically gifted so they can overcome some of these things. I wasn't physically gifted enough to be able to overcome an injury like that. So – but the sport was different back then. It was a different game. But
so by the way, Hoodie says the same thing about Johnny Morris. He says, this is true. We didn't know Johnny Morris played his kids, even as an analyst for games, because he used to do games for CBS.
Sure.
We thought he was just a sportscaster doing the color. We had no clue. Like, maybe some families did, but all this wasn't accessible on a computer where you could just research Johnny Morris's career.
I'm surprised, though, as big of a sports fan as you were, that like your mom and dad didn't tell you that.
I don't think I asked, though. I mean, it didn't really come up, or like never were we weren't a big Channel 2 family to begin with. We were 5 or 7 growing up.
But Johnny probably played in the same time frame, did he? Is like, I would think Ernie Banks, and I mean,
yeah, he was on the '63 championship, absolutely.
Right.
Yeah.
So like you know Ernie. I know maybe you're a bigger baseball fan. I'm surprised that you didn't know who Johnny was.
Yeah. So here's my other question for this. Let's talk about it. Then I'll get to the main one. Let's talk about what number is a great number. So Luther Burden looked at 87, and he said 87 in his opinion, and because I believe now that all these guys want the single-digit numbers. That's my thought.
What was his number at Missouri?
3.
3,
yeah. Like, there's something cool about having the single-digit number now, and that's what the NFL opened up recently, right? Where it used to be just quarterbacks or kickers would have the single-digit number.
Yes, because like when I was, they gave me 17 in my first training camp. When I made the team that year, they gave me 87. Like, you couldn't be a receiver with a number that didn't start with an 8.
So dumb. It's weird. So now, like Jalen Johnson last year, remember what was his number before we went back to
33?
33. Was it 33?
Was it 33, Tyler?
Yeah, he was 33.
33.
So he goes from 33 to 1. Like, 1's the cool number. Even Justin Fields wore it the year before, but 1 is cool for a corner.
DJ's 2, right? Isn't DJ wear it 2? So who's got 3 that Luther Burden couldn't have the number?
Retired, I believe.
It's retired.
Yeah.
Got you. Okay.
A lot of these numbers are retired. 7. I'm trying to think. What are the single digits that are retired?
7 is retired.
Is it George McAfee that was 7?
I think.
Isn't that Hallis?
McAfee 5. Hallis was 7.
Yeah. Okay. So McAfee was 5.
Like, and that's the thing about the Bears, the most retired numbers, and it also brings up an interesting story because I don't like not retiring numbers anymore, simply because you've already retired numbers. So, and this goes into the Giants debate that they've had.
With Abdul Carter.
Yeah, with Abdul Carter, who wanted, I guess, at first he wanted
Lawrence Taylor's number.
And then I guess he wanted Phil Simms' number because that was his college number. Yeah. And now he settled on 51. Like, you can't wear – years ago, after Butkus played, long after Butkus played, 51 was being worn.
Jim Morsey wore it for years.
In the 90s,
yes.
right? Late 80s, early 90s?
Yes.
And so until it was retired in 94, you could wear 51. Should there be something where, like, Are we just simply not going to retire anybody? Is Brian Urlacher not going to get his number retired because we're out of numbers? Or should someone be able to I know this.
Wear a retired
I don't want to say wear or go to triple digit. Like, either thing I say sounds ridiculous. Wearing someone's retired number, because that's what retired number means. It's never to be worn again. But then what are we doing? We're punishing good, like, recent greatness simply because the old guys have all the good numbers or have their numbers retired.
Do you put a time limit on it? Say after 50 years, the number comes off the book, you go in the rafters,
I don't think so. I don't think so.
And I know now there's the what do they call the Ring of Honor. It's still not the same thing as seeing the number. Like, Fergie Jenkins and Greg Maddux both wore 31. What's wrong with if this version of 31 gets retired now? I'd rather do that than say, Brian Urlacher, you can never get your number retired because we're out.
Yeah, it's a dilemma. It is, especially if you've got as many retired. How many numbers do the Bears have retired?
14.
The most in the NFL, and I believe whose number got retired last? Was it was it Ditka? And they said, and it took forever. Ditka played in the 60s. Ditka's 89 didn't get retired until, the early 2000s?
I think so.
08, 09?
2013.
2013. Simply because they were worried that they were running out of numbers. That's not right either. So what is?
I don't know what the answer is at this point. I mean.
So if Caleb Williams turns out to be the best quarterback
how good
in the league and by far, multi-year Pro Bowler, wins an MVP, wins a Super Bowl.
Oh,
they're not retiring.
Yeah, they will.
But why not make the except? Urlacher wasn't good enough.
Well, I think you can make an argument for that as well. But
it's weird. And this year too, while we're on the subject of numbers, do you have the respect for Mongo? Does anybody have 76 this year? Because it was.
Didn't they give it to? Maybe not.
I know that it was worn by what's his name at guard.
Tevin Jenkins.
Tevin Jenkins wore 76.
Well, I know that 95 is going to be worn by the kid they drafted, Turner. So Richard Dent's number will be worn. I don't know about 76.
But I think this year I would ask the Bears. I don't know if they have plans. I would love to see them wear a 76 patch.
Yeah.
This season.
I agree.
Sticker
somewhere on his helmet, whatever.
Something. A 76 should be on the helmet, and for this year at least, I wouldn't hand out 76 in honor of Mongo and have everybody wear 76 as
somewhere
a
on their
remembrance.
jersey.
Yeah, no one's got 76 this year.
Yeah, I would.
Hopefully that's
hoping,
by design.
Like Tony Medlin said, maybe, look, can't touch it at least this year out of respect to Mongo.
I think that'd be a great idea. A great tribute as well.
All right, now here's really what I want to talk about. Ben Johnson said this about rookie minicamp, and I like this. He didn't fluff us. He didn't come out and say, oh, well, this guy really made a great first impression on us, or the reps today that Trapillo got really goes a long way for his progress at left tackle. Ben Johnson just kept it honest today regarding what we're doing here at rookie minicamp.
We're not earning jobs here this springtime. What I would like to see offensively, it's not just for the O-line, but we're still trying to comprehend this system. There's a lot. We've taught a big picture view really over the last few weeks. We haven't even formally installed a specific play and a formation all at once yet. We'll do that once we get to OTAs. So there's a lot that's going on in everyone's head right now. We've been focused, particularly in that room, about our fundamentals. What does a triple look like when we're working with the tight end? What's it going to look like on a dry block when we're pulling? What do we want that to look like? And so that's been our focus. I really don't want to get too much into depth of what that personnel is going to look like. We just simply don't know. We'll find that out when we get pads on. You can't climb the depth chart in the springtime, particularly on O-line and D-line, if we don't have the pads on.
I love that, and I love that he is putting the importance on pads, and he's not giving you like any sort of word salad. He's telling you, look, you can't climb the depth chart now. We're simply teaching how to run basic routes.
From 0 to 100. is the difference.
Between it's 100.
Yes.
It's not 99. It's not 98.
Between what you heard coming out of the previous staff and the previous head coach on any number of topics.
Just makes sense.
And the simple stuff that you hear now. Again, words don't win games. I get that. But this is different. This is different than Eberflus. This is different than Nagy. This is different than Trestman. This is different than pretty much everyone you've seen recent.
So here's my question to you, and on something I want to dig deeper. He says no one's climbing the depth chart in springtime. How do you believe you're going to climb the depth chart under Ben Johnson?
That you're going to be out there on a daily basis doing stuff the right way. And obviously those that perform best will find themselves at the top of the depth chart. Look, there are going to be certain guys, like Joe Tooney's going to start at left guard. Doesn't matter if the second-team left guard is playing really well in camp. That's Joe Tooney's job. Like, there will be starters, and some of the depth chart stuff is
who
motivational.
Else? Give me who else is
your interior offensive line is solid, and Darnell Wright is going to be your starting right tackle as well.
Unless he's left.
He's going to be a starter. Your quarterback is going to be number one on the chart. Look, Rome is going to be a starter. DJ is going to be a starter. Unless something strange happens on the defensive side of the ball, I don't think there's many jobs open. I think when he talks about the depth chart, I think it's less about where you're at on the depth chart and more about whether or not they trust you based on what you've done to actually play in a regular season game. So if you show us in training camp and in preseason that I can count on you, then guess what? Luther Burden III is going to get some of the reps that may have gone exclusively to DJ or to Rome Odunze. If you like what you see out of Colston Loveland, not only is he going to get the reps that he was designed to get, he may get some of Cole's. That's the way it's going to be with a new staff.
That will be an interesting thing to watch, the two tight ends. And if Loveland's progress will take away from Cole, or if it will just enhance more 12 personnel, two tight ends on the field.
Yeah, I think initially it's the latter, not the, at some point down the road are you going to replace Cole ultimately with Colston Loveland? Maybe, but I don't think that's the plan this year, or maybe even early next year. You look at Loveland, I saw him when I walked in, he was sitting down talking to someone. He truly looks like an 18-year-old kid physically. His face. And he just turned 21. He just looks so young. He's impressive physically, but you could tell he still has room to put 15, 20 pounds of muscle on. Now, you wouldn't do that to limit his athletic ability, but what you want to do is, look, he's never played a 17-game schedule. He's never played against a group that he's going to face every Sunday out there. Like, this game is different than even the game that he was playing in Michigan. So he's going to have to get bigger and a little bit stronger to do some stuff. But physically, you just look at him and you're like, wow, tall, rangy, very athletic. But he's going to have to put some girth on.
Jurko has really ripped the old coaching staff on this. We have talked about this. What I took from that, and I want to see it, I got to see it to believe it. Words are great, like we talked about. But Ben Johnson saying that too. I want to see every padded practice count.
Yes.
Like, I don't put on the pads and then do an easy practice. I know you can't hit like you guys hit, but put on the pads with purpose.
Yeah.
Put on the pads and put the guys to work. Play some real football. And then I don't know if you remember this. Ben Johnson said, it was either at the Combine or one of the press conference he did, that he loves the working with another team practice.
I've always said that was my favorite part of the training camp.
But he said he may do it twice.
Yes.
And I'm hoping that that's the case because we know they get more work in those practices than they even do in the games.
And I've always said that I think, look, if you do it the right way, you've got to sit with the opposing coach and go, look, coach, we're putting the pads on and we're going to play. We're going to play hard. So if you guys are going to brother-in-law, it's not going to look right, and we're going to, this isn't going to work. But this is who we are and how we're approaching it. We want you to do it the same way. And if those coaches are on the same wavelength, it is tremendously beneficial. And I'm with you. I've always thought you get more out of those 2 days of joint practices than you ever will on that Saturday night preseason.
So do it with 2 opponents
Absolutely.
in the preseason. Do one at home, do one away.
Done.
And like, to me, that's a better use of your time.
No question. You do, though, again, you have to be on the same page with the other team.
Yes, of course.
It may be the Buffalo Bills or somebody who has had tremendous success, and they just run their program a little bit differently now based on where they are. You've got to find someone that is willing to orchestrate the practices in the manner that you're looking for as well.
All right, good stuff there. Let's talk about it, brought to you by BetterHelp. Check them out today at BetterHelp.com. Coming up next, it's Waddle's World. We've got a big Cubs series for what? May 9th starting tonight. Cubs and Mets is a big deal. Cade Horton is going to be debuting on national TV tomorrow. Boog Sciambi will join us at 5 and tell us how he's feeling as well. So there's so much going on today on this Friday. We're live at Hallis Hall. You've made it to your weekend on ESPN 1000.
You're in the middle of the Waddle and Silvy Show, ESPN Chicago.
The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news, course to course, and golf news coast to coast. Hosts Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tomorrow, 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
All right, Chicago sports fans, it's Toyota's Summer Starts Here sales event. That's right, it is already on at your local Chicagoland Toyota dealer. I love my Sequoia. Find the perfect Toyota for yourself. Summer is almost here, and with a new Toyota, you can go out and make the most of the best season of the year. Maybe it's taking the whole family to the game in the spacious Highlander. The Grand Highlander has more room for everyone, or get out of the city to explore in the rugged RAV4. It's what I used to drive. I got 40 miles to the gallon on the hybrid version. You're going to love it as well. Or maybe it's the powerful Tundra to get the boat in the water. There's a Toyota for every adventure, and every Toyota comes with Toyota Care. It's a 2-year, 25,000-mile, no-cost maintenance plan that even includes roadside assistance. It's a value you can expect from Toyota. Summer starts now at your local Chicagoland Toyota dealer. Visit Toyota.com or head to your dealership today. Toyota, let's go places.
This is Matt Coker from West Coast Men's Health. Has Viagra stopped working for you? Do you hate the side effects? If you've taken Viagra for any length of time, you already know that pills are not the solution to ED. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. No pills, no shots, no surgery. We can also treat Peyronie's disease. Our non-invasive treatment for ED is painless and highly effective. We have treated thousands of men just like you. Stop living with this problem and do something about it. Do yourself a favor, do your partner a favor, and call us today.
Call 630-425-5033. That's 630-425-5033. 630-425-5033. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com. HSA cards welcome and financing available.
I'm Courtney Cronin, here with lead attorneys at Costa, Iavone, Julio, and Anthony.
Hey, Courtney. How does being from Chicago help you in your job?
Well, I think Chicagoans like directness. I try to always remember that in press conferences and ask straightforward questions, because that's who I am.
We get that. It's the way we are with our clients. All they know is they need help, and they want a law firm to cut to the chase.
You can do that when you're both local.
It's about making a real connection, one Chicagoan to another.
Costa, Iavone. Your trusted local personal injury lawyers. We get you.
Call them at 708-4million.
Contractors, landscapers, and homeowners. If you're in the market for tractors, mowers, or RTVs, then Kubota Orange Day is for you. Alta Equipment is teaming up with Kubota for a one-day sales event. Tuesday, May 13th, 9 to 3, plan to be at Alta Equipment in Orland Park. Save big and get hands-on with the machines built to work as hard as you do. Live demos, giveaways, and special financing on exceptional deals. Kubota Orange Days at Alta Equipment off 115th and Wolf Road in Orland Park. Tuesday, May 13th.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
So it was the fourth quarter and we're down by 5. Sweat pouring down my face. Suddenly it hit me. If only I could wrap part of the towel around my forehead. And that's how I became the first basketball player to wear a headband.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, not available in all states.
Evan Cohen here. When the draft clock is ticking, you've got to pick the best talent, regardless of position, to fit your team's needs. Well, if you're hiring for your business, you want to find the best talent for any of your roles. That's why you need ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful technology hustles to find qualified candidates for your job immediately. And if you see a standout candidate, ZipRecruiter lets you personally invite them to apply. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
Hey, you want to talk about your stuff? You know, the things you as a sports fan have collected over the years. Talk about it with a pro. Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, Saturday mornings at 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Presented by Huggins & Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
This is Waddle's World.
And in Chicago, Tom Waddle. He can't run, he's not fast, but he gets open.
Bears legend.
Amazing.
9 career TDs in the NFL.
He caught everything that was thrown and took every hit that they could give him.
Tom Waddle.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
It's time to find out what's on Tom's mind.
Is that why you were here?
As we go inside Waddle's World.
I'll tell you that the sound of Russell Crowe playing that tremendous award-winning role in Gladiator just there. Last night, I have to tell you, I think for the first time ever, I turned down the opportunity to watch a little bit of Gladiator. It was like 10 of 12. I had just watched 3 episodes of that show you gave me 4 seasons.
Yes. Yeah.
We watched
Netflix.
it. My wife fell asleep quickly, but I watched 3 episodes, and I was like, I can't watch a 4th. It's midnight. So then I was scrolling through something that would just put me to sleep, and Gladiator was on, like, for the final 50 minutes, and I was like, normally I'd watch this, but I haven't slept well lately, so I just went right past it. I turned on Bloomberg Financial News.
I love, first of all, you know you're of older generation when you say 10 of 12. Like, does anyone tell time that way anymore? 10 of 12?
What do you mean? 10 of 12?
10 of 11:50, 10 to 12, but 10 of 12, like, I think
that old guy.
I didn't know what he was talking about.
I don't know what's worse, doing 10 of, or if you use the quarters.
Quarter of 12.
Or half past.
Yeah, half past the hour, it's Waddle Silvy.
Or top of the hour, bottom of the hour. I never knew what that meant. Or I knew what it meant, but I never knew why. You know who explained it to me?
Zetterman?
Nope.
Chauncey.
Who is, if you had to think of who the old man of ESPN Chicago was, and he's not here at the station anymore, but think like historically.
Merkin.
Nope.
Ouch.
Well, I mean, Merkin is like an older gentleman, as far as like his like he's a great guy.
He's younger than you.
No, I think he's a year older than. Is he? I think.
I will say Merkin's oldest quality is that he is in an NL-only fantasy baseball league.
See, I mean, like, come on.
That's weird.
He plays golf by himself.
That is weird. That's weird.
That's old manish.
Yeah.
That's retired old manish. So like, to me, I think of Carmen as being the youngest old guy. No, but he's still there.
How about a little bit younger? How about Kevin Zepak, our old friend?
Nope. Kevin's also not a friend.
Wow.
Just kidding.
So this was a friend of yours?
No, well, worked here.
Worked here. That means not a friend.
I knew him for maybe a year and a half.
You got me stumped. Hubner?
What's up, Fred's Can?
There we go. I saw him today.
Did you
What's
really?
up, Freddie?
But yeah, he's the one that taught me top and bottom of the hour.
Oh.
Why it means what it means.
Do you know what? You know what kind of side? It doesn't really, but for the purpose of this conversation, chaps my ass is those who have their asses chapped by a form of telling time that is not approved by them. What the hell's the difference between 10 of 11 and 10:50?
I just never heard it before.
He didn't know what you were
You
talking
live
about.
under a rock.
You said 10 of 12.
10 of 12. Right. What is it, 10 of 12 or 10 of 11, 10 of 10? 10 of 10.
I'll tweet that
10
out.
10 of 12.
As a quote.
Oh, I'm sure Twitter, it's filled with a bunch of old guys.
Dark mode, light mode.
Yeah.
No, I won't tweet it out then. But the other part of it is you got to go to sleep, dude. You wake up so early, too.
I know.
Why are you still awake watching Bloomberg at midnight?
Well, I put it on so that I would actually go to sleep. Because if I watched episode 4 of the show that you told me to watch, I'd be up forever.
So you thought this was good. It was my what to watch for last week. I thought it was good. I haven't thought it's like this outstanding show, but it's good. It's they're 30-minute shows.
Prior to that as well, because sometimes on Apple, it says coming to you on
Tuesday.
May 9th.
Yeah, right.
It'll come out on May 8th, depending on the time zone. So I watched the most recent episode also of Your Friends and Neighbors. I really dialed into that show.
Yeah,
I love that show.
I told you it was the best show on TV.
Yeah, it's good. It's very good. I don't know where I was going with any of this. Where was I going with this?
So you started.
Oh, because I did take the
watched
opportunity to watch Gladiator. Yeah. That's a little bit of self-control.
Simply because of the Open there.
That is true. Did anybody find out whether or not the Pope is a Bears fan? We know now that he's a Sox fan. We know that there are pictures of him on the internet. Where at? What's a pizza?
Aurelio's. Like that's the thing that
he was at the White Sox World Series.
He was on his phone. He
Yeah.
was the old phone there in the background. He seems like a legit dude, where this isn't like some guy who's from Chicago and says he's a sports fan or says he's a Sox fan. Like when there are pictures of him surfacing at these big White Sox games, or like he's just with the family at Aurelio's, and I think that was from 2023, wasn't it? Ben Bradley had that this morning on WGN.
Is there any
cool?
Is there any truth to the rumor that the Cubs saw that and actually superimposed their jersey and their hat on the new Pope?
That's funny.
It said this was 2016 at the Cubs World Series.
Oh, that's right. You could take the Pope's
Yeah.
Did the Cubs ever take down the tweet that, hey, Chicago, he's a Cubs fan?
Probably not.
People were upset about that. Why, Tyler? Why would you not take that down? Just live with your error, that your error lives forever, and you just got to live with it?
I mean, what's the harm in taking it or in leaving it up?
As we are on the cusp of 20 of 5 here on the afternoon, I thought this was one of the better papal stories from yesterday. I didn't get a chance to read this one to you. CBS News anchors slammed over raw dog and comments about the papal conclave.
Raw dog? He used raw dog in what context?
CBS has been scrutinized after one of its anchors used the term raw dog to describe the papal conclave while discussing the rules of the conclave, which prohibits cell phone use by the cardinals gathered to vote on the next pope. CBS News contributor John Allen was explaining what he thought they might be doing instead of scrolling Instagram while waiting for the papal election results. Most of them will tell you that while that's going on, they're sitting reading their breviary. That's a book of prayers that clergy have, or praying a rosary, or doing the one thing we know they're not doing is checking Instagram because their devices have all been confiscated, he said. That's when CBS morning co-host Tony Docopil said, I believe the kids call it raw dogging it if you're going to go through a long period of time with no electronic devices.
That's on the plane, right? Isn't that what they call when you don't bring up, Dalla turned me on to this, that it was a sensation going around Instagram. People would raw dog an 8-hour plane flight with nothing, and they would just look forward.
I bet, or I guess that some folks on the very pleasant site called X, were giving him some hell about it. I did not have CBS using raw dogging in their papal conclave coverage on my Pope bingo card. It is kind of an odd term to use when you're having a presentation about the election of a new pope.
Yeah, it's really cool.
I like it, though.
I've enjoyed researching him and learning things about the process that I never knew. I really have.
You had an educational day yesterday.
I did. It was very educational.
Well,
I was sharing a lot of the thoughts with my family yesterday. Like, Mason didn't know what the Pope is. Like, and I'm like, isn't it cool that he's from? And he's like, who is the Pope? And like, we had to explain it.
Was Mason pissed that he's a Sox fan?
No, he doesn't get that way.
Okay. Enough of the undercard. Here's the main event. UNC says Bill Belichick's girlfriend is still, in fact, welcome at the school. Now, this is in response to something I saw on social media early today, where I believe, did I see it first from Diana Rossini? I think maybe she retweeted someone, but there was a report. Jack,
Pablo Torre.
Yeah,
Pablo.
Pablo Torre finds out, right, and he's got these really good sources.
And said that basically she had been banned by the North Carolina football program from being involved in any of their stuff. Well, I guess North Carolina issued a statement earlier today. Bill Belichick's girlfriend is, in fact, a welcome guest at football facilities after reports claim she'd been banned by the school. Jordan Hudson, the 24-year-old girlfriend of the Tar Heels coach, had gained, obviously, notoriety for her hands-on approach to Belichick's media presence and branding, including a back-and-forth during an interview with CBS 2 weeks ago. But North Carolina made it clear her role as Belichick's de facto publicist has not impacted her access to the football program. While Jordan Hudson is not an employee at the University of Carolina Athletics, she is welcome to the Carolina football facilities, the school said in a statement.
They notice how they preface that, while she is not an employee.
Yes. Jordan will continue to manage all activities related to Coach Belichick's personal brand outside of his responsibilities for Carolina football and the university.
They basically said she's not our PR person. She is not his PR person. I think, and I like Belichick more than most.
Oh, I like him as well.
But I think it's very hypocritical when your brand has been based on do your job. And he wouldn't let Alex Guerrero even into his locker room to do body work on Tom Brady, the GOAT, because he felt it wasn't in line with the philosophies of the New England Patriots. When you're the coach now, and now all of a sudden your girlfriend, I don't care about the age even. It's a new relationship. Even if she was 55 years old, now all of a sudden she's running. That's outside the parameters of doing your job. And I just,
it's
can't
very
preach
off-brand
that to your
for
players,
him.
right? And then all of a sudden go against that entire philosophy.
Totally with you. Would you like the Diddy update of the day?
Sure.
Jack's over there with sour look on his face. Like, I don't care. I don't.
Well, that was a big one yesterday that you told us. Have they found the witness or the person who they can't find anymore, who is going to testify and do so publicly?
The end of jury selection for Sean Diddy Combs' sex trafficking federal trial in New York has been delayed until Monday after the judge granted the defense's request. The rapper, who's 55, has kept an upbeat demeanor throughout the closed process. The trial will not be televised because it is in federal court and all recording devices are banned. On Friday, today, it emerged that prosecutors have added someone to the witness list they are calling Victim 5. The defense had tried to keep their story out of the trial, but the judge admitted some of their testimony.
Good.
So, I have another dueling story
What do you mean dueling, like contradicting stories?
Well, no, just an additional story that says judge delays the jury selection because of a concern about cold feet. So they take this a step further. Jury selection for Diddy's racketeering and sex trafficking trial was delayed on Friday over worries that some jurors might get cold feet before the start of a high-profile case. The judge overseeing the case expressed concern that if jurors were selected before the weekend, they could grow uneasy and drop off the panel before the trial begins on Monday. So that's the latest. Jack, anything to add to the Diddy trial update?
I've got nothing.
No?
No.
I mean, he's guilty, right? I mean,
I think so.
Is this going to take long?
I don't know. Still, the fact that came out that I felt was most revealing is that, A, they're denying he had 100,000 bottles of baby oil. And if he did have an excessive number of bottles of baby oil, it's because he shops in bulk. He's a bulk shopper. Finally, before we go to break, the Menendez brothers' resentencing hearing date set as killers suffer blow and are labeled risk over bad behavior in prison.
Oh, they were bad?
You followed this case quite closely,
A little bit. I haven't lately. I'm confused as to what's going on. Are they getting out or are they not getting out?
Eric and Lyle Menendez will finally get their resentencing hearing despite a last-ditch report that highlighted all of their mistakes behind bars. After months of delays and legal battles, the two could actually see freedom. Speaking to reporters outside the courthouse, the district attorney explained that the brothers were determined to be at moderate risk for violence in their latest assessment. So, not sure how they are ultimately going to rule. By the way, you did like the show I told you about Karen Reed.
Yeah, I'm watching that right now.
Her trial is going on as well.
Yeah, but so this is... I knew nothing about it. My wife knew nothing about it.
Yeah, keep watching.
What's it called again? The Body in the
Body
Snow?
in the Snow, the trial of Karen Reed. That's going to be my what to watch for, so I just give it to you right now.
Haven't you given that before?
No,
I got
it. I didn't even get it till
your wife
earlier
was
this
watching.
week. Yeah.
So this is
real life story.
And it's on Max for those who are looking for it.
So this story was for you because I know you have followed the Menendez brothers and the resentencing. And the resentencing may, in fact, the reason it is relevant is it may turn out that the resentencing is time served and they could be released. That's one of the possibilities.
Okay.
So,
see, I don't know all that you're giving me stuff that, though, I don't know about because I'm not through the documentary.
Well, I'm talking about the Menendez brothers.
Oh, yeah. You're back to the Menendez.
Yeah, I was back to the Menendez brothers. What do you want, Jack? What were you saying?
Nothing.
Oh, I thought you said something.
And don't forget,
I didn't say anything.
We got Florida, Ohio, and Boog is going to join us.
Oh, that's right. Why don't we
5:00.
do that then? Why don't we go take a break? I thought you said something over there.
No, I'm just sitting over here enjoying the show.
Yeah, okay. Taking shots at it.
He says it's almost 10:05, so you should
Wait
probably
a second.
break.
It's just past 5:15. 5:15. Florida, Ohio's there.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
What's up? It's Jonathan Hood.
And this is David Kaplan.
We are excited about our team for the 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic.
Hoodie, we are going to win. I know it. You can take that to the bank.
As long as it's Republic Bank. Yes, Republic Bank. Proud sponsors of Team Kap J Hood at Seven Bridges Golf Club on June 11th.
Presented by Yingling Flight.
Yes, Republic Bank. Ha ha ha.
The Silverman House has been Playdate Central. That's right. The kids have organized playdates in our driveway to play basketball on our brand new glorious hoop from FenceWorks. That's right. I got a new basketball hoop with the NBA-sized backboard. This was the top-of-the-line model. Now, if you don't want that, if that's excessive and you're looking for something a little bit not as big, you can get it. There are many price points on the basketball hoops over at FenceWorks. The way you check it all out is by going to theguyon41.com. Check them out. They're located in Northbrook. They've got a beautiful showroom so you can see all the hoops they have. They're custom play sets that they're going to build for you that fit your needs best and the safest, best trampoline on the market. FenceWorks is the best. My guy Jake is third generation running the business. Started with Grandpa Stan. He's known as the guy on 41. But ask for Jake when it comes to all these play sets and basketball hoops. The white glove delivery, outstanding. No middleman, no big boxes. It's fantastic. They're the best around. And if you're looking for a fence for your home, a fence to surround your home, to keep things out for security reasons or keep your kids safe in the backyard, that's what they do best. They're known as Fence Works, so check them out today at theguyon41.com and let them know that Silvy sent you.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, Chicago's medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Weekend appointments available. Call now. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
Here's to sweet summer days together with friends and family in Wisconsin. To discovering magic in every moment.
Hey, Mom, over here.
And to reconnecting through a world filled with wonder.
Wow.
Here's to supper club celebrations and dancing until the sun goes down. Here's to those who Wisconsin. Plan your summer getaway at travelwisconsin.com.
Hey, it's Kap Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, I know someone who was injured on the job.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was injured after being rear-ended by a truck.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Wait a minute. Your guy?
Correct.
Oh, no. My guy is Howard Ankin.
Fellas, I'm here to help.
There's an Ankin Law practice area for just about any injury.
Ankin Law is injury law made personal.
I could not have said it better myself.
Howard Ankin is our guy. Call 312-6-million.
On the Kap J Hood Show, weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000. My guy.
Tired of losing in the stock market? Isn't there a better way to secure your retirement? Good news, there is. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, founder of Mitch Lyons Wealth and featured expert in the retirement deception. This documentary pulls back the covers on strategies Wall Street doesn't want you to know about. It's a $29 value, but it's free when you call us today at 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. Or go to MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
White Sox fans, the new City Connect uniforms are here. The bold design unites the legacy of two legendary Chicago teams, the White Sox and the Bulls, and celebrates the city's impact on both the diamond and the court. Every Friday night this season, the team will take the field in these iconic uniforms. Don't miss out. Grab your tickets now and check out the full City Connect collection, available at the White Sox team store. For all the details, visit whitesox.com/city.
What's up, is J Hood. Spring is here, and your IKEA Schaumburg, Bolingbrook, and Oak Creek stores are rolling the savings outdoors for their annual sidewalk sale. Visit IKEA from May 9th to the 26th for a wide variety of furniture and home furnishing accessories at big discounts. And don't miss IKEA's mystery gift card giveaway on Saturday, May 10th. The first 200 IKEA family members will have a chance to select a mystery gift card worth up to $500. Save big at the IKEA annual sidewalk sale, May 9th to the 26th.
The NBA 82 game grind is done, and now the real fun begins. The NBA playoffs are here, and DraftKings Sportsbook has you covered as an official sports betting partner of the NBA. Make it a playoff run to remember with DraftKings. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code FNH. That's code FNH for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. New customers only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
Get ready to play the game that's sweeping the nation. Public drunkenness. Exotic animals. Dumb criminals. Random stabbings. Or maybe just some good old-fashioned debauchery. Everything's on the table. It's the Sunshine State versus the Buckeye State as we play Florida or Ohio. And as always, listeners, feel free to play along at home.
Ohio Wednesdays and Fridays. We've got a little bit of a win streak after that long losing streak.
Look at you.
But you're red hot. I don't think you've missed one in a
I
while.
missed the last one.
Oh, you missed the last one calling
one,
Ohio.
yeah.
All right, Tyler, what do you got today? It's not the raccoon one because we gave that story out earlier in the week.
All right, this one from the Carmen files. Ooh. Man charged after pointing gun at teens over ding-dong ditch prank.
I thought it was going to be feet. This is right. When the kids were ding-dong ditching Carmen, he ran after them. Chased them down the street.
Yeah. That takes a lot of energy. Like, I couldn't do that. I wouldn't want to do that.
ding-dong ditch these days with Ring doorbell. You're going to get caught.
Yeah, the game's changed.
Yeah, but, like, when you get caught, what's really going to happen? Like, if you're just ringing a doorbell and running, who cares?
Is it illegal to ding-dong ditch?
If it is, that's a stupid law.
Yeah, I would think so, too.
Now, if you're taking a baseball bat to the mailbox outside, that's different. That's destruction of property.
Wasn't it fun when we grew up? I don't know if you did this, where we wouldn't even call kids at a certain age. There were kids in the neighborhood. You'd literally just leave your home, go to their house, ring their doorbell, and ask if they could come out and play. Did you ever do that?
Yeah.
Like kids don't do that these days.
No.
Like, we have to organize these play dates.
What is the worst, like, old school, I didn't even say prank, but, like, it's in the ding-dong ditch era, or kind of,
well, like,
I told you about
egging a house was always, I thought, dirty pool.
Egg in a house.
TP.
Busting mailboxes, TPs, and you know what I was thinking? The lawn job is probably the worst of all.
You violated that many times. You would give people lawn jobs.
I would not. I don't believe I ever gave anybody a lawn job.
You've been in the car during a lawn job.
That's different.
You were an accomplice to a lawn job.
And I have such remorse for being a part of it, considering now, as a homeowner now for 30-plus years, the amount of lawn damage that is done by some derelicts doing donuts in your front yard is inexcusable.
You were also the Aaron Judge of hitting mailboxes.
There's
with
no
a baseball
question.
bat.
Yeah.
See? Like,
I was. And I have tremendous regret about that as well. I could hit you lefty or righty, too. I was a switch hitter when it came to knocking mailboxes down.
Waddle's OPS plus for hitting mailboxes.
It's 1,000.
It was 190.
Yeah.
Like
I was out of control.
All right, what do you got, Tyler? So it's our guess on the ding dong. Is that it? That just
give us some details.
There's very few details in here. He was this guy. What's his name? I can't find his name now.
It didn't need his name.
Ramirez admitted to pointing his handgun at the victims, but claimed he only intended to get them to stop, not to cause harm. The firearm was not chambered at the time as well.
If they're on your front door and ringing the doorbell and banging on the door and let me in, then I could understand the gun. If you know it's ding-dong ditching, why are you bringing your handgun out of its case?
Yeah, I think this is I think I want to go Ohio here, Waddle. Youngstown, Ohio.
No, I'm going to go Jacksonville.
You're going Florida.
Yeah.
I may regret this.
I think Ohio. I'm going to go Cleveland, outside of Cleveland.
Okay.
It took place in Margate, Florida.
Yeah, come on. We don't play that game in Cincinnati. When the guy chased me after
Sure
I
you did.
took the inflatable Santa off his front porch.
You did that too.
I did. He just chased me. He didn't have a gun or a weapon or anything. And I just
Was he
dropped.
yelling at you?
Oh yeah. And I just dropped.
Wait till I get my hands on you,
I
kid.
just dropped it and kept running.
You think
and then
you're
the
a
car.
hot-shot football player?
No,
bowler?
we knew we were. The car was like I was. Slow down, like they were getting out of there and they were going to leave me.
Well, it's because you were so slow.
That's very true. That is true.
Maybe the car was just going.
It probably was going just a very moderate speed, and I just couldn't catch it.
All right, coming up next, Boog Sciambi will join us. It's a big Cubs series. What do we expect from Cade Horton? We'll check in with Boog, too. This is a week of well-being checks.
It is.
Boog has been out a bit. He's back now for the last couple of games, but we did a well-being check first on Tirico this week, then on Big Cat. Our third wellness check is on our friend Boog Sciambi next.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
White Sox and Marlins.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6 on the home of the White Sox, ESPN Chicago. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
I was letting my guys over it. That was pretty funny, too. That's the first time I've heard that. Did you hear that?
That's the first time.
I was texting my guy John over at Connie's Frozen Pizza, and I shared with him a tweet that I got earlier today. This is from another John. John sent me this. Just shamelessly housed an entire frozen Connie's Pizza. Thank you for the recommendation, ESPN 1000. 10 of 10. Won't be taking my frozen pizza business elsewhere. So, people are following
You can stop
this.
there. That endorsement's done.
Yeah, that's right. Connie's Frozen Pizza. You don't want to cook this weekend. Stop at your local grocery store on the way home. Watch some games. There's playoff games. There's baseball games. And just chill out and have a Connie's Frozen Pizza. It's true. It's Chicago-style pizza. It's thin. It's crispy. We cut it into squares even. And it's just like eating in the restaurant and the tradition that they've been serving for over 60 years. So get to know the true Chicago style. Like my guy John, who tweeted me with Connie's Frozen Pizza, born in Chicago, enjoyed everywhere. Like I said, it's available at your local grocer's freezer.
Spring is here. So many great things you do with the kids as things warm up. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking the next step for your future. A vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new scent and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Chicago, Woodford Reserve is more than a spirit. It's a spectacle for the senses. Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV. Woodford Reserve Distillery, Versailles, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2025 Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
Hey guys, it's Silvy for my friends at Window Nation. You've heard me talk about my new windows in the living room, in the kitchen, in my master bedroom, and in the kids' room. Now it's your turn. A chance for a house full of windows at a 60% discount. Plus, you'll get a free entry door. All you have to do is call them at 866-90NATION or check out everything they have to offer at windownation.com. 866-90NATION and let them know that Silvy sent you.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN. Are you ready for the NFL season? The schedule release is coming, and we know the best place to get your tickets this year. My friends at Vivid Seats. They're seriously legit, and you earn rewards on every purchase. That's basically free football games. When that schedule hits, don't wait around. For the best selection and all the great deals, head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in your game days now.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
That's right, we're live at Hallis Hall. You made it to your weekend. It's 5 o'clock on Friday. Let's enjoy this one, guys. The weather's supposed to start turning here. Get better. We've got great sporting events, including a big series for the Cubs. I was talking to Joniak earlier, the voice of the Bears, as we're at Hallis. We were talking about our favorite announcers, and Boog came up. And I said, you know, Boog's one of my favorite. And I don't think Joniak has met Boog yet. We got to arrange that.
Well, yeah, I was going to say.
And you know, it's something that we've done this week, Waddle, is we love talking to these guys anyway. We talk to Mike Tirico.
Yep.
We talk to Barstool Big Cat every week.
Yep.
Boog Sciambi, the voice of the Cubs, is a frequent guest with us, and just like talking to him anyway. But this week, they've all gone through stuff where Tirico on live TV has a nut allergy, and he's got to leave the Kentucky Derby broadcast. Our buddy Barstool Big Cat has his 80th kidney stone, and he's back in the hospital. And Boog has been in and out of doing Cubs games. He's been in the last 2 games. I've texted him, doing well-being checks on him personally. But
that's who we are.
That's right. He's not only just a guest. He is one of our favorite guys.
That's right.
Let's bring him in on the Yingling guest hotline. Boog Sciambi joins us from New York on Waddle and Silvy. What's up, Boog?
What's up, boys? Yeah, I haven't met Joniak yet, so I would love that.
Yeah, he's we got to do this one day when the season ends. We said we were going to do it last year. We're you're our take your kid to work day, where we bring you to Hallis Hall.
Love that.
Yeah.
And by the way, Sylvie didn't realize that there's actually a viewing room for practice during training camp. Most of us have all been there. I didn't realize that Sylvie had never been exposed to it. But Jeff has also suggested that he will take you to that room as well, Sylvie. So maybe
I'm totally in on that.
We'll make a party of it.
Yeah, that's great.
Love that.
So, first things first, how are you feeling, and what's been going on?
Yeah, it started 3 weeks ago with some type of throat thing and a fever, and I just haven't been able to totally ditch it. So I've gone through a full round of antibiotics, and now I'm working on another round of it, and just still some lingering fevers, and so I just haven't been feeling totally right. Is the thing. So I wish I had. It's been weird, and frustrating especially because our team's been so much fun. So to not be able to consistently, be with JD has been a bummer. But I just haven't been feeling right.
I was going to say, getting back into the booth and getting back to doing what you do so well, Boog, is it kind of give you a little bit of a boost physically, mentally,
for sure.
and emotionally?
Yeah, I mean, definitely, because it's where you're, most comfortable, and what you get, and you guys got to do it too. It's like you marry your hobby with your work, and it makes it just so much fun. It's like somebody asked me the other day about prepping for a national game and how much prep, what I do and blah, blah, blah. The one thing I pointed out was look, I prep in part because I'm still interested. You know what I mean? So part of why I like to prep so much is just because I'm genuinely, interested in what I'm going to watch tonight. So and I'm really lucky to be able to say that.
Yeah, and I joked with you on text too. Somehow, some way, I'm still a part of these weird Facebook Cub fan things, and People are like, "Where's Boog? This must be a contract holdout." You're just trying to get healthy, correct?
Yes, I didn't. That's good. I like that. It's a conspiracy theory. So that's the type of stuff I hadn't even really contemplated, that people were coming up with theories or something like. Yeah, I just been sick. It's real. That's all it is. So it's been a weird thing.
Got to be something.
What is wrong
right?
with people? Yeah, that is crazy. Obviously, you've been able to follow along even when you haven't been in the booth, Boog. This has been a really, and I'm not a diehard Cub fan, this has been a wildly enjoyable start to the season for a baseball fan.
Yeah, it's a super athletic team. Look, start with this, and I don't know that everybody always contemplates it, but if the first thing I'm telling you about your local baseball team is that they touch the plate a ton, you are going to enjoy watching that team. Touching the plate is fun. You know what I'm saying? It's just there's always action, and this team is athletic. They have high baseball IQ. They defend well, and they pulled out some pretty amazing games so far. But they have a unique lineup in terms of guys that do a bunch of different things. They've look, the beginning of the year, one of the things that I talked to you guys about is just like, what are you looking forward to? Kyle Tucker, and Kyle Tucker is super special. You know what I mean? Like, talking about one of the probably 5 or 6 best hitters in the sport. So it's been a blast to watch that, and then other guys have picked up, and the development of PCA, and on and on.
What are you willing to say about PCA? Because I don't know if you ever truly arrive in baseball, because it could be such a frustrating game. We see stars have off years even still. But do you look at him now and say, yes, PCA has arrived? This is not just a young guy heating up and going through a hot streak, that he has figured some things out, and he is here, and he is going to be very, very good, if not great.
Yeah, so it's hard, because I guess in the end I'm not going to answer the question, because I guess my answer is I'm just not quite sure yet. All I can tell you is, yes, he's figured some things out. He's certainly made improvements as a hitter. I think the thing that makes him special is that the base running and the defense, they talk a lot about these teams and the way the teams, with lower payrolls are built, and they're built with high floors. Well, PCA is a high floor guy, because he's going to net you an above average player just with defense and base running alone. Well, now here's, the hitting starting to take off, and you're talking about a guy that, if you go back to August of last year, he's by wins above replacement, one of the 6 or 7 most valuable players in all of baseball. So I don't know where this settles is the issue, that I understand what you're trying to get at. I don't, if you were to ask me, what do I think his final slash line is going to be at the end of this year, I'm not really sure. But I don't think there's any question that, strides have been made, and the guy that we saw get called up in 2023 that really struggled to hit four-seam fastballs up in the zone, like we've seen him get on top of four-seam fastballs. We've seen him, slug in the zone and improve his contact rate in the zone. So there have been a lot of improvements, but I still would say he's 23. The defense will stay constant. The base running will stay constant. I don't know where the bat is going to end up, but I certainly like where it's headed.
Boog, you know me fairly well now. I think you know that I'm not an enjoy the ride type of guy. No. I worry about everything.
Yeah. I know.
But I think like good advice is, or at least to me, there's nothing better than watching a young player develop in front of our eyes in real time.
Absolutely.
Like, isn't that fun? How much fun is it just watching young, enthusiastic players live up to billings, and then when you just seeing it, the light go on?
Yes, and then I would also say he's also super likable, right? And he's got, he grew up with a mom who was in Hollywood, so I think there's some exposure to, high-level media, that type of thing. So at least an understanding of how to talk to people, and he is real and his own person, and I think it's especially fun when you're talking about a guy thriving who's that likable. So I love watching it. But he plays with so much energy and passion and joy. At times, I'll be honest, I worry. I think he's hard on himself to a point of like, I feel like he needs to learn the, hey, let's hug yourself for a second, would you please? Like, because it just feels like every out is banging the helmet down, and he's having a lot of success. And I just, I think, heck, Waddle, that one of the things that happens in sports and in coaching is, and it stinks, but sometimes we turn the success or the winning into neutral, and the failures and the losing into awful. So it's like we don't even allow it to balance out. We expect the success, we expect the winning, and then when we fail, we beat ourselves up. Like, that's a hard way to live, man.
Can you tie maybe some of that, what you just discussed, into maybe why, if you could be critical of him in one aspect, it would be a lack of discipline at the plate. He's only taken 7 walks. He's got 34 strikeouts. A guy with his speed and base running ability, you don't want his OP or his on-base percentage to be just over 300. You want it to be higher than that because he can just wreak havoc. Does that just come with time?
So my thought would be that I don't think that one's going to move a ton. Like, I don't think he's going to be I don't think he's going to get to a place where he's going to an above league average walk guy. I think as a general idea in the history of the sport, you don't see hyper aggressive guys turn into hyper patient guys. So it's not as simple as just telling yourself don't swing at that pitch or don't chase. I think guys are wired in certain ways. The same way Kyle Tucker just has a gift and understands the strike zone. I think whatever you want to say as far as PCA, I think there's an opposite end of the spectrum. I think it will get better, but it's not quite as as simple as, hey, just don't swing at those pitches, and all of a sudden he's not going to be a swinger. He's going to be a swinger. That would be my best guess.
Boog Sciambi joining us. It's Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000. What can you tell our listeners and fans about Cade Horton, other than he is the top prospect who is going to be debuting? What can you teach us about him?
Yeah, the pitch that they loved is the slider, and I think you're hoping that, like Ben Brown, he's somebody that, can overwhelm a little bit with the stuff. That's not something that this rotation has a ton of. So, a fastball at 94, 95, and the slider getting swings and misses. I think that's, in today's world, you got to get strikeouts. For the Cubs right now, they have the 9th lowest strikeout rate as a pitching staff in the majors, which isn't terrible because they catch it great. But I really like to see them, have more guys with stuff. So I think that's what you're excited about when it comes to Cade Horton is, he's a stuff guy. And hopefully, he comes and, continues the confidence that he's had so far pitching this year. But you're also the one other important part that I would remind is you go back, if you're bored and you go on Baseball Reference, whether it's professional or in college, he's not pitched a ton. You know what I mean? So, like, you're talking about a guy that had Tommy John in college. I think there's a feel of a higher ceiling, but he hasn't racked up a ton of innings, so he's still learning how to do this.
Speaking of what you were talking about with the lack of strikeouts, while Presley was going well for a while there, he then had that big blow-up inning, one of the worst innings in the history of baseball. The thing about him is what you said about the lack of strikeouts. Are you concerned with him as the closer because of that?
I'm not concerned with him as the closer because of that. I'm concerned with that for him wherever he pitches. So, he's just got to get some more swings and misses. I keep pushing on this one, but everybody keeps saying, what are they going to do at closer? What are they going to do at closer? What are they going to do at closer? They need Ryan Presley to pitch well, whether it's in the 7th, the 8th, or the 9th. It's like, you sit there and focus on the closer, but if you gave me my choice of Emmanuel Clase or 3 more Porter Hodges, I would take 3 more Porter Hodges. You understand it? Like that. Like that's the point. Is like you need more dudes.
It's such
with overwhelming stuff. It's not about the last 3 outs.
And I get you, but like that's like winning time. That's like the last shot in a basketball game. Like that is just the spotlight is.
But it's not. It feels like it is, but it's not. The game's won and lost in the 6th, and the 7th, and the 8th, and the 9th. It just is. It's just the last thing you remember.
Right, but the game, you have no extension if it's not tied after that. In the 6th, you still have the 7th and the 8th and the 9th. To me, it's just that I know what you're saying in general. Your premise is right, but Porter Hodge getting those last 3 outs to me is the way I see this happening, no matter what.
And what I'm saying to you though is this is the point. It's not about ordering the guys. It's about getting more guys to pitch well, regardless of the order.
Does that make you feel better?
No,
I know he's a Boog. He's going to be pissed regardless.
I know.
Like it's just like
I know.
Yeah. I was going to ask you on a more positive front, what has been the more surprising positive development this year, or the most surprising positive development? Is it Boyd? Is it Carson Kelly with a 1295 OPS?
It's got to be Carson Kelly, doesn't it? It's so much fun, and he's another guy who's fun and interesting and a good talker, and he's been around. And look, he was a 2nd-round pick and a huge prospect, and one of the main pieces to go on the Paul Goldschmidt trade from St. Louis to Arizona. I mean, I certainly don't think you anticipated getting this from Carson Kelly. You didn't anticipate getting this. It's been so much fun. And then I think they thought Boyd was going to be pretty good. Maybe not quite this, but I think they thought he was going to be pretty good.
Last one before we let you go, because I know you've been tight with Counsell through his career. Does he feel more at ease this year than his first year? It seems like I've said this to a couple of other guests, it seems more like his team this year as opposed to he's taking over Rossi's team last year.
I don't think that's what it was. I think it's just that you're talking about a guy that spent 16 straight years as a player, assistant general manager, and then manager in one organization. You come to the ballpark and you know everybody's name and everybody's face, and then you come and you take over, and there's pressure, and the media market is bigger, and you don't know anyone. You walk into spring training, and every single person at the complex is like, what's that guy's name? What's his name? And it's just that's not comfortable. And so I think it's more just, yes, I would say, I don't know that he would concede this. I would say he's more at ease. I don't know that I think he made it his team last year. I just think that on a day-in, day-out basis, when you're working around people that you know who they are, you feel comfortable in that regard, I think that has a lot to do with it,
Yeah. All right. Continue to feel better.
It was good to see you on my TV recently.
Yeah,
that was a
great.
nice surprise.
I'll wave to you guys tonight. I'll be on TV. I'll wave to you guys tonight.
And you say that, Boog, in jest. Sylvie will be sitting at home on his couch waiting for that wave.
Okay. I'll do it.
I'll
glasses.
Do it. And then, what color glasses
there
tonight?
You go.
I have the red one somewhere, but right now I'm just going with the tortoise shell. You got a thought?
Okay.
You care?
No, it's great. I think they're all very stylish. I like it's part of your repertoire.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, just
Thank
touch.
You.
But when you do the 2-shot of you and JD when you're talking, when you touch your glasses, that's your shout out to Waddle and Silvy.
Okay, we'll do that tonight.
He's so weird, Boog.
Now I'm definitely not wearing the reds just to spite Waddle.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
That's cool.
See you, Boog. We love you.
See
ya.
Take care, buddy.
He's the best. Except, I know he's very analytical, too. And I know what he's saying.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you.
And this is like the leadoff hitter under Theo and Jed, too. It's not that big of a deal who leads off. I think it is. I think it's still important to have a guy who gets on base to start a game in front of your best hitters.
Yeah, I mean, listen, two things can actually have some merit here. But I'm with you that, look, if you come in the 7th, there is significant, I would think, I've never pitched in Major League Baseball, I would think there is significantly less pressure than there is to grab the ball with a 1-run lead and need to get the final 3 outs. I'm not saying there's no pressure in the 7th, but you're right. Your offense can pick you up if you stumble because the game isn't over. If you stumble in the 9th, you're screwed.
Yeah, you have to get a guy to finish.
Yeah.
Finishers are important. So I still believe there is something to he said, it's not a big deal on what the order is. It's just about getting that many guys to cover it. I believe the order is important. That's just something that I don't believe is measurable. I think if you watched enough baseball, you understand that. And I'm still old school that way. Like you always say, Waddle, I'll use analytics as a tool,
yes,
but it's not my end all.
I'll give you an example. Go back to, the second game against the Giants where the game just kind of blew up and got him. The Giants threw 3 guys who the Cubs couldn't touch, I think, in 6, 7, and 8. And in the 9th inning, they brought a guy in who walked 2 guys, which doubled his walk total in his first 11 innings, and a guy that the Cubs were able to put a bat on.
Right.
Like in the previous 3 innings, they got mowed down by guys and you could feel a guy who had 2 walks in 11 innings stood on the mound at Wrigley Field in the bottom of the 9th inning. And I give all the credit in the world to the Cubs working counts and all that other stuff. He started walking guys, something he hadn't done previously. Does he respond differently if he's pitching in the 7th or the 8th?
Of course.
But the added pressure of the 9th, I think, is an element that you can't ignore.
Another example is, say Rudy Gobert has, like he had a couple games ago, he had a really good game. He scored points. And say he scored 6 or 8 points in the middle of the 4th quarter. If it's a 2-point game, are you designing a play for Rudy Gobert then? The answer is no. You are getting it to Ant, or you're getting it to one of your best players to shoot that shot. So to me, you can't walk off a team in the 7th. You can walk off a team in the 9th. The game just ends. So that's why, still in my world, there's even more value on the closer than the 7th and the 8th.
Well, I mean, very simple. Will you want a guy who has got swing and miss stuff, or a guy who pitches to contact in the bottom of the 9th? Which guy are you more confident in? I'm going to go with the guy that has the higher strikeout probability versus the guy who doesn't miss many bats.
That being said, I still love Boog. We just we see it differently.
Yeah.
All right, we've got Aki's A-List coming up next. I just saw some footage of the Pope. Not only was there a picture of the Pope at the World Series game, but now there is television footage. He made the Fox broadcast back in 2005. So, they do a cutaway of a person while Bobby Jenks is pitching in Game 1 of the World Series.
Little did they know it was the future Pope.
The Pope Leo. It's incredible. So, all right, Aki's A-List is coming up next. We're live at Hallis.
Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Celebrating the selection of Pope Leo XIV, Godman, Sox fan. ESPN Chicago, the home of the Chicago White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Spring is all about new beginnings, and there's no better way to give yourself a fresh start than by getting a fresh haircut at Great Clips. When the weather starts warming up, no one wants to sit inside. With convenient online check-in at Great Clips, you can put your name on the list from your phone and enjoy the beautiful spring weather while you wait. You can even get a ready next text when you're up for your haircut. And when it's your turn in the chair, the skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon can create any look you want. Plus, they'll save the details in clip notes for the cuts you love every time you come in. Oh, and don't forget to bring your shades, because with the everyday low prices at Great Clips, the spring sunshine won't be the only bright spot in your day. So if you're ready to spring into the new season, download the app and get into your local Great Clips salon for a fresh haircut today. Great Clips, it's going to be great.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Feel the boom.
Schaumburg Boomers Baseball has the bases covered for fun. May 16th through the 18th. Friday night is T-shirt night. The first 1,000 fans receive a Boomers T-shirt. Plus, it's a Friday night fireworks night. Saturday afternoon is a matinee with a 3 p.m. start, thanks to Westside Children's Therapy. Sunday afternoon is Family Day and Bark in the Park. Bring your dog to the ballpark, thanks to Gulf Rose Animal Hospital. Get tickets and more at boomersbaseball.com. And feel the boom.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code DRIVER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code DRIVER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code DRIVER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Hey car shoppers, forget tariffs. At hawkauto.com, their prices have remained the same. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Get pre-tariff pricing plus 0% financing or no payments for 90 days. Choose from 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Right now is the best time to buy at hawkauto.com.
hawkauto.com.
Financing on approved credit.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Contractors, landscapers, and homeowners save big on tractors, mowers, or RTVs during Alta Equipment's Kubota Orange Day sale in Orland Park. Tuesday, May 13th, 9 to 3, live demos, giveaways, and special financing on exceptional deals. Kubota Orange one-day sales events, Tuesday, May 13th, Alta Equipment in Orland Park.
It's time for Aki's A-List. From the mind of the man who understands the 4 Ps of Waddle's world. Aki's A-List. The top questions and topics floating around in Tyler Aki's mind.
Are these really the questions that I was called here to answer?
Aki's A-List on ESPN Chicago.
Tyler's got questions. We'll try to provide answers. Aki's A-List is brought to you by our friend and partner, Mr. Finance. Build wealth through smarter investing by visiting BrandonMrFinance.com. That's BrandonMrFinance.com. Tyler, what do you got?
Let's start with something that you guys hit on a little bit with Boog there, and it is Cade Horton's arrival. He is slated to be the starter tomorrow night against the Mets. And I heard a conversation earlier in the morning and from Kap, and he was saying he was almost comping it to when Mark Pryor came up. I think that's a little over the top because Mark Pryor was the number 2 prospect in all of baseball. And I think there have been Cubs debuts that have been anticipated way more than what Cade Horton's is. Not to say that Cade Horton's arrival isn't important, but what is your level of excitement for Cade Horton making his debut this weekend?
Yeah, I've seen that Kap is really over the top. Now maybe he'll prove to be a guy that shows you that the excitement was right from Kap. And I am excited, don't get me wrong. But I'm not hyping this up anything more than I'm hopeful that the Cubs have found themselves like a really good pitcher, and this is his first. Because I think Kap also said that I don't think he's thrown 75 pitches or more this year so far. So I don't think it's going to be, even if he pitches well, I don't think it's going to be that long of an outing.
Well, it's necessary at this point. Like, whether it's 50 pitches, it's 60 pitches, whatever it is, like, you've got a need. It's I don't know that I would expect miracles here, but it'd be a nice boost considering some of the injuries that your staff is dealing with right now. I think it's really cool to see him. Part of me says, why not give him a little bit of a breather and let him start against, one of the ne'er-do-well teams that you're going to face after this 3-game set with the Mets, a much easier path. But the other part of me says, let's do this. If he's your top pitching prospect, go into New York City and show him what you have.
How excited are you, Tyler?
I'm excited, but I think I was more excited for the debuts of a lot of the core that came up.
Yes.
Even
none
guys
more
like,
than Chris Bryant,
yeah,
right?
Chris Bryant was the number 1 prospect in baseball, number 2 depending on the list that you look at. But even guys like Baez, I was more excited for Baez. I was more excited for Addison Russell than I was for Cade Horton.
Yeah, they were all big.
Yeah, they were all top 10 guys.
Yes, exactly. Schwarber, remember when Schwarber first came up, and he just didn't he have a 2 home run game right away? Wilson Contreras, I think, homered in his first at bat.
Well, nobody has seen him. The Mets are not familiar with him, so maybe he goes out there and has some reasonable success on Saturday.
His last 2 starts, he has pitched 6 innings. He hasn't thrown over 80 pitches, but he's just mowing guys down, so he's pitched 6 innings in each of them.
Let's hope that continues.
Yeah, I would be very surprised if he pitches into the 6th inning.
Our buddy Adam Amin's got the game with A.J. Przinsky.
Plus, he's got cool tattoos, so Silvy thinks he's part of the tough guy crew.
I think he yes, I like that. I don't know why, but it's on my...
Do you think he'll come from the hotel to the ballpark on a Harley or anything like that? Or
I'm not saying that it's a Harley type thing. I'm thinking, a guy who is comfortable with all tatted up, I think is fairly tough. Is that, what else is,
Sylvie's going to see him walk in with a bandana around his neck and want him to start game 1
Not
of the
around
playoff
his
series.
neck, maybe tied around one of his thighs like the old days.
Oh, my goodness. That's such an old reference. What is another thing that you look at a guy and you can judge him based on something that's really not judgeable?
He's got no sleeves on his shirts, and his guns are out of this world.
The cold's not bothering me.
So you're also somebody's got a goatee, maybe a little bushy goatee or a Fu Manchu.
I think in my reliever, that makes them look like they're throwing harder. Rod Beck threw soft, but he looked like he could throw hard.
How about a mullet? If you got the long, the business on top and it's all party in the back.
I would say if you're a younger guy, probably doesn't classify for Cade Horton, but young guy with wrinkles.
A young guy with wrinkles.
They've seen some things.
I like
that.
I like that. I was
Someone in their 30s or 40s with wrinkles. Tough guy.
By the way, I was thinking this. This is probably the strangest question I'll ever ask. I was watching the Cubs the other day when Ben Brown was pitching, and I said to myself, does Ben Brown have a mullet, or is his neck just so long that's his normal haircut?
Oh, boy.
Everything's a mullet for him.
Is it?
I don't.
Do you know what I'm saying, though?
I think he's just got long hair. I don't think he has the full mullet.
Waddle's not wrong. I believe between Ben Brown and Tucker, the Cubs can win any long neck club. Put those necks together. We talk about arm length for offensive linemen. If we measured necks, just the pure length of the neck, we've got Ben Brown and Tucker. I don't think any 2 men in baseball can beat us.
Is it an odd question, though, if Ben Brown actually has a mullet, or that's just a normal haircut?
No, I think it's a fair question.
It looks like a mullet on the average person, but for him, it's just a regular haircut because his neck's longer than
I'm
most.
giving you tattoo thoughts, so it's all fair.
Okay.
It's all fair.
Another baseball nugget here for you. This came out of Boston a little bit last night, and it's the conversation around Rafael Devers. And it seems like there is some friction growing between him and the front office right now in Boston. Now, he just signed a big long-term contract, but the Cubs obviously have a glaring hole at third base at the moment. Would you be willing to sacrifice a good chunk of your farm system and maybe not get the amount of pitching help that you would like if it meant you got Rafael Devers coming to the Cubs?
Why is he struggling?
He's not really struggling. I mean, but they asked him.
Didn't he struggle to start the season, and then he?
Yeah, but he snapped out of that pretty quickly, like within a week and a half.
Okay, so he's very talented, and it's a gaping hole at third, and he wants to play third. But he's also been a big pain in the ass there, hasn't he? Do you want a guy who just signed a big deal? Now, I know they assured him that he's their third baseman, but still is not happy DHing. They wanted him to fill in at first. Don't want to do that. Like, that's the opposite of putting the team first. Is it not? And is that the guy you want to bring into the clubhouse?
But you would be putting him at third base. You'd be putting him in his happy spot.
I know, but what else is going to go wrong that wasn't on his radar that he's not going to take well? And how much money is he owed? He's owed a ton, correct?
Yeah, it's like probably around 270 or so now.
You can say goodbye to Kyle Tucker if you trade for Rafael Devers. He has a $300 million contract.
Absolutely not, then. Absolutely not.
But, like, hitting-wise, I mean, they're probably about the same.
Yeah, I'm going with what's working than bringing in another team's issue. I know how good he is. I do. But, man, why did they want to move him off of third? For an aging Bregman.
Yeah, Bregman's a multi-time Gold Glove winner. Like, Bregman's a good defender at third, and Devers isn't a good defender at third.
Yeah, I'm not in favor.
Why does a guy say, like, he looks at the situation and says, I'm not going off of third base?
That's what I mean. That I guess he was promised.
I think it wasn't necessarily that they were taking him off third base. It's that they were putting him at DH. And like a lot of guys don't like doing that.
And then he got used to DH, and then they said, can you play first base in the meantime? And now he's pissed again.
I think he's just frustrated because he was told he was going to play third base the whole time, and now he's had to learn two new lifestyles of baseball.
Did Joe Tooney get pissed?
No, he won the MVP of the team.
So, like, that's what I mean. And I know talent wins out, but I've got a guy in Tucker that I still need to pay. I'm not adding $270 million in salary for a guy who may be a me guy.
All right. Let's go to...
This ruin the Cubs' chemistry, Tyler. What the hell?
How do you know it's going to ruin the chemistry?
And I value chemistry less than most, too. Like, I'm not like, oh, this is so good you can't. I think that's a risk too far, too much, and too costly.
This was this morning on Get Up. This was Michael Wilbon and Brian Windhorst talking about the new pope being from Chicago.
In Chicago, we're so obsessed. We want to know everything about the pope. Is he going to bless the Bears? And I had one of
Forget the Bears. The Bulls on Monday in the lottery.
Bless Caleb. Yeah.
Ooh. The Bulls on Monday. Cooper Flag. That's where you're.
I'll take that.
So they're talking about Cooper Flag, and again, the NBA draft lottery coming up this Monday. Can I throw a conspiracy at you guys?
Yes.
Involving the NBA playoffs? I think as Bulls fans, everyone should be rooting for the Knicks right now to go to the finals, because I think the NBA may look at it as, all right, New York's great, Boston's great, LA's got Luka and LeBron. Chicago is kind of that last infinity stone to really make this thing go, and especially after the ratings were down for a bulk of the year. That could be the thing that really puts us over the top.
You can tell me on that, yes.
And fix the draft for the Bulls.
Look, I'm grabbing a hold of anything. Wilbon also told us, I don't think I brought this to the air, that he was talking to somebody that he trusts at the Boston game. Not yesterday, it was a couple days ago. And remember, I asked him on his hit, I said that I believe the NBA has consciously let physical play
no question
play out.
Yeah.
And like he thought, well, maybe this could be organic. I go, no, I really believe with what happened in the regular season that people don't necessarily want to go back to the 90s. They want a more competitive game where there's defense figuring in and you're not calling every tic-tac foul. Wilbon talked to this person who's very in the know and connected, and this person told Wilbon that he has heard this was a league edict to the officials that they want this type of play. So this was a conscious decision. I bring up that story, Tyler, to the point of they know how fans work. They know how ratings work. I wouldn't put it past them that happens.
Yeah.
Do they know that this Bulls team could still screw that up?
Yes. Yes, they do.
They may screw it up, but if you're gonna
not Cooper Flagg, like they'll at least
with the
draft
first
him.
pick of the draft, the Chicago Bulls take a point guard from Slovakia. His name, I don't know. Then you go.
This could be the life raft that the league gives them.
Mm-hmm. It's the Derrick Rose life raft for a guy who's just not from Chicago.
Some more NBA playoff stuff here. Both series in the Eastern Conference right now currently are 2-0, with the underdog team being the one that currently has the series lead. Who do you think is more likely to finish a comeback here? Is it Cleveland or Boston?
Boston.
Yeah, Boston.
Tyler, I can't believe I watched a team that is the defending NBA champions play the way they did the last 2 weeks.
What can I get odds wise on if I combo both the Cavs and the Celtics to win?
Hold, please.
I think it's less likely that the Cavs are going to be able to rally.
But they're really good too, and I know I'm with you on that. But I wouldn't put it past them.
Aren't they banged up now too?
They're still good. Who's hurt? Is it one of their bigs is out?
You can get plus 340 for them to both teams to come back.
That's not as good of a. It's still value, but it's still not as good of a value as I thought.
Well, the Celtics are still favored in the series.
They were, because I know they were a dog just the other day.
Yeah, they've moved to minus 120.
Mobley is listed as questionable for tonight with an ankle.
Okay.
Garland hasn't played, has he? Like, he's been out for a while, hasn't he, Tyler?
Yes.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, so.
Okay. Is that it, Tyler?
Real quick, since you guys are at Hallis Hall, real quick Bears one for you. Jadeveon Clowney was released by the Panthers yesterday. Would you guys be open to the Bears bringing him in to be the pass rusher opposite Montez Sweat?
I don't necessarily think it's the pass rusher opposite. I think it's another guy in the rotation.
Yeah, I'm in.
That could sack the quarterback at any time.
Yeah, I don't think you give him a blank check, but under a reasonable price. Yeah, I still think that there is gas in his tank.
You give him the opposite of a blank check. You say, here's what we're willing to give you, and if you want to be here, you can be here.
Sure.
So, yes.
Yes.
Good?
Yep, that's all we got.
Aki's A-List brought to you by Mr. Finance. Coming up next, what to watch for.
The afternoon drive is easier with Waddle and Silvy. Chill out. They're coming right back. ESPN Chicago.
You need to understand that Carmen does all the work for the show. Why do you think they're having the both of you, Black and Abdallah, fill in for him?
So it's Chris and I hosting the live broadcast at Cubby Bear next Friday from 10 a.m. to 12:40.
And we're pretending to be Carmen?
Big shoes, guys. You do the work, and I'm there for the frivolity and the joie de vivre.
And we do it all, and you're just there?
I'll be enjoying the Yingling. I'll step in if you need me to set you straight on things.
The Carmen and Jurko Show, live from the Cubby Bear for the start of the Crosstown Series next Friday at 10 a.m. right up to pregame at 12:40.
Presented by Yingling and Astound. Please enjoy responsibly.
Oh, nicely done, guys.
Guys, save up to $4,000 on new air conditioners and comfort systems with Four Seasons Heating, air conditioning, plumbing, and electric. I use them for everything. You should too. New AC units start at just $39 a month, and furnaces along with the AC combo for $57 a month. I just got a new air conditioner from Four Seasons, and it was perfectly installed and has saved us money. At Four Seasons, we guarantee to beat any competitor's estimate by up to $1,000, including those so-called buy one, get one free offers. Call your trusted local experts and schedule your free in-home estimate with Four Seasons. It's fourseasonsheatingcooling.com or call them today for all the right reasons. Call 866-4Seasons. That's 866-4Seasons.
When you're injured, you need a team that knows how to win. Postman Law delivers. Simple, right? Even simpler. Remember this number, 844-POSTMAN. Postman Law has secured over $3 billion for clients, fast, easy, and stress-free. So think Postman Law when you've been hurt in a crash, on the job, or anywhere else. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN for Postman Law Offices Chicago.
Time now for ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute, brought to you by your Chicagoland BMW centers. From Crane Chicago Business, here's Danny Ecker.
How big was the recent boom of sports collectible sales? Well, the 10 most expensive pieces of sports memorabilia ever have all changed hands since 2022. That's from industry publication Sportico, which reported a new addition to the list when Kobe Bryant's game-worn jersey for his 1996 Lakers debut was sold in an auction last month for $7 million. That was good for the 9th spot on the all-time list. Still far behind the top 3, led by the $24 million paid last summer for Babe Ruth's 1932 called shot jersey, a 1952 Mickey Mantle trading card that sold in 2022 for $12.6 million, and a game-worn Michael Jordan jersey from his final playoffs with the Bulls that was sold shortly after that for $10.1 million. It's all a product of investors flocking to alternative assets during and after the pandemic and inflating the sports collector market. For the Crane Sports Business Minute, I'm Danny Ecker.
Some people like A and others like B. At BMW, we prefer X. Like the dynamic X3, meant for ultimate exploration. The X5, built to conquer even the most difficult paths, or the pinnacle of comfort and luxury, the X7. And since every X-Range vehicle is packed with performance and versatility, you'll always get the best of X. The BMW X-Range. Your next X-Venture starts here. Visit your Chicagoland BMW centers for exceptional lease and finance offers.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
All right, Chicago sports fans, it's Toyota's Summer Starts Here sales event. Summer is almost here, and with a new Toyota, you can go out and make the most of summer. Maybe it's taking the whole family to the ball game in a spacious Grand Highlander, more room than ever, or the rugged RAV4, which I used to drive 40 miles to the gallon in the hybrid version. It was awesome. And using the powerful Tundra to get the boat in the water. There's a Toyota for every adventure, and this is awesome too. Every Toyota comes with Toyota Care. It's a 2-year, 25,000-mile, no-cost maintenance plan that even includes roadside assistance. It's a value you can expect from Toyota. Summer starts now at your Chicagoland Toyota dealer. Visit your local Toyota dealer or Toyota.com today. Toyota, let's go places.
Waddle and Silvy get you set for your weekend viewing with What to Watch For.
That's right. What to Watch For, brought to you by Connie's Frozen Pizza. 312-332-3776. Caller 10 wins free pizza from Connie's. Waddle, what are you watching for?
I told you this, I gave this to you off the air, but I talked about this on the air a while ago. It's called A Body in the Snow, The Trial of Karen Reed. It is on Max. It is very interesting. It's a documentary about a woman who was a teacher, and her boyfriend, who was a Boston police officer, is killed, and she's on trial for his murder. You've enjoyed the first couple of episodes.
One thing that's great is when you run into a very interesting documentary you know nothing about.
Yes.
I know nothing about this trial.
So
I
you're
knew
learning
nothing about
as
the
it
case.
happens.
Yes. And I think the unique part of it, I don't think you mentioned this part, that she wanted to do this.
Yes, because
so this is like you've seen these documentaries where they're like an unauthorized documentary or they're told from somebody else. This is something that it's coming from her viewpoint, but they also are interviewing people who think poorly of her, correct?
Yes. They interview people or they present from both sides. I don't think I'm breaking anything. She doesn't testify in the case, so this, knowing she wasn't going to testify in the case because she wanted to do this because she wanted to get her view out, and I don't think she felt just through her testimony, her story would be told. So this is how she wanted to go about doing it.
Yeah.
So very interesting.
So because, I'll co-sign that, and because I'm watching that, I still have to catch up and get back on Mobland. I haven't caught up to the last Your Friends or Neighbors, which I and Waddle both strongly recommend.
I agree with you. I love Mobland, but I look just as much forward to Your Friends and Neighbors as I do Mobland.
I heard Howard Stern talking about him, and John Hamm is just so natural. So I'm just going to say Cubs because I'm not giving out another show that I know nothing about. I'm going to say tomorrow, Kate Horton's debut with Adam Amin and A.J. Brzezinski on Fox.
I like it.
Really quick, guys, before we run. What's your recommendation? One word.
I'm stealing this from Tyler last week, the rehearsal with Nathan Fielder.
Yeah.
I watched it. It's awkward. It's weird. It's funny because of it. I liked it a lot.
It was bad awkward in my world. What do you got, Tyler?
The Accountant 2.
Oh, yes. First one was great.
That's great. Tyler, great work. Was Jake back at the shop with you too
yes,
today?
Yes, he was.
Thanks, Jake. And out here, Jack, the reporter and the producer.
Jack was top-notch.
Thanks to Joniak and Boog and Courtney for Waddle. I'm Silvy. It's ESPN 1000. Have yourself a great weekend.
Pretty excited. That was a big thrill. Hi, it's Andre Dawson, including myself, Ed Belfour.
There's a very low percentage of this that is